This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Banksia tightly grasped the escaping level 8 mutant tree with both hands and frantically activated her supernatural powers to self-destruct. In the last second before the explosion, she cast a longing glance at the battle-scarred ground beneath her feet. 2 years ago, her husband died here, his body untouched. Now she was dying here too. Was this the fulfillment of her promise to her husband? We share the same bed and the same grave? Boom! Boom! 2 massive explosions echoed in quick succession, instantly razing the entire mountain and the nearby city to the ground. Over 500 miles away, in the human security base office, the base managers, who were in a meeting, stood up and gazed through the windows with awe at the massive mushroom cloud rising in the distance. The leader's eyes welled with tears. That suicide note on the windowsill that morning. They've lost another soldier. Attention! Salute! She straightened her shoulders, quickly raised her right hand, and, with her fingers pressed together, saluted solemnly in the direction of the mushroom cloud. Wow, Banksia! When will you wake up? I'm so scared! Banksia was awakened from her memories by a burst of wailing. Aren't those who self-destruct into a bloody mist, leaving no trace? Why was she still alive? Tion, stop crying. The little creature crying heartbreakingly was the mutated tree that had accompanied her when she awakened her with type superpower. The sky-swallowing tree. The sky-swallowing tree was a foodie by nature. Whether it was mutated plants or animals, zombie cores, or even ordinary food, it could devour it whole, transforming it into nourishment for itself and its companions without any side effects. It was also because of this unique skill of gluttony that she had been able to raise her superpower to level 6 in just 2 years, possessing the strength to avenge Nanqing. Wow! Banksia, you're finally awake. I was so scared. The sky-swallowing tree wept bitterly. Oh no, it didn't have snot. Even its tears were simulated by tree sap. What are you afraid of every day? Banksia slumped, feeling completely drained of energy. Brr! The sky-swallowing tree's sobs abruptly ceased. Then, its voice tinged with inexpressible guilt. Banksia, I figured I was going to die anyway, so I might as well just be a glutton and devour the level 8 mutant tree. The sky-swallowing tree's voice began to sob again. When I woke up, I realized we weren't dead, but had been captured and taken to the lab. Whoa, Banksia, I'm so sorry. Banksia was horrified. Hadn't the lab been wiped out by the base long ago? Could someone still be on the run? She tried to open her eyes to survey her surroundings, but her eyelids felt as heavy as if covered in a thick layer of glue. She couldn't even move her fingers. Her heart sank. After the apocalypse, social order collapsed, and many people embarked on a path of extinction. The laboratory was such a notorious place. Under the pretext of the future of all humanity, they secretly conducted brutal experiments on both mutant and ordinary creatures. Before being busted by the official base, they dissected and murdered at least dozens of psychics and hundreds of ordinary civilians, as well as over 30 zombies, over 20 mutant animals, and over 10 mutant plants. Banksia couldn't understand why she had been targeted by someone who had slipped through the lab's net. Could it be because of that secret? In her mind, she calmly addressed the swallowing heaven tree. Tion, stop crying. My powers seem to be sealed. Do you know what's going on? The swallowing heaven tree sobbed. Yes, I'm sorry, Banksia. You were captured when I woke up. You're hooked to tubes and tortured terribly. Banksia stopped speaking consciously. She could sense someone approaching. This feeling of being at someone's mercy was unbearable. Sure, someone's coming. The swallowing heaven tree immediately fell silent. Banksia slowed her breathing, feigning unconsciousness. At the end of the 3rd year of the apocalypse, humanity had evolved superpowers, significantly improving all aspects of their physical fitness. Although her powers were sealed, she could still clearly sense the arrival of 2 women pushing a cart. She guessed they were lab assistants, as one was taking her temperature and the other was changing her drip. Why aren't you just talking? Just as I was thinking this, I heard a clear female voice. Xiaomi, have you seen today's trending searches? Trending searches? Banksia was dazed. Wasn't that something that existed before the apocalypse? A gentle female voice answered. I didn't even have time to check blog before it crashed, but I heard someone at the nurse's station tell me. A clear female voice. If you ask me, this big star is so pitiful. He's seriously dating and engaged to his childhood sweetheart, and he didn't hide it from his fans to create a single persona. Yet, his fiancée was driven to suicide by online bullying and rumors spread by insane fans. A gentle female voice. Yes, this big star isn't even 22 yet, and he's already won every acting award in the country and abroad based on his talent. What's wrong with wanting to get married? Is he going to be single forever? A clear female voice, tinged with schadenfreude, said, "Now, the big star has officially announced his retirement. Those crazy fans are going to be completely devastated." A gentle female voice said, "Alas, although I'm busy studying and not fangirling, I've watched a lot of his movies. His acting is truly amazing, never taking you out of the show. And I saw him in person yesterday while changing his dressing. He didn't even hire a nurse. He took care of his fiancée himself. Even someone who never fangirled, I almost became a fan right then and there." Her tone was thick with excitement as she finished. Banksia's confusion grew. What was going on? Didn't Tian say they were caught in a lab? Unfortunately, the two women had already finished their work and were pushing their cart out, preventing her from overhearing any further news. "Xiaomai, tell me, is Nanqing really as gentle as the scholar in the movies?" A clear female voice echoed from afar. Boom! Banksia felt as if a million fireworks were exploding in her head, leaving her dizzy and confused. She didn't know where she found the strength, but she suddenly opened her eyes, wanting to ask the two people if the Nanqing they were talking about was the same Nanqing she was thinking of. Perhaps she was too anxious, but she couldn't utter a single word and could only watch the nurse walk away. "Banksia, what's wrong with you?" The sky-swallowing tree looked at the tearful Banksia helplessly, its branches knotted with anxiety. Tian. Banksia's eyes held the same madness as the 8th-level mutant tree had when it perished together. "We weren't captured by the lab. We were reborn before the apocalypse. Let's call it her past life. In her past life, she and Nanqing grew up together in an orphanage. They developed an inexplicable affection for each other during their teenage years, and officially became romantically involved as adults. On her 19th birthday, Nanqing meticulously planned a romantic proposal, agreeing to get married as soon as they reached legal marriageable age. However, shortly after her 19th birthday, an extreme and insane fan sneaked into her villa and secretly filmed her. He then posted her photos and personal information online, hiring a massive army of online influencers to fabricate rumors about her promiscuous private life, which went viral. Nanqing's fans, unaware of the truth, took her to task and violently bullied her online. They photoshopped black and white photos of her, sent her a dead rat by express mail, made venomous calls day and night, and even took to the school forum to demand her expulsion. Nanqing continued to clarify the allegations online, while suing the insane fan and the perpetrators, sending them to prison. But as the saying goes, it takes only a few words to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to dispel it. Even with glaring evidence before their eyes, some extreme, brainwashed fans refused to believe it. They felt Nanqing had been deceived, and they feigned righteousness, seeking revenge against her. Not only did they continue to spread the rumors online, some even went to school and threw eggs and smears at her face. At the time, she was just a timid and shy little girl. Her most outrageous act was a crush on her childhood sweetheart during adolescence. She soon suffered a mental breakdown, developing severe depression and anxiety, and one night, she jumped from the rooftop of her villa. Thanks to Nanqing and her family's pets, and the fact that the villa was only 3 stories high, she didn't die immediately after her suicide attempt. Instead, she became a vegetable, and didn't regain consciousness until the 3rd year of the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, social order completely collapsed, and cannibalism became commonplace. Nanqing endured countless hardships during those 3 years to survive. But every time she asked, Nanqing would calmly say she wasn't suffering, and instead, he was thankful that she had finally regained consciousness. How could it not be bitter? Banksia thought of the past, and for a moment, she felt an unbearable pain in her heart. Chapter 2. Beep. The ECG monitor blared. Nanqing, who had just emerged from the attending physician's office, turned and sprinted toward the nurse's station, shouting, "Doctor!" "Nurse!" Banksia glanced sharply at the ward door. "Nanqing, is that you, Nanqing?" She wanted to call out to Nanqing, but still no sound came out. Has her speech area already been malfunctioning? No wonder she was left with a slow speech problem after waking up in her previous life. Banksia tried to mobilize her supernatural powers to repair her body, but what was going on with this scarce energy? She closed her eyes, and carefully sensed the supernatural power within her body, and the sensation startled her. How had her and Tiantian's supernatural power levels dropped to level 2? What about the black and white yin-yang fish space that had expanded to an area of 10,000 square kilometers and a height of 1,000 meters? Before she could ask, the sky-swallowing tree said sadly, "This is what happened when I woke up. In her previous life, and Banksia's supernatural power levels were level 6. Working together, they could even challenge opponents at level 8. Although the space within the black and white yin-yang fish was 10 times smaller than it was now, the black fish could freeze time for stored items, while the white fish could grow crops and raise animals, even boasting an arm-wide stream as a water source. Now, One Man One Tree's level had been relegated to level 2, and they could only provide sustenance for the mutated plants and animals. Although the space had expanded tenfold, the white fish's land had been destroyed by the explosion, the stream had dried up, and all the supplies within the black fish had vanished. Tiantianshu was about to burst into tears when he saw a strange man clutching Banksia's hand, sobbing uncontrollably. How could this man steal my job? Congratulations. The attending physician, Wei Zhengming, patted Nanqing's shoulder to offer some comfort. The little girl in the bed had been issued 10 critical illness notices in 7 months. She was transferred to his care 3 days ago due to severe multiple organ failure, and was just transferred from the ICU back to the general ward this morning. To be honest, when he heard the man's call, his heart skipped a beat, secretly suspecting the girl wouldn't make it. To his surprise, she actually regained consciousness. This was a medical miracle worthy of a published paper, but he still had to take the girl for a detailed examination. He couldn't let the man cry any longer. Nanxing wiped her face. Sorry, I'm so happy. Nanxing tried to decipher Ban Xiao's mouth shapes. Go. Home? Ban Xia, are you homesick? Ban Xia blinked with difficulty, indicating that he had guessed correctly. Today was the 3rd day of her rebirth. Wait until you're fully recovered before going home, okay? Nanxing leaned over and kissed her face, his eyes filled with worry and love. You just woke up, and I'm worried. Under normal circumstances, Ban Xia would certainly have been willing to recuperate in the hospital, but with less than 3 months left until the day Nanxing had told her in her previous life that the apocalypse was coming, how could she continue wasting time in the hospital? She continued her silent plea. Go. Home. Nanxing, accustomed to her obedience since childhood, was silent for a long moment before saying, I asked the doctor. If he says it's okay to go home, then we can go home, okay? Ban Xia saw the unwavering worry in his eyes, and a deep sense of guilt and self-loathing welled up in her. She hadn't meant to worry him, but after being in a coma for 7 months, her body was so weak she couldn't even speak, and there was no way she could explain it in detail. If only her power level hadn't dropped, in at most 2 weeks, she could restore her body to its pre-illness state, whereas now it would take at least 2 or 3 months. But being able to see Nanxing alive again was already a great blessing. One must not be too greedy, for greed will bring retribution. About half an hour later, Nanxing came in, pushing a wheelchair. Banksia, the doctor says we can go home today, but we still need to come back to the hospital tomorrow for some tests. In fact, Dr. Wei had nearly scolded him when he heard he wanted to take Banksia home to recuperate. He finally agreed because he explained that he was worried that Banksia wouldn't adapt to the hospital environment, and her depression and anxiety would worsen. Banksia blinked, indicating she understood. If 2 more tests would give Nanxing peace of mind, she was willing to do it. Today was a weekday, and most people would be at work or school, but the streets were still bustling with traffic and people. When Banksia woke up in her previous life, the city had been in ruins, and the people lingering on the streets were mostly zombies. It had been over 5 years since she had seen such a peaceful and leisurely scene, and she couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Who could have imagined, as the multitude busied themselves with daily life, that the world would be ravaged by catastrophe just 3 months later? Black fog, extreme cold, meteor showers, zombies, extreme heat, insect plagues, acid rain, sandstorms, mutated plants and animals, people with special abilities. Endless natural disasters plunged humanity into ever-desperate situations, forcing them to struggle for survival. The hospital was only a half-hour drive from their home, and the two quickly reached their villa. Nanxing parked the car in the underground garage, retrieved the wheelchair from the trunk, and lifted Banksia into it. He smoothed down Banksia's somewhat messy hair and tentatively asked, Banksia, do you still remember the gold and silver? Vegetative patients typically experience many aftereffects after waking, with memory loss being one of the symptoms. He wasn't sure if her memories were confused or missing. Banksia blinked nostalgically. Of course I remember. Inzi was a gift from Nanxing when she confessed her love. He was a giant, silver tabby Maine Coon cat, 1 year and 11 months old. He was quiet and aloof, and liked to find a secluded corner to sleep. But to Banksia, who had raised him, he was the sweetest little sweetheart. Jinzi was a gift from Nanxing on their 100th day of love. He was a golden retriever, 1 year and 9 months old, intelligent and kind. His favorite hobby was picking up things. He had found things including, but not limited to, a sick Alaskan dog, an orphan orange kitten, a lost child, a stray squirrel, a bird with a broken wing, a hibernating rat snake. Banksia hadn't seen them in nearly 6 years. In her previous life, she suffered cardiac arrest a little over 2 months later, and the doctor regretfully advised Nanjing to give up. Nanjing was reluctant to take her abroad for medical treatment, so he temporarily placed Jinzi and Inzi in a pet hospital. Unexpectedly, the end of the world would come soon after. By the time Nanjing finally brought her back home, Jinzi and Inzi were gone. Thinking of Jinzi and Inzi, now safely at home, Banksia's eyes welled up. Nanjing's eyes also tingled slightly. They're all waiting for you to come home. Although he had cared for Jinzi and Inzi for the better part of 6 months, they missed Banksia, the one they had raised. After Banksia's accident, Jinzi and Inzi had repeatedly tried to sneak with him to the hospital. Inzi, in particular, had managed to sneak by while he wasn't paying attention once, and relying on her quick memory, she made several more trips. She was even photographed by passers-by and went viral. As soon as Nanjing pushed Banksia to the door, she heard Jinzi's excited barking and Inzi's anxious meowing from inside. "They must have smelled you," Nanjing said with a smile. Sure enough, after the door opened, Jinzi and Inzi scurried around Nanjing, rubbing against her with frantic strides. Banksia reached out to touch Jinzi and Inzi's heads, but her hands were completely powerless. Just as she was about to ask Nanjing for help, Nanjing, knowingly, grasped her hand and gently stroked their heads. Jinzi and Inzi's fur was soft and fragrant. She could even feel their warmth through it. Banksia's tears suddenly streamed down. She felt as if she had finally felt a glimmer of rebirth. Nanjing lowered her head and hugged her frail body, sobbing uncontrollably. "Banksia, welcome home. Welcome back to the living world." Chapter 3. Banksia scratched Nanjing's palm and silently said, "Surveillance?" Nanjing paused after identifying her mouth's shape. She stood up, holding the camera detector, and walked around the room 3 times before stopping. Banksia gave a wry smile. After all, what had she and Nanjing done wrong? They were just unlucky, having been ensnared by a powerful and severely ill lunatic. Are mentally ill people exempt from legal responsibility for murder? After all, how many people who have returned from the apocalypse are mentally sound? Then could she? No, order hasn't collapsed yet. She couldn't act rashly. "Banksia?" Banksia snapped out of her reverie, and mouthed "Don't be afraid" to the worried Nanjing. Then she activated her supernatural power, and took him into the black and white yin-yang fish dimension. The black and white yin-yang fish dimension was her greatest secret. If it were exposed to outsiders, it would surely cause a bloodbath. But Nanjing was different. He didn't covet anything from her. Instead, he longed to give her everything he had. Her name on the property deed, all his earnings were deposited into her account, and she was also the heir to his estate. As soon as Banksia entered the space, the heaven-swallowing tree suddenly uprooted itself from the earth and rushed towards her, crying, "Wow!" Nanjing instinctively stepped forward, blocking the wheelchair behind her, and looked at the heaven-swallowing tree warily. The heaven-swallowing tree was stunned. After realizing what was happening, it buried itself back in the pit and cried bitterly, "Banksia doesn't love me anymore. From now on, I'd be a pitiful tree with no one to love me." Woohoo! Nanjing was speechless. He had been worried that this strange-looking tree would hurt Banksia, but it turned out to be a cowardly little crybaby. Banksia frantically communicated with the heaven-swallowing tree through her consciousness. Tian, we were good partners and comrades, who fought side by side. How could I possibly not like you?" The heaven-swallowing tree burst into tears and complained, "Your husband doesn't like me, woo, and he used to say he was the best man in the world." Banksia blushed at this. She had always told Tian that Nanjing was her husband, but to be precise, she and Nanjing were currently only engaged. She was only 19 before the accident, and Nanjing was 21, neither of them reaching the legal age for marriage. When they finally reached the legal age for marriage, she was in a deep coma and unable to express her desire to marry, so the relevant authorities naturally could not issue them a marriage certificate. Then, it was the end of the world, where survival required every ounce of effort. But now wasn't the time to dwell on these things. She patiently comforted the weeping heaven-swallowing tree. "Nanjing didn't mean it. He thought you were going to hurt me. I can't speak. Can you explain it to Nanjing yourself?" She then used delicious food as bait. Nanjing cooks a lot of delicious food. If you become friends with Nanjing, you'll be able to enjoy his delicious creations in the future. The heaven-swallowing tree couldn't resist the word eat. He flinched at the words and scurried over to Nanjing. "Hello, Banksia's husband." My name is Tion, and I'm a clever heaven-swallowing tree. Banksia and I are good friends. Will you be my friend? Take another look at the talking tree, and you see it's not actually strange looking. Rather, it's quite artistic. Nanxing, delighted by the words Banksia's husband, thought so. He reached out and squeezed the branch the heaven-swallowing tree had offered him. Okay, we be friends from now on. The sky-swallowing tree nearly jumped for joy. Will you make me something delicious in the future? Nanxing's eyes were instantly filled with confusion. Can trees eat? Every day, Banksia said helplessly. Can you get down to business first? The sky-swallowing tree lowered a branch onto Nanxing's shoulder and feigned seriousness. Banksia's husband, Banksia wants me to tell you that at midnight on January 1st, 2xx6, the end of the world will come to Blue Water Planet. Nanxing had told Banksia this time in her previous life, and she hadn't expected Banksia to repeat it again. Today is October 3rd, 2xx5, 89 days until the end of the world. What? Nanxing glanced at the sky-swallowing tree in disbelief, then turned back to Banksia's eyes. There wasn't a hint of joking in Banksia's eyes. The talking tree from the fairy tale book appeared, the space in the novel was right before his eyes, and the apocalypse from the movie became reality. What was there to be shocked about? Nanxing pinched his forehead. Let me calm down for a minute. A minute later, Nanxing's eyes flushed red, and he smiled bitterly. Banxia, how did you know about the apocalypse? He had just thought about a lot, such as Banxia's connection to the system, Banxia's sudden awakening of prophetic powers. The possibility he least wanted to consider was rebirth after death. In novels, reborn protagonists often endure great suffering, but his Banxia had been weak and timid since childhood. He didn't even dare to think about it, fearing that his pained expression would scare her. Banxia avoided Nanxing's gaze and looked at the sky-swallowing tree, indicating that it had told her. But she had never lied since she was a child. How could she possibly deceive a man who knew her every move so well? Nanxing wiped his face and asked hoarsely, Banksia, what else do you know? The more detailed he knew, the more prepared he could be. Tuntiansha translated expressionlessly. The apocalypse was ushered in by a sudden black fog. An hour later, Nanxing, with a look of dread on his face, hugged Banksia tightly to him, opened his computer, and began to inventory his current assets. He shot to fame at the age of 5, after starring in The Young Emperor de Guang. He has been in the entertainment industry for 16 years, consistently ranking in the top 3 on the Forbes list of highest paid celebrities. Normally, he should have amassed a net worth of at least several billion. But his wealth wasn't as vast as some might imagine. Before the age of 18, he donated 95% of his earnings to various welfare institutions and orphanages, and the remaining 5% covered his and Banksia's daily expenses. From the age of 18 to 20, he donated 50% of his earnings annually, with the remaining 30% going to Banksia for investments, 10% for daily expenses, and 10% in fixed deposits. From the age of 20 until now, all his income, aside from Banksia's medical treatment and daily expenses, has been banked, because he simply couldn't continue to show kindness while Banksia was being hurt by countless people. First, there's the money. 100 million in domestic banks, 1.1 billion in foreign banks, and about 10 million in the bank cards and payment apps he frequently uses. 2/3 of that is his film pay and endorsement income, and the remaining third is Banksia's investment earnings. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He actually hit the jackpot. When Banksia was first cyberbullied, he was preparing to retire from the entertainment industry and sell off his assets, intending to take her abroad to study and return to China once the domestic hype had died down. Unexpectedly, before he could even handle the situation, something happened. Then there's real estate, 2 villas in China and 1 abroad. One of the 2 villas in China is where he currently lives, valued at 80 million yuan. If he sells it within 2 months, it could fetch about 75 million yuan. The other is the wedding home he and Banksia agreed to when they confirmed their relationship. It's valued at 200 million yuan, and was just renovated 2 months ago. The wedding home is located in a hillside villa area, high up in the air and away from the hustle and bustle of the city, so he definitely wants to live there. The villa abroad is in a sparsely populated rural area, and is valued at 12 million yuan. And then, there's transportation. 3 small aircraft, 2 in China and 1 abroad. 3 RVs, 2 in China and 1 abroad. 3 SUVs, 2 in China and 1 abroad. 3 commercial vehicles, 2 in China and 1 abroad. 2 sports cars, 1 in China and 1 abroad. In addition, there's 1 motorcycle, for off-road bikes, and 1 electric bike. Nanjing put an asterisk in front of the off-road vehicle, motorcycle, bicycle, and electric scooter. These were to be kept. The others were useless in an apocalyptic world with severely damaged roads and mutant birds. He had to find a way to get rid of them as soon as possible. Finally, there were the household items. Common furniture, appliances, clothes, shoes, socks, daily necessities, rice, flour, oil, medicine, nutritional supplements, and so on were all included. He wouldn't count them all yet. The unexpected surprise was what he had prepared for his wedding. Although Banksia hadn't shown any signs of waking up, he still decided to keep his promise and hold the wedding on her 20th birthday, letting everyone know that she was his wife. He even booked the wedding dress, diamond ring, wedding shoes, and hotel. Many people said he was possessed, and that it would be a waste of money if Banksia never woke up. But he never thought so. Hadn't Banksia woken up now? Chapter 4. Banksia's birthday is December 28th, and with the apocalypse only a few days away, a wedding is naturally off the table to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Nanjing didn't skimp on her wedding preparations, choosing the most expensive and best quality items. 220 custom-made skincare sets from a major brand, including 1 bottle of each: lotion, serum, cream, eye cream, facial mask, and perfume. 220 custom-made wedding candy boxes, including 6 each of wedding cakes, cookies, chocolate, nougat, red dates, peanuts, longans, and lotus seeds. 44 cartons of cigarettes, 22 each of Huazi and Huangjianlu. 88 cartons of liquor, 22 each of white wine, red wine, champagne, and beer. 88 cartons of beverages, 22 each of cola, Sprite, milk, and purified water. 10 kilograms of tea, 5 kilograms each of Donghu Longjing and green snail spring. 200 kilograms of dried fruit, including red dates, peanuts, longans, lotus seeds, melon seeds, pistachios, and more. 50 kilograms each of dried food ingredients, bird's nest, dried scallops, sea cucumbers, abalone, fish maw, Hericium arenaceus, bacon, sausages, and 30 strips of ham. 20 bags of 5 kilograms rice, 15 bags of 5 kilograms flour, 10 5L barrels of cooking oil, and 5 boxes of seasonings. 20 kilograms each of noodles, vermicelli, rice noodles, sweet potato starch, and other dried vermicelli. Basically, the preparations were based on 20 tables of guests, with the extra for backup and gifts to friends. In addition, there were a few miscellaneous items: red wedding characters, balloons, ribbons, lighters, candles, firecrackers, wet wipes, band-aids, and so on. While some items, like the red wedding characters and ribbons, wouldn't be of much use after the apocalypse, most items would be scarce, especially food, salt, sugar, cigarettes, alcohol, and tea. Banksia speculated that Nanjing's ability to survive the apocalypse in his previous life, with her in a vegetative state, was largely due to these wedding supplies. Nanjing added, all the appliances, furniture, and clothes in the new house are new, and we've also prepared 10 sets of wedding quilts. Banksia knew that 10 sets of wedding quilts symbolized perfection. Nanjing hadn't told her about their wedding in their previous life, and she had always assumed they weren't married. Whenever she thought Nanjing had done enough, he reminded her that what she knew was only the tip of the iceberg. Nanjing didn't seem to think she'd done anything worthy of praise. Instead, she felt a little depressed. Is it all for nothing that I spent so much money on hiring the heir of the imperial chef and the dessert master? Banksia blinked back tears and silently suggested, pack it up. The Blackfish dimension had the ability to freeze time, so meals and desserts could be packed inside. They also needed to buy a large quantity of prepared food. There were 3 reasons. First, her own cooking wasn't tasty, while Nanjing's was, but she couldn't bear to have him cook every day. Second, there was a lack of natural gas, coal, or other energy sources for cooking. Third, the smell of food would travel far during the cooking process. Some might say it's possible to make food with a milder smell, like steamed buns, clear soup noodles, or porridge. But anyone who has experienced starvation knows that hunger involuntarily heightens one's sense of smell. When starving, one can even smell food hundreds of meters away. Nanjing wrote Banksia's suggestion down in his memo, and would inform the hotel a few days in advance about packing. He hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself and said, Banksia, I have something to discuss with you. Banksia looked at him in confusion. What's so serious? Nanjing kissed her cheek. If I'm not mistaken, the apocalypse will last a long time, right? Banksia nodded slowly. In her previous life, she had lived to the end of the 5th year of the apocalypse, and she was only half a month away from reaching the 6th year. Humanity was still struggling to survive amidst natural disasters, zombies, and mutated plants and animals, barely surviving, with no hope in sight. Nanjing looked her in the eye and said seriously, "Having a child is too dangerous. I want to get a sterilization." A quick thought revealed that having a child in the chaotic apocalypse was an extremely dangerous undertaking. He desperately wanted a child with Banksia's bloodline, but he couldn't tell the difference between the illusory child and the person he had grown up with. He had carefully considered other contraceptive methods, but he felt none of them were 100% foolproof. After all, there were many cases of shotgun marriages and illegitimate children in the industry. He didn't dare take risks with Banksia's body. Banksia was stunned. In her previous life, after waking from a vegetative state, she was extremely weak and confined to bed most of the time. Nanjing, similarly fearing an accident, spent her points to see a doctor for a sterilization. Although she and Nanjing were both orphans, their situations were different. Nanjing had found her in a trash can. The person who had abandoned her wanted her dead. When Nanjing found her, she was barely 2 hours old. Her body, covered in vernix and dirt, lay naked in the frozen garbage, bruised and frozen, unable to even cry. Though doctors later saved her, she had been sickly since childhood, gasping for breath with every step. Nanjing had been abandoned by her parents after their divorce. These two unfit parents, unwilling to carry a burden, had a huge argument and abandoned the 2-year-old Nanjing at a highway intersection and fled. Surveillance wasn't well developed back then, and the police searched for a long time, but couldn't find his biological parents, ultimately forcing him to an orphanage. Her family had instilled her with their initial and deepest malice. Had she not grown up inseparable from Nanjing, she would never have married or had children. Perhaps unconsciously seeking to compensate for his childhood, Nanjing had longed for a blood-related child since his teenage years. Even as soon as they confirmed their relationship, he discussed early marriage and childbirth with her. As soon as they got engaged, he bought books on maternity and childcare to study in advance. Nanjing saw Banksia's silence, assuming she disagreed, and tried to comfort her, saying, "Banksia, I will be with you until the very end. Besides, we have gold and silver, we never be alone." Banksia looked at him tenderly. She didn't disagree. Humans possessing superpowers greatly enhance their physical fitness, and sterilization surgery can be reversed using superpowers. If the apocalypse ever ends, it wouldn't be too late to have another child. As for giving birth in troubled times, she hadn't even considered it. What was wrong with the child? Should she suffer because of the selfishness of her unscrupulous parents? The next day, at the hospital, Banksia ignored the occasional curious glances from those around her, and silently waited for Nanjing to emerge from the operating room. She hadn't used up all her superpowers last night, saving some to heal Nanjing's wounds later. After human evolution, in addition to awakening the common 5 superpowers of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, it's possible to awaken a variety of other mutant superpowers, including mental, spatial, healing, lightning, ice, strength, and speed. However, each person can only evolve a maximum of 2 superpowers, as the human body cannot supply the energy required for more than 2. One of the main functions of Banksia's awakened wood-based powers is to accelerate wound healing. A minimally invasive wound like a ligation surgery was no more than a finger lift for her. Nanjing, however, found it fascinating. He held Banksia's hand and examined it for a long moment before reluctantly letting go. After all, what man hasn't dreamed of being accepted into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in his youth? After leaving the hospital, Nanjing drove with Banksia to Shuangbao Road to pick up the cold weapons he had ordered the previous night as a gift. Nanjing had met many martial arts instructors on the set, many of whom owned martial arts gyms and weapon shops, including one in this city. "Teacher Nan, you're here." Nanjing was greeted by the martial arts instructor's apprentice, who still worked part-time on the set. Nanjing smiled and said, "I've retired. Just call me Nanjing." Should he tell his apprentice that his last name wasn't actually Nan? To be precise, he and Banksia didn't have last names. They had chosen their own names. Their name comes from a Chinese herb, Pinellia ternata, also known as Pinellia ternata. The young apprentice rubbed the back of his head and said with a naive smile, "My master calls you master, so how dare I go over him and address you by name? Come, I show you the stuff." Teacher Nan ordered something worth $1 million. He had to inspect it in person. What if something went wrong? Nanjing ordered 5 each of the embroidered spring sword and the tang sword, 10 daggers, and a set of sharpening tools. The martial arts instructor also gave him a few sets of maintenance tools. Chapter 5. Nanjing and Banksia carefully calculated the various supplies and money they would need for their future living and discovered they had enough money in their bank account to live comfortably for hundreds of years. Therefore, when ordering their lunch boxes, they looked for clean, high-end restaurants. They asked their assistant, Han Biao, for the restaurant's contact information. Han Biao had frequently ordered lunch boxes for the crew, and his collection of hotel business cards would have piled dozens of centimeters high. Nanjing called to place his order based on his impression of the lunch boxes. Hello. 88 yuan deluxe set menu. 1,000 servings each for lunch and dinner. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I picked them up myself, and I transfer the deposit to you right away. After 5 calls, they spent 1.76 million yuan and received 20,000 lunch boxes. But neither of them felt it was enough, so Nanjing made another call, this time ordering regular, affordable lunch boxes. Hello. 24 yuan for a 4-meat, 2 vegetarian set meal. 500 servings each for lunch and dinner. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I pick it up myself, and I transfer the deposit right away. Same old story. 5 consecutive calls, this time spending 240,000 yuan and getting 10,000 boxed lunches. Even after filling his stomach, he couldn't starve himself mentally. At Banksia's suggestion, Nanjing found an online download service. Hello, can I take this job? He sent a pre-prepared list: movies, TV series, variety shows, science videos, sports videos, novels, anime, songs, and more. He wanted to fill 320 terabytes SSDs with content, with a backup, for 2 months. The customer service representative on the other end, perhaps thinking Nanjing was trying to cause trouble, kept the dialog box saying the other party is typing. Finally, he simply replied, "Hey, are you confused about what 20 terabytes means? Let me explain. 1 terabyte equals 1024 gigabytes. Of course, this is theoretical. The actual capacity of a 20 terabyte hard drive is about 19.5 terabytes, or 19,968 gigabytes. A 1080p, 110-minute movie is about 10 gigabytes. In other words, a 20 terabyte hard drive can hold about 1,996 movies. Are you sure you want to download 320 terabyte solid-state drives?" Nanjing could see the silence in the other person's words, and couldn't help but find it a little amusing. Of course. Also, the hard drive must be the highest quality X brand on the market. Don't worry, money isn't a problem. I can pay a deposit and provide proof. Holy crap! Kong Jian exclaimed in surprise at the message in the chat box. He was a recent college graduate. Unable to find a suitable job, he had set up an online download service. But with the convenience of watching TV and movies online, he didn't usually have much business. When he first received that massive 20-ton order, he was about to yell at the person, but then he thought, what if the person on the other end was a naive, ignorant elementary school student? To avoid any unintentional injury, he patiently explained. What did he see? Money wasn't an issue. He tentatively sent over a link for a 200,000 yuan deposit. Nanjing raised an eyebrow and promptly paid. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Kong Jian screamed excitedly across the room, attracting the roar of his mother and the clashing of his slippers. He rubbed his butt cheeks, feeling aggrieved, and called his equally unemployed roommate. "Hey, buddy, I have a job, would you mind?" After contacting 9 people in a row, he finally remembered he hadn't negotiated the price with the tycoon. Kong Jian quickly asked his mother for a calculator and began to calculate. A 20 terabytes hard drive from brand X costs 3,999 yuan each. 600 drives would come to 2,399,400 yuan, plus labor costs. He frowned and pondered for a moment. He roughly calculated the labor costs at 200,000 yuan, and the 10 of them would each make an average of 10,000 yuan per month. Don't think 10,000 yuan is a lot, but they're not earning money. They're earning money from staying up all night. After calculating the price, Kong Jian looked at the number on the screen and was shocked. Rich guy. I wonder if the rich guy won't be scared away. He nervously sent the link. Nanjing glanced at the rounded figures, his slender fingers typing nimbly. Add the delivery fee and the membership fees for each platform. I just paid a 200,000 yuan deposit. Give me a link for 2.45 million yuan. The rest will be like treating you to takeout and drinks. He probably thought the person on the other end was a naive college student, so even the quote was silly. But as an adult who already been working, he couldn't bear to exploit them. He also had another ulterior motive. He hoped they consider his generosity and not offer him any extras. The other party quickly replied with an animated emoji and a new link. The stick figure in the emoji kowtowed with wide noodle tears, shouting, "Thank you, boss. I wish you great fortune." Nanjing couldn't help but laugh. After paying, he put away his phone and looked at Ben Xia in the passenger seat. Ben Xia, are you tired? If so, let's go back to the hotel and rest. He wasn't going home because he had his assistant arrange for a moving company to move. The house must be a mess now, and he wouldn't be able to rest properly if he went back. Banksia shook her head slightly. Nanjing had originally objected to her coming along, wanting her to recuperate at home. It was her eager tugging at his clothes that forced him to take her along. How could she let her health slow down the stockpiling process? Nanjing thought for a moment and said, "How about we go buy tea?" Banksia nodded in agreement. She and Nanjing had agreed to purchase the bulk of the supplies abroad. Firstly, their money was almost all overseas. Second, it was inconvenient to stockpile large quantities domestically, as it would easily lead to inspections by the relevant authorities. Finally, and most importantly, they wanted to give their compatriots a fighting chance. However, due to price considerations, they planned to purchase some of the seasonings, tea, and preserved meats domestically. They also planned to buy some pork domestically, as pigs abroad aren't castrated and have a strong fishy smell. Although being able to fill their stomachs after the apocalypse was a blessing, and they shouldn't be too picky, they had plenty of money, and no need to compromise. They went to the largest tea wholesale market in City A. Nanjing had contacted the owner online in advance. Nanjing pushed her to a shop called Yunhua. Yunhua, meaning fine tea, meant the owner must be a man of culture. The shop owner's surname was Hua, a woman in her 30s. Hua was dressed in a rich and ornate cheongsam. Her appearance and temperament were simple and elegant, and the pairing of her and her clothes didn't seem contradictory, but rather complemented each other. Banksia hadn't expected that two completely opposite words, gorgeous and simple and elegant, could be applied to the same person, and she couldn't help but stare at him a few more times with curiosity. Boss Hua covered her quirky lips with her round fan. The girl had good taste, unlike the young man who only glanced at her briefly before looking away, almost making her think her charm had diminished, but business was business, and no matter how cute the girl was, she wouldn't lower her price. Boss Hua raised his chin toward the clerk behind him, and said, "Purchase price." He added, "No bargaining." Nanjing had long heard of Boss Hua's personality, and didn't feel slighted. He took the quotation and gently asked Banksia for her opinion. Finally, they settled on a tea order worth 1.5 million yuan. Banksia didn't know much about tea, so she simply selected the expensive tea worth 500,000 yuan, and the mid-range and low-range tea worth 1 million yuan. She kept the expensive tea for herself, and exchanged the mid-range and low-range tea for something less expensive. 1.5 million yuan worth of tea was nothing to Boss Hua, who owned several tea plantations, so the two parties quickly signed the contract. Boss Hua had to prepare all the goods by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and Nanjing would come in person to pick them up by 11 o'clock. Chapter 6. The next day. Banksia. Nanjing kissed Banksia's forehead. "I'm going to get some tea leaves. I'll be back in an hour at most. I leave my phone next to your pillow. Tell Tian to call me if you need anything." The fewer people who knew about the supplies, the better. So he rented a 9.6-meter van and drove the truck himself. Banksia watched Nanjing's back longingly as he left. Only after the door closed, and she could no longer see him, did she activate her supernatural powers to repair her body. Besides her poor health after waking up in her previous life, she also had other aftereffects, including slow walking and talking. But she had started using her supernatural powers to repair her body early in this life, so there shouldn't be any aftereffects, right? Banksia, the swallowing heaven tree soothed, "You definitely not have any aftereffects in the future." Banksia sighed softly and looked at her skinny arms. She was now 1.69 meters tall and weighed 56 kilograms that morning. Generally, vegetative patients gain weight with careful care. She was becoming increasingly thin because she suffered multiple organ failures while in a coma, and at her worst, she was just one step away from death. Although Nanjing had covered the mirrors at home with something, she still saw her own blurry reflection in the glass windows and car windows along the road. To say it was ugly was an understatement. It looked like a walking corpse. I wonder how Nanjing could kiss such an ugly face. Banksia. Nanjing's first thing upon returning from outside was to take off his dirty coat, then wash his hands and disinfect them, and finally, kiss Banksia on the face. He looked at Banksia with a puzzled look in his eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face?" Banksia shook her head innocently. She couldn't say she was looking at him, wondering if her eyes were broken. She reached out and grasped Nanjing's right hand, slowly calling him, "Nanjing." After 7 months of not speaking, her voice was hoarse and her words slurred, but Nanqing's eyes still welled with emotion. No one knew how panicked and devastated he was every time he received Banxia's critical illness notice, but he was Banxia's only support, and he couldn't fall, no matter what. He finally told himself that as long as Banxia lived, he would stay by her side. If Banxia ever died, he would go with her. Nanqing, Banxia forced a smile. It'd be fine. Nanqing held her close and nodded vigorously. It'd be fine. We get better and better. A lover's body warmth seemed like the best medicine in the world, healing all the wounds in their hearts. Each insulated box contains 50 lunch boxes, 10 in total. Don't worry, I counted them myself, and there's definitely no shortage. The restaurant manager's smile was as bright as the flowers swaying in the wind by the roadside. 500 lunch boxes was just a small business for their restaurant, but wouldn't the customers say they come back if they needed them? Since they might be repeat customers, it was always wise to be more welcoming. Nanqing opened the back door of the truck. Please put them inside, thank you. This was the last restaurant he visited, and after collecting the lunch boxes from this one, he was going to take Banxia out for dinner. Banxia, Nanqing said, buckling up. Are you tired of packing? Banxia had already quietly stored the tea leaves she brought back, and the lunch boxes she just picked up from the restaurant into her space. She shook her head. Packing was as easy as breathing for her. It took no effort at all. Banxia, the swallowing heaven tree in the space, stared eagerly at the insulated box in the blackfish space. Can I eat it? Yes, but only 10 servings a day. It wasn't that Banxia was stingy, but if the swallowing heaven tree was left alone, it would devour the entire box of food in one sitting. The swallowing heaven tree almost jumped for joy. It had seen countless people fight over a handful of food in the apocalypse, and knew how precious food was to humans. Banxia letting it eat 10 servings a day was far beyond its expectations. Its well-behaved appearance made Banxia feel a little guilty, but she didn't ask, telling the swallowing heaven tree to eat without worry. After the apocalypse, the land and water sources were polluted, and coupled with the extreme weather, ordinary plants had no chance of survival. Although the mutated plants were unaffected, and their fruits even grew several times larger, the ripening period was also prolonged, and the fruits were highly poisonous before they matured. Most importantly, the mutated plants would attack humans. If she allowed the sky-swallowing tree to develop extravagant habits now, she and Nanqing would suffer. Lunch was Cantonese cuisine. They heard the soups at this restaurant were excellent. Banxia could only eat soups and porridge, which was just right for her. Mom, look at her, she's so big, and she still needs to be fed. Shame on her. A child at the nearby table pointed at Banxia being fed by Nanqing, a look of pride on his face. Everyone nearby looked over, but when they saw the tightly wrapped Banxia and the wheelchair behind her, they turned their gazes back in understanding. It was obvious she was ill, so it wasn't surprising she needed to be fed. The child's mother apologized awkwardly to Nanqing and Banxia. Yes, I'm sorry. She covered the child's mouth as she spoke. Nanqing paused. Yeah. He didn't say it was okay. Words can kill, he'd known that all along. No one expected the child to suddenly break free of his mother's hand and run toward Banxia, shouting, Shame on you. Banxia glared at the child coldly. The child, seeing her unnaturally thin face and the graying hair beneath her cloak, shuddered with fear and dropped to the ground. Wow! A monster! Mom, there's a monster! He cried loudly, as he crawled on all fours toward his mother. Banxia was speechless. Hadn't the brat just been so arrogant? Besides, was she really that scary? Well, she probably was, because the child's mother couldn't help but take a few steps back at the sudden sight of her. Nanqing, unable to bear it any longer, stood up and coldly shouted to the crying child, Shut up. He then looked at the child's mother and said, My wife is just sick, not some man-eating demon. Please watch your child's mouth. Unable to finish his meal, he simply asked the waiter to pack up the rest. In the apocalypse, a handful of rice could save a life. Naughty children were annoying, but food was innocent. Banxia wasn't actually that angry. She heard worse in her past life. But she didn't want Nanqing to be upset, so she silently retrieved a boxed lunch from her space and looked at her with concern. Eat. Nanqing forced a smile, feeling a deep sense of regret. They were unlucky. The private room was fully booked when they ordered. He had deliberately chosen a corner against the wall, fearing people would point fingers at Banxia, but he hadn't expected an accident to happen. After Nanqing finished her meal, Banxia pointed at her hair and said, Shave it off. Nanqing looked at her gently and said, Don't listen to that naughty kid. You're not scary or ugly. In my eyes, no one can compare to you. Banxia thought that when Nanqing looked at her, his eyes probably had 10,000 beauty filters. It was just that her hair, from lack of nutrition, had turned mostly white and was sparse, dry and frizzy, like winter wheats. Nanjing had to be very careful when she braided her hair every morning to prevent the few hairs she had from completely falling out of her scalp. She had been thinking about shaving it off for 2 days. "Tomorrow," Nanjing said, seeing her insistence, reluctantly compromised. "We finish moving everything tomorrow. I shave it myself when we get home." Banksia tried to raise her stiff lips to him. Chapter 7. After dinner, Banksia and Nanjing stopped by the bookstore. They wanted to buy various maps and the legendary apocalyptic must-have books, Friends of Dual-Use Military and Civilian Talents, Militia Military Training Manual, Barefoot Doctor's Manual, Field Survival Manual, and Wiseman's Survival Manual. They also bought some basic books on planting, breeding, and crafts. They downloaded electronic versions in their spare time, but after the apocalypse, the magnetic field would occasionally cause electronic devices to malfunction, so they had to have some paper copies ready. "You mean city maps of every city in the country, urban traffic maps, contour maps, urban road network maps, topographic maps, hydrological maps, climate maps, industrial maps, 30 other maps, and Friends of Dual-Use Military and Civilian Talents, Militia Military Training Manual, and 50 other books, 10 copies of each?" The bookstore owner looked at Nanjing as if he were a fool. "Isn't that a complete idiot? Who in their right mind would buy so many maps and books, 10 copies at a time? Too much money to spend?" Nanjing ignored the boss's gaze and said calmly, "Well, I can give you 5,000 yuan as a deposit." The boss's expression instantly changed, forcing a smile. "Don't worry, I have everything ready by 6 p.m. He pulled out his phone and said, "Scan the code here." Nanjing scanned the code and handed the printed list to the boss. After buying the books, the two of them stopped by a nearby private chef and ordered 1,000,000 yuan worth of handmade hot pot soup base, sauce, and soup. In the bitter cold, enjoying a cup of hot pot and a meal of hot pot is truly a true pleasure. After booking, the two of them went straight back to the hotel. Nanjing had just opened the door when his phone rang. "Hello, Brother Biao." The caller was Nanjing's assistant, Han Biao. Although he had retired from the entertainment industry, his contract with Han Biao wasn't due to expire until the end of the year, so Han Biao was still working for him. Han Biao's honest voice echoed, "Hello, brother. I found the 2 warehouses you asked me to find in City S. The normal temperature warehouse is 10,000 square meters, and the cold storage is 5,000 square meters. The rent and loading and unloading fees for a month and a half total 400,000 yuan. Want to sign the contract now?" "Nanjing, sign now, and I transfer the money to you right away. Call me again after you sign the contract. I have something for you to do." After hanging up, he transferred the money to Han Biao, then opened his computer and sent a file titled Donation Details to his phone. He and Ban Xia had discussed the plan to use the donation as a pretext to purchase a batch of supplies in China and spend all the money on their bank card. Since the supplies were being used as a donation, it was definitely a complete charade. 2/3 of the supplies would actually be donated to those in need, and they would only take the remaining 1/3. 10 varieties of rice, including Wuchang rice, Panjin rice, Yuanyang rice, Ximiao rice, and Michuan rice, are available in 5 kilograms bags, with a total of 200,000 bags of each. 10 varieties of dried vermicelli noodles, including noodles, rice noodles, sweet potato vermicelli, yam vermicelli, and mung bean vermicelli, are available in 10 tons of each. 10 varieties of cured meats, including bacon, sausage, cured pork ribs, cured fish, cured chicken, and ham, are available in 10 tons of each. 30 varieties of condiments, including soy sauce, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, cooking wine, vinegar, broad bean paste, soybean paste, bay leaves, star anise, starch, and yeast, are available in quantities ranging from 5,000 boxes to 500 boxes. 10 varieties of instant food, including instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, hot and sour noodles, and mixed noodles, are available in 50,000 boxes of each flavor. 12 flavors of instant porridge, including 8 treasure porridge, seafood porridge, pork rib porridge, preserved egg and lean meat porridge, and whole grain porridge, 50,000 boxes each. 26 types of frozen products, including frozen dumplings, frozen steamed buns, hand-pulled pancakes, pies, fish balls, and beef balls, 50,000 boxes each. 20 types of snacks, including candy, biscuits, jelly, potato chips, and jerky, 10,000 boxes each. 12 types of dried fruits, including peanuts, melon seeds, walnuts, pistachios, and cashews, 5 tons each. 500 tons of fresh pork. 5 types of fresh meat, including chicken, duck, rabbit, cattle, and lamb, 50 tons each. 20 types of freshwater fish, including Christian carp, grass carp, carp, silver carp, black carp, sweetfish, snowfish, betta, croaker, and tilapia, 5 tons each. 100,000 boxes of 300 eggs per box, and 50,000 boxes of salted duck eggs. 100,000 boxes each of fresh milk and yogurt. Children's down jackets, down pants, padded jackets, cashmere sweaters, thermal underwear, wool socks, snow boots, etc., 5,000 pieces of each. After reading the list, Han Biao was stunned for a moment, then began mentally reviewing the merchants he had worked with. In their previous charitable endeavors, they had partnered with many merchants, allowing them to get the lowest purchase prices, sometimes even at cost. After reviewing the partners, Han Biao called Nanxing to confirm, "Brother, do you mean to store all the items in the warehouse and donate them after you return from abroad at the end of the month?" Nanxing explained gently, "Banksia and I are leaving the country the day after tomorrow, and will probably be back at the end of the month. When we return, we plan to follow the convoy delivering supplies to visit the welfare home. This time, Banksia and he would primarily donate to orphanages and welfare homes in impoverished mountainous areas. After the apocalypse, the first to suffer would be children and the elderly with weak immune systems. The extra items would serve as a blessing for Banksia." Han Biao suddenly understood. "Oh, okay. Don't worry, brother. I do my best to get the lowest price when I buy. Nanxing, thank you for your hard work this month. I give you a bonus after you're done, plus 2 months of vacation." Han Biao, shock. Knowing Nanxing, he knew the bonus was definitely in the millions, and 2 months of vacation meant he could go home and spend time with his family. "Han Biao, thank you, brother. I wish you and Banksia a long and happy marriage." Nanxing chuckled and immediately transferred 500,000 yuan, noting it as bonus. "Nanxing, the budget is 100 million. If you have any extra money, you can buy whatever you want. Also, keep it confidential as before. I don't want to be bothered by paparazzi." Han Biao has been his assistant since he graduated from college. It's been exactly 10 years now. It's no exaggeration to say he's watched him and Banksia grow up. Despite his tall and strong appearance, he's actually a simple, talkative, and honest man. In the winter, he even knits scarves and gloves for him and his agent. Nanxing put away her phone and looked at Banksia and Tuntianshu, who were sitting in front of her computer. "Banksia, Tian, how are the negotiations going with the shelf manufacturer?" "The shelves are used to store finished, cooked food, making it easier to find them." Before Banksia could even speak, Tuntianshu excitedly claimed credit. "It's done. 1,005-layer stainless steel shelves, 2 meters by 70 centimeters by 5 meters, each with a load capacity of 200 kilograms. Pick them up directly from the factory tomorrow at 3 p.m. Then it looked at Nanxing eagerly. "Nanxing, I want some barbecue." Banksia felt sorry for Nanxing, busy all by herself, so she pulled Tuntianshu, who was watching cartoons on his tablet in her space, out to work. She and Tuntianshu could communicate through her mind. When she contacted the shelf manufacturer, she mentally told Tuntianshu how to respond, and Tuntianshu acted as a translator, converting her voice into text. The reward for her work was a meal of her choice. Nanxing responded gently. The more she interacted with the heaven-swallowing tree, the more she felt it was a child who loved to eat and play, not a deadly alien plant. Banksia looked speechlessly at the heaven-swallowing tree, which was deliberately acting cute and pitiful. What on earth had it learned from cartoons? In just 2 days, it had mastered every trick, including acting cute, acting pitiful, and acting weak, and even mastered them to perfection. The heaven-swallowing tree avoided Banksia's gaze. It had simply watched a bizarre drama about a harem competing for favor. What had it done wrong? Chapter 8. The next day was spent picking up groceries, picking up meals, picking up groceries, picking up meals. After picking up the last boxed lunch, Nanxing drove Banksia home. This time, they returned to their wedding home, where they would live for the next few years before the apocalypse. The new villa was located halfway up Miao Miao Mountain in the western suburbs of City A, far from the hustle and bustle of the city. The entire villa complex consisted of only 88 houses, named after the name Get Rich. The surrounding amenities were extremely comprehensive, including high-end residential complexes, nursing homes, resorts, hospitals, veterinary clinics, large supermarkets, gardens, gyms, swimming pools, tennis courts, soccer fields, restaurants, vegetable greenhouses, and schools. Only the wealthy, or the rich could afford to live here. Nanqing's ability to purchase the house here was largely due to his status as a spokesperson for the developer. The new home was close to the mountains to the right, and to the left was the home of his close friend, Su Yao. Nanqing parked his car at the entrance to the villa and pushed his wheelchair through the gate. He introduced Banksia as he walked. The villa has a total area of 1,200 square meters. The black gate just now is made of pure copper and is explosion-proof, corrosion-resistant, and fireproof. The 5-meter-high reinforced concrete wall is topped with stainless steel razor wire, pulse-activated electronic fencing, and 360-degree surveillance. To the right of the yard is a red rose garden. The flowers were just planted this year, and will bloom in May or June next year. To the left of the yard is a pond with koi and lotus flowers. The basement level contains an underground parking lot, storage room, and a 28-square-meter cold storage. The first floor houses the living room, dining room, kitchen, utility room, pet room, Nani's room, and guest room. The second floor houses the master bedroom, children's room, study, dressing room, and collection room. The third floor houses the game room, home theater gym, and your favorite sunroom. There's a small helipad on the roof. The doors are all copper security doors, and the glass is one-way bulletproof. The entire villa's walls are made of reinforced concrete, and the exterior is coated with a thermal insulation coating. The entrance and bathroom are equipped with smart sensor lights. The temperature is low mid-mountain, so every room has underfloor heating. The living room has a fireplace. Banksia felt completely bewildered for a moment. Had Nanqing completed all of this during the 7 months she was in a coma? Nanqing patted her head. Of course not. The walls, at least 50 centimeters thick, were built by the developer. He explained carefully, those who live here are either wealthy or noble, and they value their safety very much. The developer spent a fortune on its construction. Of course, the house price isn't cheap. Banksia felt the current decor was almost adequate. They would definitely spend most of their nights resting in the space, so they just needed to add a few more details. Nanqing asked, should we have someone remove the roses in the garden? He always remembered Banksia's words about plants mutating. Banksia shook her head. She couldn't bear to just uproot the flowers Nanqing had so painstakingly planted. Besides, the heaven-swallowing tree had a natural sense of dominance over its kind. As its contractor, she naturally possessed the same ability. If she couldn't subdue the flowers and plants in the yard in the future, she would consider removing them. She squeezed Nanqing's hand, put things away. Han Biao knew about the things Nanqing had prepared for the wedding, so she hadn't put them away in the space for the past 2 days. She was afraid Han Biao would discover their disappearance during the move, which would be difficult to explain. Nanqing bent down and kissed her forehead, then lifted her onto his shoulders and sat her down. Okay, it's getting late. Let's finish cleaning up and take a shower and go to bed. Banksia hugged his head and said, shave your hair. Okay, I shave before I shower. The next day, after breakfast, Nanqing pushed Banksia around the villa. She pondered what needed improvement. Security windows, wire mesh, blackout curtains, soundproofing, a water tank, a solar generator, a high-temperature air conditioner, a heated Kong. None of that was available yet. The pulse electric fence was just a decoration after the power outage and needed to be replaced. Cement, paint, wiring, plumbing, and other renovation materials needed to be stocked up in case of a problem. Finally, spare doors and windows, spare bulletproof glass, spare appliances, spare furniture, and so on were needed. Since these items were almost no longer manufactured after the apocalypse, it felt unsettling not to have dozens of them. But there's no rush for that. They've already booked flights to Country M for tomorrow, and they need to buy weapons, medicine, food, clothing, energy, and other crucial survival supplies first. Nanqing shoved her phone in her pocket and leaned over to adjust Ban Xiao's slightly tilted hat. Su Yao sent us a message saying we go next door for lunch. Su Yao is 23 years old and a world-renowned singer. He and Nanqing are deeply involved in different fields, and logically speaking, they shouldn't be related at all. However, there are always unscrupulous marketing accounts and naive fans who compare the two to see who's more popular or more famous, even spreading rumors that they're secretly at odds. But in reality, the two, who both debuted as child stars, are close friends, a friendship that spans over a decade. They even bought houses next door to each other. Nanqing said after a moment, let's go pick up Jinzi and Inzi now. The move had been a mess these past 2 days, and Jinzi and Inzi were too large to carry around, so they had to be boarded at the veterinary hospital. If he didn't pick up Jinzi and Inzi soon, they would definitely be mad at him. As for Banksia, She was Jeansy and Eensy's darling. How could those furry friends be mad at her? Sure enough, as soon as Jeansy and Eensy were picked up, they first sought out Banksia for rubbing and snuggling. After Banksia patted their heads, they glared at Nanching fiercely, as if asking, "Shit, Scooper, do you kowtow first or admit your mistake first?" Nanching wasn't surprised by Jeansy and Eensy's attitude. After all, most furries are of the respect the elders, respect the younger, and give a good spanking nature. In the eyes of Jeansy and Eensy, Banksia is considered a young one who must be carefully protected. Perhaps he's in the middle, someone who can be beaten hard? Nanching patted the heads of the disgruntled cat and dog. "Let's go home and open a can of food." Jeansy's expression changed instantly, wagging his tail and nuzzling Nanching's legs. The aloof Eensy jumped into the car and looked at Nanching coldly. "Do you think I'm short of canned food?" Eensy is a cat with savings. He received a generous salary for a magazine shoot with Nanching. Banksia opened a separate account for this money and deposited it there. It's enough for him to eat canned food for several lifetimes. Nanching didn't get angry either. He carried Jeansy into the car and drove home. On the way, he asked Banksia, "Banksia, will animals grow larger after mutation?" Banksia remembered the military dog she'd seen at the base and nodded. "Dogs are bigger than tigers. Cats are bigger than dogs. So gold and silver might grow several times larger in the future?" Nanching nodded calmly. "Okay, we buy more cat and dog food then. Otherwise, we won't be able to feed the mutated gold and silver." Chapter 9. After Nanching brought the gold and silver home, she wheeled Banksia to the supermarket and bought a basket of the milk grapes Su Yao loved. It was the season for milk grapes to ripen, and their fragrance could be smelled even through the packaging. The two of them knocked on Su Yao's door, carrying the fruit. After opening the door, Su Yao first looked at Banksia, his eyes filled with sincerity and joy. "Banksia, congratulations on your discharge from the hospital. I hope you get well soon." Banksia forced a smile and said, "Thank you." Su Yao was slightly surprised. Banksia was already so well after just a few days of waking up. It seemed Nanching had finally found happiness after all the hardship. He tooted at Nanching again. "Since you're here, why bring fruit?" Though he said that, his hand quickly took the basket. Nanching knew his friend's temperament well, so she wheeled Banksia behind him into the yard. Many osmanthus trees were planted in the yard. October was the peak of their bloom, and the air was filled with their sweet fragrance. Osmanthus is Su Yao's girlfriend, Fang Yunyun's favorite flower. The two plan to get married at the end of next year. Fang Yunyun is 7 years Su Yao's senior, and his fans are extremely opposed to their relationship, believing that Fang Yunyun isn't good enough for him. But Fang Yunyun isn't bad at all. She's stunningly beautiful, cheerful, and a brilliant worker. In Nanching's eyes, the two are a match made in heaven. Over dinner, Su Yao couldn't help but quip to Nanching, "Did you know we now have a shared nickname?" Banksia and Nanching looked over in confusion. Su Yao said, "He's quitting the entertainment industry for love. He's in love." Banksia looked at Nanching in surprise. She suddenly remembered that when she woke up, she heard the nurses discussing his retirement trending on social media, but he hadn't told her about it in the past few days. Nanching lowered her head and explained, "I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just didn't think it was a big deal." Then she turned and glared at Su Yao. "What nonsense are you talking about in front of Banksia? Have you forgotten what made her sick before?" Su Yao coughed awkwardly. He was genuinely surprised that Nanching hadn't told Banksia about her retirement. He quickly changed the subject. Eat. After a while, he couldn't help but share some gossip. "Do you remember that little celebrity who used to try to scam you? What's his name? How's-he?" Nanching calmly peeled a shrimp and stuffed it into Banxia's mouth. "Li Zihao." Su Yao felt like he'd been treated to a mouthful of dog food. Who doesn't have a wife? He called his wife soon. After his sarcasm, he continued to share some gossip. "Call him Howsy or Zihao. After you announced your retirement, he's been buying press releases every day to promote himself. What a pure, innocent boy. Oh ugh. Who doesn't know he's the most extravagant person behind the scenes?" Su Yao looked down on Li Zihao for a moment, then gloated, "I heard he got caught in bed with someone's wife, and he's looking for PR help." He looked at Nanching. He likes to use others as scapegoats. Be careful when you and Banksia go out. Don't get photographed by paparazzi, or they make you a trending topic in no time. Although Nanching had retired from the entertainment industry, her influence remained. If she were photographed, she'd definitely be trending. She'd be the perfect person to take the blame. Nanching frowned in disgust. "Banksia and I are going abroad to recuperate tomorrow." He really didn't want to bother with all the gossip right now. The world was about to end, So who would bother with all that nonsense? Su Yao said enviously. Alas, I'd love to go abroad too, but I have work to finish. He's also preparing to retire from the entertainment industry, and is currently busy with his current work. Fang Yunyun is very career-oriented, so naturally he has to focus on the family. Otherwise, after getting married, they still be separated by vast distances. What's the point? Nanxing casually asked. Are you, Fang Jie, and Su Xiao free next New Year's Day? Su Yao pinched his chin and thought for a moment. Su Xiao and I are free, but as for Yunyun, I'm not sure if she's scheduled yet. What's going on? Nanxing's eyes were sincere. Ben Xia and I are planning to postpone our wedding until May 20th. We have a small wedding reception at home on New Year's Day, inviting only a few close friends. Su Yao first. He was startled. Hadn't Nanxing been looking forward to the wedding at the end of the year? Why was it suddenly postponed until next year? Then he thought of Banxia's health and suddenly understood. What girl wouldn't want to marry the one she loves in perfect condition? But he wasn't the type to make decisions on his own. I talked to Yunyun and asked her to clear her schedule as much as possible. It shouldn't be a problem. Nanxing said solemnly. Banxia and I really hope Sister Fang can attend. He couldn't risk Banxia exposing them by telling them exactly what was going to happen, so he could only find an excuse to get them together before the apocalypse. After returning home, Nanxing held Banxia in his arms. Banxia, thank you. Banxia nuzzled his chin with the top of her head. We are family. She had no intention of standing idly by while Nanxing's friends slept, and she wanted to reveal the apocalypse to Guijia without exposing herself. But she wasn't sure the information she received in her previous life was true. She would have to wait until November 20th to verify it. Otherwise, she'd have no evidence and just brazenly declare the world was coming. Whether others believed her or not was a given, she'd definitely be drinking free tea. Country M. Nanxing placed his packed meal on the table, walked through the gold and silver surrounding the bed, leaned over, kissed Banxia on the forehead, and smiled broadly. Done! Banxia saw the unconcealed fatigue in his eyes, and said with concern, Eat, rest. She and Nanxing had arrived in Country M yesterday afternoon. Nanxing, concerned for her, hadn't let her go with him, while he immediately went to buy weapons and supplies from friends. Nanxing carried her to a chair at the table, opened his lunchbox, and chatted. I've talked to Mike's dad. Mike was a poor, down-and-out actor he met while filming abroad. He was passionate about acting, and even for a minor role with only a few lines, he diligently wrote a biography and designed his own unique movements. Nanxing was deeply attracted to actors who took their work seriously. Furthermore, the younger Nanxing was reminded of his own childhood, when he had mentored him several times in his spare time. As their interactions grew, the two became close friends. After filming a movie, Mike invited Nanxing home for dinner. Nanxing then discovered that Mike wasn't some impoverished teenager, but the youngest son of an arms dealer, kicked out by his father for his lack of professionalism. Nanxing was waiting for his son to return home, tears streaming down his face. The older brother, confidently waiting for his son to return home in tears, admitted his faults. Instead, the younger son found a supporter on the set and immediately prospered, even landing a promising script. The older brother panicked, fearing his naive younger son had been deliberately set up to befriend him. He quickly ordered an investigation into the younger son's support. The investigation confirmed that there was no conspiracy, and that the older brother was simply trying to help the younger one. He then quickly instructed his son to invite Nanxing home. As the saying goes, if you can't beat them, join them. Since the youngest son refused to come home for his acting career, he might as well use his connections to pave the way for him. Thus, Nanxing met Mike's father. Ever since hearing about the apocalypse, he planned to contact Mike's father to buy firearms. With such a golden patron in front of him, when would he not embrace him? Chapter 10. Mike's father readily agreed to Nanxing's request to purchase weapons. It wasn't like he wasn't paying, so it didn't matter who he sold them to. As for what others were going to do with them, what did that have to do with him? The most important thing in their business was to keep your mouth shut. Otherwise, if someone bought something and you told them about it, who would dare to do business with you in the future? Nanxing simply handed over the list. 10 Taser X3 stun guns. 20 each of Glock 43X and Beretta 92F pistols. 30 each of Barrett M82A1 and M27IR automatic rifles. 20 M249 light machine guns. 20 EP45 submachine guns. Each gun came with 100,000 rounds of ammunition, 5 silencers, 5 bottles of maintenance oil, and 50 parts. 20 each of RPG-30 rocket launchers, and M79 grenade launchers, and 50 parts each. 5,000 pieces of armor-piercing rounds, shrapnel, incendiary rounds, tear gas, anti-personnel mines, and hand grenades. 50 flamethrowers, 10,000 cans of fuel. 50 sets of bulletproof helmets, bulletproof vests, ballistic shields, gas masks, stab-proof clothing, goggles, and infrared night vision goggles. Mike's father pondered for a moment. 200 million rabbit coins, pick up in a week. Nanqing didn't know whether it was expensive or cheap, so she paid without hesitation. Banksia nodded after hearing this. These were the items they had agreed on. She had used them at the official base in her previous life, so there was no need to worry about them sitting unused. Firearms were primarily used for combat between humans and low-level zombies. Bazookas, grenade launchers, and various ammunition were used. Flamethrowers were primarily used against waves of zombies, beasts, insects, and advanced mutant plants. However, once zombies and mutant plants and animals evolve to level 7, firearms will be largely useless. At that point, zombies and mutant animals will have significantly increased speed and defense, making them difficult to target and impossible to penetrate. Nanqing put his lunch box away in the trash can and said, "I'm planning to find an agent to sell my house, RV, sports car, commercial vehicle, and plane and country M." Banksia had no objection. These things wouldn't be of much use in the future, so it would be better to convert them into cash. Although the RV is fully functional, it's large and heavy, making it difficult to maneuver around the city. Furthermore, the post-apocalyptic road conditions are extremely poor, making many areas impassable. It's a bit of a waste. Sports cars and commercial vehicles aren't as durable as SUVs, making them less cost-effective. Not to mention airplanes. Are the mutant birds in the sky actually vegetarian? Nanqing thought for a moment and said, "I'm also planning to sell off the things I don't need back home." Banksia nodded slowly, as soon as possible, at a discount. Money will be useless in the future. In the early days of the apocalypse, although money depreciated, at least it could buy things. In the later days, even using it for warmth was considered too small. Nanqing found her rather cute and couldn't help but touch her scalp, which had grown a little black stubble. It was a little prickly. The next morning, Nanqing pushed the contract on the table towards the blonde woman across from him. "Ms. Lilith, this is my sincere offer. What do you think?" He and Banksia had been slow to stockpile goods, and some items were difficult for ordinary people to source in bulk. So, when they bought weapons yesterday, they had asked Mike's father for help. Miss Lilith was the middleman he introduced. It was said that with enough sincerity, Lilith could get anything, and she was a tight-lipped person who would never reveal the buyer's information to anyone. Lilith flipped open the contract and immediately saw the reward. 50 million rabbit coins, equivalent to approximately 6.91 million M coins. Her eyebrows raised, having not expected such a generous reward. But with such a generous reward came a high risk. Lilith, unfazed by the high reward, quickly turned to the next page. The next page, and the next 20 or so, contained a list of supplies prepared by Nanqing and Banksia, valued at a total of 500 million. The more she read, the more serious her expression grew. She circled the room 3 times before returning to her seat. Annoyed, she pulled a cigarette from her purse and tried to light it. Nanqing hurriedly intervened. "Sorry, my wife isn't feeling well and can't stand the smell of cigarettes. How about we go out for dessert first and discuss the details in an hour?" Lilith casually tossed her lighter and cigarettes on the table. "No, I've accepted the commission, but some of the items will take a month to prepare. Are you okay with that?" Nanqing frowned and thought for a moment. "Okay, but please ensure the quality." Lilith raised her red lips, her brows brimming with pride. "Don't worry, I, Lilith, wouldn't be so short-sighted as to destroy my own golden signboard. Also, half the deposit will be paid first." Nanqing knew the rules of these people, and handed over the check she had prepared in advance. Lilith looked at the number on the check and smiled with satisfaction. "Don't worry, boss, I get back to work now." With that, she hurried away in her 10-centimeter high heels. Banksia looked at the other person's tall back and long legs with envy. After humans evolve superpowers, their body shape will undergo some changes, becoming taller or shorter, fatter or thinner, and so on. She was unlucky in her previous life. After evolving with type powers, her height shrank by 10 centimeters, dropping to 1.6 meters, putting her in the category of cute girls. Nanqing asked with a resentful tone, "What's so good about her?" Banksia looked at him with sparkling eyes. "A queen, long legs." Nanqing lifted her onto his lap and leaned down to kiss her. "Am I not a queen? Don't I have long legs? Is my wife tired of looking at me?" After a while, Ban Xiao leaned breathlessly against his shoulder and whispered an apology. I won't look at anyone else anymore. Lilith distributed the list to her subordinates one by one. Ada is responsible for purchasing medicine and medical equipment, with a budget of 70 million. Eric San and C are responsible for purchasing food, with a budget of 200 million. Ah is responsible for purchasing pet supplies, with a budget of 30 million. Aliu is responsible for purchasing daily necessities, with a budget of 100 million. Aki is responsible for purchasing generators and fuel, with a budget of 20 million. Xiuba is responsible for purchasing cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, and salt, with a budget of 30 million. Xuzhou is responsible for purchasing seafood, with a budget of 50 million. I be responsible for finding a warehouse and overall coordination. Lilith glared at her subordinates fiercely. The boss is paying us generously. Everyone must ensure quality control, and absolutely not sell inferior goods as good ones. Otherwise, I smash anyone's head against my reputation. Ada through Xuzhou hurriedly said respectfully, Don't worry, boss. We will complete the task on time. After the subordinates left, Lilith looked at the list in her hand with a rare look of confusion. Is buying so much stuff the end of the world? Whatever. Even the end of the world can't stop me from making money. Lilith finally thought so. Off the other side, the two men, having finished their flirting, drove to the auto city. The store manager swallowed, his tone a little vague. You mean, you want to buy 10 Unimog SUVs? Nanxing nodded calmly. Yes, and I need to make some modifications. The body, glass, and tires will all be replaced with professional explosion-proof materials, and the powertrain will be replaced with a hybrid system. I need to ensure that the vehicle can operate normally in -70°C. The pure black exterior paint remains unchanged, and the interior will be replaced with the most comfortable materials. I also need to install all-around cameras and a dashcam, complete within a month. During the first extreme cold snap, the outdoor temperature was only -40°C. Starting in the third year of the apocalypse, the outdoor temperature will reach over -70°C, the store manager. The manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, 1 month is too tight. Nanxing, I can pay more. Store manager, okay. Nanxing, and I need 50 sets of repair tools and spare parts for the engine, clutch, shock absorbers, and so on. Banksy explained that after the extreme cold and heat, most concrete, asphalt, and blacktop roads were badly damaged. Add to that the damage from mutated plants and animals, and the roads are littered with potholes and debris. Cars are extremely vulnerable to damage in these extreme conditions, so repair tools and spare parts are absolutely essential. Store manager, okay, can we sign the contract here? As long as you pay enough, the customer is king. Chapter 11. After buying the off-road vehicle, Nanxing wheeled Banksia into a motorcycle shop. While motorcycles were noisy, they were very practical when roads were severely damaged. No one could outrun two wheels that guzzled oil, right? The manager greeted him with a smile as he entered. Everyone in the auto market knew that a wealthy man had arrived today, ready to buy 10 modified off-road vehicles with a wave of his hand. Nanxing didn't exchange pleasantries, simply handing over the purchase order. The manager couldn't help but laugh. This month's sales were full with just one order. 30 each of off-road motorcycles, snowmobiles, dune buggies, and jet skis, along with 50 sets of spare parts and repair tools. Our store doesn't have that much stock at the moment. I get you the full inventory within 3 days and offer delivery. Is that okay with you? Nanxing and Banksia had anticipated the store's lack of stock before arriving, and readily agreed. The manager hurriedly ushered the two into his office, and had his assistant serve hot coffee. While calculating the price, he said, I give you some gasoline, diesel, lubricants, cycling clothing, a helmet, cycling gloves, sunglasses, a saddle, and air pump. After signing the contract, the two ignored the eagerly awaiting car and sports car dealers and headed to an off-road bike shop, ordering 50 off-road bikes and 100 sets of repair parts. Nanxing leaned over and kissed Banksia on the cheek. Are you tired? If so, let's go rest for a while. Not really, Banksia shook her head. Let's go to the tire shop. If you were to ask which part of a car would break most easily after the apocalypse, tires would definitely be at the top of the list. Extreme weather, rocks, glass, iron shards, potholes, zombies, mutant plants and animals, and even man-made roadblocks, all contributed to tire failure. Additionally, to cope with complex weather conditions, specialized tires were needed. Solid puncture-resistant tires, snow tires, desert tires. In the end, the two of them settled on a total of 5 million worth of tires. After buying the tires, they immediately headed to the auto parts store. 1,000 barrels each of lubricating oil, transmission fluid, brake fluid, power steering fluid, and interior cleaner. 5,000 barrels each of antifreeze and windshield washer fluid, and an order of 50,000 bottles of car wash liquid. The bodily fluids of mutant animals and zombies are simply too difficult to clean out. They also bought some car wash towels, dusters, interior deodorizer, and shellac remover. Scraping land transportation off their to-do list, the two sat down to enjoy a meal. Nanjing found a rabbit restaurant. They all had real rabbit stomachs. An occasional steak, pasta, fries, and fried chicken was fine, but eating them every day would definitely make them sick. Banksia took the menu and ordered old duck soup, braised, lion's head, squirrel, mandarin fish. The dishes arrived quickly. The old duck soup had a clear and fragrant broth. The duck's skin was glutinous, and the meat was crispy. The braised lion's head was fatty but not greasy. The squirrel mandarin fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a sweet and sour taste. After the apocalypse, most people couldn't even get enough food, let alone eat well. Banksia, thanks to the space where she could grow white fish, hadn't starved, but the lack of salt and seasonings meant the food she cooked was very bland. Plus, after having been on a diet of porridge and soup for the past few days, she couldn't resist eating an extra half bowl of rice when she switched back to a normal diet. Nanjing gently wiped the corner of her mouth. How about we have this restaurant prepare some soup cuisine? He and Banksia had previously planned to find restaurants specializing in all 8 major cuisines, and have their chefs cook exclusively for them for half a month. That way, they wouldn't have to cook for at least the next few years, freeing up time for other things. Banksia nodded quickly. This chef's skills were authentic. It was the perfect fit. Nanjing approached the restaurant owner, under the pretext of hosting a buffet, to discuss his request. Coincidentally, the owner of this restaurant was also the chef. He hesitated after hearing this. It's just me and my 6 apprentices cooking in this restaurant. We can't handle a banquet for 500 people. Nanjing smiled gently. You and your apprentice will just be responsible for the cooking. I pay you a little extra for a few helpers to do the washing and pot cleaning. The boss agreed and asked, I just heard you say you like to find chefs from other cuisines to help with the cooking? Does that mean you have an acquaintance who can recommend you? The boss's words confirmed his thoughts. When I was learning to cook, I met a guy who specializes in Sichuan cuisine. He owns a restaurant across the street. If it's convenient for you, I could give him a call and have him prepare a dish for you to try. There's a famous theory called the 6 degrees of separation theory, which states that there are no more than 5 people between you and any stranger. Nanjing and Banksia met a master chef of Jiangsu cuisine over a meal. In just one afternoon, they met chefs from 7 other cuisines and successfully signed contracts with them. For the next 2 weeks, their restaurant will be dedicated to the 2 of them. Of course, Nanjing and Banksia also paid a lot of money. Because the cooking problem had been solved so quickly, the 2 were in high spirits. After returning home, they took the gold and silver and strolled around the town. Banksia stared blankly at the clear stream flowing along the edge of town. She wanted to steal some water into the space. The land in the whitefish space was now dry and cracked, desertified, making it impossible to grow crops. She wondered if the addition of water would improve the situation. She couldn't resist asking Nanjing to carry her to sit by the river. Then, when no one was around, she had the heaven-swallowing tree shrink to 2 centimeters and jump into the stream to collect water. Alas, after half an hour of collecting water, the ground in the space remained unchanged. It seemed that the inability to grow crops in the whitefish space wasn't just due to a lack of water. It was most likely due to a lack of energy. Nanjing patted her head and softly reassured them. The food we bought is enough to last us several lifetimes. It doesn't matter if we can't grow anything. Banksia buried her head in Nanjing's arms. Her mind told her that the supplies on hand were enough for her and Nanjing to live carefree for hundreds of years, without having to worry about food and clothing after the apocalypse. Yet, a burning desire still lingered inside, as if she could buy up the entire world. Nanjing pondered for a moment and asked, can we eat the mutated rice, wheat, corn, cabbage, radish, cucumber, and other vegetables? Banksia, perhaps knowing she couldn't fool him, now made no secret of her rebirth, which was why he dared to ask directly. Banksia sighed, it's reasonable, but I haven't seen these mutated plants at the base. Back then, the staple food of humans was mutated sweet potatoes. The mutated sweet potatoes were about the size of basketballs, with very thick fibers and a texture similar to chewing grass roots. Eating too much would cause heartburn and nausea. Aside from a few exceptionally powerful psychics, who could subsist primarily on mutant beasts. Ordinary psychics and ordinary people all suffered from varying degrees of stomach ailments. She was currently concerned about the damage to the white fish dimension. Would her and Tiantian's abilities also be affected in the future? Nanjing comforted her gently. Banksia, we're already ahead of everyone else. We won't have a bad time in the future. Don't worry. His voice was like a gentle summer breeze, dispelling the anxiety within her. Banksia held Nanjing's hand tightly. She was determined to live with Nanjing until old age. Chapter 12. A person can only survive 3 days without hydration, so water is a top priority. The next day, Nanjing and Banksia drove to the city's largest water plant to purchase water. 300,000 cases of 550 ml 24 bottle/case of small bottle mineral water, and 500,000 cases of 5L 6 bottle/case of large barrels of mineral water. In addition, they went to a plastics factory and bought 10,000 5-ton food-grade Oxford water tanks and accompanying water intake equipment. They planned to draw water from a lake of excellent quality once they had stockpiled all the other supplies. This amount of water would definitely be more than enough for the two of them, their cat, and their dog. The excess would be reserved for growing crops, vegetables, and fruit in the future. After purchasing the water and water tanks, the two of them headed to the largest outdoor gear store according to their schedule. A true salesperson would never directly disrespect a customer. So, even though Banksia and Nanjing were both wearing ordinary, affordable clothing, even bundled up tightly with hats and masks, the salesperson still greeted them with a friendly smile. Sir, madam, how can I help you? Nanjing pulled a list from Banksia's pocket and handed it to her. Do you have all these? The salesperson calmly took the list. Inflatable boat, kayak, life jacket, wetsuit, mask, diving shoes, diving cylinder. Cassette stove gas canister, alcohol stove, solid alcohol, portable cutlery, multi-purpose water bottle, cold weather tent, moisture-proof mat. Magnesium rod, tactical flashlight, survival signal stick, power cord, radio, walkie-talkie, outdoor watch. Stormlight, whistle, compass, north needle, binoculars, portable oxygen cylinder, portable oxygen concentrator. Quick-drying towels, quick-drying underwear, thermal blankets, multi-purpose raincoats, rain boots, gas masks. Water purification tablets, disposable heating packs, disposable self-heating lunch boxes, ice crystal boxes, outdoor toilets. There were hundreds of items scattered about, and the salesperson was dazzled. She mentally reviewed the store's products for a moment, then smiled and said, Sir, we have everything you're looking for. Nanjing pulled another list from Banksia's pocket. Then prepare according to this quantity. 50 assault boats and kayaks each, 100 sets of diving equipment, 10,000 diving cylinders. Our budget is 5 million. The salesperson invited the two to sit aside, and personally poured 2 cups of coffee. Sir, because there are so many items, I need to check that the store has them all in stock. Please wait a moment, ma'am. Nanjing nodded. The salesperson rushed to the cash register like a gust of wind. Her voice could be heard from afar. Little A, little B, little C, come help me. About half an hour later, the salesperson came running over, sweating profusely. Sir, your list is only for 4.83 million. Can I recommend something not on your list? She hadn't forgotten that the man and woman in front of her had said their budget was 5 million. Nanjing nodded. Okay. Nanjing paid 500,000 as a deposit, agreeing to pay the rest after the delivery tomorrow. Because it was getting late, Nanjing hurriedly drove with Banksia to pick up the prepared food from the restaurant they had eaten at yesterday. After visiting 8 restaurants in a row, they sat down to eat. As she removed fish bones from Banksia, Nanjing said with concern, Banksia, can you wait for me at home tomorrow? Banksia knew Nanjing was worried about her health, but she still shook her head. I'm not tired. I want to be with you. Nanjing's departing figure in her previous life had become a constant nightmare for her. Before, her health had been failing, but now, she was getting better day by day, even speaking fluently, with no hangover from her past life. She never wanted to be separated from him again. Nanjing was actually reluctant to part with Banksia. Whenever he went out alone, he couldn't help but worry about her. Let's take a day off tomorrow. I'd be waiting for someone to deliver it to my house. For smaller items like motorcycles, off-road bicycles, and outdoor gear, leave the address at home, and the goods will be delivered one by one in the next 2 days. For larger items like water tanks, tires, and automotive lubricants, leave the address at the warehouse rented by Lilith, and these goods will be delivered in about a week. Banksia thought about their stockpiling progress. They only had hardware, renovation materials, clothes, firefighting equipment, seeds, farm tools, and baby animals left to buy. There was still plenty of time. She suggested, "Let's go shopping for clothes this afternoon. We're buying a lot, so we definitely need to get some in from out of town." After lunch, the two of them rested in the car for an hour and a half before heading to the city's largest outdoor clothing store. They chose this store because they are a partner of the U.S. Antarctic and Arctic expedition teams. They manufacture extreme cold coveralls, snow boots with inner lining, and sleeping bags, absolutely life-saving tools in extreme cold. The coveralls are windproof, warm, waterproof, breathable, anti-static, washable, and antibacterial, and can withstand temperatures as low as -70 degrees Celsius. Inland snow boots are lightweight, waterproof, non-slip, scratch-resistant, and wear-resistant, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -60 degrees Celsius. Extremely cold sleeping bags are lightweight and compact, capable of withstanding temperatures as cold as -45 degrees Celsius. Nanjing handed the store manager the shopping list. Like the other merchants before her, the manager, with a look of excitement, repeatedly confirmed the order before inviting the two to take a break. People's body shapes will change after the apocalypse, so clothes and shoes shouldn't be purchased solely based on current sizes. Sizes should be adjusted up or down to avoid wearing them too small. This is especially true for shoes. If they're too small, they won't fit. The store manager approached after about an hour, his face anxious. "Excuse me, ma'am. We only have 110 extreme cold coveralls in all our warehouses nationwide, which isn't enough for the 200 on your list. Just look." He glanced at Nanjing and Banksia, hesitant, fearing the big order would be lost. Nanjing took over the conversation. "Then I want them all. Inland snow boots, polar sleeping bags, extreme cold down jackets and pants, polar expedition jackets, and thermal underwear. Do you have enough in stock?" The manager nodded hurriedly. "Don't worry, we have enough of everything else. Let me confirm. 110 sets of extreme cold coveralls, 100 polar sleeping bags, inland snow boots, thermal underwear, men's clothing sizes M to 3XL, shoes sizes 41 to 45, women's clothing sizes S to 2XL, shoe sizes 35 to 39, 10 of each size. 0 sets, am I right?" After Nanjing said it was no problem, the manager's smile was so intense that his wrinkles were visible. He beamed, "Because your purchase is so large, we've decided to give you additional gifts: hiking poles, backpacks, thermos bottles, ski suits, ski helmets, ski goggles, ski gloves, skis, wool scarves, and wool socks, 100 sets each for men and women." Nanjing and Banksia were surprised by this unexpected surprise. They immediately paid a 10 million yuan deposit and agreed to pay the remaining balance in a week. After buying their clothes for the extreme cold, they headed to a clothing wholesale market dozens of kilometers away to order clothing for other weather conditions. Parks, down jackets, cotton coats, wool sweaters, thermal underwear, wool hats, and earmuffs. Sweatshirts, tracksuits, short-sleeved shirts, tank tops, underwear, pajamas, sun protective clothing, sun hats, and sun protective gloves. Jeans, overalls, sweatpants, shorts, scarves, socks, leggings, and more. Hiking boots, athletic shoes, tactical boots, marten boots, cotton shoes, trekking shoes, casual shoes, sandals, slippers, and more. We have 1,000 pairs of each size for men and women, and we have all stock ready and delivered to our warehouse within a week. Chapter 13. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, Banksia awoke from a drowsy sleep. She reached out to touch Nanjing beside her, but found nothing. Startled, she shuddered. "Nanjing! Nanjing! Nanjing! Nanjing!" in the bathroom, shouted, "Don't be afraid, I be right out." Banksia let out a soft breath and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Over 10 days had passed since her rebirth, yet she still felt a nagging sense of unease, afraid that everything was just a dream and that Nanjing would be gone when she woke up. A minute later, Nanjing emerged from the bathroom, her hair half wet and a towel draped over her. Banksia reached out to hug him, half aggrieved, half confused, asking, "Didn't you shower last night?" Nanjing chuckled softly, but instead of explaining, he leaned down to kiss her. Banksia quickly covered her mouth. "I didn't brush my teeth." "I did, I don't mind." Nanjing pulled Banksia's hand away and kissed her pale lips until her pale face flushed slightly. Then, in a half-hoarse voice, she begged, "Honey, can you shower with me one more time?" Banksia quickly buried her head in the crook of his neck and hummed softly. She thought she already knew why Nanjing showered so early in the morning. Nanjing carried her towards the bathroom, his tone almost sighing. Honey, do you know that every night after you fall asleep you rub against me? He was at that age of youthful vigor, and with the person he loved so close to him, separated only by a thin layer of pajamas, it was only natural for him to feel certain impulses. An hour later, Nanjing returned to the bedroom carrying Banksia, who was too embarrassed to raise her head. He couldn't help but laugh. I didn't really do anything to you. He wasn't a beast, eager to bully his beloved even though he knew she hadn't recovered yet. Banksia quickly covered his mouth with her hand, afraid he'd repeat those embarrassing words from the bathroom. She and Nanjing had loved each other for 2 lifetimes, and had lived together since adulthood. Naturally, it wasn't just a simple hand-holding. What was supposed to happen had already happened. Nanjing kissed her palm. Let me help you change. Since they agreed to take a day off yesterday, after breakfast, the two of them, who had been constantly busy getting their food, had a rare opportunity to think and do nothing. They just cuddled quietly, and admired the distant scenery. The warm sunlight shone through the glass, making them drowsy. Banksia yawned and tilted her head to talk to Nanjing, only to see him angling his phone for a photo. She quickly covered her face. What was there to photograph in this state? Nanjing completely embraced her from behind, leaning down to kiss her forehead. Banksia, can we take a photo together? Don't worry, we won't take a photo of our faces. Banksia pulled the hood of her pajama cape over her head, turned around, and buried her head in his chest. Take a photo of the back of my head. Nanjing almost laughed out loud. How could his wife be so adorable? After taking the photo of the back of her head, he asked Banksia to take out her engagement ring and put it on, then took a close-up of his hand and hers, both wearing the rings. Banksia looked at him with confusion. Is this what people on the internet said again? Besides, she couldn't think of any reason for his unusual behavior. Nanjing's smile faltered slightly. He carefully discerned Banksia's emotions, making sure she truly didn't mind before he mumbled, well, I did, but don't worry, it's not a big deal. Banksia uttered a disinterested "oh," gently removing the ring and slipping it into the jewelry box, then shoving it back into the storage compartment. The ring was designed by Nanjing herself, with their initials engraved on the inside. Unfortunately, her fingers had become much thinner after her illness, so she had to keep it. Nanjing hesitated for a moment before explaining, remember that Li Zihao Su Yao mentioned earlier? The paparazzi got the news about him hooking up with a rich man, and now they're using me as a scapegoat. What he didn't say was that Li Zihao had somehow found the video of them having a fight with a mischievous child at dinner, and used it to generate buzz. Many uninformed people commented on the video, viciously mocking Banksia's appearance, and confidently speculating that he would break up with her. How hilarious! Not to mention his nearly 20-year childhood sweetheart relationship with Banksia, he hadn't considered parting with her even when she'd been unconscious in the hospital bed for 7 months. Now that she finally woken up, how could he possibly break up with her? Besides, he never thought Banksia looked ugly. She would always be perfect in his eyes. Those online things were a thing of a lifetime for Banksia, but she knew Nanjing was deeply concerned about people talking about her, so she didn't ask what he was doing. Instead, she let Jinzi and Inzi lie down beside her, and she lay sideways on Nanjing's lap, combing their fur. Nanjing glanced tenderly at the harmoniously coexisting people, cats, and dogs, then clicked on the Weibo icon, which she hadn't opened in months. Her phone suddenly went offline, overwhelmed by the flood of messages. A few minutes later, he restarted his phone and opened his blog account, only to find it was frozen again. After freezing 3 times in a row, he gave up and stared at his phone with a look of frustration. Was it time to change his phone? Or were the messages just too overwhelming? Nanjing was about to throw his phone aside when Su Yao video called him. Hey, you're sunbathing with your wife. So chic. He then looked at Banksia, whose back was only half in the frame. How's Banksia recovering? Nanjing's lips curled up at the mention of Banksia's name. She'd be able to walk after another month or 2 of rest. In fact, more than that, Banksia could now barely walk a few steps, supported by his arm. Su Yao burst into laughter. Congratulations. By the way, was your phone frozen by a blog private message just now? I advise you to just give up. The news of your online presence went viral in just a few minutes, and now the blog backend has crashed. Nanjing helplessly held his forehead. He hadn't expected such a commotion. Su Yao gloated, brother, you're truly a top star. Even after retiring, you're still causing such a stir. I think a lot of people in the industry are going to be gnashing their teeth and stabbing you behind your back tonight. Nanjing had an unfortunate childhood, but since entering the entertainment industry at the age of 5, his life has been like a lucky charm. Every drama he's in has been a hit, winning awards, and he's become an international sensation in just a few short years. Before he turned 22, he already has several Oscars and countless trophies. There's even an unwritten rule in the industry. Whenever Nanxing's drama is released, other dramas automatically avoid the spotlight to avoid losing everything. After Nanxing announced his retirement at the beginning of the month, countless fans wept bitterly, but those within the industry were eager to applaud. Even when Ban Xiao was cyberbullied, these people were instrumental in their support. Who made Nanxing shine so brightly, overshadowing everyone else? Nanxing didn't bother to think about those nasty people. Are you here to laugh at me? Su Yao laughed until tears welled up in his eyes. After a moment, he put away his smile and said, "What are you going to post? Do you want me to help?" Nanxing thought for a second. "Okay, I send you the photo." After hanging up the video, he sent Su Yao a photo of himself and Banksia from the back of their heads, fingers intertwined, and asked him to briefly clarify that there was no way he and Banksia would break up. Su Yao couldn't help but sigh when he received the photo. The tenderness in Nanxing's eyes, as she looked at Banksia, was enough to send goosebumps to even a grown man like him. If two people like that were to break up, he would shave his head, renounce all love, and become a monk. He patiently waited for the back end of his Weibo account to be restored, then logged into his own account and posted the two photos he had received. Caption: "Break up? There's no way we're breaking up." As for the bloody comments, he didn't bother to read them. He dropped his phone and continued working. Chapter 14. After dinner, the two of them went through the list to check for any omissions. Banksia suddenly had an idea. "We need to prepare some stainless steel buckets to freeze the water during extreme cold and use for cooling during extreme heat." During the first round of extreme heat, daytime temperatures generally hovered around 50 degrees Celsius, fluctuating by no more than 5 degrees Celsius, and nighttime lows reached 40 degrees Celsius. By the second and third rounds of extreme heat, the maximum temperature would reach 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. By then, even high-temperature air conditioning wouldn't be enough, and we have to rely on ice to keep cool. Nanxing added the stainless steel buckets to the supplies list and opened the calculator on her phone. The extreme heat lasts for 9 months. To avoid any accidents, let's calculate it based on a year. 1 bucket of ice per hour, at least 24 buckets a day, which means we need at least 8,760 buckets. Let's just buy 10,000 stainless steel buckets. Banksia thought for a moment and said, "Get the large ones that can hold 265 liters of water. Buy 12,000 of them, and use the extra for hot water. Oh, we forgot to buy heat-resistant protective shoes. During extreme heat, the ground temperature is 10 to 20 degrees higher than the air temperature. Ordinary shoe soles can easily be burned, so heat-resistant protective shoes are essential." Nanxing added the heat-resistant shoes to the list. 200 pairs of each size for men and women. Is that enough? Banksia nodded, then silently calculated the money she had spent recently. After finishing, she couldn't help but sigh. Do we have enough money? She didn't feel anything when she was spending money, but the calculations were a shock. Including the 500 million yuan order from Lilith, they have spent nearly 1 billion rabbit coins these days. Nanxing glanced at the plan. Don't worry, our estimated spending in Country M is 1.1 billion rabbit coins, and we're on track. After compiling their list, the two began calling to order food. Since they were in Country M, they definitely needed to buy some local delicacies. Cakes, desserts, steak, pasta, Boston lobster, pizza, hot dogs, sandwiches, bread. After lunch, the mountain bikes and outdoor gear arrived at their home. There was a large garage on the villa's basement floor, and Nanxing had them unload directly there. After the driver left, Banksia waved and stored the items into her black fish space. The next day, the two drove into the city again to stock up, this time targeting hardware stores and window and door factories. Hand saws, electric saws, chainsaws, drills, screws, nail guns, locks, electric wire, barbed wire, electrical grids, light bulbs, sockets, faucets, pipes, valves, nails, and so on. They stocked up on at least 10 copies of everything the store had, including 50 chainsaws and 50 chainsaws each. During extreme heat, flowers, plants, and trees can easily spontaneously combust and cause fires. They needed to cut down all the trees near the villa, otherwise the villa would be affected if a fire broke out. After purchasing the hardware, the two went to the door and window factory to order spare stainless steel security doors, security windows, screens, bulletproof glass, and other items, 50 units of each, with delivery agreed to be within a month. Every day that followed was busy. Prefabricated houses, decoration materials, building materials, firefighting equipment, grain seeds, flower seeds, medicinal herb seeds, fruit tree seedlings, nutrient solution, nutrient soil, compound fertilizer, agricultural machinery, and farm tools. Animal cubs, fish and shrimp seedlings, seafood seedlings, fertilized eggs, bees feed, forage, seawater. Due to a lack of time, the animal cubs, fish and shrimp seedlings, seafood seedlings, fertilized eggs, and bees were also packed and crammed into the blackfish space, intending to slowly raise them when it became empty. The two of them were like squirrels heading for the winter, diligently stocking up every day in preparation for the coming harsh winter. Banksia once again envied the densely packed containers and ocean-going ships near the docks. If she and Tian were still at level 6, Tian could be 6 kilometers away from her and simply start a free shopping trip, instead of having to painstakingly go out every day to stock up. Unfortunately, Tian could only be 10 meters away from her. Any further would automatically teleport back to her. The sky-swallowing tree couldn't help but sigh. Alas! Banksia, can't we really just store everything in our space at night, when no one is around? Banksia patiently explained, no, this isn't the end of the world. Satellites in the sky can monitor every move on the ground in real time. Even if we manage to get away once, we won't be able to do it every time. People's boundaries are easily breached. If she succeeds in a free shopping trip once, she'd definitely be tempted to do it again. How would she explain her constant presence at the scene of missing items? What if they didn't even need to explain themselves, but simply captured her and tortured or sliced her up? In her previous life at the base, she used countless cutting-edge technologies that were unheard of today, knowing full well that one person could never withstand the might of an entire nation. She was merely reborn through luck, not invulnerable. How could she dare risk her life? Nanxing patted her head with a heartfelt sigh of relief. We're already lucky enough. He and Ban Xia had already prepared enough for a comfortable life without leaving their homes for hundreds of years. There was no need to risk things they wouldn't use up. While waiting at the red light, Banksia leaned over and kissed Nanxing's cheek. He was like a harbor with a lighthouse. As long as he was there, her little boat would never get lost. This was their 18th day in Country M. Most of the things Lilith had bought for them had already been stored in her space. Flour, noodles, beans, vegetables, fresh meat, fruit, fresh milk, fruit juice, vegetable juice, eggs, and so on. Canned food, dried fruit, dried meat, instant food, snacks, compressed biscuits, and so on. Diesel generators, solar generators, inverters, outdoor power banks, smokeless charcoal, biomass pellets, firewood, fireplaces, and so on. Cat food, dog food, freeze-dried snacks, pet fish oil, pet shampoo, internal and external insect repellent, hair removal cream, skin disease spray, vaccines, cat litter, and so on. Toilet paper, sanitary napkins, tampons, sleep pants, small umbrellas, disposable underwear, and so on. Soap, body soap, toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo, hand soap, laundry detergent, dishwashing liquid, hot water bottles, garbage bags, disposable tableware, pots and pans, and so on. Quilts of various materials, including cotton down, goose down, and silk. 4-piece sets of various materials, including cotton, silk, eye silk, milk velvet, and coral fleece. Electric blankets, wool blankets, mink blankets, wool blankets, eye silk mats, and so on. No matter what supplies they had, they were enough for the two of them to live on for 500 years, with 1 part discarded and 10 parts lost. Speaking of which, when she first learned that hiring Lilith would cost 50 million, her heart ached to the point of bleeding. That's 50 million. How much can you buy with that? But after receiving the first batch of goods, she had to admit that hiring Lilith was worth the money. The first batch she and Nanxing received was seafood. When they went to the warehouse to pick it up, the fish, shrimp, and crabs were still alive and kicking, and the price was 3/10 lower than they had originally estimated. In other words, for the same money, Lilith bought more, and of better quality. Banksia couldn't help but drool when she thought of the baskets of Boston lobsters, shrimp, king crabs, blue crabs, salmon, tuna, cod, abalone, sea bass, halibut, Santa Barbara sea urchins, oysters, clams, and more in Blackfish's space. Chapter 15. Boss Madam. Here's today's arrival details. Take your time counting. I'm leaving. Lilith handed the list to Nanxing and walked away neatly. Banksia couldn't help but sigh as she gazed at her fiery figure. Lilith was a gold medal middleman after all. Her unfazed style, never asking questions or taking a second look, truly instilled trust and a fondness in her. But no matter how fond one might be, Necessary precautions must be taken. She and Nanjing each held a camera detector and carefully checked the warehouse 3 times before beginning to count the goods with the list. The first list included cigarettes, alcohol, salt, and sugar. Cigarettes, alcohol, and sugar were luxuries in the apocalypse, while salt was a necessity. Even at high prices, these 4 items attracted a constant stream of buyers. 10 varieties of cigarettes: Marlboro, cigars, Lucky Strike, Kent, 555, Alishan, Paramount, Hilton, Camel, and Show by Yen, 500 cartons each. 2,000 bottles each of white wine, red wine, whiskey, and brandy, and 1,000 boxes of beer. 10 tons of salt, 100 jean bags each, including sea salt, well salt, iodized and non-iodized. 20 tons each of white and brown sugar, 1,000 boxes of honey, and 100 boxes of maple syrup as a gift. After checking everything, Banksia instructed the swallowing sky tree to help store the items in the blackfish space. As she received the maple syrup, she suddenly remembered something interesting. Nanjing, did you know? Sugar maple trees are one of the species favored by the quarantine pest, the African gypsy moth. Therefore, our country doesn't allow the import or planting of sugar maple trees. Nanjing paused. Are any of the fruit tree seedlings we bought previously prohibited from import? Banksia was also stunned. I don't think so. We only bought ordinary fruit trees. She carefully recalled the fruit tree seedlings in the blackfish space: apple trees, citrus trees, peach trees, plum trees, cherry trees, pomegranate trees, walnut trees, bayberry trees, lychee trees, longan trees, loquat trees, mulberry trees, pear trees, apricot trees, jujube trees. There were also some trees she couldn't remember at all. When they bought the fruit tree seedlings at the nursery, they each bought 10, regardless of whether they knew them or not. There are at least dozens or even hundreds of common fruits. How could she remember so many? She and Nanjing exchanged a glance, and finally, with a desperate look, they said, "Let's not take out the trees we don't recognize. Besides, no one will care about them then." Nanjing couldn't help but feel a pang of pain at this. He really hoped the apocalypse was just Banksia's dream. After packing up their things, the two of them locked the warehouse door and took a taxi to the airport. Their next stockpile destination was oil-rich Country W. They agreed to pick up the medicines they were still purchasing and the SUV they were still rebuilding in 2 weeks. Gasoline in Country W was even cheaper than water back home. They had all the gasoline, diesel, aviation kerosene, power kerosene, fuel kerosene, and canned natural gas available. They spent their entire budget of 50 million before returning home. They didn't return home, but went directly to City S. The various supplies Han Biao had procured were already neatly stacked in the warehouse. Nanjing transferred another 500,000 yuan in bonus money to Han Biao. The more money Han Biao had, the more supplies he could buy in the future. Banxia shut down all the warehouse surveillance cameras and, after carefully checking 3 times to see if there were any hidden cameras, began to unnoticeably collect the supplies from the shelves. They didn't take the children's clothing, but they took 1/5 of everything else. That's right, not the 1/3 they originally planned. The vast amount of supplies stored in the space gave her a great sense of security. In her previous life, she and Nanjing had lived in the S-City base for 5 years, enjoying some protection there. This was a way of repaying that debt. Due to time constraints, the two of them only followed the convoy to 5 orphanages before boarding a plane to Country T to stock up. Banksia couldn't help but recall her and Nanjing's life in the orphanage. They were lucky. The orphanage was located in a big city, so they didn't lack food or clothing. Occasionally, kind people would send them toys and books. Besides parental love and the constant bullying they endured from older children, they had everything they needed. Nanjing was only 2 years her senior, but perhaps because he picked her up personally, he felt a sense of responsibility for her. At 2 years old, he'd been using her little arms and legs to make her milk powder, change her diapers, and coax her to sleep. When she was a little older, he taught her how to talk, walk, and behave. The first character she learned was Banksia, and the second was Xing, Nanjing. Nanjing didn't buy herself anything with the first money she earned from filming. Instead, she spent it all on her baby formula, dolls, mini dresses, and shoes. Even when she was 15 and thought she was dying of her first period, it was Nanjing, blushing, who gave her advice on menstruation and taught her how to use sanitary napkins. It's no exaggeration to say that Nanjing's presence was everywhere in her life before she turned 20. Without her, she wouldn't be who she is today. She suddenly remembered a question she never asked herself. Nanjing, when did you fall in love with me? Was it when I was 15 or 16 and starting to grow up? She had been in poor health since childhood. When other girls her age, 12 or 13, began to grow and develop curves, she still looked like an elementary school student. It wasn't until she got her period at 15 that, as if on hormones, she grew over 20 centimeters taller in just 2 years, becoming a young girl. Nanxing was stunned, her ears slightly reddened. Earlier than this, Ben Xiao's eyes widened. She remembered clearly that when she was 15, she was 1.42 meters tall during her high school entrance exam physical. Her homeroom teacher, fearing she had dwarfism, personally took her to the hospital for an exam. How could it be earlier than this? Nanxing coughed softly. When he was 13 or 14 and his body was beginning to develop, the person in his dreams was always the grown-up Ben Xiao. Although he knew it was just normal physiological changes, he couldn't help but suspect he was a pervert, having inappropriate feelings for the sister he had raised. He blamed himself so much that he didn't dare call her or go back to the orphanage to see her. It wasn't until Ben Xiao's voice, hoarse, called his agent that he suddenly understood his feelings, judging by the girl's restrained tone. He was a man who planned before he acted. After realizing his feelings, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he determined to slowly but surely prepare the girl for the future, making him the first person she'd think of if she was interested in the opposite sex. Perhaps his strategy worked, but as the girl grew older, she began to harbor feelings for him. What followed was a natural progression. They didn't explicitly express their feelings of liking or loving, but they tacitly reminded each other to bring clothes and umbrellas when the weather changed, silently accompanied each other when the other was down, and shared every little thing they had. And then, once the girl came of age, he openly enclosed her in his domain, asserting his sovereignty. Su Yao had often teased him, saying that at such a young age, he was acting like an old house on fire, a bit too impatient. But how could Su Yao know how many years he had been preparing for that day? Nanxing finally said, "I definitely liked you before you liked me, but I find it wonderful to watch you grow up, and I'm happy to do it." Ben Xiao buried her head in the crook of his neck. After the heat in her eyes faded, she whispered her secret to him. "Do you think I only started liking you when I was 15 or 16? Actually, that's not the case." Chapter 16. Banksia leaned sideways and rested her head on Nanxing's shoulder, her gaze fixed on his profile. Nanxing's features weren't the delicate, fragile beauty so popular these days, but rather a handsome, angular beauty. He had thick, upturned eyebrows, dark eyes like stars in a cold night, a high-nosed bridge, and gently pursed lips. When he wasn't smiling, he held a faint aloofness, but when he smiled, he was like a gentle spring breeze. As a child, she had no concept of beauty or ugliness. To her, Nanxing was the most reassuring presence she could see whenever she looked up. How could she have ever considered his appearance? The first time she noticed Nanxing's good looks was when she was in the first grade of junior high. She still remembered it was a very ordinary afternoon. A boy stopped the prettiest girl in the class and shyly handed her a love letter. The girl, smiling brightly, said she loved Nanxing and wanted to marry her when she grew up. She was completely stunned. She had always believed that she and Nanxing would be together forever, never considering the possibility of someone else being by her side. From that day on, she began secretly observing the adults around her and discovered that the vast majority, from teachers at school to the staff at the orphanage and even the owners of street vendors, were in stable relationships. She even asked her teacher if everyone had to get married when they grew up. Although the teacher told her that life had many possibilities, and marriage was just one of them, she couldn't help but worry that Nanxing would grow up and end up with someone else, leaving her behind. Finally, she came up with a perfect plan: marry Nanxing when she grew up, so they would never be apart. Since this idea came to her, it was as if her inner girl had awakened. She began to notice that Nanxing was handsome, a good student, gentle, and patient. A girl who's falling in love for the first time looks at the boy she likes and genuinely thinks he's perfect in every way. But at the same time, she couldn't help but feel a surge of inferiority. She wasn't as tall as the other girls, her personality wasn't as lively as the other girls. The more she liked him, the more cautious she became, keeping her secrets to herself and not daring to tell anyone. How did she discover that Nanxing also liked her? People in China lack physical education for children. Junior high biology teachers even skipped the chapter on physiology. She was timid and shy, with no friends her own age. During her first period, the pain was so severe she couldn't even walk. Naturally, she thought of the cancer-stricken heroines on TV and thought she, too, was dying of cancer. She cried and called Nanxing to say goodbye, asking him not to forget her when he grew up. Nanxing, sweating profusely, drove back after an hour only to discover she was just having her period. Blushing, He explained the situation to her and took her to the supermarket to buy menstrual products, asking the waitress how to use them. Paparazzi photographed him while he was shopping and posted the photos online, causing an uproar. Nanjing clarified at the press conference that he was only buying things for his sister, but when asked by a reporter if he was buying something for someone he liked, he didn't deny it. She understood the meaning of his every move, and while she couldn't believe Nanjing liked her, she couldn't help but feel hopeful. She cautiously probed, but Nanjing didn't refuse, instead moving closer. Thus, they exchanged pleasantries, each confirming their feelings in the ambiguity, tacitly considering each other their future life partners. After hearing this, Nanjing couldn't help but kiss Banksia's cheek. They'd been in love for so long, how wonderful. Country T is a tropical country, with temperatures never dropping below 18 degrees Celsius year-round. Banksia and Nanjing changed into lighter clothes as soon as they landed on the plane. Their main purpose for this trip to Country T was to purchase medicine, rice, and local delicacies. Before leaving, the two of them rented a 15-meter van from a car rental company. Luckily, Nanjing had an A2 driver's license, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to drive. Country T prohibits the sale of counterfeit medicines. Anyone caught selling counterfeit goods faces the death penalty. So, the two simply placed their order with a well-known large-scale pharmacy chain. 5 centipede cough pills, pain relief ointment, herbal cream, tiger pain relief patch, mosquito repellent, tiger cooling oil, snake brand talcum powder. They placed a total order worth 5 million yuan. After all, one can never have too much medicine. After buying the medicine, the two of them went to a farm and ordered 5 million yuan worth of jasmine rice. Next came fresh and dried fruit, durian, mango, guava, banana, mangosteen, pomelo, coconut, longan, pineapple, jackfruit, rambutan. After ordering the fruit, they headed to the shopping mall. Clothes, latex mattresses, latex pillows, birds' nests, royal honey, various seasonings, snacks, local delicacies, cosmetics, skincare. The main purchases were local delicacies, sunscreen, and after-sun repair products. No matter where I go, I always stock up on local delicacies. Who knows if I ever get to eat them again? Sunscreen is a must-have during extremely hot weather. It doesn't matter if it prevents tanning, as long as it prevents sunburn. Cosmetics and skincare are traded. Production of these items hasn't resumed since the apocalypse, and good quality can be exchanged for a lot of crystal cores. The two spent a week in Country T before heading to Country R. The main reason for their trip to Country R was to buy various electronic products. R's electronics are cheap and durable, perfectly suited to the apocalypse, where production is uncertain. The two of them went straight to an electronics store and placed their orders. Computers, cell phones, tablets, game consoles, projectors, SLR cameras, handheld cameras, drones, electric skillets, induction cookers, kettles, blenders, juicers, ice makers, mini solar cookers, noodle makers, breakfast machines, dehumidifiers, dryers, sterilizers, refrigerators, freezers, air purifiers, water purifiers, high-temperature air conditioners, fans, washing machines, and garbage disposals. Ordinary power banks, solar power banks, data cables, charging heads, electric toothbrushes, hair dryers, razors, and hairdressing tools. 100 of each. They stocked up on 2,000 50,000 mAh ordinary power banks, and 500 100,000 mAh solar power banks. After their purchases, they took a taxi to the agricultural company to buy rice. Kasha Hikari, Yumbiren, Love at First Sight, Akita Kamichi, Nasu no Hikari, Yinji, Huijin Kasha Hikari, Hamadori Kasha Hikari, Sato Kasha Hikari. 20 tons each, a small amount for an agricultural company, so delivery was agreed to be within 3 days. Some medicines from Country are also very good. Anti-itch medicine for insect bites, Wubi Drops Anti-itch Liquid, White Rabbit Pain Reliever, Kobayashi Fever Patch, Kobayashi and Milu, Liquid Band-Aid, Roto Eye Drops, Huanghantang Intestinal Cleansing and Constipation Pills, Teisho Oral Ulcer Patch, Rukakusen, Salonba Pain Relief Patch, Steam Eye Mask, Moxibustion Patch. A total of 5 million medications were ordered, with Huanghantang Intestinal Cleansing and Constipation Pills and Teisho Oral Ulcer Patch being the most popular. After the apocalypse, with a shortage of fresh vegetables and fruits, almost everyone suffers from constipation, hemorrhoids, and oral ulcers. These would definitely be very popular if they were traded. Besides that, Banksia dragged Nanjing along to buy a lot of baby products. Country R has extremely strict requirements for baby products, And many celebrities, children use products from the country. They didn't plan to have children during the apocalypse, but even if it ended, childbirth wouldn't resume immediately. It was better to be prepared. After all, they wouldn't spoil in the blackfish space. Wax milk powder, glyco milk powder, diapers, bottles, pacifiers, bottle sterilizers, milk warmers, clothes, shoes, socks, toys, strollers, high chairs, children's clothing, children's shoes. After stocking up on baby products, they found a large supermarket to continue ordering daily necessities, also in preparation for future transactions. Thermos bottles, thermoses, and thermoses. Toilet paper, wet toilet paper, alcohol disinfectant wipes, sanitary napkins, tampons, menstrual cups, small umbrellas, heat packs, steam eye masks, and adult diapers. Deodorant sprays and air fresheners. Feminine menstrual products didn't resume production after the apocalypse, so most women had to make their own. Coupled with a water shortage, many people developed gynecological problems. Therefore, sanitary napkins, tampons, and menstrual cups have always been scarce, especially reusable menstrual cups. During extremely hot weather, one can be exchanged for 200 kilograms of exotic beast meat or 5 second-level crystal cores. Adult diapers are essential in extreme cold weather, with one piece worth half a kilogram of rice or one first-level crystal core. Only those who have tried menstruating in the wilderness at temperatures dozens of degrees below zero know what it's like. Speaking of diapers, Banksia feels sorry for Nanxing. He changed her baby diapers when she was young, and then she changed her to adult diapers when she was sick as an adult. She hopes to age slower than Nanxing so she can personally care for him in his later years, rather than being cared for forever by him. Chapter 17. It's said that instant noodles taste different in different regions of country are. The two placed another order for 5 million worth of instant noodles. Nissan, Akiron, Sapporo Ichiban, Ippudo, Tori. Every brand and flavor was available. When we have time, we can slowly try out which brands and flavors are best. We also ordered some snacks. White Lover cookies, matcha chocolate-filled cat tongue biscuits, Three Brothers potato chips, Meiji chocolate, Lutao cake, Kamita kakatani marshmallows, milk pudding. Seasonings, mirin, Kanto soy sauce, curry, sushi vinegar, 3-cup vinegar, bibimbap sauce, white miso, sashimi soy sauce, wasabi mata. Alcohol was a must. Sai, Hakatsuru, Kikaken, Kakumasamune, Ozeki, Neon Sho, Matsutake Bai, Osaka, Kakunoka, Yumanoaku. Every brand was included, ranging from thousands to 500 bottles. The most important thing was the local cuisine. Kaiseki cuisine, soba, udon, somen, sushi, sashimi, ishikari hot pot, bento. Pickled vegetables, pastries, rice balls, ramen, tempura, grilled eel, croquettes, pork cutlets, shrimp cakes. Crab cream croquettes, fried oysters, tonkatsu rice, pufferfish, takoyaki, Japanese fried rice, omuris, Japanese stone pot rice. Each store ordered 500 portions, resulting in a significant number of finished products. After buying food, the two held hands as they strolled around the city. Figures, dolls, anime DVDs. Banksia wanted to buy 10 of each. When Country R is gone, these will be out of print. The two also spent a week in Country R before flying directly to Country M. After arriving in Country M, they first had the car dealership manager deliver all 10 SUVs to the warehouse. After the people left, they carefully checked the security cameras again before Banksia began to pack up. First, the bulky SUV was stored, followed by the medications and medical equipment. Fever reducers, anti-inflammatories, painkillers, chilblain cream, burn cream, antibiotics, blood pressure medication, antidepressants, sleeping pills, stomach remedies, antidiarrheals, allergy medication, birth control pills, alcohol, iodine, mercurochrome, Huxiangjingqi water, vitamins, glucose, floral water, insect repellent, plasters, and so on. Anesthetics, bandages, gauze, band-aids, medical tape, thermometers, masks, protective clothing, disposable 4 syringes, cotton swabs, tweezers, sutures, scalpels, blood pressure monitors, blood glucose meters, oxygen concentrators, and so on. Banksia once again marveled at Miss Lilith's ability. If she and Nanxing had gone about buying these things on their own, not only would they not have been able to acquire such a complete range, they might even have been caught and taken to the police station for a day trip. After collecting the items, Nanxing readily transferred the remaining commission to Lilith, who replied that she looked forward to working with him again. Cooperation was out of the question. Who knew if they would ever meet again? The villa, plane, sports car, and other items in the countryside had already been sold, leaving the two of them to stay in a hotel. After washing up that evening, Nanjing turned on his computer and began calculating his remaining assets. Recently, the villas, planes, sports cars, and RVs in China had sold for a total of 110 million yuan, and the villas, planes, sports cars, and RVs in the countryside of Country M had sold for 70 million yuan. Adding this to the 1.21 billion yuan already in their account, they had a total of 1.39 billion yuan. China had spent 110 million yuan, Country M had spent 1.1 billion yuan, Country W had spent 50 million, Country T had spent 30 million, and Country R had spent 50 million yuan. So they now had 50 million yuan left. Banksia and Nanjing couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. They hadn't expected to have so much money left after buying everything on their list. They took the list and carefully counted it again, but couldn't remember anything else they hadn't bought. Finally, Banksia suggested going to the bank to exchange 30 million gold. Gold is a vital material for electronics, modern communications, aerospace, and many other industries. It might not be needed in the early stages of the apocalypse, but it would be absolutely essential for future technological development. Besides, if the apocalypse ever ended, they would need money to survive. As for the remaining 20 million, after returning home, they planned to openly stockpile supplies to streamline their household inventory. The next day, Banksia and Nanjing drove to Country M's largest waterfall. The water there was clear and sediment-free, making it perfect for domestic use. With the sky-swallowing tree as their laborer, Banksia didn't need to do anything herself. She could just throw it into the water. After filling the water tower and stainless steel buckets, the sky-swallowing tree continued to pour water into the white fish dimension. Unfortunately, no matter how much water it poured, the soil in the white fish dimension continued to dry out and turn into sand. But there was one thing to be happy about. It caught quite a few fish while fetching water. Banksia was speechless. She hadn't expected her first free purchase to involve collecting water and fish from the lake. Who would believe this? Since it was free, Banksia asked it to continue collecting fish. But after just 2 days, the fish stopped coming to shore. Time quickly arrived on November 20th. Banksia woke before dawn. She nuzzled Nanjing's chest, quietly lifted the quilt, got out of bed, and walked to the window, gazing at the nearby waterfall with an uncertain expression. According to staff at the previous base, on November 20th, a massive meteorite fell into the lake below the waterfall. 10 days later, a mutant fish with 4 legs and densely packed eyes emerged from the lake. It bit several tourists and fled, but within 15 minutes, the bitten tourists transformed into zombies and attacked the surrounding crowds. Upon hearing the news, Country M quickly dispatched soldiers to capture the zombies alive and detained all tourists under various pretexts, forcing a blockade against the news of the zombies. A few days later, they aggressively purchased supplies from the surrounding guijia. The other guijias were no fools, however. Initially, they believed Country M was preparing for war, but upon realizing the situation was amiss, they followed suit and stockpiled supplies. However, they ran out of time, and many people died when the apocalypse finally arrived. Banksia suggested coming here to fetch water, wanting to verify the accuracy of the news for herself. If a meteorite had indeed fallen here today, she would remain here for the next 10 days, waiting for the mutant fish to come ashore and transmitting the video of it biting people back to the relevant authorities. As for what happened after that, she could do nothing. Some say man can conquer nature, but Banksia's past life experience taught her that facing nature is like an ant trying to fight a Category 10 hurricane, so insignificant it can't even fight back. Wife, Nanjing hugged her from behind. What are you worried about? He had sensed something was amiss with her yesterday, but she hadn't attempted to explain, so he didn't ask. But now, the chill emanating from Banksia felt like a physical reality. Banksia stared at him blankly, unable to articulate her fears. Logically, they had made all the necessary preparations, and even if the apocalypse had arrived sooner, she and Nanjing wouldn't be in such a state of distress. Yet, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Finally, she thought, this was probably the normal human emotion when faced with something beyond human control. Chapter 18. After breakfast, Banksia hesitated for a moment before packing up Nanjing, Jinzi, and Inzi and stuffing them directly into the space. She could clearly sense every movement within the space. No place could make her feel more at ease than this. In the bayou space, 2 custom-made stainless steel prefabricated houses, each with a 3-bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and 1 living room, were placed side by side. One was for Jinzi and Inzi, and the other for her and Nanjing. It wasn't that she was extravagant, but rather that the mutated animals had the intelligence of a 10-year-old. If she and Nanqing did anything inappropriate, and were seen by Furry, she would be so embarrassed she'd want to crawl into the ground. Jinzi and Inzi had been spending a lot of time in the space these days, wagging their tails as they entered their rooms. Nanqing couldn't help but look at Banksia with worry. Wasn't it said that the apocalypse wouldn't arrive until New Year's Day next year? Banksia pursed her lips and pulled him into the living room. The decor was simple yet warm, something she and Nanqing had meticulously renovated. This time, she didn't hide it from Nanqing and told him directly what she had learned from her past life. Nanqing nervously grasped Banksia's hand. You're saying the meteorite carries unknown radiation that could cause mutations in humans or animals. Wouldn't it be dangerous for you to stay out there? Banksia shook her head. I have superpowers. I've completely healed my body in the past 2 months. I won't be affected. To be more precise, her body, nourished by superpowers, had already undergone a preliminary evolution. Otherwise, how could she, a vegetative patient for 7 months, become so full of life in just over a month? In the future, scientists will refer to humans, animals, and plants with superpowers as evolvers. After human evolution, the most fundamental improvement is a significant improvement in physical fitness, greater strength, sharper senses, improved memory, enhanced resilience, and so on. Secondly, the human body automatically adjusts to its optimal state during its first mutation. Her previous life was characterized by poor health, and her height shrank by 10 centimeters after gaining her powers. Finally, the upper limit of human lifespan has been greatly increased, though scientists haven't yet determined the exact extent. The only consensus is that it's increased by at least 50 years. Seeing Nanqing's bewildered face, Banksia scooped him up in a princess hug and paraded him around the living room. Then, somewhat proudly, she boasted, I might even be stronger than you now. Nanqing carefully examined her, and seeing that there wasn't a trace of reluctance on her face, and that her arms and legs were in good condition, he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Banksia's hands in amazement, completely baffled as to how these tiny hands, so thin they would break with a gentle squeeze, could hold a man weighing over 140 pounds. Banksia clenched her right fingers. This is the power of psychics. Some scientists say the apocalypse isn't just a disaster, it's also a process of survival of the fittest. She agreed with this notion. Otherwise, why wouldn't humans evolve psychics until the 3rd year of the apocalypse? Nanqing pondered for a moment. Banksia, can you teach me how to use firearms when you have time? The future will definitely be dominated by psychics, but Banksia never mentioned his powers, so he most likely doesn't have any. The gap in physical fitness won't be bridged quickly. He's taking a different approach, working with tools. Perhaps he earn a place among psychics and help Banksia weather some of the storms. Banksia nodded without hesitation. Only when Nanqing is strong can she truly feel at ease. Let's start tomorrow night. I'd be out waiting for the meteorite. The meteorite hadn't arrived until bedtime, and Banksia began to doubt the authenticity of the news. Just as she was about to slip into the dimension, the night suddenly brightened as bright as day, followed by a massive sonic boom. Banksia looked out the window in horror at the massive fireball streaking across the sky. The meteorite has arrived. The news of the meteorite crashing into the waterfall quickly spread around the world, with countless people marveling at the meteorite's enormity in the comments section of the video. But no one could have imagined the enormous existential crisis this meteorite would pose for humanity. It was just a small appetizer, with a real feast still to come. For the next 10 days, Banksia didn't let Nanqing, Jinzi, or Inzi leave the dimension. Their bodies hadn't been transformed by the post-apocalyptic black fog, and close contact with the meteorite might cause some adverse changes. She couldn't afford to take the risk. Although Nanqing was a little worried, he finally nodded silently. But he wasn't idle in the dimension either. First, he reclassified the supplies, and made a detailed inventory for easy access. Then, taking advantage of the abundant water supply, they cleaned and packed the clothes, shoes, socks, and 4-piece blankets they'd be wearing for the next few years. Finally, they sharpened all the cold weapons they bought domestically. On the last day of November, Nanqing silently helped Banksia zip up her down jacket. His mind told him that Banksia had slain countless high-level zombies in the apocalypse, and that he didn't even need to come into contact with them today. He could just film a video from a distance, and there was nothing to worry about. But his emotions couldn't stop worrying. Banksia was in poor health. Banksia was timid. Banksia tiptoed and kissed Nanqing on the mouth. Don't worry, I'm very strong. Nanqing took a deep breath, lowered his head, and exchanged a deep kiss with her. Be safe. I'll be waiting for you. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun was shining brightly, and countless tourists were snapping photos by the lake, their phones raised, their faces beaming with joy. At 3:17, a snakehead fish about a meter long, with 6 legs and 8 eyes, suddenly leaped from the water and dragged a man taking photos into the water. Before anyone could react, the fish crawled back onto the shore, biting 4 men and 2 women before leaping back into the lake and escaping. Monster! Help! Someone save me! The joyful atmosphere was shattered, and chaos quickly descended on the shore. Banksia, expressionless, filmed the mutant fish biting people with a handheld camera, even capturing several close-ups. Then she focused the camera on the injured person. 1 minute, nothing happened. 5 minutes, their eyes glazed over, their eyes turning white. 10 minutes, their skin shriveled and festered. 15 minutes later, the nails suddenly grew black and long. The fully formed zombies mindlessly pounced on their loved ones, their long nails easily ripping open their bellies, ripping out their entrails, and stuffing them into their mouths. Banksia frowned unconsciously. Perhaps it was because she had lived too comfortably for the past 2 months, but she was actually feeling a little unwell. To quickly regain her apocalyptic state, she frowned and continued filming the zombies eating. Bang! When the first gunshot rang out, Banksia put away her camera and blended into the crowd, then ran into the nearby underground parking lot and drove away. Perhaps her reflexes were quick, as no one checked her car along the way. She even found time to smuggle Nanxing, Jinzi, and Inzi out of the dimension. Only after the plane took off did Banksia finally feel relieved. Country M wouldn't let the plane return, would it? If Country M really did that, she might be tempted to become a hijacker and take the captain hostage. Nanxing squeezed her hand tightly. Just now. He hesitated, afraid to reveal his secret. Banksia winked slyly. She had just given quite a few close-ups of the mutant fish and zombies. The higher-ups would surely shudder when they saw the video. Nanxing breathed a sigh of relief. He and Banksia had received so much help from Guijia and society. If he could repay a little, he wouldn't feel guilty when they enjoyed the good life in the future. Furthermore, a stable environment would ensure peace for him and Banksia. Banksia went to the bathroom and transferred a copy of the video to her phone. Then Nanxing took her phone and Bluetooth headphones to the bathroom. The entire video wasn't long, just over half an hour. When Nanxing first saw the video, he couldn't help but vomit. But to avoid making any mistakes during the interrogation, he suppressed his nausea and watched the video repeatedly, ensuring he remembered every scene clearly. The consequence of this, however, was that the person in the back seat gave him several suspicious glances, their eyes clearly reading, "I didn't expect someone this young to have kidney problems." Chapter 19. Banksia and Nanxing were stopped by 2 plainclothes officers, a man and a woman, as soon as they got off the plane. Nanxing calmly shook hands with the men and said, "Hello. I prefer you only deal with me on this matter. My wife is timid." This was something he and Banksia had agreed on. After all, Banksia had returned from the apocalypse, and if the person questioning her was too aggressive, she would undoubtedly reveal murderous intent. Murderous intent is ethereal, but anyone who has seen blood on hands can instantly detect it, making it difficult for them to explain. Li Kongyuan glanced at Banksia, who half lowered her head, seemingly casually, and said sternly, "Don't worry, this is what we promised you." While Nanxing and Banksia were still on the plane, they had already thoroughly researched their experiences from childhood to adulthood. They simply wanted to find Nanxing, an eyewitness, to recount the specific circumstances. Since they weren't some ruthless villain, they naturally wouldn't make things difficult for them. Furthermore, he and his partner, Zhou exchanged a subtle glance. Even in her thick down jacket, the girl was noticeably frail. They were afraid of any problems arising from questioning such a delicate girl. Zhou smiled warmly. "Your name is Banksia, right? Are you feeling unwell after such a long flight?" Banksia, true to her character, played the frail, sickly, timid, and shy girl, her eyelids drooping as she shook her head slightly. Zhou didn't mind. The girl's profile indicated she suffered from severe depression and anxiety, so being able to respond was a blessing. By the way, Nanxing tucked Banksia's hand into his pocket. "We've also checked our pet back home. Can we go pick it up first?" Li Kongyuan and Zhou naturally agreed. Security Bureau. Banksia absent-mindedly stroked Inzi's fur. Nanxing had been taken away for almost 2 hours, so why hadn't she returned yet? While on the plane, she and Nanxing had sent the video of the zombie bike to the head of the community police station, assuming it would take at least 2 or 3 days before they could meet with someone from above. Who knew, within 2 hours, someone claiming to be from the Security Bureau contacted Nanxing, wanting to learn more about the situation. They had worked hard to get the information back home, hoping to attract the attention of the relevant authorities, and they had immediately agreed to meet. As a result, they were stopped by the security bureau the moment they got off the plane. Zhou approached with a thermos. With a warm smile, she said, "Banksia, are you hungry? Here's some rice and chicken soup I just packed from the cafeteria. Would you like some to fill you up?" Seeing Banksia's bewildered expression, she added, "Lunchtime's here. Aren't you hungry?" Banksia then realized it was already lunchtime and slowly took the thermos. "Thank you." Zhou couldn't help but touch her head. It felt just as good as she imagined. Nanjing has been taken away by the higher-ups. Don't worry, he'd be fine. Nanjing had indeed been taken away by the higher-ups. To be honest, he had never imagined he would one day be confronted by so many powerful figures he only seen in the news. But even in front of them, he acted with his usual brilliance, not revealing a single flaw. Li Kongyuan personally escorted Nanjing and Banksia home. Before they left the car, Li Kongyuan said, "Since you signed a confidentiality agreement, please strictly adhere to the confidentiality regulations. Rest assured, Guijia won't abandon the people." He paused suddenly. "Besides, some things are better in moderation." He looked at Nanjing and Banksia meaningfully. It was very likely that the higher-ups would control supplies and build a survival base to preserve humanity. As the first to report this, the two would naturally reap significant benefits. But if they spent their vast resources hoarding supplies, they would appear greedy and incur the ire of the higher-ups, ultimately losing more than they gained. Nanjing smiled faintly at this. "Don't worry, I know my limits." Having been away from home for nearly 2 months, the house was covered in dust. Banksia and Nanjing exchanged a glance and decided to rest in their space. But when they finally lay down in bed, they both found it difficult to sleep. Banksia had overslept on the plane, while Nanjing's mind was filled with thoughts of broken limbs and internal organs as soon as he closed his eyes. It was unclear who started it first, but by the time they realized what was happening, their hands were already inside each other's clothes. Finally, they took another shower before finally settling down. 66 Gene. Nanjing looked at the number on the scale with delight. He expected Banksia to lose at least 2 Gene after a long day's journey, but surprisingly, her weight remained the same. Banksia was also somewhat pleased. Although her body had recovered well, her inability to gain weight was truly a source of worry. Her hands and feet were cold, and she got bruises from bumps. Sitting on an uncushioned stool was painful, and her period was irregular. Most importantly, she didn't want to be a cute girl anymore. But then she suddenly remembered that when Nanjing liked her, she was still a short, plump girl. He wouldn't like cute girls, would he? She immediately put her arms around Nanjing's neck. "Do you want me to grow taller or shorter?" Nanjing was a bit puzzled, but he answered seriously, "I like you, as long as you are." He wasn't lying. His taste in beauty was evolving along with Banksia's. Banksia kissed him cheerfully on the cheek. "I want to be taller. Perhaps what's unattainable is best." She had always envied tall, lively, and generous girls, and her taste in her peers was more for the glamorous, queenly type. Nanjing was a bit worried. "Then you have to eat hard and gain weight." Banksia nodded earnestly. "I eat well." After breakfast, the two first called the housekeeping company to schedule a part-time cleaning job, then took their ID to the bank to schedule a large withdrawal and gold bar exchange. They planned to withdraw 1 million in cash and exchange it for 30 million in gold. The cash was for the early days of the apocalypse, when Guijia still had control over the people. Although prices had risen significantly, money could still buy supplies. Although they had plenty of supplies, they weren't trying to stand out. If others went shopping, they naturally followed suit. As the saying goes, if you want to hide a grain of sand, throw it into the desert. And when order completely collapsed, she wouldn't need to hide low anymore. She could kill anyone who came to cause trouble without a care in the world. The two of them then went to the wholesale market and pretended to stock up rice, flour, grains, oil, meat, milk, eggs, vegetables, chicken, duck, fish, and goose. Each item was prepared to last 2 years. Then came daily necessities, clothes, shoes, socks, instant food, medicine, outdoor life-saving gear. The two of them, like busy little ants, moved things home bit by bit. During this time, Li Kongyuan called Nanjing and subtly praised them for their tact. After Nanjing finished the call, he and Banksia exchanged a glance and smiled helplessly. Fortunately, they had already guessed that the higher-ups would continue to monitor them for a while. Otherwise, if they had known the zombies were coming and remained completely unprepared, it would have only led to some people's suspicions. Chapter 20. It is reported that the lowest temperature at the poles has reached -86 degrees Celsius, and the world may be experiencing a significant drop in temperature. Experts and relevant departments advise people to stockpile long-lasting food, clean drinking water, warm clothing, and fuel as soon as possible. Recently, a highly contagious virus similar to rabies has emerged in several countries, including Country M and Country A. There is currently no effective treatment for infection. Friends overseas are advised to return home as soon as possible. Relevant departments will increase subsidies for basic survival supplies such as rice, flour, grain, and oil. Citizens can purchase these supplies with their ID cards and enjoy related benefits. Relevant departments will crack down on hoarding and the rampant price increases. It is reported that relevant departments are recalling a large number of soldiers who have retired within 5 years. Rabbit country has always been very fast. Within a week, news about Guizhou encouraging domestic rabbits to stock up and returning from overseas could be seen almost daily on television. Although they didn't know how Guizhou predicted the significant drop in temperature, it didn't stop Banksia and Nanxing from feeling a bit relieved. They immediately called Su Yao, Kai Yuan, and Han Biao to their home for dinner. Su Yao and the other two hadn't been busy lately, so they soon arrived bearing gifts. After dinner, Nanxing deliberately started the conversation. "Did you see the news?" Su Yao replied, "I find it a little strange. This winter is clearly much warmer than previous years, yet Guizhou is still so enthusiastic about stockpiling. Isn't that a war? This winter hasn't even snowed, and the temperature is even 3 to 5 degrees higher than the previous 2 years. Kai Yuan frowned. "Didn't the news say they were recalling retired soldiers?" "Your guess might be right." Han Biao rubbed the back of his head innocently and smiled. "I don't really think too much about it. I just do whatever the news says. Our whole family is buying things for the house right now, especially Mom and Dad. They're just dying to fill the house with stuff." Nanxing looked at the three of them meaningfully. "You know, Ban Xia and I just got back from Country M a few days ago. We were actually planning to rest for a few more months." Su Yao was stunned, then realized, "It's not a war, it's a virus?" Nanxing lowered his eyelids. "Ben Xia and I signed a confidentiality agreement. I can't go into details. The confidentiality agreement was signed when we left the security bureau." He handed the three of them the movie discs he had prepared in advance. "I think this movie is great. You must watch it carefully when you get back. Don't forget it." He emphasized the words carefully, and don't forget. Su Yao and the other two looked at the zombies on the CD cover, their eyes gradually filled with fear. They weren't fools, so they naturally understood Nanxing's unspoken intentions. Su Yao patted Nanxing's shoulder firmly. "Good brother. I call Yun Yun and Su Xiao right away and tell them to come home." Kai Yuan and Han Biao also looked at Nanxing excitedly. "Brother, thank you so much." Nanxing warned, "The higher-ups are catching people hoarding large quantities of goods. You must be careful when making preparations." Su Yao and the other two nodded vigorously and assured, "Don't worry. And we swear not to tell anyone about this." Nanxing risked leaking the information to remind them that they certainly couldn't be ungrateful. Watching the three men leave, Banksia comforted the worried Nanxing. "They have money and connections. They will definitely be prepared in advance." She was willing to let Nanxing almost explicitly reveal the truth to the three because they truly deserved it. Su Yao and Nanxing were close friends, their bond no less than that of brothers. Kai Yuan had been Nanxing's agent since she was 18. They had risen from obscurity to prominence, never clashing over personal interests, and remained a forever best partner. Han Biao had worked alongside Nanxing since graduation, and it had been a full 10 years now. Even when offered exorbitant sums, he never betrayed her, remaining devoted to her assistant. The three men's past lives had not ended well. Su Yao's girlfriend, Fan Yunyun, died at the hands of a strange plant, and his sister, Su Xiao, had both legs bitten off by a beast. He went from being high-spirited to being silent and withdrawn. Kai Yuan and his partner didn't survive the extreme heat. Han Biao's parents and young children perished in the first wave of extreme cold, leaving only the couple, a mere corpse, to survive. Nanxing couldn't help but sigh. "Forget it. I just create a group and share the supply list." The list had been whittled down, leaving only life-saving items. Su Yao went home and called his sister and fiancé, then turned and knocked on Nanxing's door. Nanxing looked at Su Yao with some confusion. "Are you saying we're going to work together?" Su Yao gave a wry smile. "There's just too much to prepare." After calling his sister and fiancé, he went to a Doomsday survival forum to gain experience. He found that in addition to emphasizing weapons and basic survival supplies, everyone also mentioned renovating homes, upgrading transportation, preparing energy sources, and so on. Each of these required connections and time. At this point, he had to be thankful that his family and Nanjing's were well off, and that they had originally renovated their homes to impeccable standards for their family's safety, eliminating the need for major structural changes. Nanjing thought carefully, and told Su Yao about the preparations he had made last week. He knew Su Yao wanted to help him and Banksia. With 3 capable adults in Su Yao's family, how could they still be overwhelmed? Su Yao didn't blame him. Instead, he felt relieved. He continued to enthusiastically invite Nanjing to join him. After all, it was safer to have 2 people looking after each other, wasn't it? For the next 2 weeks, Nanjing and Su Yao were busy contacting merchants and purchasing supplies during the day, and at night, taking advantage of the cover of darkness, they brought the goods from the warehouse back home. Banksia and Fan Union stayed home while the renovation team worked on the house renovations and made whatever preparations they could, receiving packages, charging electronics, organizing supplies, checking for leaks and repairing any gaps. For safety reasons, the renovation team had been specially hired from next door at great expense: solar generator, stainless steel water tank, stainless steel security doors and windows, iron screens, blackout curtains, high-temperature air conditioners, water purifiers, air filters, kangs, insulation. Even the pond was filled in, and 2-meter-high anti-climb wire mesh was added to the walls. Logically, with such a commotion, the property management and the surrounding neighbors wouldn't have remained silent. But in reality, besides them, many families in the villa complex had also received the news and were also frantically preparing. The property management simply turned a blind eye, pretending nothing had happened as long as the work wasn't disturbing anyone in the middle of the night. After the renovations were completed, the Banksia and Su Yao families deliberately overpaid the team 30% and tactfully urged them to return home as soon as possible to prepare. The members of the renovation team weren't stupid. Seeing the large-scale commotion in the villa complex, they knew something was amiss. They took the money and quickly bought tickets to go home. In the last week before the apocalypse, Nanjing and Su Yao stopped stockpiling. Nanjing knew the apocalypse was imminent and that frequent outings would be unsafe. Su Yao felt that stockpiling would attract attention from higher-ups, so the two reached a consensus. However, Nanjing and Banksia went out during this time to store the packed wedding banquet dishes and desserts in their space. 22 tables of food and desserts would last them a long time. December 29th, 3 days before the apocalypse, and the day after Banksia's 20th birthday, Banksia and Nanjing woke up early, dressed carefully, and drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate. After the apocalypse, marriage certificates were practically worthless, but they had been the wish of 2 lifetimes. Congratulations. The staff member handed Banksia the red booklet with a stamp on it. Nanjing's face lit up instantly. He handed over the wedding candy and said, "Thank you." After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Nanjing couldn't wait to open his phone to take a photo and post it on his WeChat Moments at Banksia wife. After posting, he picked up Banksia's phone and posted an identical message on WeChat Moments. Banksia leaned on Nanjing's shoulder, smiling silently, her heart filled with joy at finally achieving her goal. After sending the message, Nanjing dropped her buzzing phone and drove home in a good mood. "Wife." Nanjing held out a silk scarf. "Can you wait here for me for a few minutes?" Banksia obediently closed her eyes and let him blindfold her. She could already smell the faint scent of roses. Chapter 21. About 10 minutes later. "Banksia, you can open your eyes now." Nanjing's voice, tinged with laughter, echoed in her ear. Banksia opened her eyes expectantly, her pupils instantly filled with a fiery red. She stared blankly at the red wedding dress nestled among the roses. Nanjing took her hand and walked her over to the dress, her tone filled with anticipation and satisfaction. "I drew the design myself. Do you like it?" It was a red strapless wedding dress, the bodice composed of irregular rose petals, and the skirt was embellished with 3-dimensional roses. Banksia was a little bewildered. "Wedding dress? Why is it red?" Nanjing looked at her gently. "You like it?" Banksia burst into tears. No amount of excuses could make her heart flutter like these 3 words. Nanjing bent down and kissed the tears from her face. "Put it on and show it to me, okay? I've been wanting to see it for a long time." The wedding dress had actually been made a month ago. He had secretly hidden it after receiving it, and had saved it for the marriage certificate day, wanting to surprise her. Not having a wedding was their regret, but he didn't want the dress to be Banksia's regret as well. Banksia carefully removed the wedding dress from the mannequin, Nanjing following closely behind. She couldn't help but whisper to him coquettishly, "Let me put it on so you can see it." Nanjing patted her head. "The back of the wedding dress has laces, you can't wear it alone." The original design of the back of the wedding dress was entwined rose branches, and the laces were modified only last month. Banksia had lost a lot of weight since her illness, and the original design wouldn't fit her. Banksia blushed and let Nanqing follow her into the bedroom. Nanqing had no impure thoughts at the moment. He eagerly anticipated his bride marrying him in the wedding gown he had designed. He carefully helped Banksia into her wedding gown and then applied her makeup. He learned makeup techniques after clearly understanding his feelings for Banksia. Banksia was timid and shy, with no close friends or girls her age to discuss makeup and fashion, so he took it upon himself to learn these things and teach her, drawing closer to her. After they started dating, to foster a harmonious relationship, he even researched online the preferences of girls her age. This was a very prescient move. At least he had never done something as awkward as giving his girlfriend Barbie pink lipstick on Valentine's Day. After finishing his makeup, Nanqing placed the ruby-encrusted crown on Banksia's head and adjusted her veil before slowly gazing at the red bride in the mirror. Banksia was actually quite beautiful, with vibrant features and a slender figure. However, due to her frail health, her face unconsciously wore a somewhat frail look, diminishing the vitality and color of her otherwise striking features. But now, her face no longer showed any trace of frailty. Instead, her red wedding dress accentuated her complexion, which was rosy and radiant, and even her eyes held an indescribable shyness and charm. Banksia stared at the woman in the mirror with some disbelief. Is this really her? Nanqing bent down and kissed her hair. Don't doubt it, this is you. He turned and pulled out a box. Inside was a pair of 5-centimeter red high heels. The uppers were a simple, unadorned bright red, but a vibrant red rose was tucked into the heel strap. He carefully put Banksia's shoes on, and tied the straps around her slender ankles. Banksia hesitated to look at Nanqing. She had been feeling dizzy since getting the marriage certificate, but now she suddenly felt the reality of marrying him. This reality made her heart flutter when she saw Nanqing, as if she were just in love. Nanqing also belatedly felt a surge of shyness. He forced himself to be calm, squeezed Banksia's hand, and carried her to sit on the bridal bed. I'm going to change. His bride was beautiful, so he had to be handsome too, otherwise, how could he be worthy of her? His formal attire was a white suit, because Banksia always played Prince Charming with him when they were little. Nanqing adjusted his red tie in the mirror, then took the bouquet and ring to meet his bride. As he reached the door, Jean and Ian, wearing red bow ties, and the swallowing heaven tree wrapped in a red ribbon, came to greet him. Gold and Silver couldn't speak. They looked at Nanqing with clear eyes, seemingly confused as to why this man was so excited today. The heaven-swallowing tree, having learned a great deal in recent days, took the lead and said, "Give me the red envelope." It spoke with a smug tone, "Think carefully. Without it, we won't let you see Banksia." Nanqing smiled and patted Gold and Silver's heads. "I prepared plenty of canned food for you. It's downstairs in the living room." Gold and Silver couldn't fully understand human language, but they understood the simple words canned food and living room. Upon hearing this, the cat and dog came downstairs, their tails wagging. Nanqing then spoke gently to the heaven-swallowing tree, which was standing with its hands on its hips. "Tian Tian, I prepared the delicious meal for you in the blackfish space." He suddenly coughed lightly. "I prepared a lot of tablets. You can watch them for several days." He emphasized the word several days. The sky-swallowing tree snorted weakly and slipped back into its space. Nanqing took a deep breath and knocked gently on the door. "Banksia, I'm here to see you." After a moment, a shy hum came from inside. As he opened the door, he met a pair of loving eyes. That was his bride. Nanqing took 2 quick steps and eagerly walked to the wedding bed, half knelt, and offered the ring to the bride on the bed. "Banksia, no matter what happens in the future, I will always stand before you, protecting you from the elements. I love you, will you marry me?" Banksia extended her left hand without hesitation, allowing the man to place the ring on her finger. The man before him had never spoken these words before, but he had etched them into his every move, even at the cost of his life. With someone who loved her so wholeheartedly, why should she hesitate? The groom gently placed the wedding ring on the bride's finger, and then extended his own hand for her to place the ring on his. Then, the two of them couldn't help but smile at each other, looking at the rings on each other's fingers. That smile seemed to instantly warm the room. Nanqing's eyes darkened. Next, the groom will kiss the bride. He then took Banksia in his arms, lifted her veil, and kissed her, calling her wife. Banksia shyly tugged at his shirt at her chest and whispered, "Husband." Nanqing seemed to be stimulated by the name, and the kiss intensified, his hand unconsciously reaching for the straps on her back. The beautiful bow he had tied with his own hands was undone with just a gentle tug. Newlyweds, with his partner actively cooperating, Nanqing couldn't help but be a little uninhibited. The consequence is, he looked at his wife, breathing lightly in his arms. A faint blush lingered at the corners of her eyes, left by his harsh treatment. Further down, a slightly glaring kiss mark. He reached out and pulled at the crimson wedding blanket, covering the marks on his wife's body, as if that would conceal his guilt. I can't do this anymore, Nanqing thought. At least, not until his wife has fully recovered. Nanqing thought with a guilty conscience. Chapter 22. The last night of December. Banksia looked up at the sky with an uncertain expression. The stars twinkled, a rare sight in the heavily polluted city. She suddenly felt a warm touch on her waist. Nanqing hugged her from behind, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head. His tone was filled with an indescribable sense of melancholy. It's half an hour until midnight. Banksia relaxed against his chest and hummed softly. She knew what Nanqing was feeling melancholy about. Civilizations take hundreds or thousands of years to build, but often collapse in just a few years, or even a moment. After a moment's thought, she added, "Don't worry, I protect you." Nanqing leaned down and kissed her ear. "Thank you, my dear." His voice was filled with a gentle, affectionate smile. Banksia suddenly felt her face flush. Nanqing always smiled at her gently during their playful moments. But she didn't have time to dwell on it, because all her attention was easily captured by the man's kiss on her lips. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The final second of the countdown ended, and the entire world was suddenly shrouded in black fog. Banksia felt her vision blur, and was instantly plunged into darkness. "Banksia, the reward for this mission is very generous. After I earn the points, I can spend some time with you at the base." Nanqing's eyes were filled with longing for the future, clearly thinking of the sweet time they would spend together after completing the mission. Banksia wanted to shout, "Nanqing, don't go. Don't go. If you go, you can't come back." But she just held Nanqing's hand reluctantly. "You must come back safely. If anything happens to you, then She's dead?" Her mouth was blocked by Nanqing's, the man's kiss gentle yet passionate. After the kiss, he gently stroked her face, his eyes filled with an inexplicable fear. "Don't say such things. Please, Banksia, you must live well no matter what." Nanqing had cherished her like a fragile porcelain doll since she was young. Furthermore, since she had always been in poor health, he prioritized her feelings during their lovemaking. Perhaps because of her discouraging words, on the last night before his departure, he indulged himself slightly, as if in the moment of physical intimacy after proposing, leaving many ambiguous traces on her body. After they separated, she counted every minute and every second, waiting for him to come home. The longer the time passed, the more panic she felt, as if something terrible was about to happen. She remembered it clearly. It was the 17th day since Nanqing left. That morning, she suddenly felt a pain in her heart and fainted without warning. When she woke up, she was in the hospital, with several people in green clothes standing by her bed. "I'm sorry, Banksia, Nanqing died. I'm sorry we couldn't bring back his remains and his belongings." The base manager's mouth opened and closed, but she could hear no more. She spent the next few days in a daze, until one night, in the stillness of the night, she reached out to touch the cold pillow beside her and suddenly realized the truth. Nanqing was gone. In that instant, all the colors and sounds of the world faded away, leaving only deep resentment in her heart. Why did Nanqing, who had always been grateful and kind to others, end up with such a tragic end, his body completely destroyed? Why did they, after enduring illness and finally experiencing happiness, have to part ways? Her entire body ached, as if something within her was trying to break free. She vaguely sensed a power that could avenge Nanqing. Her bones felt crushed, her flesh and veins slashed. Yet how could the physical pain compare to the agony of losing Nanqing? Blood oozed from every pore, quickly soaking the sheets and quilt. Yet, she couldn't help but laugh. She gently raised her hands, and a hair-thin, dark green vine emerged from the palm of her right hand, while a miniature black and white tree emerged from the palm of her left. She laughed until she burst into tears, but her dry eyes could no longer shed a single tear. She became one of the first evolvers. After evolving, her body fully recovered. To strengthen her strength and avenge herself, she joined Nanqing's former mission team, working from dawn to dusk every day, battling zombies and mutated plants and animals, even though she was bruised and battered. Finally, Su Yao approached her, saying that her self-abuse lifestyle would make Nanqing uneasy in the afterlife. She began to imitate Nanqing's self-care, eating well, sleeping on time, and keeping herself clean. Gradually, Almost everyone thought she had let go of the past, and no longer mentioned Nanxing. Unbeknownst to everyone, her soul had long since passed away with Nanxing, leaving behind a living corpse driven by revenge. She couldn't recall exactly how she spent the next 2 years. She was either improving her strength or on the path to it. Finally, one morning, she had accumulated enough strength, and after leaving a suicide note, she visited Nanxing's burial site. At the moment she perished alongside the level 8 mutant tree, she felt no fear, but instead a sense of relief and anticipation. Nanxing loved her so much, surely he would be waiting for her underground. As Banxia's mind sank into painful memories, her body was undergoing constant transformation. The moment the black fog descended, she suddenly floated in the air, a shimmering green light emanating from her body. Her hair continued to grow, climbing onto the floor and walls as if alive, until it covered the entire room and stretched out beyond the window. As if breathing, the hair continuously inhaled and exhaled, absorbing the thick black fog in the air. Then, unexpectedly, green leaves and red buds sprouted from them. It turned out that they weren't hair at all, but dark green vines, so green they looked almost black. The buds blossomed, and the room was instantly filled with a sweet fragrance. Banxia looked as if she had taken a tonic. Her thin body gradually plumped up, her pale face flushed slightly, and even her facial features seemed to develop a little more. She exuded the allure of a mature woman, a stark contrast to her previous frail appearance. For a moment, Nanxing even thought he had seen a magical princess from a fairy tale, and his breathing unconsciously became lighter. He reached out to catch the slowly falling princess, and the vines on her body instantly retracted into her body, as if everything had just been a fantasy. But he knew it wasn't, because countless dark green vines suddenly emerged from the princess's palm, slowly wrapping around him, infusing him with a warm power. He felt like he was soaking in hot spring water, so comfortable that his toes couldn't help but curl up. A sudden, eager bite on her lips brought him back to reality. It was the princess kissing him. He was slightly startled, then hugged the princess and kissed her passionately. Chapter 23. 1.73 meters. Banxia put her arms around Nanxing's neck. I've grown taller. Perhaps due to the good care she received in this life, coupled with the considerable energy she absorbed from the black mist last night, her body had automatically adjusted to its optimal state. Not only had she grown 4 centimeters taller, but her figure had become more slender and well-proportioned, and her skin radiated a lustrous glow. Nanxing hesitated to look directly at Banxia's face. His wife had shed her frail exterior overnight, like a gorgeous rose finally in full bloom. Her every move radiated a captivating radiance that made him blush and his heart race. Banxia, absorbed in the joy of regaining her strength and health, didn't notice this detail. Instead, she happily cupped Nanxing's face and kissed her. Let me measure your height. I think you've grown taller too. Sure enough, Nanxing had grown 3 centimeters taller, now standing a full 1.89 meters. Nanxing was puzzled. He had no special powers, so how could he suddenly grow taller? Then, remembering the energy transmitted by the vines last night, he nervously grabbed Banxia's hand and asked, Honey, your vines transmitted energy to me last night. Did it have any effect on your body? Banxia smiled and lifted him up in a princess hug. Do you think I'm affected? The two of them finished their breakfast together and cuddled on the sofa, checking their phones. Banxia opened WeChat and saw that their small group message with Su Yao, Kai Yuan, and Han Biao had reached 99 members, and the messages were constantly refreshing. She opened the group and saw Su Yao and the others discussing the black fog. Su Yao, when I woke up, the room was still dark. I thought I woke up too early, but when I looked at my phone, it was almost 9 o'clock. Han Biao, who said it wasn't? My mom and dad almost thought I'd gone blind. Kai Yuan, I just shone a flashlight, and visibility is less than 1 meter. And that's a powerful flashlight. Su Yao, oh, there was a message on Weibo saying that when the black fog descended last night, there were pileups on almost every road, and now the hospitals are overwhelmed. Han Biao, why is it that even though it's the end of the world, the worst hit are still the hard-working 007s? Banxia skimmed past the meaningless conversation and sent an emoji of Inzi just waking up and getting furious to the group chat. Su Yao immediately chimed in, Oh wow, the missing person finally showed up? Kai Yuan, it's almost 10 o'clock. TSK, Han Biao, take care. Hee. Banxia's ears flushed slightly. Nanxing took the phone. Are you jealous of our love? Su Yao, do you think you're the only one with a wife? Su Yao and his girlfriend Fang Yunyan also got their marriage certificate a while ago. He said, the end of the world is coming. If I don't put my wife on the same household registration as him, I'd be furious when I think about it. In fact, they weren't the only couples who got their marriage certificates last month. It's said that the number of couples who registered in that month actually boosted the declining marriage rate. A few people joked in the group chat and warned each other not to go out when the situation was unclear. Darkness is the perfect place to hide evil. As long as they survive these 7 days, light will come. As for the extreme cold, heat, and zombies that lay ahead, just take it one day at a time. What else could you do if you committed suicide? After dropping their phones, the two of them went downstairs to the pet room with flashlights to check on Gold and Silver, who were still soundly asleep. Without disturbing them, they gave them fresh food and water, and went about their business. Nanjing went to the upstairs gym to work out, and Banksia slipped into the space. After entering the space, she walked directly to the heaven-swallowing tree and said, "Tian Tian, your supernatural power has reached level 3. What the Research Institute said was true. The black fog at the beginning of the apocalypse truly contained some unknowable energy. She touched the trunk, which had grown considerably taller. "Tian Tian, do you want to go out and absorb the black fog?" Tian Tian was her companion tree, and they depended on each other. The vines were the embodiment of her spiritual power, representing her innermost thoughts and desires. If the vines could absorb the black fog, then so could Tian Tian. The heaven-swallowing tree said firmly yes. As a high-level alien plant, it had its own dignity, and would never accept Banksia working alone outside, while it sat back in the space and reaped the benefits. Both the tree and the heaven-swallowing tree quickly left the space. The heaven-swallowing tree could now maintain a distance of 100 meters from Banksia, so it took root in the sunroom on the 3rd floor. Banksia turned and went to the gym to find Nanjing. Nanjing picked her up and said, "Honey, my strength has increased. My senses have become more acute." The barbell that once fit perfectly was now easily lifted above his head with one hand. The house was soundproofed, but he could still faintly hear Banksia and Tian Tian talking downstairs. Banksia wasn't surprised. Human bodies naturally undergo minor changes after the black fog, and Nanjing's body had been carefully groomed and strengthened by her supernatural powers, so the changes would only be more obvious than others. She pinched Nanjing's arm. He had always exercised, and his arms, legs, and stomach had a thin layer of muscle. Yet, when he put on clothes, he didn't look muscular, but rather lean. This was probably the legendary, enviable tongue-in-cheek, skinny when dressed feeling. Nanjing felt a little itchy from her touch, so he simply let her lie on his back and carried her to exercise. The world outside the window was dark, making it hard to tell whether time was passing. Banksia had set the alarm for all 3 meals in advance, so she wouldn't miss any. It was the early days of the apocalypse, and the water, electricity, and gas were still running. Instead of taking ready-made meals from her dimension, she and Nanjing opened the refrigerator, picked out a few dishes, and began cooking. She helped with the cooking, while Nanjing was the main chef. Nanjing was usually busy with work and spent most of his time out, but whenever he had free time, he stayed home and didn't like to go out. Exercising, cleaning, watering the flowers, cooking, he thoroughly enjoyed it and never felt impatient. A paparazzi had been following him for 3 years before finally running off, saying he was completely uninteresting. Aside from the occasional outing with Su Yao for dinner, he stayed at home, completely devoid of explosive news. After the paparazzi's online complaints, his colleagues followed suit, saying Nanjing and Su Yao didn't seem like the kind of people who belonged in the entertainment industry. Their dinners were just real dinners. The 2 grown men didn't drink or bring girls. After chatting and eating, they each drove home and continued their homecoming. If both didn't have girlfriends they loved, they might even suspect they were asexual. Nanjing had explained to Banksia that he used up all his emotions when acting, and when he wasn't working, he just wanted to let himself go. Lunch consisted of 3 dishes, a soup, and a pot of white rice. Logically, it should have been enough for the 2 of them, but even after finishing the food, not even a grain left, their stomachs were still growling with hunger. Banksia instantly realized that after humans evolved, they needed to consume several times more food than before evolution to provide sufficient energy for their bodies and superpowers. Thus, even though she could stimulate plant growth, she still stockpiled a large amount of food. Finally, Banksia pulled out a packet of hot pot base from her space, and the 2 of them gathered around the alcohol stove, cooking a hot pot with meatballs, vegetables, and meat. Chapter 24. Darkness is the perfect breeding ground for evil. It can conceal the most base desires in the human heart. Banksia's home is located in an upscale villa complex, surrounded by wealthy and privileged neighbors. Many of them have received inside information and made early preparations, so for the time being, no major disturbances occurred, and minor incidents remained largely unaffected. It was different elsewhere. Despite the government's repeated commitment to cracking down on crime, public security remained considerably disrupted. There were hooligans and thugs who took advantage of the darkness to break into ordinary homes, stealing, vandalizing, and looting, while there were also usually honest and kind people who, when unleashing their inner malice, transformed into demons. Starting on the third day of the Black Fog's arrival, Banksia and her family, halfway up the mountain, far from the city, could even hear the constant sirens of police cars and ambulances blaring from the city. On the 7th day of the Black Fog, Su Yao finally lost his patience and sent a private message to Nanqing. If I stay any longer, I'm afraid I turn into a fool or a lunatic. Can I take Yunyun and Su Xiao to your house for a visit? Their homes were less than 100 meters apart, so there was no need to worry about encountering danger along the way. Otherwise, he wouldn't risk his wife and sister, even if he suffocated to death. Nanqing had spent these days improving his martial arts skills and spending time with his wife. He showed no signs of impatience, and was actually in a good mood because his wife had recovered. He could understand Su Yao though. After all, staying in a closed, dark environment for too long could easily lead to irritation. But there was still one question: what about your stuff? The two had used many connections to stockpile supplies in the month before the Black Fog, and even the living room was overflowing with stuff. If their house was ransacked, wouldn't they be furious? Su Yao, don't worry. My door isn't that easy to open. His house's walls were 5 meters high, and with 3 layers of steel security doors, even a surprise attack by mercenaries armed with explosives wouldn't be easy to break down. Nanqing turned to Ban Xia, who was curled up on the sofa watching a vegetable growing video, and asked, "Honey, Su Yao and his family want to come visit." Ban Xia walked over to him, tablet in hand. "Sure, but should I change into something looser?" Her figure was draped in a different way than before, and it would be hard to explain. Nanqing's ears flushed slightly, as she thought of something. "Okay. I change with you." Although she called it a change of clothes, she was actually just throwing a long, loose-fitting pajama cape over her plush home clothes. Su Yao, clutching a pile of snacks, shouted as he entered, "Let's play cards or games. Or a horror movie." Fan Yunyun, pulling Su Xiao behind her, said cheerfully, "My son Ergu has been really bored these days. If he doesn't get out for a walk, he'd probably tear the house apart. You two, please bear with me." Nanqing glanced at Su Yao jokingly, then thought for a moment and said, "How about we go to a movie?" Ban Xia and Su Xiao didn't know how to play cards, so they couldn't think of anything fun to do in the game. The only option left was a movie. Su Yao sighed, "Come on, let's go to a movie. I want something really scary." He suddenly remembered the 2 timid girls in the room and added, "A comedy is fine." "I'm fine with that." Ban Xia glanced at the dark sky outside the window. "Let's watch a horror movie. It's perfect for the darkness outside." However terrifying a horror movie could be, could it possibly feature mutant plants and animals and the horrors of zombies? Nanqing chose a film from China, and the others sat on the beanbags, eating snacks and watching. The movie was about a female ghost seeking revenge, but most of the movie had passed without a single enemy being killed. Banksia yawned in boredom. This female ghost was too slow. She should have just started by slicing all her enemies into pieces. "Yeah, I find it a bit boring too." Banksia subconsciously moved a few inches closer to Nanqing. Nanqing and Su Yao were good friends, but she and Fan Yunyun were just nodding acquaintances. In all the years they'd known each other, they'd probably only exchanged a few words. But she quickly realized her behavior was a bit rude and was about to apologize when Fan Yunyun smiled generously. "Sorry, did I scare you just now?" She quickly shook her head. No. She was just a little uncomfortable with being close to anyone other than Nanqing. Besides, if she hadn't sensed Fan Yunyun's harmlessness, she probably would have attacked her. Fan Yunyun smiled at Banksia. "My husky will probably be bothering you and Nanqing a lot these days. I apologize in advance." Having spent so long in the complex entertainment industry, she actually quite liked simple, shy girls like Banksia and Su Xiao. However, she was busy with work, and with the age difference of about 10 years between them, she had very little time to develop a close relationship. Even Su Xiao, Su Yao's biological sister, and they had only really gotten to know each other in the past month. She casually glanced at the girl, who seemed to have grown up so much in the week she hadn't seen her. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be true what they say about people maturing after marriage? Banksia lowered her eyelids to block the other person's inquiring gaze, wanting to say she didn't want to disturb him, But she keenly noticed something was wrong with the noise outside. Confused, she opened the window and shivered in the cold wind. She reached out again, and thumb-sized hailstones pummeled her palm, causing it to hurt. She quickly withdrew her hand, closed the window, and walked over to Nanqing, saying, "It's hailing." Nanqing stood up quickly, understanding Banxia's unspoken intention. The extreme cold was about to begin. He hurriedly pulled Su Yao aside, saying, "Let's stop watching the movie. You better go home." Su Yao looked at Nanqing with a confused expression, then jumped. Hail? Cold wave? Extreme cold? He had read a lot of natural disaster novels recently, and knew that in this situation, a cold wave or extreme cold was the most likely outcome. Nanqing shook his head. "I don't know, but you better go home first." It wasn't that he wanted to chase them away, but if the weather got even worse, Su Yao and the others might not be able to get back. Their supplies at home were unattended. If someone took advantage of the situation and stole them, wouldn't they be furious? Su Yao hurriedly pulled Su Xiao and Fan Yunyun into their down jackets and hurried home. Banxia hurriedly stopped them, saying, "Wait a minute, I go get some helmets." If they went back like this, they might be knocked unconscious by the hail before they even got home. After getting dressed, Banxia and Nanqing escorted them out. But just as they were outside, Banxia stumbled in the strong wind. Nanqing hurriedly pushed her back into the house, saying, "Honey, come back quickly. I see them off." Su Yao held Su Xiao tightly with one hand and Fan Yunyun with the other, fearing they would be blown away. He rasped, "No, you should go back inside too. The wind and hail are too strong." Nanqing reached out to steady him. "Come on, I give you a flashlight." After escorting Su Yao and the other two back to their own doorstep, Nanqing reminded them, "If you turn off the gas and light the fireplace at night, be sure to leave some air vents. Don't shut all the doors and windows. During extreme cold, the most common cause of death is freezing, followed by carbon monoxide poisoning and suffocation from lack of oxygen." Su Yao trembled as he took the key and opened the door. "Got it. Go home quickly. Banxia is waiting for you." Nanqing didn't waste any more time, turned around, and trudged back. In just a few minutes, the ground was covered with a thick layer of hailstones, which crackled underfoot. The wind grew stronger, and even a heavy man like him was nearly blown away. Is this the power of extreme cold? Chapter 25. After being pushed into the house by Nanqing, Banxia stood at the doorway, stunned for a moment. She then turned and went to the pet room to check on the still sleeping Jinzi and Inzi. Because the heating had been on, Jinzi and Inzi were cozy. Afraid of a sudden drop in temperature, she pulled a blanket from her space and covered the two furry creatures. Then she went up to the third-floor sunshine room to exchange information with the heaven-swallowing tree. The inclement weather had no effect on the heaven-swallowing tree. It was completely absorbed in absorbing the black mist to increase its strength, and it dismissed her without a word. Banxia left the sunshine room somewhat speechlessly, then sent a message to their group chat with Su Yao, Kai Yuan, and Han Biao. "It's hailstorming, and the temperature is expected to drop significantly. Everyone, don't sleep too hard tonight. Remember to keep warm, and keep well ventilated." Su Yao changed the group name to the Doomsday Mutual Aid Team, and the families of Su Yao and the other three were also added. The first person to respond was Kai Yuan's partner, Zhao Xian. "I was wondering why there was all that crackling noise outside." Zhao Xian is 33 years old and male. Yes, a male. He and Kai Yuan are a same-sex couple, registered their marriage abroad, and they have a wonderful relationship. The second person to respond was Han Biao. "Is it hailstorm? I need to tell my parents, my wife, and my son's wife to put on extra clothes. Thanks for the heads up." Banxia didn't read any further because Nanqing had returned. After just 10 minutes out, Nanqing's face was already red with cold. Her heart ached, and she hurried over to push him into the bathroom for a hot shower. Nanqing took a few steps back. "Honey, I'm cold. Stay away from me." Banxia stopped helplessly. "I'm not going over. Go take a shower." Although she had recovered, Nanqing still subconsciously treated her like a fragile glass doll. It felt really good to have someone constantly caring and loving her. Woo! 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 Outside, a sudden, rapid alarm blared. The relevant authorities were alerting the public. Banxia put her worries aside, and went to the kitchen to make a pot of ginger cola soup. She poured a cup for Nanqing to warm her stomach, and stored the rest in the space. After Nanqing finished her shower and drank the ginger cola soup, the two of them curled up on the sofa to review their plans. They had already made a rough plan for each stage of the natural disaster, to avoid being caught off guard and overlooking anything. Banxia looked at the first plan, freezing ice cubes. She smacked her head. Yes, there were over 10,000 stainless steel barrels filled with lake water in the space. Now, except for the garden and the bedroom, almost every room in the house was filled with stuff. To prevent anyone from noticing anything unusual, they hadn't even stored anything in the space. Nanjing suggested, let's store the supplies from the underground parking lot in the storage space and freeze the stainless steel barrels there. The underground parking lot is not only spacious enough to freeze many barrels of water at once, but it's also underground and hard to spot. It couldn't be a better place. The two put on their down jackets and went to the underground parking lot to store their supplies in the storage space and then take the stainless steel barrels out. Banksia felt a strange sense of satisfaction looking at the overflowing stainless steel barrels on the ground. She said to Nanjing, let's heat some more water while we still have natural gas. We need it a lot later. There were over 20 barrels of hot water stored in the storage space, but it wasn't enough. With the cold weather, the water, electricity, and gas might be out soon. If that happened, taking a hot bath would require slowly heating water yourself, which would be quite laborious. Nanjing agreed. Let's get a few more gas stoves to heat water together. The two returned to the house, and first boiled 2 pots of water in the kitchen. Then, they moved everything from the dining room into their space, took out more than a dozen gas canisters and gas stoves, and arranged them neatly. A large bucket filled with water was placed on each stove. After boiling a pot, they put it into the space and started the next one. After boiling 2 pots, they let the stoves cool down for half an hour before continuing to boil water. While waiting for the water to boil, they were busy. They returned to their space to organize the thick clothing they would need during this period: an extreme cold down jacket, an extreme cold jacket, a wool sweater, thermal underwear, snow boots, wool socks, a wool scarf, ski gloves, goggles. Nanjing put the sweater into the closet, thankfully saying, thank goodness we bought more than one size. If it got too small, there's really nothing we can do. If clothes or pants get too big, you can wear a belt or roll up the trouser legs. If shoes get too big, you can wear 2 pairs of socks and insoles. In short, there are many solutions. If they get too small, there's nothing you can do except dismantle and rebuild. Banksia agreed. In her previous life, after her height shrank, all her clothes and shoes couldn't fit into her. She spent a fortune finding someone to modify them, but she considered herself extremely lucky. She even seen someone who was 1.6 meters tall before evolving, and then suddenly grew to 1.8 meters after. The unsightliness of clothes that were so much smaller wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that they simply weren't warm enough. In temperatures dozens of degrees below zero, if you exposed a bit of your waist or legs, you'd be frozen solid within half an hour of stepping outside. The next morning, Banksia was awakened by the sky-swallowing tree's screams. She closed her eyes and nuzzled into Nanjing's arms, asking the sky-swallowing tree with her consciousness, Tian, what happened? The sky-swallowing tree exclaimed happily, the black fog has dissipated. This week, it almost suffocated. No matter how it mutated, it was still essentially a tree, loving the sun and rain. Banksia suddenly woke up, dispersed. The black fog dissipated. Today is the 8th. No wonder. If she remembered correctly, the black fog was followed by extreme cold. She threw back the covers and got out of bed, going to the window to check the alcohol thermometer she put out last night. It was minus 13 degrees Celsius. Luckily, she bought an alcohol thermometer, which can measure temperatures between minus 100 degrees Celsius and 50 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, a regular thermometer wouldn't be able to measure that. She heard from Nanjing that during the first major temperature drop, the outdoor low was minus 45 degrees Celsius. It looked like the temperature would continue to drop. But the current temperature was terrible. Yesterday morning it was 5 degrees Celsius, a sudden drop of 18 degrees Celsius overnight. I'm afraid many unprepared people would simply fall asleep and never wake up again. Banksia didn't know whether those who fell asleep were lucky or unfortunate. Dying now would spare them from the subsequent disasters, but they would also lose hope. She sighed casually and turned back to bed. It was only 7 o'clock, still early, but she couldn't get back to sleep, because as soon as she leaned into Nanjing's arms, he kissed her. At 9:50 a.m., Banksia and Nanjing applied moisturizing cream, donned thermal underwear, down jackets, down pants, wool socks, snow boots, and winter hats, masks, and ski gloves, before heading out hand in hand. In fact, a little after 7 o'clock, Suyao couldn't wait to video call Nanjing and ask them to go shopping. Shopping was secondary. He mainly wanted to get out and about, to experience the people. These 7 days and nights of darkness had really suffocated him. Nanjing didn't want to pay attention to him. He wasn't alone, So why was he getting up so early? But Su Yao was too persistent. After several video calls, they argued and agreed to go out at 10 o'clock. Chapter 26. Last night's hailstorm was accompanied by strong winds. But today, when he went out, nothing unusual happened except for the temperature dropping to -3 or -4 degrees Celsius and the icy roads making it a bit slippery. It was truly bizarre. Su Yao curled his lips at Nanqing the moment he saw the two of them. If his sister hadn't been there, and if Banksia hadn't been so shy, he would have definitely teased him. Nanqing calmly pulled Banksia along to join the three of them. Banksia felt a little embarrassed when she saw the teasing in Su Yao's eyes. She had recently noticed that Nanqing seemed to have become more thick-skinned. Nanqing knew what Banksia was thinking from the first glance, and couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't that he had become thicker-skinned, but that he cherished every moment with her even more. Life is full of unexpected events. No one can predict which disaster, natural or man-made, will strike first. He once thought he and Banksia had a long future together. They would marry when they reached legal age, have two adorable children at the right time, and then slowly watch them grow up and leave home to find their own happiness. He and Banksia would be together forever, until their final moments. But in reality, 3 months after he proposed, Banksia fell into a coma due to illness. When she finally woke up, she was faced with the perilous apocalypse. And Banksia's past life, which she always kept secret. He was almost 100% certain that Banksia hadn't awakened earlier in her past life than in this one, and that he had died before her, failing to fulfill his wish of growing old together. In this life, he couldn't guarantee that he would live to see natural old age, so he would live every remaining day as if it were his last with Banksia. Since this was his last day with Banksia, how could he bear to be apart from her even for a minute? Nanqing's mind was swirling, but her hands carefully protected Banksia's back. The supermarket wasn't far from home, only a 20-minute walk. However, due to the hailstorm and the sudden drop in temperature last night, the road was covered in a thick layer of ice, and it took them half an hour to reach their destination. Luckily, they were well equipped, otherwise they would have been freezing cold all the way. The supermarket entrance was bustling with activity and a crowded crowd. Banksia tightened her grip on Nanqing's hand, feeling a little uncomfortable. The thought of being so close to so many people brought back memories of a zombie siege. It wasn't fear, but rather a desire to eliminate any threats around her. If the woman 5 centimeters behind her pulled out a knife and tried to stab her, she might not be able to dodge without using her supernatural powers. The man behind Nanqing to her right, if he drew his gun now, she wouldn't have time to rescue him. Banksia knew something was amiss with her current state. Perhaps it was because the apocalypse had officially arrived, and her body had unconsciously reverted to its pre-apocalyptic mode. Everyone seemed a threat, and she even wanted to nip any threat in the bud. Just as she was about to strike, Nanqing keenly sensed her mood and protected her from behind, preventing her from making physical contact with any strangers. She and Nanqing had plenty of food and drink, so they didn't go crazy with staples like rice, flour, and noodles like everyone else. Instead, they bought some daily necessities and pet supplies, and finally, a few snacks. The two of them made their way through the line quickly. After paying, they stood at the door, waiting for Su Yao and his companions, who were in a separate line. Banksia looked at the 2 large bags in Nanqing's hands and offered to share one. Nanqing quickly dodged. "Honey, it's not heavy." Banksia was about to speak when he noticed a woman behind Nanqing reaching out for a hug. Frowning, he stepped forward and kicked her away. The woman was instantly thrown violently. Banksia could even hear a dull thud as she landed. But she didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed, for she had clearly seen the challenge in her eyes. Provoke her? Want to die? The woman lay on the ground, wailing for a moment, then shrieked at the bodyguards. "Idiots, help me up. My dad paid you, and this is how you do things." The 4 bodyguards exchanged glances. 2 of them went to help the woman, while the other 2 stood between Banksia and Nanqing. Nanqing immediately dropped his belongings and stepped forward to shield Banksia behind him. Although he didn't know exactly what had just happened, his wife was no one who would hurt others without reason. Banksia hugged Nanqing's arm and glanced disappointedly at the surveillance camera at the supermarket entrance. She thought regretfully, "I can't take care of these people right here? What a hassle." The sky-swallowing tree sighed deeply. It hadn't fought in ages. The woman, supported by her bodyguards, limped over to Nanqing and pulled down her winter mask. "Nanqing, don't you remember me? I'm Xian Minmin, the one who loves you the most." Nanqing felt a sudden urge to vomit upon hearing the name Xian Minmin. He involuntarily took 2 steps back. Even if this person turned to ash, he would never forget her. If she hadn't sneaked into the villa to film, hired internet influencers to spread nonsense online, and even hired thugs to confront Banksia at school. How could Banksia have gotten sick? But shouldn't she still be in prison? Xi and Minmin automatically ignored the disgust on Nanqing's face and looked at him with a passionate expression. Nanqing, the world is changing. As long as you leave this short-lived wretch and stay with me. She glanced at Banksia with malice. In the future, whether it's power or wealth, everything you want will be within your reach. Banksia glanced worriedly at Nanqing, whose face was grim. She stepped forward and fiercely grasped Xi and Minmin's neck. Secretly activating her supernatural power, she set vines burrowing into Xi and Minmin's throat, squeezing her until her eyes rolled back. She passed out, then tossed her to the ground with a thud, like trash. She couldn't help but feel regretful again. It was so frustrating not being able to kill openly. She finally remembered this person, Xi and Minmin, the culprit behind her suicide. If it weren't for her, Nanqing wouldn't have been struggling to survive with a vegetative state 3 years before the apocalypse. In her previous life, when she woke up, Nanqing told her that Xi and Minmin had been eaten at the beginning of the apocalypse. She had long regretted not being able to avenge her. In this life, her chance for personal revenge had finally arrived. Xi and Minmin's 4 bodyguards looked at Banksia with disbelief. They were merely large, not some ruthless villain. Seeing someone so ruthless, so capable of pinching someone without blinking, was their first experience, and they were instantly stunned. Banksia ignored them, and coldly shouted, "Get lost." The 4 bodyguards exchanged glances, scooped up Xi and Minmin, and ran away. Banksia watched them retreat, secretly thinking she'd come for revenge that night. She had just remembered that she planned to come for revenge when she was reborn, but her health hadn't recovered, and she'd been living too happily these days, so she postponed her plans. Who knew this man would run into her again? Xi and Minmin's grandfather had retired as the governor of a province. Her uncle was the mayor of a city. Her father, Xi and Liang, was a so-called veteran actor in the entertainment industry, and her mother, Qianjing, was a mistress. These 4 doted on Xi and Minmin, abusing their power for personal gain and doing many evil things to her. When Xi and Minmin slandered and bullied her online, these 4 were all accomplices. Failure to educate a child is the fault of the elders. So, isn't it fair to vent your anger on them? Chapter 27. Banksia looked helplessly at the man wiping her hands with alcohol wipes. Stop it, I didn't touch that woman directly. Nanqing's face darkened for a moment, then he praised her gently. My wife is awesome. When Banksia was cyberbullied, he hired the best legal team in the country and negotiated the maximum sentence. Logically, Xi and Minmin should still be in prison. How could she be out now? Su Yao knew everything about the situation between them. He had spoken out for Banksia online after her incident. He couldn't help but snort and curse. I heard that Xi and Minmin's grandfather was a high-ranking official, and her uncle was the mayor of City X. It's almost the end of the world, and they're still playing with power. What a talent! Xi and Minmin's parents were rich, but not powerful, but her grandfather had been the governor of a province. Even though he was gone, some connection remained. Not to mention that her uncle was the mayor of City X, holding a powerful position. Fang Yunyan frowned and thought for a moment. I heard Banksia just strangled that woman. Even now, she still found it incredible. Banksia, who was so shy, actually would actively strangle someone. And most importantly, with her tiny arms and legs, she could actually do it. She secretly glanced at Nanqing. Was he the one who had just strangled someone? Su Xiao also looked at Nanqing in confusion, but it wasn't that she thought Nanqing was wrong. She was just curious. She even mentally applauded Nanqing, saying, "Well done." Banksia blinked innocently. Don't look at Nanqing. I did it. She reached into a plastic bag and pulled out a 3-inch diameter ceramic condiment dish. With a slight pressure from her fingers, the dish instantly turned to powder. She tilted her head and looked at the crowd. Just a gentle pinch like that, and that woman fainted. Holy crap! Su Yao's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Banksia's delicate, white fingers. If he didn't have a wife, he would have almost touched them. Did you suddenly eat some magical spinach and turn into Popeye? Fang Yunyan and Su Xiao's eyes widened. Su Xiao couldn't help but whisper, Banksia, where did you learn this? I want to learn this too. Su Yao immediately followed up. I want to learn this too. It's so cool. Nanqing quickly reached out to block Banksia's hand. After the black fog ended, our strength increased. Didn't you guys change? Banksia had said that subtle changes would occur in the human body after being transformed by the black fog, especially in young people, where the changes were more noticeable, typically manifesting as increased strength and more sensitive facial features. He and Banksia speculated that the black fog was nature's last resort for humanity. Otherwise, given modern human physiques, most people wouldn't survive to see their supernatural powers fully manifest. Su Yao's face immediately turned pensive. After 2 seconds, he stretched out his arms, embraced the solid wood coffee table in the living room, and circled the room. He set the coffee table down, hands on his hips, and laughed. Could this be the legendary superpower? A few days ago, out of boredom, he tried to hold the coffee table for fun, but he could only barely lift it. Nanxing held his forehead in silence. Anyway, aside from a slight increase in strength, nothing has changed. Superpowers won't officially appear until the 3rd year of the apocalypse. How could they be there so early? This can barely be considered humanity's self-salvation. Su Yao wasn't discouraged. Instead, he happily circled the room frantically. I don't care. I just have superpowers. Hee, maybe I'm the chosen one. Nanxing didn't want to see him act silly, so she pulled Banksia aside and said goodbye. Fang Yunyun, with a look of resignation on her face, escorted Banksia and the others out the door. Su Yao must be having a Chunibu attack. If Xi and Minmin's family gives you trouble, don't hesitate. I say nothing else, but at least I can help with public opinion. She spoke with confidence. Even if her popularity wasn't as high as Nanxing's, she was still an internationally renowned actress with fans around the world. Nanxing immediately thanked her. Okay, Sister Fang, thank you. Banksia hugged Nanxing as soon as she got home. I planted a vine inside Xi and Minmin. As long as she doesn't stray more than 10 kilometers from me, I can find her within 24 hours. She looked down at her shoes. I'm going to wipe out the Xi family tonight. Wait for me at home. Nanxing was gentle and kind, but she wasn't. She would avenge her grudges. Her chin was suddenly lifted, and the man's kiss, gentle yet a touch fierce, followed. The kiss seemed to carry a hint of punishment, and the base of her tongue soon numbed from the sucking. After a moment, Banksia rested her head against Nanxing's chest and whispered an apology. I'm sorry, honey. It's not that I don't trust you. I just don't want you to see me kill someone. Next time, I definitely take you with me, okay? She couldn't simply kill someone. She wanted to make Xi and Minmin's family truly feel pain. Such methods were too bloody for Nanxing, who hadn't experienced the apocalypse. Furthermore, she didn't want him to witness her madness. Nanxing glanced casually at her own white fingers. They weren't as spotless as she imagined. How could someone who made it to the top of the complex world of fame and fortune in the entertainment industry be completely devoid of scheming? When she lay in a hospital bed, uncertain of life or death, he had even mentally mapped out a detailed revenge plan, one that would see every member of the Xi family annihilated. Banksia was his only hope in this world. He bent down and kissed her ear. Put me in the space. His fighting skills weren't comparable to those of a professional bodyguard, so he wouldn't hang around and hinder her, but he absolutely couldn't wait at home. At 2 in the morning, Banksia took Nanxing into the space, changed into a pure black down jacket, sweatpants, and sneakers, and donned a black hat and mask, seeming to blend into the darkness. She stood at the second-floor balcony window, the black vine growing from her palm until it wrapped around a 7-meter-tall tree outside the wall. She rolled over, stepped onto the vine, and followed it out of the yard. After descending from the tree, the vine instantly burrowed back into her palm, leaving no trace on the tree. She was so cautious not because she feared retaliation or a visit from the Xi family, but primarily because social order was still in place, and she didn't want to conflict with the authorities. She put on her skates and slid past the surveillance cameras at lightning speed to the Xi family villa. The Xi family had moved to the Miao Miao Mountain Villa complex at some point. Even the courtyard wall had been raised to 3 meters, topped with a meter-high razor wire. Apparently, they had also received news of the apocalypse. Xi family, Banksia said briskly, looking towards the second floor of the villa. I'm here to seek revenge. She tilted her head and thought for a moment about the fate of the Xi family members in her previous life. Xi Minmin was eaten by the prison inmates. Her parents were turned into human pigs by their enemies. Xi Minmin's uncle was butchered by her, and Xi Minmin's grandfather died of a sudden illness. She would inflict the same pain on Xi Minmin's family as she had in losing Nanxing in her previous life. Otherwise, how could she possibly resolve the hatred she bore in 2 lifetimes? Let's just turn them all into human pigs. The family should be whole. As soon as she finished speaking, a 10-meter-high fire escape appeared at the edge of the wall. She climbed it quietly into the Xi family's courtyard, then used an ink vine to break the door lock and the main electrical box, then walked proudly into the villa. Bang! 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 Quickly dodging 3 incoming bullets, Banksia pulled a silenced Glock 43X from her waistband and quickly squeezed the trigger 3 times, instantly sending the 3 bodyguards sprawling with headshots. It truly was the perfect pocket-sized self-defense pistol for women, with low recoil and no manual safety, allowing for rapid fire. But just 3 armed men? She activated her voice changer. Anyone else? If not, then this is my home turf. Wait! An old voice called out, and Banksia guessed it belonged to Xian Minmin's grandfather, Xian Cho. The villain was killed by his talkativeness, so she fired a single shot. Who knew he was wearing a bulletproof helmet and vest? However, this time, she was using a Taylor X3 stun gun. After all, she couldn't bear to see Xian Cho die so easily. Chapter 28. With such a commotion, the other 3 members of the Xian family should have woken up long ago, but surprisingly, no one came to check on them. What a loving family. Banksia, too lazy to arrest them one by one, ordered Tianshu to tie up the other 3. Tianshu was overjoyed and hurried upstairs. Soon, he had dragged Xian Liang, Qianjing, and Xian Minmin into the living room, like corpses. Seeing Xian Cho lying unconscious on the ground, Xian Liang yelled, What did you do to my father?" Banksia ignored him. Why should she explain so much to a dying man? She casually grabbed some cold water from the table and splashed it in Xian Cho's face. She hoped everyone in the Xian family would witness the upcoming spectacle. Otherwise, what was the point of a one-man show? Xian Cho awoke with a light cough. His eyes narrowed at the sight of the bizarre sky-swallowing tree, and he feigned weakness before speaking. "Could you please explain to me who exactly has our Xian family offended?" Banksia chuckled. "Can't you guess? It seems you know how many people your good son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter have offended." She stepped forward, stomping hard on Xian Cho's right hand, which had secretly grasped the pistol, and crushing it. "You're so dishonest. Let's start with you." With that, she drew her machete and chopped off Xian Cho's right palm, then his left, then his right foot, then his left. A trail of red blood slithered across the floor, like a blooming red flower. What was next? Ignoring Xian Cho's agonized cries, and the hurling curses from Xian Liang's family, she pulled a piece of printer paper from her pocket and whispered, "I gouge." With swift movements, she gouged out Xian Cho's eyeballs with a dagger. Inject copper into his ears. Let's switch to concentrated sulfuric acid. Let's save that for the last step. After all, I want you to enjoy the screams that are coming. Cut the tongue. Destroy the vocal cords. Throw it in the toilet. Cut the nose. Pluck out the hair and eyebrows. She recited each word, her hands completing each task with brisk movements. After plucking his hair and eyebrows, Xian Cho was breathing more in and out. Banksia snorted coldly, and used her supernatural powers to stop the bleeding. It would be a blessing for him to die like this. This man protected Xian Liang, Qianjing, and Xian Minmin. When Xian Liang and Qianjing bullied others in the entertainment industry, they relied on his influence. It was also he who secretly suppressed Xian Minmin's bullying of a classmate that resulted in her death. Her Nanjing had died when she was less than 25. How could such a vicious person live to be over 80? Banksia suddenly felt a pang of regret. She should have let this man watch his children and grandchildren die before her eyes before she attacked him, but there was no rush. She knew a way to make this old man suffer even more. She looked up at Xian Liang, Qianjing, and Xian Minmin. "Next, it's your turn." She pointed a white finger at them. "Call out the troops and generals. Ride and fight. Whoever I call, follow me." Seeing the uncontrollable fear on the 3 faces and the stench emanating from their bodies, Banksia laughed heartily and pointed at Xian Liang with her tender finger. "It's you." The machete fell, splattering warm blood on his face and body. Banksia suddenly became excited and quickly followed her method, turning Xian Liang and Qianjing into human pigs, leaving Xian Minmin alone. She deliberately walked slowly toward Xian Minmin, then watched with satisfaction as she trembled violently with fear, unable to form a complete sentence. At first, she was merely shocked by the cyberbullying. It was this person who tirelessly paid people to call her daily, hurling insults and swearing at her, throwing dirty water and rotten eggs at her at school, and even hiring vagrants and thugs to kidnap her so he could take obscene photos and videos that gradually led to her severe depression. The tragedy that befell her and Nanjing was caused by this person. In this life, she could finally take revenge with her own hands. Banksia hummed a nursery rhyme, pulled out a full-length, lighted mirror, and pointed it at Xian Minmin, pulling her in front of it. "Now, please admire my masterpiece." She opened her right hand, and countless dark green vines, as thin as hair, sprouted from her palm, then fiercely penetrated Xian Minmin's body, drawing her life force. Xian Minmin's plump body gradually shrank, and her hair turned from black to gray. She looked, if not exactly like when she woke from the hospital bed, at least 99% similar. Xian Minmin despaired as she watched herself in the mirror grow older and uglier, writhing in agony, begging for mercy. No, no. Please let me go, please. She was only 25. How could she be so ugly and so old? Who would ever love her again? She lay powerless on the ground, struggling to stand, only to see a woman's smiling eyes in the mirror. Where had she seen those eyes before? A sudden inspiration struck her, and she glared at Banksia with hatred. It's you. You sickling. Banksia's lips curled slightly. Hee. So what if it's me? Xian Minmin's eyes bloodshot, and she waved her hands, trying to strangle Banksia. How dare you? How dare you? How could such a powerless, lowly person dare to attack someone as naturally noble as her? Banksia chopped off her hands with a single blow. Xian Minmin swore, "Ah! Untouchable! Ah! I'm going to kill you!" Then came the feat. Xian Minmin begged frantically, "Ah! Help! Bitch, no! Please, please let me go!" Eyeballs. Xian Minmin's face contorted as she cursed furiously. "Bitch, I curse you to hell after you die." Hee hee, she had already returned from hell. Tongue, vocal cords. The clamor finally stopped. Wonderful. Nose, hair, eyebrows, eyelashes. After completing all the steps, Banksia admired the bloody mess on the ground with satisfaction, then laughed wildly, tears streaming down her face. Even if revenge was achieved, so what? Her notching from her previous life was truly gone. Banksia's inner rage surged wildly. A green light flashed from the vines on her palms, and the bleeding on the 4 lumps of flesh on the ground instantly stopped. Such an easy death would be too easy for them. She looked at Xian Cho. "Don't worry, your youngest son and his family will be here to accompany you soon." Then Xian Liang, "I know where your illegitimate child is." Followed by Qian Jing, "Your stepsister is alive and well. Are you happy?" Finally, Xian Minmin, "How pitiful. You've loved 5 men, but they all prefer death to being with you. After all, who would fall in love with such a vicious woman?" Every word struck at the deepest pain in the hearts of every member of the Xian family. She smiled broadly as she watched the 4 lumps of flesh on the ground writhing like maggots in agony, yet no sound uttered. Xian Chao's youngest son, Xian Chong, was his greatest pride. Before the apocalypse, he was the mayor of City X. Afterward, he sought to seize territory and dominate the world. In his previous life, all 3 members of his family perished at her hands. Xian Liang's illegitimate son was his most cherished child. 10 years younger than Xian Minmin, he had already raped numerous young women at the age of 15, sharing Xian Minmin's viciousness. He considered this a way of ridding the people of a threat. Qian Jing, deeply jealous of her doted-on stepsister, once staged an accident to kill her. However, her stepsister was fortunate enough to be rescued and married her savior, living happily even after the apocalypse. Xian Minmin's first crush wasn't on Nanqing, but on a junior high classmate. That boy had a crush on another girl in the class, so she arranged for someone to rape her. Unable to bear the public pressure, the girl committed suicide, and the boy later suffered from depression and did the same. The second and third men she fell in love with. Every time she fell in love with a boy, another boy and 1 or more girls suffered misfortune. She knew of 3 suicides, 2 going insane, and some moving to other cities, though they didn't seem to be doing well. She was lucky, in a way, because Nanqing had secretly arranged for bodyguards, so she wasn't kidnapped by thugs and had disgusting photos and videos taken, leaving them with a lifelong trauma. Banksia suddenly lost interest and asked the heaven-swallowing tree to help pour sulfuric acid into the ears of several people. She then ransacked the Xian family's house, leaving not a single grain of rice. After cleaning up the traces and leaving the Xian family on her skates, she tossed the lumps of flesh and blood into the cold bathroom. She then doused the 4 people with a shower and placed a vine into each of them, which would have kept them alive for 3 hours. She wasn't being generous and giving these people a chance to escape. Instead, she wanted to make them suffer a little longer. After all, the temperature outside was dropping even lower. A heavy snow had begun to fall. By tomorrow morning, every trace on the ground would be completely covered by the white snow. Banksia chuckled softly. It seemed even the heavens were helping her. Chapter 29. Banksia returned home at 5 in the morning. She didn't immediately release Nanqing from the space, but stood on the balcony, enjoying the cool breeze. She didn't know how to face Nanqing. It wasn't that she was afraid Nanqing would be angry or disgusted with her, but after she'd shaken off the excitement of revenge, she began to doubt whether her reborn self was still herself. Was she still the person Nanqing loved so deeply? A sudden surge of sadness washed over her. Banksia. Nanqing's gentle voice echoed through the space. Can you please release me? I know you've already gone home. Banksia froze for a moment, then obediently released him from the space, lowering her head and saying nothing. Nanqing reached out to hug her, and she subconsciously took a few steps back, trying to avoid him. But the balcony was so small, she couldn't retreat much further, and soon, he was in her arms. The warm, sweet orange embrace, exactly the same as before. Banksia suddenly felt a little wronged, and tears flowed unconsciously. Nanqing wiped the tears from her face with the back of his hand, his voice filled with tenderness and care. Why are you crying? Shouldn't you be happy that your revenge has been granted? He lifted the stunned girl up and said, Honey, let's go take a shower. It's so cold, don't catch a cold. Banksia, like a puppet, let Nanqing remove her clothes, shoes, and socks. She suddenly said, Nanqing, I'm different now. Oh, I don't think so. Nanqing lathered Banksia's hair and rubbed her scalp with his fingertips. He understood what Banksia meant, but in his eyes, she hadn't changed at all. She was still as innocent, kind, timid, and shy as ever. Banksia suddenly felt like losing her temper. You knew it. Nanqing had watched her grow up, and was her closest lover. How could he not notice her changes? Nanqing suddenly laughed. Honey, this is the first time you've lost your temper with me. His tone suddenly turned serious. I really don't know what's changed about you. He squatted in front of the girl and bent down to kiss her lips. Send the news of the zombies back home in advance. Tell Su Yao, Brother Yuan, and Brother Biao about the apocalypse. Don't compete with ordinary people for survival supplies. Don't like talking to strangers. You always loved me the most. You're still as gentle and kind, timid and adorable as before. In my eyes, you've never changed. Banksia stared blankly at her hands, which were still covered in blood half an hour ago. I've killed many people. Her voice was a little anxious, as if she was trying to prove that she was different. Nanqing took her hand and gently rubbed it, his tone cold. Yes, I know. But what can I do? Even ants try to survive. I'm glad you're the one who survived. Everyone has their own selfish desires, and his selfish desire was the person before him. As long as it meant she could live well, he would do anything worse, not just murder. Banksia was completely bewildered. This was not what she had imagined. Her Nanqing was always radiant, without a trace of darkness. Nanqing suddenly laughed. I'm not a saint. Besides, even a saint has his weaknesses and selfish desires. Didn't I kill anyone in my past life? This was the first time he had openly asked about his past life. Banksia lowered her eyelids. Of course, Nanqing had killed before. The first time she witnessed Nanqing kill someone, 2 thugs from the base had pried open the door of their house, taken the food, and tried to bully her before leaving. Before she could react, the 2 men were dragged out of the house and beheaded by Nanqing, who had returned. Nanqing knew what she was thinking from the look on her face, and said briskly, See, I've killed before, and I definitely continue to kill in the future. Does killing me not make me myself? This wasn't to say he intended to become a murderer, but it was the end of the world, and bloodshed was inevitable. Could he continue to sit idly by, innocent, while his delicate wife fought on the front lines? He wasn't that shameless. Banksia remained silent. Nanqing didn't interrupt her and continued washing her hair and bathing her, scrubbing even the cracks between her fingers. Afterwards, he gave himself a quick rinse before hugging her back to the bedroom to blow-dry her hair. Banksia looked at the gentle man, and vaguely understood. He meant that after her rebirth, she would still be herself, and she would always be the one he loved. She suddenly felt the urge to confide. I hate Xian Minmin and her family. They're the culprits who broke us apart, so I turned them into human pigs. But I hate myself even more. If I hadn't been so weak, I wouldn't have been so cowardly as to commit suicide. Nanqing covered her mouth and said urgently, Honey, it's not like that. Illness and illness are not something you can control. Committing suicide was not your intention. I never blame you. After Banksia fell ill, he read numerous psychology books and consulted numerous renowned psychiatrists. He knew that severe depression and anxiety weren't simply bad moods, but rather serious mental illnesses requiring medication and psychotherapy. Even after Banksia attempted suicide, he had suffered from depression himself. No one could empathize more deeply with her pain than he did. He bent down and kissed her. Banksia, I love you. For you, I can give up everything in the world and endure all suffering with strength. I know you love me just as much. Banksia hugged his neck and kissed him back. The two quickly became one. Nanqing carefully tucked in his wife's blanket, then stood up, retrieved clothes from the closet, and put them on. He then picked up the messy bathrobe on the floor and threw it into the washing machine. It was still dark outside, so there was no need to get up so early, but his wife's clothes from last night were still in the bathroom, and he couldn't leave any hidden dangers. However, he checked carefully several times, and found no trace of blood on his clothes, pants, or shoes. What happened? Banksia, wrapped in her pajamas, hugged him from behind. I cleaned up every trace before returning. In her previous life, she had carried out several assassination missions, and was experienced in eliminating evidence and concealing her identity. She would never leave any loopholes to disrupt her peaceful life. Nanqing casually tossed the clothes into the washing machine and hugged her with a smile. My wife is great. Perhaps it was revenge, or perhaps it was finally letting go of a grudge, but Banksia was in a good mood. Even when Li Kongyuan and Zhou Wen, accompanied by their men, knocked on the door the next morning, she remained in a good mood. She sat on the sofa, holding her dolphin stuffed animal, watching the news. Nanqing welcomed her into the living room, and sat her down at the coffee table. Nanqing poured them all some hot tea. Sorry, the house is a bit messy. The living room was filled with boxes of toilet paper and cat litter, leaving little room for rest. It was crowded and messy. Li Kongyuan glanced at her casually for a few moments, then smiled and said, It's okay, it's okay. His expression suddenly changed, and his eyes, like sharp swords, bore into Nanqing's. Xian Minmin is dead, did you know that? Chapter 30. Nanqing was stunned, then a smile crossed his face. Is there such a good thing? Li Kongyuan sat forward a few centimeters, not missing a single change in his expression. Does her death have anything to do with you? Nanqing scoffed. I just got married to my wife. There's no need to risk my life by getting into trouble with this psychopath. Li Kongyuan's expression was calm, but his gaze seemed to penetrate his heart. Xian Minmin had a conflict with you 3 days ago. Plus, you already have a grudge. You have every motive for committing this crime. Nanqing was about to speak when a man in his 30s behind Li Kongyuan said. The man suddenly stepped forward and said, directly, Why are you being so polite to him? Let's just conduct a search. Nanqing's expression suddenly turned cold. Did you bring the search warrant? The man was about to speak, but Li Kongyuan stopped him with a look. Sorry, he's new here and doesn't know the rules. In reality, he didn't believe Nanqing was the murderer. The perpetrator's methods were sophisticated and brutal, destroying the scene completely without leaving a trace. It was simply not something an ordinary person could do, but the Xian family was quite powerful, and the suspicion of something beyond human control had alarmed many high-ranking officials. Nanqing and the other men had indeed just had a conflict with Xian Minmin. Otherwise, a security investigation wouldn't have been possible. He was silent for a moment. This case has serious consequences. I hope you and Banksia can answer the following questions truthfully. He winked at Zhou Wen, who quietly asked Banksia to sit next to Nanqing. Li Kongyuan, where were you and your wife from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on January 9th? Nanqing, of course we were sleeping that late at night. Banksia hugged Nanqing's arm and nodded. Li Kongyuan, do you have any evidence? Nanqing, who would have someone watching them sleep? Banksia continued to nod silently. After asking, Li Kongyuan shook hands with Nanqing. Thank you and your wife for your cooperation. We might come back again. Please keep your phone open. Nanqing smiled gently. Okay, but I hope you bring a friendlier person next time. We can't stand being intimidated. As the group left, Su Yao sauntered over from next door. Those guys just now looked like they were from the government. Why did they come to you? Is Xian Minmin causing trouble again? Nanqing smiled helplessly. No, Xian Minmin's dead, and they suspect I did it. Damn! Su Yao groaned. Are these people crazy? What does Xian Minmin's death have to do with you? It's so unlucky. Even after she's dead, they still discussed others. The words were a bit harsh, but he was truly disgusted by what Xian Minmin and her family had done. Nanqing patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm not easily bullied. It's cold outside. Go home. Li Kongyuan came again that afternoon, this time with a search warrant and 3 of his subordinates armed with police dogs. Li Kongyuan and Nanqing exchanged glances, their eyes unconsciously tinged with embarrassment. Nanqing held Banksia's hand, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Since the procedure is legal, I won't make things difficult for you. Feel free to search, but be careful not to mess up my belongings. Li Kongyuan rubbed his nose and wait for his men to search the house with the police dog. He glanced around, seeing his men had gone upstairs to search. He whispered to Nanqing, "What's going on between you and Xian Chong? It seems to me he's deliberately targeting you." Logically, they hadn't found any evidence of Nanqing's guilt, so a search warrant wouldn't have been possible. But who knew Xian Chong had contacted the police chief? Nanqing sneered. "He wanted me to reconcile with Xian Minmin, but I didn't give him the benefit of the doubt." Xian Chong had asked his secretary to hint to him to drop the case against Xian Minmin, but not only did he not give up, he even hired the best legal team in the country and forced Xian Minmin to a 10-year sentence. This truly offended the Xian family. This was partly why he had transferred his assets abroad. Fortunately, he had done so in advance. Otherwise, hoarding assets domestically would have revealed a flaw, no matter how careful he was. Li Kongyuan's men, accompanied by police dogs, conducted 3 thorough searches, but found no evidence, so they took their leave. Banksia couldn't help but frown as she watched the men leave. If they kept interrupting her and Nanqing's time together, she'd be getting impatient. Xian Chong, why not try another one? It's just one shot. Nanqing stroked his wife's frizzy hair. Do you know where Xian Chong lives? Banksia thought carefully. She met Xian Chong in her previous life in City S, and she had no idea where he lived in City A. Nanqing couldn't help but kiss his wife's puffed-up face. It's not convenient for us to inquire about Xian Chong right now, lest we arouse suspicion. We can consider this later. He knew the importance of nipping danger in the bud, but the Guijian machine was still functioning normally. They could only bide their time, and he believed that moment was drawing near. Banksia didn't dwell on it. If she could kill someone once, she could kill him twice. On January 11th, the global temperature reached -45 degrees Celsius -144 degrees Fahrenheit, and 90% of the country experienced a complete loss of water, electricity, and gas, officially marking the beginning of the deep freeze. All major supermarkets in Rabbit country were taken over by the government. Purchases of basic necessities, rice, flour, grain, oil, water, salt, sugar, charcoal, cotton, gas cylinders, and so on, were restricted, requiring identification cards or household registration books. In addition, except for major hospitals and certain important government departments, all work and school were suspended. Many people online were frantically shouting that the end of the world was coming. Some ambitious hooligans were engaged in rampant looting and murder, causing further disruption to public security. However, Banksia considered these actions simply foolish. As everyone knows, Rabbit country prohibits looting, and knives are also strictly regulated. How could these hooligans really fight a well-equipped regular army with their kitchen knives? Isn't that like lighting a light in the toilet? Seeking death, even in the future, when the government completely loses control of the people, only a few people will possess weapons other than kitchen knives and fruit knives. As for firearms, Banksia had rarely seen them in the hands of ordinary people. Because there are 3 very real problems. First, ordinary people can't find access to firearms. Second, even if they get them, they might not know how to use them. Third, ammunition is no longer being produced. Once the bullets are used up, the guns are just decorations, not cost-effective. Thus, those who are forming cliques now will never amount to anything significant. The truly intelligent ones are still secretly accumulating strength, waiting for the day when social order completely collapses. Banksia, Su Yao, Han Biao, and Kai Yuan's families are well prepared. They have diesel generators for electricity, fireplaces and kangs for warmth, large water tanks and bottled mineral water, and enough food to last them 10 years. For the time being, there's no survival crisis. Banksia dragged Nanqing back to the house, and continued the task of heating water. This time, it wasn't hot water for bathing, but water for drinking, brown sugar ginger water, red date and longan tea, ginger and date tea, ginseng tea, astragalus tea, and plain water. He boiled 5 large pots of each, so he could drink directly when needed. Although her life was a bit busy, she felt a sense of fulfillment, which gave rise to many lofty ambitions, as if natural disasters and the end of the world were not worth mentioning at all. Chapter 31. Perhaps because the temperature was so low that travel was extremely inconvenient, or perhaps because they had more important things to do, Li Kongyuan and his group didn't bother them again. Banksia and Nanqing checked each other's clothing, ensuring they were fully wrapped up, and not a single draft on their skin, before driving out. This was the 10th day of the extreme cold, with daily temperatures between -40 and -45 degrees Celsius. It was rather strange, but aside from the hail and snow during the initial stages of the extreme cold, not even a speck of snow fell in the following days, leaving the air thick with a dry, chill air. The two had originally planned to continue staying in their space to practice shooting and swordsmanship, but then Su Yao, next door, came again to invite them to the mall. Banksia considered the balance on her card and agreed. Besides the 1 million yuan in cash, they still had over 300,000 yuan in change on their cards. Even though prices had increased several times, it was still enough to buy a lot of things. She would be heartbroken to watch all that money turn into worthless paper. Su Yao's family was the one he and Fang Yunyu were going to, while Su Xiao stayed home to watch over the family. This was something they had agreed on beforehand. While social order hadn't completely collapsed, the relevant departments were barely functioning, and many lawless criminals had emerged. They felt uneasy without someone watching over the family. This time, it was the Su family who would be on guard, and next time, it would be Banksia's family. Neither side would take advantage of the other. At first, Su Yao thought it was unnecessary. He and Nanjing were good brothers, and there was no need for such calculations. But Banksia had experienced countless treacherous situations, and knew that even the best friendships couldn't withstand one-sided sacrifices. After Banksia laid this out clearly, Su Yao immediately agreed. Nanjing honked her horn as they passed the Su family's entrance, and soon Su Yao drove out. Both families were driving modified off-road vehicles, equipped with snow tires and snow chains. The ice on the road was over 10 centimeters thick, and Nanjing and Su Yao drove extremely carefully. What should have taken 5 minutes took 15. But it was still more convenient than walking. At least they wouldn't be in the cold, and a car could hold much more than a handbag. Even though she was wearing an extremely cold down jacket, Banksia couldn't help but sneeze the moment she got out of the car, and was exposed to the cold air. Nanjing nervously hugged her and asked, "Honey, are you cold?" Banksia shook her head quickly, just a little itchy nose. They headed straight for the supermarket on the first floor. 10 sturdy soldiers, armed with live ammunition, stood at the checkout counter. They didn't bother looking, their attention focused on the large poster next to the cashier. The poster announced the purchase restrictions for various items. The monthly purchase limit for rice and flour is 50 jin per person. The monthly purchase limit for purified water is 100 liters per person. The monthly purchase limit for salt and sugar is 2 jin per person. The monthly purchase limit for oil is 1 liter per person. The monthly purchase limit for charcoal is 500 jin per person. The monthly purchase limit for quilts is 1 per person. The monthly purchase limit for cotton clothing is 2 sets per person. The monthly purchase limit for 15 kilograms gas cylinder per household is 1 cylinder. All of the above items must be purchased with ID cards or household registration books. Fraudulent practices are prohibited. Any violation will result in the cancellation of purchase eligibility. Banksia and the others exchanged glances, and each pushed a shopping cart into the supermarket. Several braziers were lit inside, making it considerably warmer than outside. There weren't many people there. After all, they were in the south, and not every household had winter clothing that could withstand temperatures of -40 or -50 degrees Celsius. But everyone's shopping carts were overflowing, seemingly sharing the same idea: use up their monthly allotment all at once and minimize their outings. They first headed to the grain and oil section, which was the busiest area. But as soon as the shelves were empty, staff would immediately restock them, so it seemed there wasn't a need to worry about supply shortages for the time being. Banksia casually glanced at the labels. X-brand pearl rice was 74.9 yuan per bag, and long-grain fragrant rice was 84.9 yuan per bag, both 2.5 kilograms bags. She mentally calculated that before the apocalypse, X-brand pearl rice was 14.9 yuan per bag, and long-grain fragrant rice was 16.9 yuan per bag, meaning the price of rice had increased roughly 5-fold. Looking at the prices of millet, glutinous rice, flour, mung beans, red beans, and other items nearby, they also seen increases of 5 to 8 times. Banksia didn't waste any time and immediately dragged Nanjing forward to select rice. They agreed beforehand that if the supply was sufficient, they use up their monthly allotment all at once. 6 5 kilograms bags of rice, 1 5 kilograms bag of noodles, 1 5 kilograms bag each of millet, glutinous rice, and mung beans, just enough for the two of them, a combined 100 jin. Nanjing glanced at the overflowing shopping cart and turned to Banksia, saying, "Honey, I'm going to check out first. You buy other things inside, but don't leave the supermarket. Also, don't carry heavy things by yourself. Wait until I get back." Su Yao also said to Fang Yunyan, "Honey, I'm staying with Nanjing. You and Banksia are in the supermarket. Don't leave. Don't separate. Miao Mountain is well developed. In addition to the high-end villa area halfway up the mountain, there are 3 high-end residential areas at the foot of the mountain, mostly inhabited by high-end blue-collar and white-collar workers. It said that yesterday afternoon, 2 women were attacked while parking in the underground parking lot of a luxury residential complex. All the supplies in their car were missing, and when they were found, their bodies were frozen solid. Banksia and Fan Yunyun knew what they were worried about. They exchanged glances and promised not to leave the supermarket. After the 2 men walked away, Fan Yunyun said somewhat helplessly, "I didn't know Su Yao was so nagging." She complained, but her tone was tinged with sweetness, clearly feeling deeply touched. Banksia reached out and took 4 packets of salt and put them in the shopping cart. "Nanqing and I are planning to use up our monthly allowance all at once." "What about you?" Fan Yunyun said, "We're the same way. It's too cold, we don't even want to go out." As they chatted, they selected supplies: purified water, sugar, oil, seasonings, hot pot base, pickled mustard greens. Prices had also increased 5 to 8 times. Fan Yunyun suddenly leaned close to her ear and said, "Banksia." Banksia was startled and quickly took 2 steps back to distance herself from her. She had almost pulled out her stun gun. Fan Yunyun hurriedly apologized, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just wanted to tell you something private." She had intended to chat with Banksia about some girly things, but she hadn't expected to scare her so much. The mean-spirited person inside couldn't help but kneel on the ground and kowtow frantically to admit her mistake. Banksia tried to calm herself down and smiled faintly. "It's okay, but next time you come near me, make sure you call me beforehand, or I be scared." "Afraid you be gone in one shot," Fan Yunyun chuckled. "Well, I want to ask you a question between us girls." Banksia was unusually curious. What girly topics did Fan Yunyun have to share with her that she wasn't telling Su Xiao? Fan Yunyun sighed and whispered, "Have you and Nanqing discussed when to have children?" Banksia frowned slightly. "You're not planning on having children now, are you?" She really didn't recommend having children now. Not to mention the current extreme cold, after which there would be meteor showers, extreme heat, acid rain, sandstorms, mutated plants and animals, zombies, and other disasters. Even if they could safely deliver the child, how would they carry a fragile baby through the next disaster? Not to mention that no one knew when the apocalypse would end, or if it would ever end. This was why, even if she had the space, she had no plans to have children with Nanqing just yet. But she couldn't offer any opinions on such a major life event. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened in the future, how would Nanqing and Su Yao continue to maintain their relationship? Chapter 32. Fan Yunyun waved her hands repeatedly. "No, no, no, what are you thinking? Of course we can't have a child now. I'm not crazy." She sighed and explained, "I agreed to get married to Su Yao partly because I wanted to be a mother, but a few days ago, Su Yao told me that he wanted to get a sterilization to prevent any accidents." Banksia was a little surprised. He could only say that he was indeed Nanqing's good friend. Their ideas were exactly the same. Fan Yunyun chuckled, "Yeah, you're a little bit incredulous too, right? I've acted in disaster films, and know how dangerous childbirth is in such situations. I understand his fear, but I still really want a child of my own." Her mother died early due to illness, and her father quickly found a stepmother and gave birth to a son. She felt like an invisible person in that family, with no sense of existence at all. She knew Su Yao loved her very much, but perhaps she was born a pessimist, always afraid that one day his love would fade and she would be alone again. Having a child was like having a connection to the world. Banksia paused, holding the bread, and after a moment's hesitation, said, "Hasn't our physical fitness improved since the Black Fog? Perhaps one day humans will truly evolve superpowers, and someone with superpowers could undo a vasectomy with a simple wave of their hand." Fan Yunyun reached out and pinched her face. "Why are you also imitating Su Yao's middle school syndrome? And superpowers? Why don't you just say you're going to transform into Superman and save the world?" She suddenly looked surprised. "Your face is so soft. What skincare products do you use? Recommend something to me." Banksia was speechless. Wasn't she just worrying about the child? Why did the topic suddenly shift to skincare? "I don't know." She thought of the bottles and jars on her dressing table, which didn't seem to have any brand logos. Nanqing bought them. They must have been custom-made. "I ask him later and tell you." TSK, Fan Yunyun casually picked up a bottle of blueberry jam and tossed it into the shopping cart. "You and Nanqing, childhood sweethearts, have been truly sweet since childhood. When I first met Nanqing, he was only 15 or 16. He called me every night after filming, and I even teased him about being in a relationship. He told me he was just checking in with his sister. I immediately thought he must like the girl on the other end of the line. Otherwise, What adolescent boy would have the patience to call his sister every day? She smiled and continued, sure enough, he confessed his feelings to you as soon as you came of age. I also heard that he had an unbreakable contract during filming. No kissing or intimate scenes. An actress who brought money into the crew insisted on doing a kissing scene with him, and he almost asked the director to terminate his contract. Banksia's face flushed slightly. She knew about this incident too. That actress later hired a lot of trolls to say Nanxing was a big shot. Oh my god! Fang Yunyun suddenly exclaimed, meat is so expensive? Banksia looked up. Pork was 299.98 yuan/500 G, chicken was 329.9 yuan/500 G, and beef was 539.9 yuan/500 G. The prices seemed to have increased by more than 10 or 20 times. Could ordinary people really afford them? She then looked at the nearby seafood. Shrimp 399.99 yuan/500 G, cuttlefish 299.98 yuan/500 G, and yellow croaker 698.9 yuan/500 G. It seemed like seafood prices had increased by at least tenfold. No wonder there aren't many people here. No wonder there's no purchase limit on meat and seafood. Don't be fooled by the high prices. We're actually not making any money. The butcher, having likely heard countless similar complaints, looked frustrated. This year's coldest temperatures have been unheard of. Almost all the animals on the farms have frozen to death. The purchasing department spent a fortune importing fresh meat from the north, and they only just emerged this morning. It seems the people in Miao Miao Mountain are generally well off. Otherwise, who would dare to buy fresh meat at this hour? Banksia took a closer look at the pork in the freezer. The lean meat was a pale red, and the fat was white and delicate, as if it had been slaughtered today. She casually picked out 5 whole chickens, 10 pounds of beef, and 10 pounds of pork. While the butcher was weighing, she went next door and picked out 5 pounds of shrimp and 6 yellow croaker. Fang Yunyun watched her buy meat and hurried along, her heart throbbing with pain as she did so. She kept comforting herself. Forget it, forget it. Why bother having a child? I won't even be able to raise one if I keep going like this. She swore this was the most expensive meat she ever bought, but soon, she regretted not driving a truck to buy meat, because frozen meat prices were soaring into 4 figures back then, and as for fresh meat, sorry, we didn't have any. Passing by the skincare section, the two of them casually glanced at the items. Vaseline face cream 399 yuan/50 G, urea body lotion 699 yuan/1L, moisturizing hand cream 299 yuan/30 G, chilblain cream 998 yuan/50 G. Luckily, there's no shortage of skincare products at home. The two of them pushed the cart over to the vegetable section. Chinese cabbage 79.9 yuan/500 G, radishes 39.98 yuan/500 G, green peppers 99.9 yuan/500 G, potatoes 59.8 yuan/500 G, spinach 159 yuan/500 G. Half Summer was feeling a bit distressed. She and Nanxing only had a little over 1,000,000 yuan left, and they thought it would last them until the extreme cold ended. But at current prices, they'd probably run out of money before the cold was even halfway through. Moreover, she had a bad feeling. Prices would continue to rise, to an exorbitant level. Thinking of this, she hurried her shopping, even regretting not spending all her money before the apocalypse. But she also knew she had to set aside some money for supplies during the early stages of the apocalypse, otherwise it would arouse suspicion. Banksia and Fang Yunyun quickly filled their shopping carts, and waited at the door for Nanxing and Su Yao to return. After about 10 minutes, they returned. Fang Yunyun couldn't help but complain to Su Yao, the price increases are outrageous. I've never eaten pork and cabbage this expensive in my life. Su Yao's teeth ached when he saw the prices on the plastic bags. His parents had died young from illness, and he had been raised by his grandparents. Before becoming famous, his family hadn't escaped poverty. Even after becoming wealthy, they weren't lavish. They usually ate ordinary vegetables and meat from the supermarket. How could they not know how outrageous the price increases had become? Nanxing took the shopping cart from Banksia and suggested, prices are already so outrageous in less than 2 weeks after the big drop in temperature. I'm sure it'd get even more outrageous later. Let's try to fill the car up before we go home today. Su Yao nodded frantically. Yes, yes, yes. We must fill it up before we go back. After Banksia and the other 3 stuffed their groceries into the car, they went back to the supermarket to buy meat and seafood. They bought almost all the remaining meat and seafood, but no one felt embarrassed because they didn't buy these things, and no one else did. Otherwise, it was past 3 in the afternoon, And why were the items still sitting in the freezer unattended? After filling the car, they drove home. When they arrived at Su Yao's house, he stopped Nanqing and said, "Let's go to the supermarket tomorrow to use up this month's allotment of purified water, quilts, coal, and gas." Nanqing looked at Banksia inquiringly, and Banksia agreed immediately. "Okay, I stay at home tomorrow." Chapter 33. After driving into their basement garage, Banksia waved, as the contents were stored in her space. Nanqing glanced at the stainless steel barrels in the storage room. "Is this the last batch of ice?" Banksia took his arm. "Once this batch is frozen, we're done. Let's prepare another batch of cold drinks." The space was stocked with a lot of popsicles, ice cream, and yogurt, but it wasn't convenient to take them out and eat them in front of others. It would be safer to make a batch of iced drinks and drink them in a thermos. Nanqing smiled gently. "Okay, but don't start tomorrow. Wait until I'm free, and we can do it together. It's the beginning of the extreme cold, and we have plenty of time." The fireplace in the living room was still burning, and the temperature inside was around 20 degrees Celsius. So the first thing they did when they entered the house was to take off their down jackets and pants and change into their furry home clothes. After changing, Banksia took Nanqing to the pet room next door to see Jinzi and Inzi sleeping on the Kong. The two furry creatures had been sleeping for over half a month, but they still didn't show any signs of waking up. Nanqing reached out and stroked the silver's long fur. "Wife, when will they wake up?" Banksia shook her head. In her previous life, she had been in a deep sleep for 3 years before the apocalypse, and everything she knew came from Nanqing. Perhaps fearing she would be saddened by the thought of the furry creatures she had personally raised, he hadn't explained the details of their mutations. She only knew that pets mutated after the black fog, but she had no idea how, and she hadn't even dared to store the gold and silver in the space. Nanqing covered the two furry creatures with a blanket. "They're in good shape. They wake up one day." His words weren't meant to comfort Banksia, because the two furry creatures had miraculously grown considerably in weight without eating a grain of food or drinking a drop of water. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Nanqing and the Su Yao family continued their shopping at the mall, while Banksia stayed home to look after them. She and Nanqing invited the 3 members of the Su family to have hot pot together for lunch. After watching Nanqing leave, she retrieved the ingredients from her space and began preparing them. Fish balls, shrimp balls, duck intestines, lamb rolls, beef, cuttlefish, crab sticks, sausages, luncheon meat, tofu skin, dried bean curd sheets, vermicelli noodles, hot pot noodles, and other ready-made ingredients were casually placed on the table. The low temperature in the room meant there was no need to worry about the ingredients stale if taken out too early. Then she took out a bucket of hot water to clean the vegetables: bean sprouts, lettuce, cabbage, corn, potatoes, bamboo shoots. Each one was washed and cut. After preparing the ingredients, Banksia turned on her phone to browse the internet. Perhaps because most of the country had completely lost power, the internet was noticeably cold. "Wow! My cat has mutated." Instantly intrigued, she quickly clicked on the post. "My fat orange cat finally woke up after a 2-week nap, and it's suddenly grown several times larger. Friends, do you think my cat has mutated? Will I be able to rely on it to hunt and support me from now on?" Many people shared pictures, saying their pets had also woken up and grown several times larger. Everyone was overjoyed, as if their furry friends were about to shoulder the responsibility of supporting the family. Banksia casually clicked on a few pictures: a dog the size of a tiger, a parrot the size of a full-grown chicken, and a goose as tall as an adult's waist. She quickly closed the picture of the goose. "This guy is a bully, and you really can't beat him without some strength. My pet hasn't woken up yet. Did its mutation fail? My pet hasn't woken up either. Gold and silver didn't wake up either. Unfortunately, after scrolling through several posts, I couldn't find any useful information. I exited the pet channel and clicked on the news channel. According to reports, in several countries, like Country M and Country A, the infection rate has reached over 50%. Production has completely halted, and the people are suffering." Over 50%? Didn't Country M lock up the first batch of zombies? How could it have spread so quickly? Natural disasters are ruthless, but people are compassionate. Neighbors live in harmony and help each other through difficulties. Swipe. Why have supermarket prices increased more than 5-fold? Oh, it's because of rising costs for warmth, labor, and transportation. Swipe. Life hacks. Indoor hydroponic vegetables. Growing vegetables on the Kong, homemade bean sprouts. This is great. I forwarded it to the Apocalypse support group and secretly decided to fill my greenhouse with vegetables soon, so I wouldn't have to pretend to buy groceries anymore. Everything has its limits. Experts predict that after the extreme cold, extreme heat will follow. As expected, there are truly wise people in every era. Swipe past. Provinces N, C, Q, G, and many other provinces and cities are stepping up efforts to establish survival bases. Her fair fingers paused. In her previous life, she and Nanjing had been at the base in Province C. Their contributions in that past life were already sufficient. In this life, they just wanted to live their own simple lives behind closed doors. Swipe past. Banksia turned off her phone and checked the time. 11:52. Why hadn't Nanjing come back yet? One can't stand nagging. Just as she thought this, she heard the sound of a car engine outside. She hurriedly took the ginger and jujube tea she had brewed from her space and placed it on the table. She stood at the door, waiting for Nanjing. Nanjing parked the car in the basement garage and carried the small bag into the house. Banksia wanted to help, but Nanjing dodged aside. Honey, stand back. I'm cold. She looked at Nanjing helplessly. I'm fully recovered. I know. Nanjing remained calm. But you're my wife. I'm willing to be kind to you. Banksia poured a cup of ginger and jujube tea into his hand. Have some hot tea. I go get the rest of the things from the garage. Seeing Nanjing seemed about to object, she interrupted. I put on some warm clothes first. The whole trip took only a few minutes. Nanjing took a sip of the ginger and jujube tea, and the warmth instantly spread from his stomach to his whole body. A gentle smile graced his face. Listen, honey. Su Yao and the others will be here soon. I go change and start the hot pot. Banksia got dressed and went to the car to pack her things. The gas tank and smokeless charcoal were placed in the blackfish space. The ones in the kitchen hadn't been used up yet. Purified water, pork, chicken, beef, fish, and other items were nearly frozen solid after just a short trip, so I put them in the whitefish space to thaw. The cabbage, potatoes, white radish, spinach, and other vegetables were also starting to freeze over, so I put them in the whitefish space to thaw as well. Quilts, clothes. Clothes? Banksia opened the bag curiously, revealing a light green dress. Looking at the bag next to it, she saw a pure black silk dress. And there were several more bags of the same kind. Why did Nanjing buy her a skirt? I just saw it on sale at the mall and bought it. I think it would look great on you. Nanjing put the hot pot base packet into the pot to heat. Honey, prices have gone up again today. I've exchanged most of my money for supplies, leaving me with only 100,000 yuan for backup. Banksia didn't care about the money, and casually took out the broth. Isn't the skirt too conspicuous? Nanjing tilted his head, and kissed her cheek. Yes. But we can't just sit there and used, starving ourselves to death, and wearing tattered clothes, can we? He had thought about it carefully. As long as he and Banksia had enough to eat and drink every day, their physical and mental state would be untraceable. Since they would be suspected and coveted anyway, why put his wife in a difficult position? It would be better to eat and dress well openly. It might even make people wary. Banksia was stunned for a moment, remembering a popular saying among ordinary people in his previous life space. The neater someone dresses, the more you should avoid them. They're either capable or have powerful backers. As long as she's strong enough, no one would dare to look or say a word, let alone wear a short skirt or even heavy makeup. They nodded immediately. Reborn, she wanted to live a good life with Nanjing, not a hard one. Chapter 34. A little over 10 minutes later, Su Yao and his family of 3 arrived, carrying gifts. Banksia poured them some hot tea. Didn't we agree to treat you to a meal? Why are you bringing so much? Fang Yunyun said enthusiastically. I just brought some snacks. We eat together later. Although their family had plenty of supplies, she wasn't ignorant of social conventions. How could she afford to eat and drink for free at a time like this? However, she also knew that Su Yao and Nanjing were closer than brothers, so she brought snacks like nuts, cookies, chips, and fruit. This seemed polite without being too unkind. Nanjing set the table and invited them to the table. Wife, Sister Yun, Su Yao, Su Xiao, it's time to eat. They and the 3 members of the Su family could handle spicy food, so the hot pot had a spicy base. Eating a warm hot pot on a freezing winter's day is truly the ultimate indulgence. Hiss. Su Yao gulped down several large gulps of milk from the spiciness. Where did you buy the hot pot? It's delicious. So satisfying. Nanjing smiled. I bought it at Yakuxian. Yakuxian is a hot pot restaurant, incredibly famous in City A. You usually have to reserve a table in advance. He bought it before Banksia woke up, and only had about 10 bags left at home. Su Yao couldn't help but sigh. I wonder if I have another chance to eat at the restaurant. The others at the table fell silent. How could the world have suddenly become like this? Even those who weren't big internet users knew that hospitals and crematoriums were packed, and it was impossible to get a table for anyone, living or dead. Fang Yunyan suddenly slapped Su Yao on the back. Even delicious food can't stop you. You're just talking nonsense. Banksia, fearing they might start arguing, quickly changed the subject. There's beer in the fridge. Would you like a drink? Su Yao asked curiously. It's so cold. Why didn't you turn off the power to the refrigerator? Don't you mind the generator using too much fuel? Banksia, it's too cold. Vegetables will freeze if they're not refrigerated. Keeping them in the fridge actually keeps them in top condition. The inventor of the refrigerator probably couldn't have imagined that it would one day be used to insulate heat. Su Yao and the others hadn't expected this either, and they praised Banksia for her thoughtfulness. Banksia pulled 3 bottles of beer from the fridge and handed them to Nanjing, Su Yao, and Fang Yunyan. She and Su Xiao didn't drink. With Su Yao's lively personality around, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. It took them 2 hours to finish their meal. By the end, except for Banksia and Nanjing, everyone else was holding onto the table. Su Yao rubbed his stomach. Seeing Banksia and Nanjing eating, he joined in, but he almost vomited. When did you two manage to eat so much? Especially Banksia. He looked at Banksia in confusion. Didn't you feel full with just a small bowl of rice before? I remember Nanjing consulted several experienced Chinese medicine practitioners to get you to eat more, prescribing stomach tonifying medicines. Nanjing, fearing Banksia would feel embarrassed, took up the conversation. Our appetites have increased since the black fog ended. Haven't you noticed yours have increased too? Su Yao and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They've been eating and drinking excessively these days, assuming it was due to the cold weather and the increased caloric needs, never considering it was their own increased appetites. Su Xiao suddenly felt worried. Brother, sister-in-law, how about we go to the supermarket tomorrow to stock up on some food? She read a lot of apocalyptic novels while staying home, knowing that food was the most precious commodity in the apocalypse. She feared that one day, the family would run out of food and end up eating cockroaches and other insects like the protagonists in the novels. Su Yao ruffled his sister's hair vigorously, then collapsed on the sofa. Let's not even talk about the purchase restrictions. Even if we could buy more, where would we have the space to store it? He used a lot of connections to stockpile supplies, and the family had so much stuff piled up that there was no place to step. But it wasn't just their family. Almost every household across the country was overflowing with food and fuel. They wouldn't need to last them for 10 or 8 years, but at least 3 to 5 months would be enough. Of course, except for those who were stubborn and refused to listen. Su Xiao sighed. That's true. By the way, did you see the news that experts say extreme heat will follow extreme cold? Fang Yunyan's eyes were dull. Tens of millions of years ago, even the mighty dinosaurs became extinct. If things keep going like this, humans will be extinct too, right? Banksia thought back to her previous life and suddenly felt a little worried. Before the apocalypse, the population of Rabbit Country was approximately 1.6 billion. Before her death, it was said that fewer than 80 million people remained, and that was only 5 years after the apocalypse. As for foreign countries, after the meteor shower, all satellites plummeted back to Earth, and all nations completely lost contact with each other. It's unlikely things will get any better. But does Blue Water Planet really not intend to give humanity a chance to survive? It seems not. Despite humanity's unbridled demands on Blue Water Planet, it still rains down black mist that improves the health of all living things. Perhaps, as some scientists have speculated, this is a global evolution, a survival of the fittest. Ding. Several people's phones rang simultaneously, and Banksia snapped out of her thoughts. She pulled her phone from her pocket and opened it. It was the administrator of the Mimation Homeowners Group, posting a message to everyone in the group. She clicked on the group announcement. Hello, homeowners. Experts predict that after the extreme cold, extreme heat will follow. Given the abundance of greenery in the villa area, which is prone to spontaneous combustion during extreme heat, I suggest that each household send one person to clean up the flowers and trees in the villa area starting tomorrow. What? Isn't this your property management's responsibility? Yes, we pay over 1 million yuan in property management fees every year, and this is how you do it. It's been 26 years, and there are still people who believe what experts say. I agree with cutting down the trees. But isn't it a bit unreasonable for each household to send one person? My grandmother and I are the only ones at home. Can you pay the money but not the people? I'm not cutting down the trees anyway. You cowards can do it yourself. The group chat was instantly abuzz with activity, with messages refreshing so quickly that it was impossible to read them all. Banksia and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. They had just mentioned the extreme heat when the property management suggested cutting down the trees. Perhaps they had some inside information. Nanqing spoke first. What do you think? I agree with cutting down the trees. There are too many trees in the villa area. If the extreme heat wave comes as suddenly as the extreme cold, it might be too late to cut them down then. He and Banksia had already planned to cut down the trees, and were still trying to come up with an excuse. Now that this reason was right in front of them, they would be doing themselves a disservice if they didn't make use of it. Su Yao pondered for a moment and said, You have a point, but we can't take the initiative in this matter. If the people in the group don't agree in the end. He smiled slightly. We can just cut down the trees near our homes ourselves. Banksia added, If the extreme heatwave really does happen, we better get some ice ready. The low temperature outside makes it the perfect time to store ice. Su Yao and the others nodded frantically. We start storing ice tomorrow. Once frozen, we can store it in the cold storage and underground storage room. The people in the group argued for 3 days, and finally the property management announced that those who wanted to cut down trees could do so near their homes, and those who didn't would not be forced. Banksia is not surprised. As long as the facts are not in front of them, the majority of people will always be optimistic. Chapter 35. Banksia and Nanqing checked each other's down jackets and protective gear before heading out with their chainsaws. They had agreed with Su Yao's family to start clearing the area behind the villa. The property management had put a lot of thought into landscaping, lining the sidewalks in front and behind the villa with numerous trees, a ginkgo tree behind the villa and a hibiscus tree in front. Su Xiao sighed as he looked at the 7-meter-tall ginkgo tree. A few months ago, I picked up leaves from it to use as bookmarks. It was so beautiful. Banksia and the others felt a pity, but even if they didn't chop it down, the tree wouldn't survive. Su Yao jumped twice on the spot. Why does it feel even colder today? Get to work. Finish early and go home soon. Banksia, adjusting the cutting angle of her chainsaw, couldn't help but glance up at the sky. The sky was as gloomy as ever, with no sign of sunlight. She looked for a few seconds, seeing nothing, and then returned her attention to her work. Logging is no easy task. It's both tiring and dangerous. Su Yao and his companions tried 2 or 3 times, but each time the chain got stuck due to the wrong angle. Banksia said helplessly, Watch me do it first. In her previous life, she had used a chainsaw while on missions at the base, and was quite experienced. Fan Yunyun looked Banksia over and exclaimed, Banksia, you're such a treasure. How come you know everything? Banksia didn't think this was anything to be proud of. She explained carefully, First, you must have a steady hand, otherwise you could easily get hurt if the tool falls. Second, the saw blade should form an angle of about 30 degrees with the tree trunk to make it easier for the saw to penetrate. As she explained, her hands continued to work, quickly sawing through a tree. Because the outdoor temperature was so low, they had agreed before setting off to work 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon. An hour later, the mechanical alarm sounded, and they immediately sped up to finish their work. After returning home for lunch and a 2-hour break, they resumed felling trees promptly at 2 p.m. After the day's work, Banksia looked at the tree trunks lying on the ground and said, Let's drag the trees back to the yard. We can dry them in the sun and use them as firewood. Su Yao and the others had no objections. They also understood the importance of being prepared for danger. If the smokeless charcoal ran out, these tree trunks would be lifesavers. Su Yao's family removed 3/5 of the trunks, while Banksia and Nanqing took the remaining 2/5. After bringing the wood home, they simply dumped it in the yard. After the extreme cold, the two of them usually went to bed early, but for some reason, Banksia felt a bit irritable today. She lay in bed for half an hour without a trace of sleep. Her hand unconsciously slipped into the man's pajamas beside her, and rubbed him a few times. His well-defined abdominal muscles were smooth and elastic, and she couldn't help but press them gently, then again. Nanqing endured it for a while, but finally couldn't help but hold the restless hand. Honey, it's cold outside. It's easy to get sick. To help their bodies adapt to the cold weather, and avoid becoming useless once out of the space, they agreed to sleep 1 day in the space, and the next on the Kong. Today happened to be their turn on the Kong. Ban Xiao understood his implication, and her face flushed in the darkness. She whispered in defense, I'm not. I just can't sleep. Yes, I am. The man couldn't help but laugh, his voice tinged with a touch of sensuality. Honey, I want you. Can you come into the dimension? Banksia fought back the heat on her face, and reached out to cover his mouth, lest he become more explicit. No. You can say that. It felt like a hand was churning frantically in her abdomen, like 1,000 sharp blades simultaneously exerting force. Her body involuntarily bent into a shrimp-like shape, a familiar yet unfamiliar heat emanating from her abdomen, and then she lost consciousness. Banksia regained consciousness the next morning. She stared blankly at the ceiling. What had happened last night? Why had she fainted? Honey, Nanjing noticed as she woke up. Does your stomach still hurt? Perhaps because she caught a cold in a garbage can in the snow right after giving birth. Every period was difficult for his wife. She suffered from back pain, chest pain, abdominal pain, vomiting, and insomnia. Especially during the first year of her period, she fainted almost every time from the pain. Painkillers and visits to traditional Chinese and Western doctors were ineffective. Seeing his wife didn't react, Nanjing poured a cup of brown sugar ginger tea from the thermos and helped her drink it. Banksia, feeling the familiar taste on her tongue, finally realized what was going on. She was in poor health, and her periods had always been irregular, sometimes only coming once every 3 or 4 months. She had long forgotten about it. Luckily, she had figured out that post-apocalyptic women's menstrual products would be a great way to exchange for other things, so she stocked up. Otherwise, it would have been embarrassing. She placed the empty cup on the bedside table, moved it closer, and said coquettishly, "Honey, can you sleep with me for a while?" Nanjing's eyes were bloodshot, clearly worried and sleepless. Nanjing took off his coat, got on the bed, and hugged her. "Does it still hurt? Let me rub your tummy." Banksia rested her head on his shoulder. "It doesn't hurt anymore. I use my supernatural powers to heal myself every day from now on. I be fine soon. Husband, stay with me until I get some sleep." After Nanjing fell asleep, she slowly opened her eyes, mentally complaining once more. Why didn't women evolve away from this damn bleeding period? The next morning, Banksia, holding a heat pad and a hot water bottle, watched anxiously as Nanjing left with the chainsaw. Her stomach pain had subsided, but Nanjing refused to let her go no matter what. He even wanted to stay with her until she finished her period before continuing to cut trees. If she hadn't persuaded him repeatedly, he wouldn't have gone out. The sky-swallowing tree yelled in discontent, "Banksia." Banksia averted her gaze, looking at it in confusion. "What's wrong with Tian?" The sky-swallowing tree snorted and accused loudly, "You've been hanging out with Nanjing all day. It's been ages since you last spoke to me." Banksia felt a little guilty at this. It seemed, indeed, that she hadn't spoken to the sky-swallowing tree in ages. She blinked and shifted the blame. "Aren't you busy watching anime? I was afraid to disturb you." "Humph. Big liar. Big villain." The sky-swallowing tree turned its back on her angrily. "It's obvious that you prioritize love over friendship. Don't think I don't understand love. I've watched 15 romance movies." Banksia choked. "Just because you've watched 15 romance movies you understand love?" She and Nanjing had been in love for 2 lifetimes, and she didn't dare claim to understand love. She understood Nanjing. The swallowing heaven tree glared at her smugly. "Humph. 5 vanilla ice cream cones will soothe my wounded heart." Banksia understood that Tian was just being greedy. She pulled the swallowing heaven tree into the space and said, "5 ice cream cones are too few. To express my apology, Tian, please have 10. Her tone was arrogant, as if she wasn't talking about 10 ice cream cones, but about 1 billion. Hee hee. The swallowing heaven tree chuckled. "I accept your apology." Banksia smiled faintly. "Thank you, Tian. After Tian left, she teleported to the vegetable garden. The vegetables had been planted 2 days ago, not directly on the ground in the white fish space, but in large plastic pots. The pots were 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 50 centimeters high. There were 5 of them placed side by side. Chapter 36. The first pot contained tomatoes, already bearing fruit. The second pot contained lettuce, its leaves lush and green, ready to be picked and eaten. The third pot contained peppers, their bright red fruits delightful. The fourth pot contained Chinese cabbage, each weighing about 2 or 3 pounds. The harvest will be even higher in due course. The last pot contained strawberries, which had already been harvested a few days ago. Banksia gazed upon the vibrant plants with satisfaction. Her daily use of her supernatural powers to stimulate growth was well worth it. She retrieved 2 plastic frames from the blackfish space, picked the ripe lettuces and peppers one by one, packed them separately, and hauled them back to the blackfish space on a trailer to preserve them for later consumption. After harvesting the vegetables, she sowed new seeds in the plastic lettuce pots, beginning a new round of stimulation. The seeds immediately stopped germinating. She was currently unwell, and needed to conserve some of her supernatural powers for healing. Less than 2 minutes later, 10 branches of the heaven-swallowing tree teleported over, each tipped with an ice cream cone. It beamed with delight, hee, so sweet. Banksia touched its trunk and felt her own joy. Having her lover and friends by her side, nothing could be better. And she was willing to do anything to protect such happiness. Using her consciousness, she moved all the boxes of hot weapons to her side. Donning gloves, she began to refill them with bullets and shells. The refilled weapons were placed in a separate weapons area for easy access. The longer the extreme cold persists, the more unrest there is in society. Currently, the headlines on major websites are filled with reports of looting and vandalism by criminals. Law enforcement officers are limited, and the cold weather prevents them from working outdoors for extended periods, so they can only allow the bad guys to wreak havoc. Luxury villa areas and residential complexes have always been prone to vandalism and looting. She didn't expect a thief to come knocking on her door someday. She wouldn't pin her hopes on anyone else. She trusted no one except Nanqing. Wife. Nanqing's voice suddenly rang out. Banksia instinctively glanced at the alarm clock beside her. It wasn't even an hour yet, so why was he back so early? She slipped out of the space and opened the door for him, unable to help but ask worriedly, what happened? Nanqing's expression was very cautious. I think I found a mutant ginkgo tree. Banksia was startled. Plants mutated now? Nanqing held her hand and soothed her. Don't worry, I'm not hurt. His expression became a little strange. That tree doesn't seem to like hurting humans. It only gently slapped me when I was about to saw it. Banksia wasn't surprised. People have different personalities, and mutant plants also have their own differences. Most mutant plants are lazy and content to stay in their own little corners, and don't like to conflict with humans. But that doesn't mean they're weak. If they try to harm it, it will kill them without mercy. She thought for a moment and said, I change my clothes and go over. No. Nanqing refused without a second thought. It's too cold outside. If you're not feeling well, don't go out. The tree's right there. It won't run away. Banksia hesitated for a moment before telling him the truth. Tian is also an alien plant. Even if it doesn't have legs, it can still run. Nanqing choked and then threw in the towel. Run away, as long as it doesn't bother us. His words were quickly contradicted when, in the middle of the night, the alien tree openly knocked on the door. Nanqing stared speechlessly at the ginkgo tree, which had shrunk to just 20 centimeters. What are you doing here? The ginkgo tree flinched, its leaves rustling. I want to join the boss, and be his little brother. It couldn't speak human language, relying solely on its supernatural powers to express itself. But Nanqing didn't understand a word. The heaven-swallowing tree, understanding, reached out its branches and poked it backwards. No! We don't need little brothers. Nanqing pinched his brows, and pleaded with the heaven-swallowing tree. Tian, can you tell me what the ginkgo tree is saying? He vaguely guessed what the ginkgo tree meant from Tiantian's response, and, somewhat incredulously, wanted to confirm it. Humph. The sky-swallowing tree was unwilling to translate for this tree that wanted to steal its companion. The energy of a high-level wood-type mutant could accelerate the leveling of mutant plants. The tree's calculations were about to fall on its face. Banksia was awakened by the noise outside and came out, draped in thick clothes. Nanqing, Tian, what are you doing? She yawned, her eyes almost closed with sleepiness. Nanqing quickly reached out and hugged her, fearing she would fall asleep immediately. The mutant ginkgo tree I told you about this day has arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, the ginkgo tree, lying on the ground pretending to be dead, scurried over to Banksia, shaking its leaves frantically. Respected mutant, I am a mutant ginkgo tree that has just regained consciousness. I would like to sign a contract with you and conquer the world for you. Please accept me. It had grown up in the mountains, where the old man who guarded the garden loved to listen to Long Outian novels. Therefore, his first reaction after becoming conscious was to find a golden thigh for himself and replicate the path of Long Outian's subordinates rising to power. During the day, it sensed the fluctuations of supernatural power in the man, and thought the long-awaited golden thigh had finally arrived. Who knew that it spoke a long string of words, but the man didn't understand a single word, and then it realized that the golden thigh was someone else. Banksia was instantly half awake. A mutant plant that developed a clear sense of self during such extreme cold must be quite remarkable, but her face showed no interest. She leaned in Nanqing's arms, half closed her eyes, and looked at the ginkgo tree on the ground. I don't accept useless little brothers. What skills do you have? The ginkgo tree shook its leaves wildly at this. Sir, I know a lot. I can carry bags, cheer, clap, and slap people in the face. I can also curse, and my curses are very filthy. Banksia was speechless. This tree hadn't just had an idea. Do you know him? Why does he seem rather flattering and curse? Where did he learn that? She yawned. I don't need that. Do you know anything else? The ginkgo tree was stunned. It remembered that the little brothers in the Long Outhian novels the old man had read were just that. It was so anxious that its leaves were about to fall off. Suddenly, an epiphany struck. My fruits and leaves are edible. It whispered, just don't eat too much. Too much will poison you. Poisonous plant? She likes it. Penella feigned hesitation. After a moment he said, to be my subordinate, you must obey me. Are you willing to sign a contract with me? The ginkgo tree suddenly grew taller and placed a branch in her hand. Yes. A green light flashed in Banksia's palm, and the master-servant contract was signed. On the third floor, turn left and there's a greenhouse with vegetables. Do you know which way is left? The ginkgo tree quickly climbed up the stairs, leaving only a single word. I know. Thank you, boss. Humph. The heaven-swallowing tree circled Banksia and shouted, Banksia, don't you dislike me? You're my best partner and friend. How could I possibly dislike you? Banksia grasped the sky-swallowing tree's branch, trying to deceive it. Actually, I'm your little brother. You be doing all the hard work for me. Aren't you happy every day? The sky-swallowing tree was stunned. You're my brother? It suddenly became excited. So I be the boss from now on? Banksia smiled. Yes. Being the boss is so tiring. The sky-swallowing tree suddenly felt a surge of pride, as if it could see itself commanding countless alien plants and wreaking havoc. Chapter 37. It's been reported that the survival bases in several provinces, including N, C, Q, and G, have been completed. Citizens interested in visiting can register for a lottery at the following website. Reporters will take you inside the bases. Soldiers armed with live ammunition.jpg/heatingkong.jpg/bathhouse.jpg/canteen.jpg/signal tower.jpg/indoor greenhouse.jpg/pile of food.jpg/pile of coal.jpg. Will the rabbit coin be phased out? The survivor bases will adopt a point system, with one rabbit coin worth 0.1 point, and a limit of 1,000 points per person. The bases will provide numerous jobs, and those with specialized skills will have priority. On the last day of January, the internet and radio began to hype the completion of the Northwest and Southwest bases, encouraging ordinary people to move there and live there, sparking a frenzy of online discussion. The vast majority of residents in the Meow Meow Mountain Villa district had already made adequate preparations, ensuring they could live well even without moving to the bases. Therefore, the news was met with a rare silence in the property management group. After a while, someone posted a message in the group chat, followed by others. Do you think the apocalypse is really coming? Otherwise, why are people being encouraged to live in the base? If the temperature is over 40 degrees Celsius below zero, isn't that the apocalypse? So does anyone want to go to the base? No. I've worked hard for years to achieve my current status and wealth. Going to the base means I have to start all over again. Who wants to go? What if there's an even worse disaster later? I've already signed up. No amount of money is more important than the lives of my family. As soon as these words were spoken, the group fell silent again. Everyone was clearly struggling with this, fearing making the wrong choice now, which would lead to lifelong regrets. Banksia and Nanqing exchanged glances. They had already reached a consensus, to live their own lives peacefully, and avoid getting involved in the base's mess. Banksia suddenly recalled the words draw lots and said, Nanqing, did you see the words draw lots? I suspect there's something fishy about this draw lots. In her previous life, no one who first entered the base was over 45. Nanqing was stunned, then his face darkened. He vaguely guessed what was going on, but still hesitated to believe it. It hasn't come to that point yet, has it? Banksia rested her head on his shoulder and stroked his face soothingly. There's nothing we can do about it. Humanity must preserve its flame. This world has never lacked intelligent people. She only relayed the news of the zombies back home, not superfluously adding her own hearsay to the anonymous letter, knowing that the leaders above would be able to analyze and conclude that the apocalypse had arrived. Nanqing gave a wry smile. Will this world ever get better? Banksia didn't know. She only lived 5 years in her previous life, but she figured that this time, Guijia had prepared ahead of time, and things would be much better than before. At least, she hadn't heard of so many bases in her previous life. No matter how difficult the road ahead, life must go on. She thought of the remaining 100,000 yuan in cash, and discussed with Nanqing about going to the supermarket, as soon as possible to spend it all on supplies. Nanjing coughed lightly and reminded her, I remember you looted quite a bit from the Xian family. There might be cash in there too. Banksia couldn't help but hold her forehead. She had previously plundered the Xian family's possessions, piling them all in her space without even looking closely. She pulled Nanjing into the space and, using her consciousness, transferred the pile of loot from the Xian family into Bayu's space, beginning to count the contents. Nanjing stared at the massive mass before him, gasping in amazement. Had his wife emptied the Xian family villa? Banksia blinked innocently. This was a habit acquired during the apocalypse, never leaving anything useful behind when gathering supplies. The Xian family had learned about the zombies early on and had made extensive preparations. 2 8-seater helicopters, 2 modified large RVs, 5 SUVs, and 3 regular cars. Water, rice, noodles, grain, oil, canned goods, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, self-heating rice, self-heating hot pot, smokeless charcoal, clothing, medicine, and so much more were too numerous to count. At a glance, it looked like enough to feed at least 10 people for decades. 5 solar generators and 5 diesel generators, 5,200 L barrels of diesel, 20 barrels of gasoline, and 10 barrels of kerosene. Appliances, some furniture. 5 large safes, 10 small safes. Banksia was dazzled. She had looted every one of the Xian family villa's 45 rooms and 3 basement storage rooms, leaving not a grain of rice behind. How long would it take to count all this stuff? She casually stuffed everything except the safes back into the blackfish space. She didn't need to worry about the other stuff. She'd find the money first. The safes all required both an electronic code and a fingerprint to unlock. Banksia had neither, so she used her supernatural powers to force them open. The moment the first large safe opened, Banksia and Nanjing felt something flash in their eyes. A closer look revealed that the safe was filled with 100G gold bars. Banksia opened the next one, still full, and then the next. 5 large safes, completely filled with gold. Banksia and Nanjing were both stunned. Where did the Xian family get so much money? They simply sat down and counted the gold bars in the first safe. 1, 2, 99.98, 99.99, 10,000, finally finished. If each safe contained the same number of gold bars, that meant there were 50,100G gold bars in total. Before the apocalypse, the price of gold exchanged at the bank was 455 yuan per gram. So the gold in these 5 safes was worth 455 times 100 times 50,000 is equal to 2,275,000,000 rabbit coins. 2,275,000,000 yuan? Nanjing frowned. Xian Chou and Xian Chong's official careers were definitely not clean. He had a basis for this. First, the Xian family's ancestors couldn't even afford to eat, so it was clearly impossible for them to leave behind a valuable fortune. Second, Xian Chou and Xian Chong couldn't possibly have such high salaries. Third, Xian Liang's fame was quite modest, and his film pay was limited. Finally, the 3 men in the Xian family all married women from well-off families. Ban Xia wasn't too surprised. If the Xian family hadn't been corrupt, how could they have rescued Xian Minmin? She stood up, activated her supernatural powers, and opened the remaining 10 small safes. 5 sets of jade jewelry, 6 sets of jadeite jewelry, 4 sets of gemstone jewelry, 10 sets each of diamond and gold jewelry, 18 luxury watches, and 9 antiques. 5 million in cash, 3 villa property deeds, 5 commercial property deeds. 6 pistols, 2,000 rounds of ammunition, plus the pistols seized from the 3 bodyguards and Xian Chou, a total of 10 pistols. Banksia silently calculated in her mind. The jewelry, watches, and antiques were worth about 3 billion, and the villas and commercial property were worth about 1 billion. In other words, excluding the supplies, she had looted at least 6 billion worth of goods from the Xian family. She felt a little unhappy. This money was the people's blood and sweat, and she and Nanjing might have contributed some of it, but then she thought, the Xian family's wealth was probably all here. Xian Chong must have been vomiting blood these days, and she couldn't help but feel happy. Chapter 38. Is this price real? Fang Yunyun stared blankly at the labels on the shelves, a bit doubtful of life. Banksia and the others nodded silently. They hadn't been to the supermarket for just 2 weeks, but how could prices have doubled? Rice averaged 50 yuan per caddy, vegetables 300 yuan per caddy, pork 1,500 yuan per caddy, and seafood 2,500 yuan per caddy. Even a 550 milliliters bottle of regular mineral water cost 15 yuan. Today was February 1st, and the purchase limit had been reset. Many people were out shopping, but supplies were still plentiful. Not daring to waste any more time, they hurriedly selected the items on their list from the shelves. After filling their 2 shopping carts, Nanqing and Su Yao went to check out first, while Banksia and Fan Yunyun grabbed another cart and continued shopping. It was cold weather, and it was rare for them to go out, so they naturally had to fill their carts before returning home. Fan Yunyun picked up items from the shelves while chatting with Banksia. Banksia, I heard Han Biao's family is planning to live at the base? After the news of the base's completion broke yesterday, several families discussed it in the group chat. Banksia and her family, the 3 members of the Su family, and Kai Yuan decided to stay home, while Han Biao's family planned to live at the base. Banksia stuffed salt and sugar into the shopping cart and nodded. Brother Biao's neighborhood isn't very safe. Several families were robbed last month. With so many young and old, they're easy targets for criminals. It's safer to go to the base. She and Zhao Xian were orphans. Su Yao and Su Xiao lost their parents early, and their grandparents passed away a few years ago. Fan Yunyun and Kai Yuan, who had a stepmother and a stepfather, had long lost contact with their families. Han Biao was the only one in their group with both parents and relatives still alive, so naturally, he couldn't be as carefree as them. Fan Yunyun sighed softly. That's true. While he's a good fighter, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. It's safer to go to the base. I just wonder if the inside is really as good as advertised. Banksia thought back to her life at the base in her previous life. The first group of people who joined had jobs and incomes. She casually said, Brother Biao is a fighter, and Sister Biao is a teacher. Together, they're both talented in both literature and martial arts. They definitely find good jobs and an income to provide basic security. Her only concern for Han Biao was that his parents and in-laws were aging. If he didn't win the lottery, the family wouldn't be separated, would they? But overthinking was pointless. She checked the list in her hand and turned to Fan Yunyun. Sister Yunyun, let's go buy meat. Before she could finish her words, a hand patted her shoulder. She instinctively grabbed it and twisted it, causing the owner of the hand to scream, Ah! Banksia. Banksia let go of the hand and frowned at the woman who had patted her. Do we know each other? The woman trembled, clutching her aching hand. Banksia, I'm Hui. Don't you recognize me? Banksia thought about the name, but it had no recollection. No, stay away from me. She then dragged Fan Yunyun towards the butcher's shop. The woman quickly caught up, her eyes filled with grievance. I was also from the Little Sunflower Orphanage. I played with you in Nanqing when we were little. Do you really not remember me? Banksia still had no recollection. Fan Yunyun took a closer look at the woman, and something suddenly occurred to her. Isn't this Sun Hui, the one who used Nanqing to hype up their childhood sweetheart relationship? Ignoring the embarrassment and resentment in Sun Hui's eyes, she turned to Banksia. She's been impersonating you many times before, claiming to be Nanqing's girlfriend. Banksia paused. The thought resonated with her. Sun Hui, along with her in Nanqing, was an orphan from the same orphanage. 3 years older than Nanqing, she loved to bully the younger children with her followers, stealing their toys and snacks. She was the youngest and weakest, unable to resist, and was the one who was bullied the most. Nanqing and her group often got into fights over her. At one point, they became sworn enemies, fighting almost twice a day. It wasn't until Nanqing made money from filming that she bought her baby formula and beautiful doll dresses and shoes, dressing her up like the little princess everyone envied. Sun Hui and her group finally changed their attitude, shamelessly clinging to Nanqing and becoming her good friends. Nanqing had always treated her like her own precious child, so naturally, she didn't want to. They didn't say anything to her face, but then, when Nanqing was away, they steal her belongings and bully her even more. Once, in the dead of winter, they locked her in a freezing cold storage room, nearly killing her. It could be said that her childhood timidity and shyness were largely due to the bullying by Sun Hui and the others. If Nanqing hadn't worked hard to earn enough money to send her to boarding kindergarten, and then to elementary and middle school along the way, she might have been bullied to death. After the memory ended, Banksia looked at Sun Hui coldly. When you say you played with me in Nanqing, do you mean you almost killed me and fought with Nanqing? Sun Hui looked into Banksia's clear, pure eyes, a flicker of jealousy in them. Why had this sickly girl always been so well protected? She put on a deliberate smile. I was just joking with you. You wouldn't be so petty as to hold it in your mind, would you? Fan Yunyun scoffed and said sarcastically, how about we just stab you a few times for fun? You're so magnanimous, you won't take it to heart, right? She hated the idea of using this kind of excuse for bullying. When she was a child, her father remarried, And she was often teased by her peers, threatened with being kicked out by her stepmother, and had to live a life of constant fear. After she became famous, those people came after her again, using the same excuses as this woman. Sun Hui smiled awkwardly. Banksia, we came from the same orphanage after all. You don't think the same way, do you? She muttered casually. I remember Nanqing said in an interview that she liked simple and kind girls. When Banksia heard Sun Hui mention Nanqing, she thought of how she later impersonated herself to gain publicity for her relationship in order to break into the entertainment industry. After being sued by Nanqing, he went on to spread the news that he and Nanqing were in an underage relationship and living together, causing a lot of unnecessary trouble. Or, should he just kill her? Sun Hui felt as if she were being watched by some ferocious beast. The hairs on her back instantly stood up, and a chill ran through her body. But thinking of her empty wallet, she gritted her teeth and forced a smile. Banksia, I'd like to borrow some money from you and Nanqing. Don't worry, 5 million is enough. You're so gentle and kind, you'd definitely lend it to me, right? After she finished speaking, she tried to grab Banksia's hand. 5 million is enough? With such a big appetite, aren't you afraid of dying of overeating? Banksia took 2 steps back and, expressionlessly, pulled a dagger from her pocket. First, cut yourself a few times to let me vent my hatred, and then I decide whether to lend you the money. Fang Yunyun, standing nearby, breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that Banksia would actually agree to lend you the money. But did Nanqing teach Banksia this method of threatening people with a knife? Sun Hui scoffed inwardly. She didn't believe Banksia would actually dare to hurt anyone, so she deliberately stepped forward. You really are. Just kidding, aw. She screamed, clutching her bleeding arm, and glared at Banksia with resentment. You're crazy. Your husband is a big star, aren't you afraid I tell others? Just give me 1,000. No, 100 million, and I let it go. Banksia glanced indifferently at the bloody dagger. Get out. If you follow me again, this knife will pierce your neck. She pulled a tissue from her pocket, and carefully wiped the blood off the dagger. Then she casually tossed the tissue into the trash can and continued walking towards the butcher's shop, pulling Fang Yunyun along. The authorities had issued a notice 10 days ago that anyone caught in a robbery or deliberately blocking the road could be killed, regardless of life or death. She had just considered killing Sun Hui, but then she remembered that she and Nanqing had registered with Li Kongyuan. If he and Xian Chong connected the two events, it would be difficult to handle. After all, the Guijiang machine was still running. She couldn't resist arrest or blow up the prison with artillery, could she? Chapter 39. Fang Yunyun was completely dazed after being dragged away. Seeing Banksia calmly selecting meat, she couldn't help but step forward and whisper, Banksia, were you afraid just now? She hadn't expected Banksia, a girl so delicate and timid since childhood, to actually hurt someone. Banksia compared 2 pieces of beef. No. She thought for a moment, and then warned, there's always room for ambitious people in this world. The dangers you face in the future are likely far greater than you imagine. Sister Yunyun Yu, Brother Yao, and Sister Xiao Xiao, better harden your hearts from now on. That was all she said. Although the extreme cold had lasted a month, thanks to the Guijiang machine, it was generally peaceful, and ordinary people retained a basic sense of conscience. In the future, when the living environment becomes even more deplorable, cannibalism will become commonplace. If you're even afraid of killing yourself, you never survive. Fang Yunyun's face was thoughtful. You're right. This isn't a peaceful time anymore. If you show off, you end up killing yourself and even your loved ones. She then looked at Banksia teasingly. No wonder Nanqing loves you so much. If I were a man, I also like a girl like you who's always clear-headed. Sister Fang, don't even think about it. Nanqing had returned at some point, and put an arm around Banksia's shoulders. My wife only loves me. Su Yao, following behind, rolled his eyes. Stop showing off your affection. I have a wife too. He and Fang Yunyun had always been looked down upon, but in reality, Nanqing and Banksia were also looked down upon. Nanqing had been popular since childhood, both in appearance and in wealth. He had numerous admirers, the lively and cute, the gentle and kind, the sexy and charming, the arrogant and funny, the wealthy and powerful. Everything was there. Banksia, on the other hand, was just an ordinary girl, beautiful, but not as polished as a celebrity. She had a gentle, simple personality, but lacked a certain charm. She was even an orphan. Even ordinary families would find her worthy, let alone a match for someone as dazzling as Nanqing. The general public assumed Nanqing had simply grown accustomed to having someone around her, and would eventually tire of her. It wasn't until Nanqing, recklessly, sent all the rumormongers to prison, until Nanqing turned down all work to care for Banksia due to her illness, until Nanqing resolutely chose to retire from the entertainment industry, that they realized Nanqing wasn't simply accustomed to having that person around, but had always deeply loved her. Su Yao remembered once asking Nanqing, if he had grown up with another girl, would he still be attracted to his childhood sweetheart? Nanqing replied that he loved Banksia as a person, not her status or companionship. Su Yao said, true couples are just so cute. It's no wonder he brought his whole family along to become their fans. Nanqing had no idea Su Yao had thought so much in such a short time. He took Banxia's full shopping cart and handed her his empty one. Honey, you push this one. What else do you want to buy? Banxia checked her list. Gas canisters, coal, and water. Bring the rest tomorrow. The cart won't fit. Nanqing casually picked up a bag of frozen shrimp and put it in the cart. Shall we go upstairs and buy clothes later? All food purchases are limited now. Even buying an extra bag of spicy noodles isn't allowed. If they used all the remaining money on basic necessities, like water and food, they wouldn't be able to use it all. Su Yao followed suit and grabbed a bag of shrimp. Yunyun and I are going too. He and Fan Yunyun had more money in their cards than they could spend, so they planned to spend it while they still had it. Even if it all went on useless luxury goods, it was better than letting it become a pile of waste paper. Banksia whispered to Nanqing about her recent encounter with Sun Huihui. Nanqing's expression didn't change at all. Instead, he said, my wife is wonderful, but next time, if you're not in a rush, you can keep your husband. Banksia's face, hidden within her cold weather scarf, felt slightly hot. She glared at him softly. She rarely called Nanqing husband because she felt inexplicably embarrassed. Before they got married, Nanqing had been too embarrassed to call her wife. But after getting the marriage certificate, he called her wife every day, sometimes even teasing her by calling her husband. Now, he called himself your husband. Perhaps it was out of some mischievous humor, wanting to make her blush. Nanqing put his free hand around her shoulders and chuckled softly into her ear. My wife is so sweet, she doesn't even glare at me. Wow, Su Yao suddenly shouted. Is the purchase limit on this thing changed to 5 boxes? Banksia and Nanqing looked up and saw a row of familiar small boxes with familiar words. Ultra-thin, threaded, long-lasting. Last month, the purchase limit was set at 1 box per person per month, with 15 pills per box. She wanted to bury her head in the ground. Why did they end up here? Nanqing couldn't help but smile at his wife's attempts to cover her ears and steal the bell. Maybe they're not durable. Without power, water, or gas, having nothing to do after eating is the natural way to engage in the most primitive exercise. Speaking of which, there should be a lot of babies born by the end of this year, but it's a shame how many will survive. Nanqing and Su Yao generously took 10 boxes, enough for the couple, and put them in the shopping cart. They also grabbed 2 boxes of birth control pills, which were limited in quantity, from the nearby shelf. Although I didn't know why even medicine was sold in supermarkets, I bought it if it was available, so why bother? Su Yao casually asked Nanqing, when are you two planning to have a baby? Nanqing took Banksia's hand and replied nonchalantly, I've had a vasectomy. Su Yao and Fan Yunyun were shocked. They remembered Nanqing's desire to be a father. How could this happen? The two then recalled how Banksia had been emaciated when he first woke up, and they vaguely understood what had happened. Su Yao awkwardly offered, I don't know when this disaster will end, so it's better not to have a baby. He had actually considered vasectomy, but Fan Yunyun disagreed, and he couldn't get an appointment with the doctor. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. After checking out and pushing their shopping carts to the parking lot, a dark figure suddenly rushed out and stopped Nanqing and the others. Nanqing, your wife scratched me. Pay me now. Otherwise, I expose her true identity online. You don't want her to jump off a building again because of cyberbullying, do you? Banksia and Fan Yunyun immediately recognized the person as Sun Huihui. Fan Yunyun looked at Banksia with some concern. Banksia shook her head at her. She had seen cannibalism countless times. What did that little online drama mean? Nanqing hated cyberbullies and rumormongers the most. Upon hearing this, he coldly threatened, It's this cold, it's normal for 1 or 2 people to freeze to death, right? Sun Huihui was surprised by his words, and suddenly felt a little timid. I left the evidence with my friend. If I don't go back today, the news of your murder will spread all over the world tomorrow. She took a few steps back and quickly ran out of the parking lot, cursing as she ran. Bah, hypocrite. Scum. I was so blind to like you. Banksia and the others, making friends out of nothing? Besides, do you think we didn't know that you confessed your feelings to gain attention? Your tactics of sowing discord are really not very clever. Chapter 40. Su Yao looked at Sun Huahui's back and asked worriedly, "Are you just going to let her go?" Nanxing said, "Her behavior just now wasn't bad enough to warrant death. If I really killed her, I'd be hard-pressed to explain myself." That was just the superficial reason. He didn't want Li Kongyuan and Xian Cheng to link the Xian family's affairs to his wife. As for Sun Huihui, he always find a way to deal with her in the future. They put their belongings in the car, locked it, and returned to the mall to continue shopping. Their cars were modified, making it impossible for ordinary people to pry open and steal supplies. Of course, the main reason was that the underground parking lot was guarded by soldiers. Otherwise, someone would have to stay in the car. This was a shopping mall. The first floor was a large supermarket, the second floor was an amusement park, and the third floor was for clothing and snacks. All the snacks were closed. Upstairs were beauty salons, cosmetics shops, high-end restaurants, hotels, and so on. They mainly went to the third floor to buy clothes. Purchases of cotton-padded jackets, down jackets, wool sweaters, and thermal underwear were all restricted, and prices had generally increased by about tenfold. There were no purchase restrictions for clothes from other seasons, and the prices hadn't increased as much. The clothing store, usually packed with young women, was now completely deserted. "Ladies and gentlemen, we've just got a new batch of mink coats in stock, both for men and women. You're welcome to come in and take a look." A man, wrapped so tightly that it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman, approached to make a sale. As soon as he spoke, the others recognized him as a young man. Nanxing pulled Banxia aside. "Okay, thank you." We look around. He didn't like people following him while he shopped. The young man paused, then smiled and said, "Okay, call me if you need anything." Anyone with spare cash for clothes when prices are so high must be either wealthy or high class. His family depends on his salary now, so he absolutely cannot afford to offend them. The mink coats were placed in a prominent spot, priced at 199,999 yuan for the long version, and 149,999 yuan for the short version. Mink is sometimes much warmer than down or cotton jackets, so it's no wonder the price has increased more than tenfold. Banxia and the others glanced at each other and began choosing their sizes. In the end, each of them picked 5 long and 5 short styles, including Su Xiao, who stayed home. It wasn't that they didn't want to buy more, but their inventory was limited. After selecting the mink coats, they began selecting summer clothes. Summer prices hadn't risen as dramatically as winter prices, at about 5 times their pre-apocalyptic levels. Banxia and Nanxing decided to spend the money they gotten from the Xian family as quickly as possible, so they simply bought over 4 million yuan worth of clothes. They ran around the parking lot several times before finally bringing back several large bags of cash to pay. Su Yao and the young man were stunned. Su Yao even stuttered, "How did you withdraw so much cash?" Banxia was a little embarrassed. "I was worried about the power outage and being unable to use electronic payments." Who knew the mall had generators? In her previous life, Nanxing had indeed told her that bank cards and electronic payments wouldn't work after the power outage at the beginning of the apocalypse. In this life, perhaps because Guijia had forewarned, the mall had stockpiled generators and diesel, so both cards and electronic payments worked fine. The young man trembled as he pulled out several currency detectors. "There's too much cash. Please wait a moment, sir." Banxia didn't mind. The stove was lit in the clothing store, and with their winter clothing, they didn't feel cold. After about half an hour, the cash was all counted, and the 4 of them went downstairs, carrying their bags. Fang Yunyan couldn't help but ask Banxia, "No wonder you always use cash for shopping. How much did you withdraw?" Banxia coughed lightly and mumbled, "We only have 500,000 in cash left. The first extreme cold weather only lasted 3 months, so the remaining 500,000 should be enough." Fang Yunyan endured it again and again, but finally couldn't help but laugh. "You guys are really... I thought Su Yao and I preparing 1 million in cash was outrageous enough, but I didn't expect it to be even more outrageous." Banxia smiled awkwardly. What else could she say? She and Nanxing had only prepared 1 million in cash. The extra 5 million belonged to the Xian family. The moment she put the full cart of supplies into her space, Banxia had to admit how nice it was to shop without spending the money on her card. Nanxing patted her head. "I remember you still have 10,000 ice crystal boxes in your space. Take them out and freeze them." Banxia was stunned. If Nanxing hadn't reminded her, she would have forgotten about the ice crystal boxes. She took a large sheet of plastic from her space and spread it across the basement garage, then placed the ice crystal box on top. At today's temperature, it would be completely frozen in 2 or 3 hours at most. 8,000 small ice crystal boxes would be ideal for use with air conditioning fans during extremely hot weather. The other 2,000 were large, suitable for storing food in insulated containers. Logically, she didn't need to buy large ice crystal boxes since she had the Blackfish space. But she and Nanqing often had to go out and fight zombies and mutated plants and animals. She couldn't just conjure cold drinks or food out of thin air, right? Wouldn't that be deliberately arousing suspicion? She wasn't afraid of being targeted, but she hated the bother of interrupting her and Nanqing's time. After lunch, Nanqing entered the space to fight Tian Tian. To be frank, Nanqing was unilaterally beaten by Tian Tian. Banksia went to the planting area to cultivate plants and practice her supernatural powers. There were now 20 large flower pots in the planting area. Pots 1 to 10 were planted with 10 precious Chinese medicinal herbs: cordyceps, saffron, rhodiola, ginseng, ganoderma, snow lotus, astragalus, cotinopsis, angelica, and gastrodia. Pots 11 to 15 were planted with 5 kinds of fruit: strawberries, raspberries, blueberries, mulberries, and cherry tomatoes. Pots 16 to 20 were planted with 5 kinds of vegetables: chives, leeks, chili peppers, eggplant, and cucumber. The herbs were mostly in the budding stage, the fruits were just beginning to set, and the vegetables had already been harvested twice. The vegetables cultivated by supernatural powers were tastier than those bought from the farm. These days, the two of them used only supernatural grown vegetables in their home cooking. Banksia walked over to the pot of medicinal herbs and began to use her supernatural powers to stimulate their growth. The medicinal herb seeds, as if they had absorbed a miraculous elixir, grew rapidly in an instant, their roots digging deep into the soil, and their leaves continuously sprouting upwards. In her previous life, scientists divided supernatural powers into 10 levels. Levels 1 to 3 were elementary, levels 4 to 6 were intermediate, levels 7 to 9 were advanced, and levels above 9 were collectively referred to as level 10, a conceptual level. Banksia's supernatural power level in her previous life was level 6. Besides her, the highest level of supernatural power users was only level 5, and the vast majority of supernatural power users hovered between levels 1 and 3. In this life, she had awakened at level 2. After being nurtured by the black fog, she was now level 3. If she wanted to reach level 4, she still had a long way to go. But she wasn't in a rush to upgrade her supernatural power now, because her power had mutated after her rebirth, becoming at least 3 times more powerful than at the same level in her previous life. A black vine sprouted from the palm of her left hand. She pointed her pistol at the vine in her right hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! The vine remained unharmed. She removed a 5mm diameter steel bar and instantly cut the vine in 2 with ease. With strength comes confidence, and she now feels brimming with confidence about the future. Chapter 41. Ding dong. Banksia answered the video doorbell, and Su Yao's face instantly appeared on the screen. Banksia, I'm visiting. Quickly asked Nanqing to open the door. Banksia, okay, right away. She turned to look at Nanqing, who was applying medicine on the sofa. Su Yao must be here to see Xingzi. Ginkgo trees are different from other trees in that they have male and female sexes. The ginkgo tree that came to seek refuge was a little girl, so Banksia named her Xingzi. Nanqing was somewhat frustrated. Su Yao is really restless. He came to visit as soon as he heard about Xingzi. Banksia had posted about the mutant plant in the group chat 10 minutes ago, shocking everyone. And now, Su Yao had come to see what was new. Banksia handed Nanqing her clothes. Seeing the bruises on his body, she couldn't help but say with concern, "Why don't you rest for a couple of days before practicing?" His body was covered with scars from the heaven-swallowing tree, some already purple and black. But he wouldn't let her use her powers to heal them, saying that pain would teach her a lesson. Nanqing hugged her and kissed her. "I promised you I'd always be there for you, protecting you from the elements. If I can't even endure this little hardship, how can I protect you in the future?" He hadn't had a clear idea of the mutated plants and animals Banksia had described. It wasn't until Xingzi suddenly showed up that he truly realized how dangerous this world was, where one could die if not careful. In his previous life, he hadn't been with his beloved until they grew old together. In this life, he must strive to live longer, otherwise, if anything happened to him, his beloved would likely follow him. His beloved was young and beautiful, in the prime of her life. How could he bear to let her sleep in the cold earth with him? As soon as Su Yao entered, he put his arm around Nanqing's shoulder and said, "Brother, where's the mutant tree? Show me." He was genuinely curious. How could a tree develop self-awareness, and even walk independently of the ground? Nanxing hissed in pain, and Su Yao happened to touch his wound. Su Yao glanced at him in confusion. How could he be so strong? Then he noticed the red mark on Nanxing's neck and couldn't help but tease. You two must have had some intense fights. Nanxing knew he was misinterpreting the situation and explained, it was from the tree. Seeing Su Yao still unconvinced, he added, I've been training myself by sparring with the mutant tree these past few days. He shouted upstairs, Xingzi, come down to watch some anime. As soon as he finished speaking, a green figure came running down from the upper floors, so fast that only a shadow could be seen. Xingzi used a branch to tug at Banxia's clothes. Boss, I want to watch Doraemon. For the 999th time, it sighed with relief that it had found the right thigh to cling to. Not only was it sheltered from the wind and rain, but it also had anime to watch. But when would it be as powerful as Doraemon? Su Yao looked at Xingzi with shining eyes. Can I touch it? Banxia handed the tablet to Xingzi. Xingzi, would you let this? Brother touch your leaves? Ginkgo trees aren't very old, so calling them brother is fine, right? Xingzi, raised in human care, had a fondness for them. Upon hearing this, she thrust the branch into Su Yao's hand. Go ahead, touch it. I don't know what you humans are thinking. What's so good about touching leaves? You're so surprised. Su Yao, not understanding Xingzi's words, reverently touched the emerald green leaves, his face a dreamy expression. Oh my god. He turned to look at Banxia and Nanxing, his eyes brimming with excitement. Do you think the extreme cold is caused by the eruption of spiritual energy from the blue water planet? Will humans be able to cultivate immortality next? Nanxing was speechless. His dear friend was always so imaginative. Banxia thought Su Yao was truly talented. After the emergence of superpowers in his previous life, scientists had proposed the theory of spiritual energy resurgence. However, humans with superpowers remained flesh and blood, not as miraculous as depicted in immortality novels, so this theory was quickly disproven. But physical growth and longer lifespans do exist. Banxia said, haven't you seen the photos of pets growing larger online? Animals and plants have always been more resilient than humans. They must have mutated to adapt to the harsh environment. At temperatures above 40 degrees below zero, most plants, trees, and animals cannot survive. Those that survive today are either well cared for or possess unique abilities. Su Yao watched intently as Xingzi skillfully opened her tablet to watch anime. He asked, haven't your Jinzi and Inzi woke up yet? Banxia and Nanxing shook their heads simultaneously. Banxia said, no, they probably haven't finished their mutation yet. She and Tian carefully examined Jinzi and Inzi using their special abilities. The two furry creatures were undergoing intense changes, and it would likely be a long time before they woke up. Su Yao rubbed his chin. How about I get 2 pets? The moment he said that, he was ecstatic. Perhaps pets could support the family in the future. Banxia asked, where can I find puppies? After the recent news of animals growing in size, pets became incredibly popular. Stray cats and dogs on the street were adopted overnight. Even previously unsold local cats and dogs are being driven up to sky-high prices, yet demand still outstrips supply. Su Yao sighed. That's true. I've seen aggressive pet pups like Tibetan Mastiffs, Bulldogs, and Caracals sell for hundreds of millions each. He looked at Banxia and the others with envy. I think Nanxing's most successful investment in life has been buying gold and silver. Golden retrievers and Maine Coons are incredibly powerful, and most importantly, they recognize their owners and won't easily harm them. Nanxing gave Banxia a gentle look. No, my most successful investment was raising my wife. Su Yao couldn't help but roll his eyes. What's wrong with you now? You're always showing off your affection? He wasn't single, so why did he feel like he was being forced to eat a huge bowl of dog food? Nanxing, fearing Banxia would feel embarrassed, quickly changed the subject. Plants and animals are all mutating, and the future living environment will be even harsher. You, Sister Fang, and Su Xiao, make sure you don't neglect your physical exercise. He wasn't particularly worried about Su Yao and Fang Yunyun. Su Yao sings and dances for 3 or 4 hours straight at every concert, demonstrating unmatched stamina. Fang Yunyun, a martial arts actor, appears frail, yet a single kick could easily break a grown man's ribs. As for Su Xiao, he's probably the legendary powerless college student. Su Yao said cautiously, don't worry, we spend at least 2 hours in the gym every day. Even Su Xiao, that nerdy otaku, has developed impressive abs. Nanxing had emphasized the importance of physical fitness before the apocalypse, so they naturally didn't dare neglect it. Chapter 42. The days passed slowly, and almost everyone gradually accustomed themselves to the cold world. Thanks to Guijia's tireless publicity before the apocalypse, every household had made some degree of preparation. Additionally, starting in mid-February, Guijia opened a channel for claiming relief food. Ordinary people with assets under 1 million yuan could receive 15 kilograms of food and 30 liters of water each month for free. Therefore, the overall environment remained stable and peaceful. On April 1st, after a full 3 months of absence, the sun unexpectedly reappeared. Countless people rushed out of their homes, shouting and screaming wildly, venting their pain and anger, but no one dared to cry. The temperature hadn't risen yet, and tears would freeze their skin. Banksia looked at the city below with a complex expression, her ears filled with a wave of cheers. She couldn't be happy. The extreme cold was over, but the chaos was about to begin. Meow! Silver's soft voice echoed in her ears, and Banksia turned and hugged the giant silver cat head. Inzi and Jinzi suddenly woke up at midnight this morning, and their sizes have changed dramatically. Inzi stands 1.6 meters tall at the shoulder, 3.5 meters long, and weighs 350 kilograms. Jinzi stands 1.8 meters tall at the shoulder, 4.8 meters long, and weighs 550 kilograms. In addition, their teeth and claws have become extremely sharp, easily capable of tearing through a 15-centimeter thick wooden board. When she first saw Jinzi and Inzi, she almost doubted she was seeing things. The mutant police dogs in her previous life weren't even as big as them, but she was genuinely happy. The stronger Inzi and Jinzi become, the safer their family of 6 will be. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the temperature outside had risen to minus 20 degrees Celsius. In just half a day, the temperature rose by over 20 degrees. People speculated that it might return to normal within 2 days. The world rejoiced. Humanity finally made it. Thank you, Blue Water Planet, for letting us off the hook. I will definitely protect Mother Blue Water Planet. The damn apocalypse is finally over, but it's a shame my family and friends can't come back. The sun is finally out. I should be happy, but I still feel a chill. Add one upstairs. I also feel like some great danger awaits us. Those 2 jinxes upstairs, get out of here. Ugh, bad luck. I've never felt this miserable on vacation. If I don't go back to work, I starve to death. Banksia threw her phone on the sofa and rolled around in boredom. She lay motionless for a few minutes, then put on her shoes and went upstairs to check on Xingzi. Apricot Z had suddenly fallen asleep the moment the sun came out. Banksia used her supernatural powers to sort out the chaotic energy surrounding her, then returned to the living room to continue her Nanqing. Nanqing went to see Han Biao and his family off. Guijia chose to depart for the base today, perhaps having to do something new. In her previous life, Nanqing told her that there would be no danger for the 7 days following the end of the extreme cold. On the 8th day, a sudden meteor shower descended. A large number of meteorites collided with the Blue Water Planet, causing wildfires, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, and tsunamis, wreaking havoc on the human environment. Beginning at 6 o'clock in the morning on the 9th day, all living things would enter a 3-day dormancy. After 3 days, those that successfully awakened would gradually adapt to the environment and grow stronger, while those that died in their sleep would become monsters bent on killing. Then came extreme heat, insect plagues, drought, acid rain, sandstorms. Social order completely collapsed, ushering in a period of true chaos. Banksia stood up and put all the household items into her space, leaving only non-perishable items like toilet paper, cat litter, and anthracite in the living room to conceal them. Gold and Silver followed her closely. The moment the items disappeared, Gold screamed frantically at the ground, causing her to quickly cover his mouth. Gold's screams were like a loud bell, piercing her ears. After packing up, she took cat food, dog food, and boiled meat from her space to feed the 2 furry creatures. Gold and Silver ate 1 meal a day. Gold ate about 50 kilograms, 150 gene, and ate about 30 kilograms, 150 gene, at a time. Banksia sighed again. Thankfully, she and Nanqing had bought enough food. Otherwise, how could they have fed these 2 voracious eaters? After pouring out the cat food, Ian didn't eat immediately. Instead, he pushed her over to the plastic basin, motioning her to eat first. Moved, Banksia hugged the cat's head and gave it a big kiss. Thank you, Inzi, I've eaten. Jinzi followed suit and shoved her over to her own food bowl. Banksia couldn't help but laugh and rub Jinzi's thigh. Thank you, Jinzi too. Eat by yourself. Jinzi whimpered, seeming a little dissatisfied. Banksia immediately realized that the dog was jealous. Jinzi, lower your head. I'm not as tall as you. I can't kiss you. She had thought her 1.73 meters tall was enough, but who knew that one day, Jeansy and Eensy would be taller than her with their heads held high. Who could she go to for justice? Jeansy obediently lowered her head. Banksia kissed her equally, and only then did she lower her head to eat her dog food. Perhaps realizing the preciousness of food, the two furry companions devoured it, leaving not a single grain uneaten. After finishing their meal, Jeansy and Eensy squatted at the door, signaling it was time to go out and play. Golden retrievers and Maine Coons are both energetic creatures. They need to go out every day to run, walk, and play to let off steam. Otherwise, they get irritated and start destroying things. Banksia felt a bit apprehensive. It was minus 20 degrees Celsius outside, and while the furry companion's fur had grown considerably, would they really not freeze? She thought for a moment, then returned to her room to change into her outdoor clothes. She opened the door and addressed the two furry companions. Jeansy, Eensy, you two try going out in the yard first. If you're cold, come back quickly. The two furry companions frolicked in the yard, fortunately large enough, otherwise they wouldn't be able to move around. Banksia wasn't as cold resistant as them, so seeing that the two furry companions were doing well, she quickly returned to her room. Nanching arrived home at 4 o'clock. Banksia helped him take off his coat. Why are you back so late? Nanching looked apologetic. It was sunny today, and many people planning to go to the base changed their minds at the last minute. The situation was chaotic. I was afraid they might hurt Brother Biao's elderly and children, so I helped guard the area for 2 hours. About 6 million people in City A had signed up to go to the base, but only 3 million had won the lottery. Before today, these 3 million people had been showing off to everyone they met. But as soon as the sun came out today, 95% of them changed their minds. Although soldiers were there to maintain order, many people were still injured in the crush. Banksia asked nervously, "Are you okay?" Nanching, worried that his hand would chill her, grasped her wrist through her clothes. "Don't worry, honey. I stayed in the car the whole time. By the way, Brother Biao asked me to thank you for the things you prepared. He hadn't just gone to see Han Biao off today to see him off. He had also brought some things he could use during the extreme heat. Sun protective clothing, sun hats, sun protective gloves, Huixiang Jingqi liquid, Shidi Shui, cooling oil, and so on. Not much, just enough to fill a trunk, but they might be life-saving at some point." Han Biao's annual income was around 5 million, putting him firmly in the upper echelons of the high-income bracket. However, he had only bought his house and car 2 years earlier, so he didn't have much money to spare. The supplies they had prepared were mostly basic transportation and survival supplies. They gave him some summer essentials as a final token of their friendship and well wishes. In troubled times, human life was as insignificant as grass. This might be the last time they would see each other. Banksia hugged Nanching, softly comforting her, "Don't worry, honey. I always be by your side." Chapter 43. On April 2nd, Banksia and her friend took Su Yao's family, and Kai Yuan's family, who had just moved to Miao Mountain, to the supermarket for shopping. They exchanged all of their remaining tens of thousands of yuan for supplies, leaving not a penny behind. April 3rd. Guijia announced a major news item. It is reported that 2 meteorites, approximately 50 kilometers in diameter, will collide over the sky above Blue Water Planet on April 8th. The collision will create a massive meteor shower, carrying unknown radiation and potentially having a significant impact on all life on Blue Water Planet. It seemed that Guijia had indeed detected the meteor shower. Banksia clicked on the comments below the news item. What? Isn't the apocalypse over? No wonder Guijia kept encouraging us to live at the base. Luckily, I didn't go home on the first day. Thank you, Guijia, and thank you, Grandpa, for stopping me. I was just wondering, can I still sign up to go to the base? Didn't Xiandu say that meteorite radiation is generally harmless to humans? Upstairs, I suggest you research how the dinosaurs became extinct. Everyone, I can't stand the suffering of the apocalypse anymore. I'm leaving now. Banksia paused slightly when she saw a comment about a suspected suicide. This wasn't the first case of suicide. There were many cases of suicide during the extreme cold, even in the Miao Mountain Villa area. The mother was a young baby whose frail constitution didn't survive the second month of extreme cold. Unable to bear the thought of her child being alone, she followed him. Nanching took the phone from her and tossed it aside, quietly changing the subject. Honey, is your hair on your forehead getting in your eyes a little? Can I cut it shorter? In the 6 months since her rebirth, her hair had only grown 5 or 6 centimeters, but it was excellent, a lustrous black. Banksia didn't refuse the man's offer. She pulled out a set of haircutting tools from her space and handed them over. Just cut the front. I want to grow my hair long. Long hair uses more water, but short hair is harder to manage. Well, mainly because she likes it long. Nanqing pulled her over to the dressing table and sat her down. His hands were quick and steady, cutting her hair, a skill comparable to those of the hairdressers at the pricier salons. Banksia wasn't surprised. He cut her hair so many times, after all. After Nanqing finished, he pleaded, "Honey, can you give me a haircut too?" "A buzz cut will do." After their haircuts, the two of them knocked on the door of Su Yao's house next door, carrying 2 packets of homemade hot pot base, several large bags of shrimp dumplings, a bag of bamboo shoots, and a bag of apples. They had arranged to have hot pot with Su Yao's family and Kai Yuan's family at noon today. Su Yao's family would provide the water, coal, dipping sauce, meat dishes, and Chinese cabbage, while Kai Yuan's family would provide the drinks, seafood, staple food, mushrooms, and potatoes. None of the 3 families would take advantage of the other. When they arrived, Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian were already there, helping to wash the ingredients. Banksia and Nanqing quickly washed their hands and went to help. Kai Yuan asked Nanqing, "Nanqing, has Han Biao contacted you?" Nanqing soaked the bean sprouts in water and shook her head. "No, maybe the signal was bad." The temperature had risen to 0 today, but the water, electricity, and gas were still down, and the internet was intermittent, so it was normal that they couldn't contact each other. Su Yao took up the conversation. "Luckily, we only had one heavy snowfall in the past few months. Otherwise, once the temperature rose and the snow melted, floods would have been inevitable." Banksia thought to herself, if it weren't for the extreme heat, it would be extremely hot next, and during extreme heat, the most scarce thing is water. If there had been a flood, perhaps a few more people would have survived. Su Yao's kitchen was huge, and with 7 adults working together, the dishes were quickly ready and served. There were 2 kinds of hot pot base, half spicy and half mushroom soup. Kai Yuan stuffed the spicy beef into his mouth and said, "Delicious. Your brother Xian and I haven't had hot pot in 3 months." It wasn't that he and Zhao Xian didn't stock up on hot pot base, but they didn't dare to eat it openly. Who knew if the smell would attract someone with ulterior motives? This was also why he had used connections to move to the Miao Mountain Villa area. Having Nanqing and Su Yao to help each other was better than him and Zhao Xian going it alone. Nanqing smiled and said, "Then brother Yuan and brother Xian, eat more." He and Banksia would have hot pot in the space every few days, and on the 15th of every month, they would get together with Su Yao's family of 3 for a meal. He wasn't craving it. Su Yao, intent on fostering good relations with Kai Yuan, said enthusiastically, "Brother Yuan, brother Xian, you have your share of the food too. Feel free to eat without feeling embarrassed." Since they all lived in the same neighborhood, if zombies truly appeared in the future, they would undoubtedly cooperate. All 3 parties were eager to cultivate good relations, so the meal was a delightful one. Finally, before parting, they even had a frank and detailed discussion about their cooperation, reaching a very pleasant agreement. On April 4th, the temperature rose to 10 degrees Celsius, and all the ice on the surface of the soil melted into water. Guijia forced all residents of coastal provinces and cities to move inland and collect soil resources in large quantities. On April 5th, the temperature rose to 15 degrees Celsius, and government departments announced a 10-fold increase in the purchase limit for basic necessities and a reduction in prices to 1/10 of pre-apocalyptic prices, encouraging residents to stockpile resources and uproot the plants and trees around their homes. Banksia and Nanqing didn't want to compete with ordinary people for life-saving supplies, so they skipped the supermarket and stayed home, sawing up the trees they cut down over the winter and storing them in the underground parking lot. On April 6th, the temperature soared to 20 degrees Celsius. Panic reached its peak, and people frantically scrambled for supplies, causing widespread bloodshed. Water prices skyrocketed, yet demand still outstripped supply. On April 7th, the temperature soared to 25 degrees Celsius. Authorities announced the total death toll from the extreme cold, 60 million. This meant that an extreme cold snap had wiped out 3.75% of the nation's population. Most people reacted with disbelief, but Banksia found the number relatively benign. After all, the first extreme cold snap in her previous life had claimed 10% of the nation's population, reducing the mortality rate by 6.25%. Guijia must have played a significant role in that. At 11 a.m. on April 8th, the temperature soared to 35 degrees Celsius. Even the air in the Miao Mountain Villa area was filled with panic and anxiety. Countless people petitioned the government online to reopen the application process for bases, but the government remained silent. However, there was one thing to be happy about: finally contacting Han Biao. The Han family had all arrived safely at the base, and Han Biao and his wife had both found jobs. Banksia and the others were relieved to hear this. After all, with regular jobs and income, life wouldn't be too bad, no matter how difficult it was. Han Biao couldn't hold back his tears before hanging up the video. This may be our last call. You must protect yourselves and your families. I look forward to seeing you again. He practically shouted, everyone, please live safely until the end of the world. Kai Yuan's family, take care, goodbye. Su Yao's family, take care, goodbye. Banksia's family, be safe, goodbye. After hanging up the video, Banksia and Nanjing were both in a bad mood. They didn't feel like cooking, so they grabbed a bowl of mung bean porridge and a bowl of cold vegetables from their spaceship for lunch. Afterward, they didn't return to their rooms to rest, but instead took their gold and silver and checked into the underground parking lot. The villa's roof, covered in photovoltaic solar panels, had been replaced with 5-centimeter thick steel plates by Banksia a few hours earlier. Everything in the room had been tucked away in a spaceship, leaving not even a piece of toilet paper behind. Although his own home hadn't been affected in his previous life, what if, at precisely 8 o'clock in the evening, the entire land suddenly lit up like daylight? A few minutes later, a deafening sonic boom filled the air. The meteor shower was about to begin. Chapter 44. The family of 4 unconsciously walked to the edge of the parking lot and looked up at the sky. 2 enormous fireballs, adorned with blue halos, hurtled towards each other. The intense pressure they created was so intense that even breathing stopped. Woof! Meow! Gold and silver, their tails lowered, barked fiercely at the sky, their claws reaching out to pull Banksia and Nanjing beneath their bellies and hide them. Banksia touched their bodies, trembling with fear, and activated her supernatural power to gather them into her space. She looked at Nanjing, who shook his head firmly. Although he knew his wife couldn't hear him with her earplugs, he still said, "Honey, don't leave me alone when danger strikes. I want to face it with you." The 2 fireballs shrank closer and closer. 3, 2, 1. The entire planet shook violently, even the air distorted for a moment. Banksia and Nanjing fell to the ground in disarray, but neither of them paid attention to their own condition. They stared fixedly at the sky, not daring to blink. How can one describe the moment 2 fireballs collided? Everyone has seen fireworks explode, right? The giant fireball shattered into tiny fragments, and countless meteor showers, trailing their tails, streaked across the sky, a scene of beauty and romance. But at that moment, no one felt it was beautiful, because a dense shower of meteors was heading straight for the blue water planet. The moment the meteor shower made contact with the Earth, the blue water planet began to vibrate violently, a huge cloud of dust rising into the sky, and the Earth was instantly plunged into darkness. Boom! A few minutes later, a deafening explosion echoed, and at the same time, the sky was illuminated a brilliant red. Because raging fires were blazing in the mountains and cities, countless people wailed and cried, their screams echoing through the heavens and earth. Half a minute later, the meteor shower ended, and the blue water planet stopped shaking. The cries and wails continued, intensifying. But this was only the beginning. Undersea volcanoes erupted, generating hurricanes and tsunamis that bore straight to the land. Coastal cities around the world were torn to rubble by the hurricanes and tsunamis, like a sharp claw, ripping them to rubble in the blink of an eye. The hurricane continued to advance, passing over cities and mountains and entering inland areas. Fueled by the wind, the fire spread madly, reducing entire cities and forests to a sea of blaze. For a moment, the air was filled with dust and thick smoke. Banksia pulled Nanjing into the space. They both donned thermal suits and gas masks, carefully checking each other before exiting. During this time, Jinzi and Inzi clung to them tightly, preventing them from leaving. Banksia ruthlessly pushed them away. The 2 climbed to the roof. The meteorite, after exploding, was only the size of a finger, and it only dented the steel plate, not penetrated it directly. They then checked the windows, doors, and windows room by room. Luckily, none of them were damaged at all. The 2 couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least their home was still there. After checking their own home, they didn't sit idle either. They went next door and knocked on Su Yao's door. Su Yao was also wearing a heat-resistant suit and a gas mask, his voice muffled through the mask. "Don't worry, my house is fine. Not even a window is broken." As soon as he finished speaking, Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian's voices came from afar. "Nanjing, Su Yao, are you all right?" Both of them were riding bicycles, drenched in sweat from the high temperature. Their villa also suffered no major damage, only 2 broken windows. The 3 families gathered, each looking at the other, finally smiling with relief at having survived, Long live peace. Then a sense of gloom returned. With such high temperatures and such a raging fire, how many people would be left in this world? Banksia raised her eyes to the dark sky and soothed, "Don't worry, there's always a way out." Sure enough, 10 minutes later, it suddenly began to rain. It started as a drizzle, but within minutes, it became a torrential downpour. The rain was black, carrying a strong ominous aura, but it did not prevent it from dousing the fire, giving humanity a chance to breathe. The rain continued all night, and the temperature dropped to 20 degrees Celsius. The sky after the rain was clear and bright, a stark contrast to the horrific image of the previous night. But Banksia knew this was only superficial. The entire world had undergone a profound transformation. She sighed softly. This was a global catastrophe, beyond human control. Without further delay, she settled the sleeping Nanxing and Jinxianzi, summoned the heaven-swallowing tree, and rode Nanxing's Kawasaki ninja motorcycle down the mountain. She would use these 3 days to plunder the entire city, preserving as much modern civilization and collecting as much supplies as possible. Banksia. Tiantian swallowing tree asked, stuffing spicy strips into his mouth. Where are we going first? University Town. Banksia's voice was remarkably calm. University Town, located in the southern suburbs of City A, covers an area of 68 square kilometers and is home to 18 universities, 26 major research institutes, 3 key middle schools, and 2 large museums. To prepare for this disaster, Guijia relocated all scientific researchers and senior intellectuals nationwide to the southwest and northwest bases. However, it was impossible to take all the equipment and materials in the research institute and its laboratories with them, not to mention the library's collection. 2 hours later, the man and the tree arrived at their destination. When the meteor shower arrived, all satellites in the sky plummeted back to Earth, rendering satellite surveillance ineffective. But Banksia remained vigilant, draped tightly in a black cloak and mask, even covering her eyes with colorful ski goggles, leaving no skin exposed. While being so tightly wrapped was a bit uncomfortable, it was better than accidentally revealing one's identity. Tian, Banksia said, pulling the heaven-swallowing tree from her backpack. As usual, only 5 of the same equipment will be accepted. The man and the tree worked together to force open the research institute's gate and began collecting their belongings. This one seemed to be a microbiology research facility, with incubators, drying ovens, sterilizers, scales, microscopes, test tubes. Then, there was a second, a third. Most of the equipment was unfamiliar to Banksia, but that didn't stop her from collecting it. After scooping up the lab equipment, she hopped on her motorcycle and followed the navigation to the nearest university. Entering the university campus, Banksia felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It took her a while to remember, wasn't this her alma mater? Even though she hadn't even finished her freshman year. Her alma mater had 13 libraries, housing over 8 million physical volumes, a collection of over 60,000 ancient books, over 1,002 bags of electronic databases, and 19,000 electronic journals. Banksia came here primarily for these books. Books are the crystallization of human wisdom and experience, and she didn't want civilization to be cut short after a natural disaster. Tian, Banksia took a deep breath. Hurry up. After finishing her alma mater run, she wanted to visit the library of her arch-rival next door. Chapter 45. Banksia wiped the sweat from her forehead. She seemed to have overestimated herself. It took her a full hour just to collect the libraries on one campus of her alma mater, not to mention she also wanted to visit all the museums in the city. She let the swallowing heaven tree continue collecting books while she took out the map and replanned her route. The libraries and large museums of several major universities were a must-visit. If they were convenient, she would collect the ordinary universities and small museums as well. If they weren't, she would put them aside for now. When humans wake up, they will definitely choose to stockpile water and food first. Books and antiques are probably not on the average person's list. There's still time to come back later. After collecting the library at her alma mater, she turned to the library of her arch-rival next door. Both universities were comprehensive, with extensive collections. Then she went to the libraries of nearby medical universities, industrial universities, the University of Electronic Science and Technology of China, and other specialized universities. It's worth noting that the database hosts of every university library had been taken away. It seemed Guijia had long considered the issue of civilizational inheritance. Banksia smiled wryly. When the meteor shower arrives, the Earth's magnetic field undergoes an abnormal change, affecting all electronic devices to varying degrees. Data corruption can occur at best, while explosions and destruction can be severe. Even the devices taken away might not still function properly. This is why she went to such great lengths to collect physical books. After collecting the books, she headed to the large museum nearby. Banksia saw through the bulletproof glass that most of the museum's collection had vanished, leaving only a few pieces standing in their original locations. It seemed Guijia had already taken some of them first. She stored the remaining collection in her space, and if humanity survived extinction, she would find a way to anonymously donate it to the authorities. One man and one tree worked tirelessly for 24 hours before finally completing their search of all the major museums and libraries in City A. Banksia. The heaven-swallowing tree waved its branches. Shall we gather food next? The need to fill one's stomach was etched into the soul of every apocalyptic being, even Tion, the alien plant. Banksia shook her head. There's enough food. Let's not rush to gather food yet. Let's go to the industrial area and collect some machinery. Humph. The heaven-swallowing tree was immediately enraged. You can't eat or drink that stuff, so why are you collecting it? As it collected the lab equipment and antique books, it had been thinking, these things wouldn't even be exchanged for a single steamed bun, so storing them in its space was simply taking up space. But since its friend was happy, it couldn't say much. It had only 48 hours left, and she still wasn't working. The tree was furious. Banksia tried to soothe it. Have you forgotten? In my previous life, the base manager spent 200 level 3 crystal cores on a large crusher. Furthermore, the factory warehouse had far more supplies than the supermarket had. As for whether the items in the warehouse were still there, she had no idea. The sky-swallowing tree pondered carefully for several minutes before digging up the incident from its memory, instantly calming down. When food is plentiful, improving strength is indeed more important than finding new food. The man and the tree reached an agreement. Banksia jumped on her motorcycle and pushed the speed to 350 kilometers per hour. She was heading to the industrial zone, where there were numerous factories, battery factories, distilleries, pharmaceutical factories, food factories, garment factories, textile factories, leather factories, and daily chemical factories. There were also several large manufacturers of food and beverages, sewing machinery, and medical equipment. The first place the man and the tree visited was the food and beverage machinery factory. Banksia instructed Tion, take 10 of each finished product and half for the raw materials. The swallowing sky tree was somewhat displeased. There's plenty of space. We can fit everything. Banksia touched Tiantian's trunk. Scarcity makes things valuable. Too much won't sell for a good price. In reality, she didn't want to overdo things, because when people are desperate, they can do anything. She had enough to eat and drink, so why bother? Cleaning machines, conveyors, crushers, juicers, dryers, canning machines, sterilizers, concentrates, wrapping machines, sealing machines, packaging machines. Banksia was dazzled by the sheer volume. She found a few product manuals and instruction manuals and stored them in her space, lest she be confused about what these machines were used for in the future. As for the raw materials, she was even less knowledgeable, but she took half of the inventory and left. After finishing her collection, she headed to the sewing equipment factory next door. Quilt machines, smart fireproof roller shutter sewing machines, greenhouse thermos cup sewing machines, cotton door curtain sewing machines, sewing machine needles, shuttles. 10 of each machine, and half the inventory of sewing machine needles, shuttles, and other accessories and raw materials was completely plundered. Who knows when these accessories will be ready for production? Then, there's the medical equipment factory. After collecting the equipment, I went through each factory one by one. Food factories, beverage factories, garment factories, textile factories, leather factories, pharmaceutical factories, tea factories, and distilleries. The finished product inventory was clearly off, and the remaining stock couldn't even fill a corner. It was probably confiscated by Guijia. And rightly so. During the 3 months of extreme cold, there are no workers. If we don't requisition the goods in the company's warehouses, how can we even feed and clothe 20 million people in the city for 3 full months? After a moment's hesitation, Banksia decided to give up, leaving a way for the ordinary survivors. She collected 1/10 of the finished product inventory, and half of the raw material inventory from the remaining daily chemical, paper, appliance, and battery factories, dismantling 2 production lines each. She cleared out the raw materials and finished products from the cigarette factory. These weren't essential survival supplies, so she felt no burden carrying them. It took only 6 hours to clear out the entire industrial zone. Banksia glanced up at the sky. She hadn't seen Nanxing for a full 30 hours. Banksia. The swallowing heaven tree offered an ice cream cone for each branch. The ice cream is delicious. Let's go to the supermarket and get some more. Afraid Banksia wouldn't agree, it racked its brains to persuade her. The temperature is getting higher and higher, and ice cream and popsicles will spoil easily. Why don't we take them away? Banksia smiled helplessly. I don't disagree. The supermarket has limited inventory. Let's go directly to the Snowflower branch. The Snowflower branch is affiliated with the Snowflower Group, the largest of the 3 major lotion groups in Rabbit Country. The Snowflower branch factory in City A is its largest in China, boasting production lines for liquid milk, ice cream, popsicles, milk powder, cheese, and other products. She only needs to make one trip, and she never run out of dairy products. Of course, even if she doesn't make this trip, as long as she doesn't consume dozens of ice creams and drink dozens of cartons of milk every day, the inventory in her space will be sufficient. The sky-swallowing tree proactively climbed into her backpack, attacked the ice cream. Banksia, She straddled her long legs and mounted her motorcycle. 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. As usual, they broke into the house violently. Only half of the milk powder and cheese stock remained, likely taken by Guijia. Banksia collected half of this half, leaving enough for the other survivors. The liquid milk, ice cream, and popsicles were probably inconvenient to transport and store, so the warehouse was overflowing. Turning Sky Tree turned its back to Banksia and, with a flick of its branches, gathered the entire stock of ice cream and popsicles into its space. Then, it dodged and retreated back into its space. Banksia couldn't help but hold her head in her hands. What kind of monster was she? These things weren't easy to store, and would spoil in minutes during extreme heat. She wouldn't let them go to waste here. Fresh milk and low-temperature milk, like yogurt, only had a shelf life of 21 days. It had already been over 2 months past its expiration date. She opened a cup and smelled it, finding no odor, so she simply stored it in her space. The apocalypse had arrived. Who cared if the food was expired? As long as it didn't kill me, I'd eat it. After collecting half of the room-temperature milk stock, she thought for a moment and went to the supplies warehouse to collect a pile of plastic straws, plastic boxes, and plastic spoons. After collecting, she got on her motorcycle, slowed down, and took a good look at the city. City A used to be bright and glittering, but after the meteor shower and the fire, the entire city had become drab and gray. Click! She pulled out her DSLR camera and captured the silent city. The burned buildings revealed reinforced concrete walls, shattered glass, dented cars, crooked billboards, and trees with only half their trunks remaining. And even bodies, unrecognizable. It took over a decade to build the city, but it took less than half an hour to destroy it. As expected, destruction is always easier than creation. Chapter 46. For the next 30 hours, Banksia occasionally took photos, but spent most of her time collecting various supplies. Building materials, renovation materials, construction vehicles, gold and silver jewelry, transportation, pet supplies, food, medicine, clothing. Adhering to the principle of leaving a way out, she only collected 5% of the inventory for most items, taking away all food and medicine that was about to spoil or difficult to store. She practically circled the entire city, ultimately collecting an enormous amount of supplies. She pondered for a long time, unable to figure out how Nanjing and she could use all the supplies. In the end, she simply left them to rot. They would spoil anyway if left outside, so it was better to store them in her space. At least, if she had the chance in the future, she would anonymously donate any excess items to the survivor base. At 6 o'clock in the morning on April 11th, the unconscious creatures began to awaken. Help! Banksia had just finished using her supernatural powers to examine Nanjing, Jinzi, and Yinzi when she heard shrill cries for help from outside. She opened the curtains and saw a portly, muscular man hanging from the window of the villa across the street, half of his body exposed. He flailing his arms wildly, as if attempting to leap from the window, but his legs were gripped tightly by a rotting woman. The woman's eyes were white, her nails sharp and black as she bit the man's buttocks with her teeth, her mouth full of blood. The blood even flowed down her neck into her clothes, staining her chest crimson. With Banksia's current vision, she could clearly see the woman swallowing with great gulps. Jinzi and Yinzi doubled over, about to scream, but Banksia quickly stopped them, saying, "Don't scream." She gently patted her hairy legs and explained, "The screaming will attract zombies." "Do you know what zombies are?" "They're the biting woman. Next time you see a zombie, run away. Don't get bitten." After soothing the furry creature, she held Nanjing's slightly damp hand. "Don't be afraid, honey. I protect you." Nanjing forced a smile. "I'm not scared. It's just that this is the first time I've seen zombies eat people, and I'm a little overwhelmed. Shall we go out and fight the zombies now? He paused and added, I get used to it. Banksia was silent for a moment. Don't worry. Let's wait a few days. It's not that she didn't understand the importance of actual combat, but she always softened her heart when it came to her lover. Don't be afraid, honey. Nanxing bent down and kissed her forehead. I've practiced swordsmanship and spearmanship for so long just for this moment. You have to trust me. He gently touched her face. Even if you don't trust me, you have to trust yourself, right? You can protect me. Ban Xia recalled her reliance, firearms, supernatural powers, the dimensional world. Her gaze grew firm. Okay, let's go change into comfortable clothes. She retrieved 2 long tracksuits, 2 helmets, and 2 goggles from the dimensional world. The temperature was 30 degrees Celsius today, so short sleeves were appropriate, but it was their first time fighting zombies, so it was better to be cautious. The 2 changed their clothes, donned helmets and goggles, and headed out with knives in hand and daggers in their pockets. Perhaps because most people hadn't woken up yet, there weren't even a fly at the door, let alone zombies. Nanxing thought for a moment and said, how about we find Su Yao and Brother Yuan first, and have them come home and pick out some useful weapons. Ban Xia nodded. In her previous life, Su Yao's family of 3 and Kai Yuan's family of 2 were very lucky. No one turned into zombies. If they were still so lucky in this life, if the 3 families worked together, they might be able to quickly clear the entire villa area of zombies, and even find some useful resources. Su Yao opened the door for the 2 men with trembling hands. It's so dangerous outside. Why did you come out? He dragged the 2 men into the yard, and closed the door behind them, before he breathed a sigh of relief. Banksia waved her embroidered spring blade. We're going to fight the zombies. Are you and Sister Xiao Xiao and Sister Yunyun going? Su Yao's eyes widened. Wow, where did you get those knives? He could tell at a glance that the knives they held were real, sharpened weapons. When he was stockpiling supplies, he considered buying cold weapons, but Guijia had tightened restrictions on them, requiring real name registration to buy even a kitchen knife or a fruit knife. So, in the end, he could only buy a few slingshots and nail guns as a consolation. Banksia and Nanxing exchanged a glance. Nanxing smiled and took up the conversation, saying, I bought it a long time ago. I was planning on giving it away, but I never used it. Su Yao understood. Nanxing had been asking for favors all her life because of Banksia. She probably bought it to get a referral to a doctor. He coughed softly. Well, I made a simple mace out of a baseball bat. Would it work against zombies? Banksia couldn't help but look at Su Yao with admiration. He even made a mace. He must be a tough guy. She smiled and said, we have a few knives and daggers at home. Why don't you and Sister Xiao Xiao and Sister Yunyun go pick one out? When they bought their cold weapons, they given their friends an extra set. Otherwise, how long would it take for the 2 of them to use 10 knives? Besides, she wasn't particularly skilled with cold weapons, preferring firearms and supernatural powers. Su Yao was ecstatic. A handy weapon gave him a better chance of survival. After a moment's hesitation, he said, okay, if you have any, Yunyun and Su Xiao will shamelessly pick one out. But we can't give it away for free. We buy it with our supplies. His family had ample supplies, enough for 3 knives. Banksia knew that his family didn't like to take advantage of others, so she didn't refuse. From now on, Nanxing and I will have first choice of any supplies we collect together. Let's start with 30. Seeing he was about to retort, she interrupted, you helped Nanxing a lot when I was sick, and I haven't settled accounts with you. Su Yao had helped them a lot in both his past and present lives. She wasn't an ungrateful person, so she was willing to return the favor if she could. Su Yao still wanted to argue, but seeing Banksia and Nanxing's determined faces, he thought carefully and simply agreed. It wasn't like they were going to cut off contact forever. There would be plenty of opportunities to repay each other, so there was no need to rush. After dealing with Su Yao, Nanxing went to call Kai Yuan and the others. Half an hour later, the 7 of them, wearing long-sleeved sportswear and sneakers, helmets and goggles, and armed with weapons and walkie-talkies, set off. After discussing, they decided to clear the nearby houses first. The first place they would go was the villa across from Banksia's. Zhao Xian cleared his throat nervously. So, I'm going to open the door? Zhao Xian had spent years in the lower classes, and knew some unconventional methods. Otherwise, their first step in fighting the zombies would be to face a closed door. Nanxing was also a little nervous. Brother Xian, you go ahead. We're all armed and won't let the zombies get you. Kai Yuan and Su Yao nodded vigorously. Don't worry, we're here. Banksia felt helpless. When the zombies first appeared, They moved very slowly, making it easy to kill them if you didn't panic. But most people were terrified the moment they saw the zombies, and didn't dare to resist, resulting in a large number of casualties and infected people. She wanted to stand at the front, but the men didn't give her a chance, forcing her, Fan Yunyun, and Su Xiao behind them. Click! The moment the gate opened, the zombies roaming the yard rushed towards them. Lots of meat, fresh meat, but as she reached the door, Nanqing decapitated her with a single blow. Nanqing's face paled slightly, as if she hadn't expected to kill a zombie so easily, and shock lingered in her eyes. Wow! Su Yao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian took one look at the rotting woman with a green face and fangs, and the man who had been gnawed away to nothing but a white skeleton, and couldn't help but run to the side and vomit. Fan Yunyun and Su Xiao also took a look and ran to the side to vomit. Banksia, not at all afraid, said, What should I do? Should I go and vomit to show I'm in the group? Chapter 47. Finally, Banksia pulled a bottle of purified water from her backpack, opened it, and handed it to Nanqing. Would you like some to calm your nerves? Nanqing had been feeling a little uncomfortable, but seeing his wife's calm yet slightly speechless expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Thank you, honey. I won't drink. Well, it seems I'm a little stronger than I thought. The easy kill of the zombie with one slash had given him immense confidence. He even felt his whole body brimming with strength, ready to kill 10 more zombies without a problem. Su Yao finished rinsing his mouth and came over, looking at the two with admiration. You two really surprised me. Nanqing won't say anything. He turned to Banksia. How come you're not afraid at all? Even a grown man felt his heart tremble. Banksia remained calm. What's there to be afraid of? The living are the scary ones. No matter how much zombies evolve, they won't be as cunning and deceitful as humans. They always have one goal, to eat meat. Eat meat. Su Yao, Fan Yunyun, and Su Xiao couldn't help but exchange glances. Kai Yuan smiled and said, That's true. Now that you mention it, I suddenly don't think zombies are so scary anymore. Banksia smiled at him, then, with her knife in hand, split open the zombie's head, as the crowd stared in astonishment. She then carefully used the tip of the knife to search the zombie's brain, but still couldn't find what she was looking for. Finally, she sighed in frustration. She was just about to call everyone into the villa to search for supplies when she turned around to see Su Yao and the others vomiting away again. Even Nanqing had gone with them. She couldn't help but hold her head in her hands. Wasn't splitting open a zombie's head to search for a crystal cord just standard procedure? Then she realized that this was the first day the zombies appeared. No wonder they were so upset. She stood awkwardly by the side, waiting for the others to finish vomiting. Fan Yunyun gave her a thumbs up. Banksia, if anyone calls you timid again, I definitely give them a smack. If she's timid, then what about them? Su Yao asked hesitantly. Were you just looking for something? Banksia remained calm. Crystal cores. Don't novels say zombies have crystal cores in their brains? Too bad I didn't find anything. The zombies had only appeared less than 2 hours earlier, so the crystal cores probably hadn't formed yet. Thinking of this, she suddenly lost interest in fighting the zombies. After all, every zombie killed now meant one less crystal core in the future. The villa's owner was probably one of those who received the news of the apocalypse in advance. Nearly every room on the first and second floors was filled with supplies. The basement parking lot was also neatly lined with sports cars, commercial vehicles, RVs, SUVs, assault boats, rubber boats, and off-road bikes, as well as 100 barrels each of 50L gasoline and diesel. Wow! Su Yao couldn't help but cheer. I suddenly understand how exciting it is to shop for free in novels. There were only 7 of them, and the supplies alone could feed them for years. Nanqing was a little worried. There's so much stuff. How are we going to get it home? We could drive, but wouldn't it make too much noise? What if we attracted all the zombies in the villa complex? Wouldn't they become takeout, automatically delivered to the zombies' mouths? Ban Xia thought for a moment and said, Drive a truck. Don't be afraid if you encounter zombies on the road. Just run them over. I wait here for you. How long would it take to move all this stuff manually? She also wanted to help Su Yao and Kai Yuan gather more water and food before the daytime temperature soared to 55 degrees. As for those who came to cause trouble, order had completely broken down. At worst, we just kill one if they came, or 2 if they came, and kill them both. No. No. Su Yao and Kai Yuan said simultaneously. Su Yao and Kai Yuan exchanged glances, and he gave Kai Yuan a look that he had suggested first. You're not safe alone. How about this? I wait here with you. Brother Yuan and Brother Xian will go together, and Yun Yun, Su Xiao, and Nanqing will go together. That way, No one will be left alone. Nanqing and the others reluctantly agreed to this plan. Before leaving, Nanqing specifically warned Banksia, "Honey, be careful." After everyone left, Su Yao looked at Banksia with some surprise. "Banksia, I feel like you've changed a lot since you woke up." Banksia knew he wasn't the only one who thought this. Kai Yuan and Fan Union probably thought the same thing too. However, she made no attempt to hide her true character. "Well, I just suddenly realized that besides Nanqing and gold and silver, nothing else in this world matters, so I'm not afraid of anything." She hesitated. "You friends are important too." "Su." Yao chuckled. "Hey, aren't you being too forced when you talk about us friends? That's not good, after all, we've known each other for years." Sigh, he feigned melancholy. "So sad, so heartbroken." Banksia, not wanting to play along, quickly changed the subject. "Let's first roughly register everything. I do it from the 3rd floor down, and you go up from the 1st floor up. The underground parking lot is too dark and unsafe. We check it out together later when Nanqing and the others get back. There's a notebook and pen on the living room table. Call the intercom if anything happens." She grabbed a piece of paper and pen and scurried upstairs. She really wasn't good at dealing with drama queens. Su Yao gazed at her back with a hint of helplessness. TSK, aside from being a little braver and a bit more powerful, her personality is exactly the same. Honestly, he even imagined Banksia had traveled through time. But he also knew that Nanqing and Banksia had grown up together, inseparable. How could they, like in a melodramatic novel, not notice a change in their partner? The only explanation was that Banksia had finally attained enlightenment after a life-or-death experience. That's right. Life is nothing more than death, so why make things difficult for yourself? About 10 minutes later, the sound of an engine could be heard outside. Banksia dropped her paper and pen and went downstairs, knife in hand. Nanqing and the others' commotion would undoubtedly attract a lot of zombies. If anyone got bitten or grabbed by a zombie, it would be a serious problem. Sure enough, a number of zombies followed the group's car. A quick glance revealed at least dozens of them. The majority were tall, male zombies, including everyone in the complex, and the rest were the owners of the villa complex. Su Yao couldn't help but swallow. "Isn't that too many? Can we really handle this?" Banksia casually consoled. "It's not a big deal. It's only 30 or 40 zombies. In my past life, every zombie siege would have tens of thousands, sometimes even tens or even millions. Compared to that, this is nothing." She warned, "I lead the charge. If you can't win, remember to call me." Su Yao was about to say something when Banksia rushed out. He watched in amazement as she hacked away at each zombie, as if she weren't slicing through heads, but watermelons. He shook his head, dismissing the watermelon slicing image from his mind, and charged forward, knife in hand. The girls were fighting so hard, so he, a grown man, couldn't afford to be lazy. While Banksia and the others were hacking away at the zombies, Nanqing and the others, who had parked their car, also rushed forward, knives in hand. At first, they were a little reserved. After all, before the apocalypse, they were all law-abiding citizens, who hadn't even killed a chicken. How could they dare to attack someone directly? But seeing Banksia effortlessly chop off the zombie's head, a surge of pride surged in their hearts. Just do it. Seeing that the others were no longer afraid, Banksia, intent on training them, stopped hacking away at the zombies and stood aside. Nanqing and the others were increasingly excited. Not to mention, once they had overcome their own mental barriers, they could continue chopping away with composure, even with zombie blood splattered on their clothes. About 20 minutes later, all the zombies had been beheaded, and everyone except Banksia was a little exhausted. Fang Yunan gasped and laughed. "I killed 5 zombies. That's awesome." Hee hee. Su Shao laughed along. "Me, I'm awesome too. I just killed 3 zombies." TSK. "I killed 6. 9. Several people boasted about the number of zombies they killed. Banksia roughly counted and found that there were about 37 zombies in this batch. What a remarkable achievement. "Hey, now the supplies in this villa belong to me." A young man's arrogant voice came from the side. Chapter 48. Banksia and the others looked up and saw that the person who had just spoken was a young boy of 15 or 16. The boy held a black gun, and behind him followed 8 burly men, each holding a sharp machete. Banksia's eyes narrowed. "Dingy. Xian Liang's illegitimate son. Has he been taken in by Xian Chong? If there's a road to heaven, but you don't take it, then there's no door to hell, but you find it. Excellent. She loves enemies who come to her door of their own accord, saving her the trouble of finding them." Seeing the silence, Ding Yi sneered, "You're insolent." Come on! Wait! He glared lustfully at Banksia, Fan Yunyun, and Su Xiao. Leave these three women alone. I'm tired of playing with those women. Looking for death. Nanqing and Su Yao were furious and were about to step forward, but they had only taken 2 steps when they saw Ding Yi collapse with a dagger lodged in his left eye. The two turned back in silence and saw Banksia blowing on her fingertips. She said, "Even though I haven't practiced in a while, my accuracy is still there." The 8 burly men paused. Was this woman a former gangster? Look at that clean, decisive killing move. Her expression didn't even change. What are you afraid of? The tallest man instinctively tightened his grip on the machete. Don't forget they just fought the zombies. They're already exhausted. He glanced at the other men. Don't forget who our employer is. We're in big trouble if we go back like this. We might as well grab the supplies and divide them up so we can each find a way to survive. The employer was in a powerful position, wielding immense influence. It would be easy for him to kill a few ordinary people like them. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. So many of us strong, seasoned men, are we afraid we can't defeat a few pretty boys and women? As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed straight down, exactly the same way Ding Yi died. Banksia wanted to roll her eyes. What's wrong with these people? Don't they know that villains die from talking too much? She quickly advanced with her knife. The zombie's critical point is the head, but humans have countless vulnerable points. A single slash across the waist and abdomen sent ruptured internal organs and intestines spilling onto the ground. Even a god couldn't heal. A single slash across the neck sent a torrent of blood gushing out. Even the king of hell would sigh. After killing 2 of the burly men, Nanqing and the others finally reacted and rushed forward with their knives drawn. The men also fought back desperately with their knives. While resisting, he mentally cursed the deceased Ding Yi. With his lustful mind, he still dreamed of dominance, only to be killed by a woman and drag them down with him. Unlike Su Yao and the others who only learned from videos, the professional martial artist quickly gained the upper hand. If it weren't for Banksia and Nanqing's assistance, they would have been wounded several times. The burly men couldn't help but get excited. If they could kill these people, all the supplies in the house would be theirs. They had just seen that the vehicle they were using was a truck. Banksia sneered inwardly. Her movements might not be as standard and beautiful as the burly men's, but every move had been honed amidst a sea of corpses. Why did they think they could lose? She casually chopped off the arm of the burly man who had nearly injured Su Xiao, and while he lay wailing, she plunged a knife into his heart. With another blow, she deflected the weapon of the burly man who had attacked Zhao Xian, and Zhao Xian seized the opportunity to stab him in the abdomen. When only the last 2 men remained, she stopped killing them with a single blow and instead slashed them a few times, letting them serve as sparring partners for Nanqing and the others. Learning from videos 100 times might not be as memorable as a single real-life encounter. After the last 2 men fell, she stabbed each of them once in the chest. This was something her instructors from her previous life taught her. Some people have unusual hearts, located on the opposite side of their chests. A moment of carelessness could allow a cunning enemy to escape, and she never gave her enemies any chance to survive. After finishing the slash, she casually retrieved the 2 daggers. They would be hard to find in a short time if lost. When she pulled the dagger from Ding Yi's face, she even chopped off his little bird. The men present suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Had Banksia suddenly flipped on some dark switch? Su Yao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian looked at Nanqing with admiration. Brother, 666. Banksia wiped the blood from the dagger and knife on the body of the large man. Turning back, she saw everyone had fallen silent again. She wondered if she had frightened them. She asked softly, "Do you think I'm too cruel?" If her teammates thought so, she would have to find a way to separate from them quickly to avoid future conflicts. Su Yao and the others shook their heads frantically. No. They had all fought their way through the complex world of fame and fortune. How could they be completely virtuous and without any real means? Besides, if Banksia hadn't acted first and killed the gunman, they might have been killed. How could they blame their teammates for being so harsh? It was hilarious. They simply wished every teammate was ruthless. After all, the more ruthless a teammate is to the enemy, the more secure their own lives are. Nanqing stepped forward and hugged Banksia. Honey, when did you pull the dagger out of my pocket? If he hadn't felt it just now, he would have almost thought she'd taken it from the dimension. Banksia's face was innocent. When you stood in front of me just now. After she killed Ding Yi, Nanqing instinctively stood in front of her. Impatient with the big man's long speech, she simply pulled the dagger out of his pocket and killed him. Fearing the smell of blood would attract a large number of zombies, several people hurried to clean up the battlefield. Pistols, machetes, large gold chains, watches, chocolate. After looting, they piled all the bodies together, doused them with gasoline, and set them on fire to prevent attracting new zombies. Banksia glanced at the large man's clothes and shoes with some regret. In her past life, these men would have been stripped down to their underwear. Nanqing hurriedly pulled her into the courtyard. Wearing a dead person's clothes and shoes was certainly possible in desperate circumstances, but wasn't it time for that now, since Banksia and Su Yao had agreed to select the supplies first. After finishing, Banksia handed the list to Nanqing. She had just looted the entire city. She wondered what else her family needed. Nanqing randomly checked a few items and handed the list back to Su Yao. Su Yao took the list and glanced at it, immediately expressing dissatisfaction. Why choose useless gold and jade jewelry instead of guns and bullets? They were valuable in the past, but they might not even be worth a grain of rice in the future. Banksia said casually, I like it. The others were somewhat helpless. Don't worry, choose boldly. You deserve it. Not to mention that it was already agreed that Nanqing's family would get priority for the 30 rare items. Nanqing and Banksia had just killed more zombies and enemies than anyone else. Nanqing shook his head. You guys take them. Banksia and I don't lack weapons. Seeing that everyone was still trying to persuade him, he quickly added, before the apocalypse, I bought some things from Mike's father. He and Banksia had just discussed keeping some of their firearms safe. Otherwise, if they encountered a martial artist with a gun, they would be in danger. Now, if they were injured, there would be no hospitals or doctors to treat them. Prepare for a rainy day, brother. Su Yao exclaimed in surprise. I won't submit to anyone, but you. Nanqing smiled bitterly. I was terrified when I first found out, so I took the risk. Everything was fine before. I thought I'd keep these things to myself forever, but who knew the world would change the moment I woke up? He didn't specify what he had bought. That was his and Banksia's trump card. The others wisely didn't press their concerns. Banksia looked at Kai Yuan. Brother Yuan, why don't you and Brother Xian move into this villa? Kai Yuan was stunned, but Zhao Xian quickly realized, great. It's close to both of your homes. Just shout if anything happens. Besides, the walls are high, and the windows and doors are renovated. It's better than our current house. As for whether they're worried about being sued for property theft, it's hilarious. The government departments are already overwhelmed. Chapter 49. Kai Yuan agreed to the move without much hesitation, so their share of supplies remained where they were, while Banksia and the others drove the truck back home, making trips to deliver them. The three families had originally agreed. Any supplies found together would be divided equally among the 7. If a person made an outstanding contribution, they would receive an extra portion. Any supplies found alone would be shared among the 3 families. Supplies obtained individually belonged to the individual and were not distributed. In addition, Banksia and the others provided weapons, with priority given to rare items. Nanqing drove the truck 5 times before loading up his share of supplies. The truck was a 9.6-meter refrigerated truck, purchased during the last month of stockpiling before the apocalypse. Nanqing was a little worried. Just piling things up in the yard? He wasn't the only one worried. Su Yao and Kai Yuan were worried too. When they stockpiled supplies, they feared the apocalypse would last for many years, so they prepared 10 years' worth of supplies, leaving nearly every room completely crammed. Although some supplies were consumed during the extreme cold, we buy more for home each month after the quota is refreshed, so overall, the total hasn't decreased much. We received several truckloads of stuff today, and have nowhere to put them. Banksia thought for a moment and said, move the cat litter and empty water tanks into the yard. They're protected from the sun. Before the apocalypse, every household had purchased 100 one-ton water tanks in addition to the 2 stainless steel water tanks on their roofs. Even with Su Yao and his friends' efforts to conserve water, during the 3 months of extreme cold, they used at least 30 tons. Cat litter was only 1 bag a day or 2 away. Speaking of cat litter, Su Yao and his friends felt a little embarrassed. During the extreme cold, the sewers froze, and they relied on it to solve their physiological problems. Fang Yunyun added with a smile, winter clothes and blankets can be packed in compression bags. Also, the outer boxes of hand sanitizer, disinfectant, and medicine can be removed. If you think about it carefully, there are many solutions. Su Xiao continued, we can also store things inside the RV and SUV we're driving home. After coming up with a solution, the group breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their respective homes to sort out their supplies. After moving 30 empty water tanks and 2,000 bags of cat litter into the yard, Banksia rubbed Jeanzi and Inzi's bellies vigorously. Thank you, little. Now that she wasn't little anymore, she immediately changed her tone. Thank you, big cutie. Golden and Eensy helped to pull all those 2,000 bags of cat litter. Eensy nudged her gently. Meow. Sister, I raise you from now on. Dogs are very jealous creatures, and golden retrievers are the most jealous. Seeing this, Jeansy nudged her. Woof. And me too. I support you, too. Silly dog, how childish. Eensy glared at Jeansy coldly. If this guy hadn't grown up with her, she'd have torn him to pieces. Woo. Although Jeansy was bigger than Eensy, he'd never been Eensy's match. Terrified, he tried to hide behind his sister, but now he was taller than her, making it impossible to hide. Banksia chuckled inwardly, but said seriously, Brother, you're tired moving all this stuff by yourself? Let's go help him. Jeansy and Eensy stopped arguing and hurriedly followed her out. After packing their own belongings, Banksia and Nanqing drove the truck to help Kaiyuan move, while Jeansy and Eensy stayed home. Kaiyuan's house alone covered 800 square meters, so the move wasn't complete until dark. Kaiyuan wiped the sweat off his face. Everyone, stay for dinner tonight. I make it now. No, no. Fang Yunyun waved her hands repeatedly. I want to go home and wash up first. My clothes are stinking. They had been busy since they finished fighting the zombies, and hadn't had time to change into clean clothes. It was hot today, and the smell of human and zombie blood fermenting with sweat was unbearable. Su Xiao nodded vigorously. Sister-in-law, you're right. I want to go home and shower and change clothes too. She looked at Banksia enviously. Banksia wasn't splattered with blood when she killed zombies and humans, but why didn't she even sweat? How can the difference between humans be greater than the difference between humans and dogs? Kaiyuan, Zhao Xian, and the others looked at Banksia and nodded vigorously. They were stinking and dirty, but Banksia's hair was clean and fresh. The difference was truly greater than that between humans and dogs. Banksia blinked innocently. Every apocalyptic person would be careful to avoid dirt when attacking, as they had no extra clothes to change into, let alone extra water to wash. As for her inability to sweat, it was related to her special ability, which made her physique stronger and more resistant to cold and heat. After a few small talk, they agreed to meet at 8 a.m. tomorrow to continue fighting zombies, then each went home, smelly and exhausted, to wash up. After returning home, Banksia dragged Nanqing into the space. During the extreme cold, he had installed a water heater in the container house, eliminating the need to slowly boil water for bathing. Dinner was cold vegetables and porridge. Nanqing was a little surprised. Honey, you're not eating meat? Since Banksia recovered, she'd eaten meat for every meal. She used up a lot of energy today, so why was she eating vegetarian food? Banksia acted nonchalant. It's hot, eat something light. She wouldn't mind killing anyone, even eating from a rotting corpse with bloody hands. To her, this world, rife with blood and danger, was the world she was familiar with. Nanqing, however, was different. Before today, she hadn't even killed a chicken. It was simply because she'd been busy all day, leaving no time for idle thoughts. Otherwise, let alone eating, she'd probably vomited until nothing but acid remained in her stomach. She was almost certain that Nanqing, Su Yao, Fan Yunyun, Su Xiao, Kaiyuan, and Zhao Xian wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. In the dead of night, the moment they closed their eyes, their minds would be filled with blood and corpses. But outsiders couldn't help with this. They had to slowly get used to it. When they fell asleep at night, Nanqing exactly imagined what Banksia was thinking. The moment they closed their eyes, their minds would be filled with blood and corpses. He couldn't help but tighten his grip around his wife, wondering with some heartache how she had gone from being reluctant to crush an ant to being able to kill without batting an eyelid. Banksia, knowing what he was thinking, would tell him, "You get used to it after so many times." In her previous life, when Nanqing was around, she had always been well protected, and she only seen a corpse a few times. After Nanqing left, she joined the mission team to quickly improve her skills and seek revenge. The first time she killed a zombie, her hands trembled so much she nearly dropped her weapon. The first time she killed someone, she nearly vomited blood after vomiting acid. After killing more zombies and humans, she realized it was just that, and even eating and drinking around corpses didn't elicit any extra emotion. The instructor at the base even said she was a natural killer, with a strong adaptability to corpses and blood. What he didn't know was that, because of Nanqing's departure, she had lost all her joys and sorrows. The trembling hands and vomiting were just natural reactions, and with enough experience, her body had become immune to them. Banksia pulled herself away from her memories, raised her head, and kissed Nanqing's chin. "Can't sleep? I talk to you." Occasionally, when she dreamed of her past life, she even had the obsessive thought of locking Nanqing in a dimension forever, preventing him from coming into contact with any danger. Ultimately, reason stopped her. Nanqing was a living person, with his own thoughts and emotions, not her pampered canary, much less her forbidden love. "Call me husband." Nanqing lowered his head and kissed her. "Wife." The night was deep, and the moonlight was just right. Chapter 50. When the seven of them met again the next day, they couldn't help but laugh at the dark circles under each other's eyes. It seemed like no one slept well last night, and the thought suddenly brought a sense of calm. Where did the traitor come from? Su Yao looked at Banksia and Nanqing and snorted. "Why don't you two have dark circles? This isn't fair." He almost wanted to cry out to the heavens. Not only did these two have no dark circles, but they even looked radiant, as if they'd taken a tonic. Isn't heaven being a little too partial? Banksia lowered her head slightly, while Nanqing smiled without saying anything. Besides Su Xiao, the mother of a single child, what else didn't they understand? Damn it! Why was I forced to eat another bowl of dog food? Su Xiao looked at his brother and sister-in-law, then at the others, and couldn't help but whisper, "Where are we going to fight zombies today?" The villa area had only been developed a few years ago, so the occupancy rate was low, around 50%. At the beginning of the month, many people got inside information and followed the army to the base, so now only 30% of the houses were still occupied. The entire complex has only 88 villas. Assuming a family of 6, that means there are only about 150 people living there right now. Including the property management staff, there are less than 200 people. The 30 or so zombies they killed yesterday were likely all the zombies roaming the complex. To continue killing zombies, they either had to climb over the wall into someone else's house or leave the complex. Banksia suggested, "Let's continue killing zombies in the complex and collect supplies while we're at it." Fang Yunyan hesitated. "I'm almost out of space." She understood the importance of supplies, but she really had no room at home. If Banksia hadn't known that human appetites would triple to 5 times as they evolved, she would have thought the food they stockpiled was sufficient. But in reality, while their current reserves might seem plentiful, they wouldn't even last 5 years, not to mention the 9 months of intense heat ahead. Food that hasn't been properly stored will spoil rapidly, and water will become even more precious than pre-apocalyptic gold. If we don't gather enough supplies before food and water spoil, we'd be fighting for a sip of water or even half a steamed bun. She thought for a moment and said, "Didn't everyone's appetite increase 2 or 3 times during the first black fog? If appetites continue to increase, how long will your meager supplies last?" Everyone's expressions grew grave. Nanqing took over the conversation, saying, "Just when I left, I measured the temperature, and it was 35 degrees Celsius, a full 5 degrees Celsius higher than yesterday. If this continues for months of extreme heat, how long will the water in your house last?" Su Yao opened his mouth, wanting to say it wasn't possible, but his mind told him they weren't exaggerating. Banksia's voice was very calm. Humans can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 without water. Everyone instantly broke out in a cold sweat, shouting, "Let's go, let's not waste time." Banksia and Nanqing exchanged a smile. They could help their friends in times of need, but they couldn't save them from poverty. Stories of gratitude and resentment are not uncommon, so why experiment with human nature? Banksia quickly found a new target with the binoculars. She whispered, "There are over a dozen zombies in this house, and they seem to be moving faster than yesterday. Everyone, stay safe." Nanqing and the others couldn't help but feel nervous. In just one day, the zombies seemed to have evolved. Was God really going to leave us no chance of survival? Banksia, however, knew this wasn't evolution, but rather the complete fusion of the zombie virus and the human body. Zhao Xian was still unlocking the door, while Nanqing, Su Yao, and Kai Yuan were the main attackers, while Banksia, Fang Yunyan, and Su Xiao were on the offensive. Fang Yunyan suddenly remembered something. "We forgot to leave someone at home. Won't someone rob us?" Banksia had already considered this question and explained, if these people had the guts to rob, they would have gone out to kill zombies and robbed the ownerless villa long ago. Besides, her eyes instantly filled with a smile, "Our gold and silver are incredibly powerful. With them around, who would dare to steal from our 3 homes? Although the walls of our house were high, they couldn't stop the nimble silver. It could easily scale its own walls to help from the next door and across the street." Su Yao and the others were instantly envious. "If we'd known, we would have had pets too." They were envious of Banksia's cat and dog. The 2 little creatures were now incredibly powerful, capable of dispatching a human with a single claw. Yet they remained loyal to Banksia, letting her touch her vulnerable spots like her neck and belly as she pleased, even unafraid to guard her food. They showed none of the wariness a beast might have for humans. Banksia couldn't help but feel proud. In her past life, she's seen many mutant animals, but never anything as affectionate as her own Jeansy and Eensy. As expected of these furry creatures she raised, they were so sweet and caring. Roar! The moment the door opened, over a dozen zombies, some dressed scantily, some completely naked, lunged at them with their claws extended. Everyone, From now on, make sure to wear clothes when you sleep, or else you have to suffer a social death after you die. Yesterday's zombies had a certain stiffness in their movements, like old, out-of-date machinery. Today's zombies were like new, well-oiled machines. Not only were they faster, but they were also much stronger. Su Xiao lashed out with all her might at the zombie's neck, but her strike got stuck halfway through. She was shocked. What's going on? Why can't I cut this zombie? Banksia assisted, chopping off the zombie's head. The zombie's skin and bones have hardened. This means they're even harder to kill. She kicked the zombie that was about to attack her away with a powerful kick, then slashed at the zombie to the side and back, severing it in half. However, the zombie seemed oblivious, stretching its long nails and maw to bite again, oblivious to the viscera and intestines spilling onto the ground. Banksia kicked it against the wall, intending to let everyone see for themselves just how tenacious zombies truly were. In her previous life, the base had conducted experiments that showed zombies lacked a sense of pain. As long as their heads weren't chopped off or shot, even a cut to the chest would still survive. When this conclusion was first announced, countless people broke down in tears, feeling deeply hopeless for humanity. Some even committed suicide in despair. Perhaps fearing a riot among the survivors, the base quickly released a different conclusion. Zombies aren't immortal. They need to feed on fresh flesh and other species for energy. Without food, they can survive for up to 3 months. Wow! Banksia looked at Fan Yunyun, who was vomiting violently nearby, puzzled. Fan Yunyun pointed at the zombie against the wall, then turned back to continue vomiting. Banksia looked up and saw the zombie she severed in half devouring its own intestines and viscera. Disgusting and eerie. Nanjing and the others frowned, their faces turning slightly pale, their worldviews shattered. Banksia pulled a pair of rubber gloves from her pocket and put them on, then casually picked up a decapitated zombie and tossed it to the half-zombie in the corner. The half-zombie immediately discarded its own entrails and pounced on the corpse of its own kind, beginning to devour it frantically. Nanjing looked at her hesitantly. Wife. Experimental. Thanks to those imaginative novelists, otherwise she wouldn't have an excuse. Zombies in novels eat their own kind to heal and level up. That's disgusting. Su Yao was a little devastated. It's fine if it eats its own kind, but why doesn't it even spare its own internal organs? Zhao Xian, enduring a chill down his spine, speculated, zombies don't have reason. To them, eating themselves and eating their own kind is probably the same thing? As they spoke, the half-zombie devoured its own kind completely, and its waist and abdomen were gradually growing back. Chapter 51. As the half-dead zombie recovered, Nanjing and the others looked on with increasing horror. 10 minutes, Nanjing said with a heavy expression. It's grown back 2 centimeters. He glanced at the time as the zombie began to recover. Kai Yuan's ever-smiling face was now frozen. Zombies have such remarkable resilience. Does humanity still have a future? Banksia severed half of the zombie's head with a single blow. I don't know, but people must first survive before they can consider anything else, right? She gazed at the group with a calm gaze. No matter how strong its resilience is, it will still die if its head is chopped off. Su Yao forced a smile. Banksy is right. Why dwell on it? Let's just try to survive first, then think about anything else. He glanced up at the blazing sun in the sky. Have you noticed? The temperature seems to be getting higher. Nanjing and the others also looked up at the sky, their hearts sinking. The intense heat seemed to be coming. Banksia ignored them, and split the zombie's head open with her knife. Maybe today would yield a crystal core. The touch felt off. With a slight push, a grayish-white crystal core the size of a peanut rolled to the ground. Level 0 crystal core. She smiled broadly, eager to kill hundreds more zombies right away. Nanjing hurried over to help split the zombie's head. Crystal core. Su Yao shouted, superpower. His voice drew the attention of Fan Yunyun and the others, who hurried over with knives in hand. What if zombie crystal cores were as miraculous as described in novels? Wouldn't they be incredibly wealthy? The 7 men worked together, quickly chopping open the heads of all 16 zombies. Banksia, wearing rubber gloves, tossed all the crystal cores into the trash bag. Let's go back and wash them before sorting them. Su Yao and the others nodded frantically. Okay. The crystal cores were still stained with black zombie blood and white brain matter. They didn't dare take them. Banksia looked at them intently. I picked them up this time. Next time it be your turn. Crystal core hunting requires everyone to participate in this dirty work. Nanqing, feeling sorry for his wife, said, Okay, I do it next time. Su Yao and the others also quickly agreed. We take turns. We arrange shifts when we get back. Banksia was satisfied. Find supplies. Nanqing and Su Yao were walking in front, stopping as they pushed open the living room door. Banksia was just beginning to wonder when Nanqing turned around and coughed softly, saying, Wife, Su Xiao, Sister Fang, wait outside for a while. It's a bit dirty in there. Su Yao and I will go in and clean it up first. You just wait outside for a while. Su Yao nodded frantically. Yes, it's really dirty in there. Nanqing and I will clean it up first. Fang Yunyan pushed Su Yao aside and said nonchalantly, What's the point of being so particular at this hour? She suddenly choked. Banksia walked in curiously and saw. There were underwear and panties strewn all over the floor, used condoms, tilted wine bottles and glasses, rotting, smelly food, and even a bunch of small toys. Nanqing grabbed her hand and led her upstairs. My wife and I are going to the 3rd floor. Su Yao quickly grabbed Fan Yunyun and Su Xiao. Let's go to the 2nd floor. Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian, a step behind, responded, First floor. The owner of this villa is probably some wealthy 2nd-generation man who's into anime and manga. His storage room is filled with action figures, perhaps thousands of them, and almost all of them are limited edition. Banksia looked at Nanqing. I want to trade Su Yao and the others for this with my water and food. Nanqing had no objection. He liked it too. Half an hour later, the group gathered in the 1st floor living room. Everyone was disgusted by the stomped-over sofa, and no one wanted to sit, so they moved to the restaurant next door. First, Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian, who were searching the 1st floor, spoke. 1,010 kilograms vacuum-packed rice, 500 boxes of 2 kg*, 24 bags of noodles, 100 boxes of 1,000 g*, 200 bags of salt, 100 boxes of seasonings, 100 strips of ham, 20 boxes of red wine, 18 boxes of white wine. The 1st floor was primarily filled with food and beverages. Then came Su Yao and his group on the 2nd floor. 10 down quilts, 15 silk quilts, 20 men's extreme cold down jackets, 2 safes. The 2nd floor was primarily filled with clothes, quilts, and valuables. Finally, it was Banksia and Nanqing on the 3rd floor. Figures, dolls, game consoles, CDs, discs. The 3rd floor was mainly for entertainment items. Su Xiao suggested, We haven't been to the basement storage room or the parking lot yet. The group headed to the basement storage room, and the first thing they saw was 10 recurve bows neatly hung on the wall. Fang Yunyun couldn't help but smile. That's great. I've learned how to use them before. I teach you guys someday when I have some free time. On the nearby shelves were other weapons. 10 boxes of fine steel arrows, 500 each. 10 sabers, 10 stun guns. 5 tents, 5 outdoor power banks, 20 high-intensity flashlights. After some discussion, they decided to move the items later, and first, they go to the cold storage next door to see what they had. Wow, a cold storage brimming with meat, lobster, oysters, salmon, yellow croaker, tuna, king crab, gooseneck barnacles, wagyu beef, lamb, venison. What's even more outrageous is that there are 10 suckling pigs and 10 geese inside. A few people took a quick look and quickly closed the cold storage door. The diesel generator had run out of fuel, and if it stayed there for another half a day, the meat would probably go bad. Next was the underground parking lot. A row of colorful sports cars nearly blinded everyone. Banksia silently counted them. About 15, several of them limited editions. The sports cars were useless, but the fuel in the tanks had to be taken. The open space on the other side was filled with boxes of expensive mineral water, the kind that cost 19 yuan for 550 milliliters. After taking inventory of the supplies, the group sat down to divide the items. Banksia, I want all the figurines. I trade yours for food and water. She had more than enough food than she could eat, so it wouldn't be a big deal to trade for some of her favorite gadgets, right? Su Yao and the others exchanged glances. I want some too. How about you take yours? Well, who doesn't have a hobby? The 7 of them happily divided the figurines equally before moving on to other items. Supplies like water, rice, flour, grain, oil, and meat were divided equally. Each person got 2 crystal cores, with Banksia keeping the remaining 2 for now. Weapons like recurve bows, arrows, sabers, and stun guns were each given a share. Whoever wanted to trade for the remaining 3 would share the proceeds equally. Banksia and Nanqing had no plans to buy weapons. They already had firearms, so cold weapons wouldn't be much use. After the division, Banksia and Su Xiao stayed behind while the others drove home to collect the supplies. After Banksia, Su Xiao, and the others left, they closed the gate to prevent any zombies from approaching. Hey! Those 2 women in Building 45's yard. Building 45 was the address of the villa where they were searching for supplies. Frowning, the 2 men looked toward the source of the noise. On the second-floor balcony of the villa next door, a man in a vest and patterned shorts was shouting at them through a megaphone. Seeing the 2 looking up, the man raised his megaphone and shouted, "You 2 women, come to my house and kill the zombies." His tone was commanding, as if he were pointing at a servant. Su Xiao couldn't help but roll her eyes at the man. What the hell? Do we even know him? Just let us go kill the zombies. Banksia looked at the man coldly. Have you figured out how to die? The man seemed oblivious to the 2's annoyance. He sat cross-legged like a master and continued to blast through the megaphone, "My dad is Lee X." He raised his thick chin, his face beaming with pride. If the world hadn't changed, lowly paupers, like you wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. I'm letting you kill zombies, because I think you're doing me a favor. If you please me, I might even reward you with 2 bags. The man kept chattering, like an annoying fly. Banksia turned to Su Xiao and said, "Sister Xiao Xiao, I go take care of him. Wait here for me. If you need anything, call me." With that, she turned and walked out the door, ignoring Su Xiao's surprised expression. Chapter 52. The wall of the man's house next door had been raised. Banksia estimated it to be 3.5 meters. She took a running start and scaled the wall. Damn it! Are you still a woman? The man cursed. Banksia ignored him. What was there to say to a dead person? She didn't immediately jump into the yard. Instead, she patiently waited for the zombies in the room and yard to come running over, following the scent. What are you waiting for? The man shouted angrily, "Come and kill the zombies. I knew women like you were the greediest. I'm a man of my word. For every zombie you kill, I buy you a bag." 9, 13, 16, 23, 26. Some in suits, some in maid outfits, some in chef outfits. As expected of someone with connections up there, bodyguards, maids, and chefs, Banksia glanced indifferently at the zombies frantically scratching at the wall below, all the while the man kept cursing furiously. 5 minutes later, with no new zombies approaching, she pulled a Glock 43X from her pocket, aimed at the zombie, and shot it in the head. The man's face flushed red like a rooster, with its throat pinched. After firing 10 rounds, she reloaded and continued her headshots. With only 1 bullet left, she stuffed the gun back into her pocket and leaped into the yard, knife in hand. Zombies of this level were as easy for her to chop as melons and vegetables. 5 minutes later, all 7 remaining zombies were beheaded. The man trembled as he threw more than 10 wads of banknotes out of the window. "Here, beautiful lady. Goodbye." Banksia looked over coldly. Hadn't she heard that it's easier to invite a deity than to send it away? It's too late to ask her to leave now. She split open the zombie heads one by one, removed the cores, put them in a plastic bag, and stuffed them into her pocket, then walked towards the house. The man upstairs, seeing this, collapsed and shouted, "Beauty, I'm so mean. I apologize." He frantically threw banknotes into the yard. "Do you think this is enough? If not, I have gold." He began to throw gold bars into the yard. It would have been nice to have known better earlier. It's a pity Banksia doesn't want to let him go now. Who knows if keeping them will become a hidden danger in the future? The door to the first floor was open. The furnishings and decorations inside were luxurious, but the carpet and sofa were stained with blood and smelled unpleasantly. Without blinking, she walked towards the second floor. The second floor hallway was equipped with a stainless steel security door. Several bloody handprints stank on it, likely left by zombies or those who had been bitten. With such a door, it's no wonder that the people on the first floor had become zombies while the man was still alive. She used her supernatural powers to violently break the door lock and, knife in hand, walked towards the man's room. Bang! She ducked to avoid the falling vase and thrust her knife backwards into the man, who was hiding behind the door and attempting a sneak attack. The man immediately doubled over, clutching his stomach. "Please, let me go! My father is Lee X." The man reached out his bloodied hands to grab her legs. I can give you anything you want. Please save me." Banksia took 2 steps to the side with disdain in her eyes. She would take what she wanted And besides, wouldn't the things belong to her if she killed the man? She stabbed the man several times in the chest before climbing over the wall and returning to the next courtyard. Su Xiao approached worriedly. Banksia, are you okay? If she weren't afraid of someone stealing the collected supplies, she would have rushed to look for her next door. Banksia shook her head. Sister Xiao Xiao, I'm fine. She thought for a moment and explained. Next time you encounter someone yelling like that, you must kill them first. I'm sure you've noticed these past few days that zombies rely on hearing and smell to locate and determine human presence. That's why there aren't many zombies in our neighborhood, otherwise we have been surrounded by them long ago. Su Xiao nodded carefully. I won't show mercy. If being soft-hearted hurts herself, it's fine, but if it hurts her teammates, she be damned. Nanqing and the others quickly drove back. There wasn't much supplies left for 45 buildings, so after dividing them equally, one car could hold them all. Banksia called out to everyone. There's still plenty of supplies in the building next door. We come back later. What? Everyone was shocked. Isn't there someone alive in the building next door? When they were collecting supplies, they always looked for villas where there were no living people. Oh, Banksia said calmly, I killed him. Nanqing nervously pulled her over to examine him, fearing he might have been injured. Su Xiao, fearing the others might misunderstand, explained that man was yelling with a megaphone, and Banksia killed him because he was afraid he attracted the zombies. Su Yao and the others nodded repeatedly, well done. Still yelling at this moment, truly fearless, Fang Yunyun smiled and said, we didn't help Banksia kill him, so we won't share the items. It had been agreed that items found outside of group activities belonged to the individual, and were not distributed. Banksia knew they didn't want to take advantage of her, but her original intention in leading the two families to hunt zombies and find supplies was to allow them to stock up on food and water before the living conditions reached their peak. Otherwise, wouldn't it be better for her to go into the city and kill zombies to obtain crystal cores? She feigned resignation, saying, the family next door has more supplies than yesterday's. We can't store them all. Seeing everyone about to protest, we can't just let the supplies rot in the villa, can we? Su Yao and the others exchanged glances, ultimately unwilling to let the supplies go to waste. Okay. But next time we find supplies, we give them to you. You're not allowed to refuse. Banksia nodded obediently. She and Su Xiao remained behind, while the others hauled supplies home. Banksia even saw people from several nearby buildings secretly watching them from behind curtains. Let them watch, it won't cost them anything. If they didn't hurry and gather supplies, did they really think the little they had at home would be enough? After hauling all the supplies home, everyone except Banksia was so exhausted they almost lay down on the ground. Su Xiao gulped down a mouthful of water. I feel like my hands aren't my own anymore. Over 2,000 boxes of noodles, over 8,000 bags of rice, over 10,000 cases of mineral water. Almost all of it was done with just her arms. Banksia did have quite a few forklifts in her space, but she couldn't find an excuse to use them. She hesitated for a moment and said, take a day off tomorrow and sort out the supplies in the yard. Several families are having trouble even moving around in their yards now. Su Yao pinched his sore arm, his tone filled with worry. Leaving things in the yard like this isn't a good idea. I guess most people in the neighborhood know we have supplies. When they run out of food, they definitely come looking for us. We can fight, but we can't take on a few hundred people. Banksia, She wouldn't be afraid of even tens of thousands of people, let alone hundreds. Does she think her rocket launchers, grenade launchers, and guns are vegetarian? Fang Yunyun sighed. I really want one of those legendary infinite spaces. Banksia, I have a space too. While it's not infinite, it can still hold most of City A. City A covers over 14,000 square kilometers, and her space is 10,000 square kilometers. If she hadn't known that the couple would never know about her space, she would have been overthinking it. Chapter 53. Supplies are plentiful, but lacking a place to store them is the real problem. Several people couldn't help but sigh. The protagonists in the novels they read either had space or struggled mightily to find much, so they didn't have to worry about having no place to store them. They couldn't even find a reference. Finally, Tai Yuan said, if all else fails, get some prefabricated houses. I know a manufacturer that specializes in them, 13 kilometers from Yum Yum Mountain. While this still wouldn't prevent others from coveting them, at least they would have a place to store the supplies they found. Better sooner rather than later, they decided to head to the city tomorrow. Banksia and Nanqing discussed, I go find a portable shelter tomorrow. You wait at home. According to research from the previous life's base, the first wave of zombie infections accounted for approximately 30% of the total population. City A has a permanent population of 20 million. Excluding those who died during the extreme cold and those relocated to the base, there are currently over 5 million zombies in City A. If it weren't for the fact that Su Yao and his family were truly short of supplies, she wouldn't have suggested going down the mountain to find a portable shelter. Nanjing held her hand, feeling a little melancholy. He was still too weak, needing his wife's protection at every turn. No. Banksia knew what he was thinking from the look in his eyes. You're my spiritual support, the driving force that keeps me alive. Without him, who would have to experience the apocalypse again, where suffering reigns supreme? As she read the apocalyptic rebirth novel Su Xiao had shared with her, she kept wondering, if the protagonist died without a deep hatred or obsession, would they really have the courage to live again? Probably not. Unknown disasters are indeed terrifying. But what is even more terrifying is to watch clearly as human nature is extinct and civilization is heading towards destruction. This kind of helplessness can drive people mad. Well, Nanxing smiled gently. My wife is also my spiritual support and the driving force of my life. He asked casually, I saw Tian take 50 popsicles yesterday. Honey, should you do something about it? Banksia blinked. It's okay. There's plenty of popsicles. She suddenly stopped talking. The popsicles they stockpiled weren't enough for Tian to eat 50 popsicles a day. Nanxing looked at her with a half smile. A lot? Banksia then laid it all out. I didn't sleep during the 3 days you were asleep. I went into the city to gather supplies. She didn't know why she hadn't slept, but she guessed it was because she had fully evolved. Nanxing ruffled her hair fiercely. If he hadn't gone to the bathroom last night and seen Tian passing by the window with dozens of ice cream bars, he would have gotten away with it. Banksia said stubbornly, It's only been 3 days. It's nothing. She didn't dare tell Nanxing that she'd been collecting supplies for 3 sleepless days and nights, fearing he'd worry. If she squandered even a minute of this once-in-a-million-year-old opportunity, she regretted in her dreams. Nanxing scooped her up. Shower, bed. Banksia woke up at 6 in the evening. She rubbed her eyes and went downstairs. Nanxing was feeding Inzi and Jinzi a bag of freeze-dried quail. The two pets used to chew the quail slowly, but now they devoured it in one crunchy gulp. Inzi picked up a quail and walked over to her, her emerald green eyes sparkling. Sister, do you want some? Banksia patted Inzi's head. Thank you, Inzi. I don't like this. She touched Jinzi, who had come to vie for her affection. Thank you, Jinzi too. She walked over to Nanxing. Are you hungry? Wash your hands, and let's go eat. Nanxing divided the remaining quail equally between the two Marangrons. Don't eat vegetarian food tonight, let's have meat. Banksia blinked and pulled out 4 dishes and a soup from her space. Stir-fried clams, boiled shrimp, steamed yellow croaker, 3 shredded vegetables and a cold salad, loofah and egg drop soup, and a large pot of white rice. Nanxing washed his hands and came over. Seeing the seafood on the table, he couldn't help but smile broadly. Thank you, my wife. Although he wasn't as fragile as he thought, he still enjoyed his lover's constant care and love. Half an hour later, Nanxing looked at the completely devoured meal with some confusion. Wife, I'm still not full. Banksia handed him a boxed lunch. Your appetite has increased. The next morning, when the 3 families gathered together, their faces were somewhat heavy. After discussing with each other, they discovered that everyone's appetite had increased. Su Yao couldn't help but sigh. My stomach seems to have traveled to another dimension. I used to eat 2 bowls of rice at a time, but now I eat 6. The existential crisis made everyone's heart tighten. Banksia left Nanxing with ammunition and drove to the prefabricated housing factory with Su Yao and Kai Yuan. Su Yao drove, while Banksia and Kai Yuan stood guard. Not wanting to waste time, they simply drove over any zombies blocking their way. About 20 minutes later, the 3 arrived at their destination. Su Yao and Kai Yuan looked at the dense swarm of zombies following the car and couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Should we wait a while before going down? It wasn't that they were cowardly. Anyone facing 100 or 200 zombies who treated them like meat would be afraid. Banksia pulled 2 bottles of C-brand strong-scented perfume from her backpack and handed them to the 2 men. Spray this all over yourselves and see if it confuses the zombies. What? They both said in unison. All over? Are you sure we won't be suffocated first? C-brand strong-scented perfume, once applied, wafts 100 meters and lasts forever, making it an excellent tool for confusing the noses of low-level zombies, levels 1 to 3. She had a full 1,000 bottles. You want to go down and fight the zombies directly? She pulled a gas mask from her bag and put it on. That's fine. Spray. Su Yao hurriedly pulled a gas mask from his backpack and put it on. No wonder Banksia had asked them to wear one before leaving. I spray it now. Worst case scenario, I just throw away my clothes. There were at least 100 or 200 zombies out there. If they really fought, would they even be able to get back alive? Seeing that both men had their masks on, Banksia pulled out a bottle of perfume and sprayed herself furiously. It had to be said that the gas mask was incredibly effective. Not a single ounce of fragrance leaked in. After spraying the perfume, Banksia cracked the car window a crack. The zombies surrounding it instantly retreated more than 10 meters, as if they had smelled feces. Several people responded, eh. The effect was so remarkable that they quickly opened the car door to prevent the scent from fading over time. The zombies within 5 meters retreated frantically. Banksia even saw slower zombies being pushed aside by faster ones, becoming stepping stones. No wonder this perfume sold for 5 level 3 crystal cores in a previous life. Without further delay, they quickly gathered their weapons and tools to pry open the warehouse door. Su Yao was shocked. How come it's empty? Banksia thought of the food factory where over 95% of its inventory had been taken away, and a sudden realization struck her. It's probably been requisitioned. Let's go check the next warehouse first. The factory was huge, with 3 rows of warehouses, each covering 500 square meters. Perhaps there were still some that slipped through the net. Su Yao and Kai Yuan hurriedly gathered their tools and headed for the next warehouse. It was still empty, and the next still empty. They all thought their trip was a waste, but they didn't expect the last 3 warehouses to be crammed with stuff. Rockwell color-coded steel composite panels, corner fittings, steel frames, steel columns, aluminum doors and windows, main frames, and so on. They counted the materials, and concluded they could assemble about 105.95 m x 3 m x 2.8 m prefabricated houses. Chapter 54. Su Yao volunteered. There are several 15-meter high-sided trucks in the parking lot. I drive them later. 3 hours later, the 3 of them, each in a car, began their return journey. Banksia drove the SUV, Su Yao drove the truck, and Kai Yuan drove the forklift. The forklift was from the warehouse, and had a low speed. It took them an hour and a half to reach the neighborhood. Banksia pressed the intercom. We need to kill the zombies following us before we enter the neighborhood. Otherwise, we might implicate others. There were over 300 zombies following them, more than the total number of living people and zombies in the neighborhood. Su Yao's trembling voice echoed, Banksia, go back and call for help. Have Su Xiao bring her gun too. The gun they had found on Ding Yi was ultimately given to Su Xiao, as she had the lowest combat power. Okay. Banksia stepped on the accelerator, putting some distance between herself and Su Yao and Kai Yuan behind them. The zombies in the early days of the apocalypse weren't very powerful. As long as Su Yao and Kai Yuan didn't blindly get out of the car and fight the zombies, they would definitely be able to hold out until she got back. After returning to the complex, she quickly knocked on the doors next door and across the street. There are over 300 zombies following us. Quickly, grab your weapons and help. Nanxing and the others' vision suddenly darkened. 300? Ben Xia shouted into the house. Jinzi, Inzi, come help me fight. She could kill all the zombies by herself, but she couldn't let others get into the habit of getting something for nothing. It would harm them. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Now is the perfect time to hone your skills, she said to Jinzi and Inzi. If you see a zombie attacking you, use your claws to help shoo it away. She stroked Jin and Yin's chins. Don't bite them, okay? Evolved beings and mutated animals are resistant to the zombie virus, and won't be infected even if bitten. But Jin and Yin haven't evolved their abilities yet, so she's unsure if they have resistance. Even after she said that, she still felt a little worried and decided to keep a closer eye on them to prevent them from getting into a habit of biting. Afraid Su Yao and the others wouldn't be able to hold out, she climbed onto Jin and sat down. I go first. Jin, to the gate. According to the order, Jin sprinted out of the complex, with Yin following closely at his side. Building 18, the villa next to Su Yao's. The woman hiding behind the curtains looked at the man beside her, her tone sour. They must have found a lot more. She shook the man's arm. Honey, we're almost out of food, and I'm pregnant with your son. The man patted the woman's deliberately bulging belly. Don't worry, I make sure our son is well fed. He looked greedily at the backs of Nanxing and the others. Banksia had no idea someone was coveting her family's supplies, and even if she knew, she wouldn't take it seriously. If you want to take something from her, you have to ask her first. When she and Jinzi arrived at the door, Su Yao and the others had just arrived. Seeing her approaching with help, Su Yao and Kai Yuan quickly got out of the car, knives in hand. Kai Yuan couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Why does it feel like there are 400? I guess the zombies from the neighboring neighborhood are coming too. Banksia rushed to the zombies. Kill! Jeansy and Eensy bared their teeth at the zombie horde. Woof! Meow! The two furries quickly joined the fray. Banksia had been keeping an eye on Jeansy and Eensy, and seeing them obediently clawing at the zombies, she felt reassured. Her feeling was correct. Jeansy and Eensy's intelligence had indeed increased considerably, and they had carried out her instructions to the letter. Perhaps in the near future, they would evolve superpowers. Su Yao and Kai Yuan exchanged a glance, then rushed forward with their knives. Within 2 minutes, Nanqing and the others arrived. Zombies knew no fatigue, no fear. Even as the zombies in front of them perished in droves, the ones behind them continued to charge. People do get tired though. After an hour, everyone's arms, except Banksia's, began to ache and weaken. Su Xiao gasped for air, her voice trembling. I'm almost dying. Her hands were limp, unable to hold the knife. Banksia found time to reply, you and Brother Yuan, go into the residential complex and rest for 15 minutes. The least physically fit of the group were Su Xiao and Kai Yuan, one a college student, the other a frequent drinker and socializer. Shi Nanqing and Su Yao went without saying. Before the apocalypse, Zhao Xian was an animal photographer. Sometimes, to capture a specific animal movement, he would hold his camera for hours, waiting for the right moment. Despite his thin appearance, his arms were packed with muscle. Kai Yuan and Su Xiao knew this was no time to show off their strength, so they supported each other and retreated back to the residential complex. The gate to the residential complex was made of steel. Once locked, the zombies outside couldn't get in, making it a perfect place for a short rest. 15 minutes later, Kai Yuan and Su Xiao rejoined the battle, while Zhao Xian and Fan Yunyun returned to the residential complex to rest. Another 15 minutes passed. Nanqing looked at Banksia. Wife, you and Su Yao rest. I can still hold on. Banksia chopped off a zombie's head with a single blow. You go. I'm not tired. This little bit of exercise was just an appetizer for her. Besides, if she really got tired, she could use her supernatural powers to soothe her fatigue. Seeing Nanqing about to protest, she glanced suggestively at the blackened tree trunks by the roadside. Nanqing studied her carefully for a moment. Seeing her graceful movements with the sword, without a trace of reluctance on her face, she helped Su Yao back to the neighborhood. Su Yao sat down exhausted on the ground. Banksia's strength is incredible. I can hardly remember how frail she used to be. Nanqing was slightly startled and looked at Banksia. Her eyebrows were arched, her eyelashes curled, her face fair and plump, with a healthy blush, and her lips full, like a red rose in bloom in the morning. Her most striking features were her beautiful eyes, as still as a still pond, yet like a deep pool of stories, inviting a glimpse into their depths. She wore a black tracksuit, the slightly loose fit barely concealing her impressive figure. Her arms were lean, but not frail. Her belly was flat and firm, her legs slender and straight, her thinness yet possessing immense strength. Nanqing sighed once again. The girl he had cherished since childhood had truly grown up, transformed into a woman brimming with charm, easily captivating. And this woman loved only him. He pulled Su Yao up. Break time is over, keep going. 372 zombies, 7 people, a cat, and a dog, spent 3 solid hours slaying them. Nanqing and the others, maintaining their last vestiges of sanity, avoided falling directly into the pile of zombies, supporting each other as they collapsed on the side of the road. Banxia, She still had the strength to move. It seemed she hadn't reached her limit yet. Excellent. I guess we should up our training game next time. Jeansy and Eensy were also exhausted. Jeansy wanted to lick the dirt off himself, but couldn't. With his tongue hanging out, he lay down beside Nanqing, feeling aggrieved. Eensy shook her fur to get rid of the blood and dirt, kicked off her legs, climbed over the gate, and laid down in a clean area to rest. Banksia. Oh no! Using cats and dogs was a pleasure, but bathing them made me cry. When I give Jeansy and Eensy a bath tonight, I hope my hands won't get rubbed raw. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but speed up his efforts to chop off the zombie's head and extract the crystal core. Su Yao looked at Nanqing with despair in his eyes, his voice weak and shaky. Nanqing, tell me the truth, is Banksia possessed by a super scion? Doesn't she even get tired? Even Jeansy and Eensy were resting nearby, and she still had the energy to chop off the zombie's head and extract the crystal core. Chapter 55. After a half-hour break, Nanqing and the others joined the team collecting the crystal core. Eensy approached curiously. Her instinct told her that the small gray stone would be good for her, but she was also disgusted by the stains on it, and her face wrinkled for a moment. Banksia whispered to stop her. Ainsley, be good. You can't eat this now. Ainsley hadn't yet evolved her powers, and consuming the crystal core rashly could easily lead to her exploding and dying. Ainsley meowed softly. Since her sister forbade it, she let out a soft, cute voice. Maine Coons have a majestic and imposing appearance, but a soft, adorable voice, creating a playful contrast. Su Yao suggested. Banksia's Jean and Ian also participated in the battle, so they should be given a share of the crystal cores. Kai Yuan and the others echoed right. Jean and Ian have made great contributions, so we can't let them work for nothing. After removing all the zombie crystal cores, they piled the corpses together, poured half a tank of gasoline from the truck's fuel tank onto the bodies, and then ignited them with a lighter. If they didn't burn the bodies, such a large pile of corpses might breed a high-level zombie. There was no need to make their survival more difficult. Banksia extended her hand to Su Yao. Give me the truck keys, I drive. Su Yao and the others' hands were shaking. She didn't dare let them drive the truck. If it accidentally overturned, the driver would be either dead or injured. Su Yao hesitated. Do you have a truck driver's license? Of course not even a Class B license. She had just finished the first part of the driving test before the accident, and her driving skills were honed in a previous life. Banksia blinked and said, what does it matter? There's no traffic police checking anyway. Su Yao and the others, You have a point. The truck couldn't fit into the yard, so Banksia parked it in front of her own house. The prefabricated house wasn't like food. No one would steal it. After returning home, Banksia took Nanqing's hand and used her supernatural power to soothe his sore muscles. The wood-based supernatural power had a very strong restorative effect. Within 10 minutes, Nanqing felt his entire body lighten, his fatigue completely gone. He wanted to hug Banksia, but when he raised his hand, he saw his clothes, so filthy they were almost unrecognizable. He said with a hint of disgust, Honey, take a shower. Banksia called Jeanzi and Ainsley over and took Nanqing, a cat, and a dog into the space. Give Jeanzi and Ainsley a bath first, or they go bad. Perhaps because it had been so cold recently, Jeanzi and Ainsley's fur was thick and long. Ainsley's was even a little tangled. She brought out a 4-meter-long inflatable swimming pool. Gold, Silver, come take a bath. The cat and dog, fearless of water since childhood, immediately jumped in. Banksia and Nanqing also hurried in. Gold and Silver were too large to be washed outside the pool. First, they used a basin to wet Gold and Silver's fur, then slathered them with shower gel. Nanqing wiped the sweat off her face. They use a bottle of shower gel and 18 tons of water for a single bath. I can't imagine how ordinary people can afford it. 18 tons of water is enough for 1 bath and 2 rinses. Banksia gently rubbed Yin's paw pads, which had grown larger and felt better. Ordinary people don't even have water to drink, so how could they afford to bathe their pets? They usually roll them in the snow during extremely cold weather to dry clean them. Nanqing realized he'd taken it for granted. He and Banksia weren't short of water. They were usually very conserved, saving water from washing vegetables and bathing for reuse and reuse. What about ordinary people without golden fingers? An hour and a half later, the two finally washed the cats and dogs. The temperature outside had already reached 40 degrees Celsius, but Banksia didn't blow dry the Gold and Silver, instead leaving them in the space to air dry naturally. It wasn't that she was being lazy, but rather that the air drying speed was faster than the natural drying speed. Next, it was time to wash and brush himself. After freshening up, Nanqing looked at his stained clothes with some embarrassment. Honey, the washing machine won't get them clean. Why don't we just throw them away? Banksia's space was full of new clothes. I've acquired inventory from several clothing factories downtown. I have plenty of new clothes. The next day, all 3 families slept until noon. Banksia glanced at the thermometer by the window. It's 45 degrees Celsius. We need to hurry. At this rate, the temperature will reach 55 degrees Celsius in 2 days, reaching its peak. By then, not only will we have to go out to collect supplies and fight zombies, but even breathing will become difficult if we stay out for too long. Nanqing pulled clothes from the closet and put them on. Okay, let's have lunch quickly, and then we assemble the prefabricated houses. Otherwise, things will spoil if they're left out for too long. 100 prefabricated houses, 33 per family. Each house has a volume of about 50 cubic meters, so 33 houses equals 1,650 cubic meters. After loading the supplies from the yard into the prefabricated houses, there will still be at least 1,200 to 300 cubic meters left, enough for them to stockpile plenty of new supplies. Immediately, the families dragged their exhausted bodies to divide the materials. The old woman, who had been watching from the side for over 10 minutes, suddenly came over and said hesitantly, "Young lady, young man." Banksia and the others had already seen her, and knew that her approaching them at this time was no good, so no one spoke. The old woman's brows furrowed, and she was about to curse, but then, as if suddenly remembering something, she stopped herself. Her face turned blue and purple, looking strange and ferocious. After a long moment, the old woman pulled a handkerchief from her bosom and muttered to herself, her voice loud enough for everyone present to hear, "Alas, what a miserable life I've had. My husband died young, and I finally raised my son. My daughter-in-law is pregnant with a fat grandson. Who knew that heaven would leave me no chance, and that man-eating monsters would be everywhere?" She glanced at everyone's expressions, and saw their indifference. She immediately pressed her handkerchief against her eyes, and burst into tears. "My family's out of food. Who will save my poor son, my poor grandson?" Banksia and the others continued their indifferent expressions. They were either from the entertainment industry, or their families. How could they not see through the old woman's poor acting? Anything else, don't just make a big deal out of it. At least try to fool people with your saliva, right? The old woman slumped to the ground and tried to throw a tantrum, but the scalding heat of the 60-degree floor made her scramble to her feet with a cry. She rubbed her, but with one hand, and pointed at Banksia and the others, cursing, "Your family's grain is so piling up it's almost overflowing with space, so what's wrong with giving me a few £1,000s? Young people these days are so morally corrupt, they don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young." Fong Yun snorted coldly, "How dare you ask for thousands of kilograms right away? Whatever grain we have, we worked so hard to gather. Now that you're out of food, don't you think you can find it yourself?" For the better part of a month before the apocalypse, Guijia constantly promoted stockpiling. Anyone who prepared at home wouldn't be starving now. Besides, the old lady's son isn't dead, so why should she blame these strangers who have no connection to them? The old lady confidently replied, "My son is the first college graduate in our village. He's incredibly valuable, unlike you lowly actors." Everyone frowned at the old lady. What's there to be proud of being a college graduate? Almost everyone here graduated from a prestigious university. Banksia. She was the top scorer in science, and Su Xiao was the top scorer in liberal arts. Were they proud? Besides, why look down on their profession? They don't steal or rob. They work decent jobs and pay taxes. How are they any less than ordinary professionals? Yet the aunt continued to ramble. "My son is so filial. Not only did he bring me to live in the big city, but he also buys me a gold bracelet every year at the end of the year. None of the owners in this villa complex is worth less than $1 billion. How much is a gold bracelet? And you still have the nerve to call your son filial?" Banksia clapped her hands expressionlessly. "Your son is truly filial." The aunt's eyes widened in anger, and she screamed, "You little bitch, you have bad intentions. Will you ever have a son?" Bang! The world suddenly became quiet. Chapter 56. Banksia pulled a pair of disposable gloves from her pocket, put them on, and dragged the old woman's body to the entrance of Building 18. "I've returned the hazardous waste to you. No need to thank me." The woman and man hiding behind the door hugged each other tightly, trembling. Banksia had known the two men were hiding at the door. She wasn't dead, and their greedy gazes nearly pierced through her back. When she returned to the cart, Su Yao and the others silently gave her a thumbs up. About half an hour later, a shrewd-looking man in his 30s and a delicate woman in her 20s came over, supporting each other. The man, his eyes red, looked at the crowd and said, "You devils. My mother was just worried about my pregnant wife and her lack of food, so she asked you to lend her some food. What did she do wrong to deserve your murder? Life for a life, I won't let you go." The woman glanced cryptically at Nanqing and Su Yao, then glanced jealously at Banksia, Fong Yun, and Su Xiao. Her voice was filled with pity. "Mother-in-law, I'm so sorry. If I hadn't been so starving, how could you?" "Woo!" She bowed her head and wept, not forgetting to turn the best side of her face towards Nanqing, Su Yao, and the other men. Fong Yun, Su Xiao, and Banksia exchanged glances. Little white flower?" Fong Yun was at a loss for words. Did zombies eat the brains of the three of them? It's the end of the world, and they're still trying to blackmail people? Su Xiao rolled her eyes. "Don't think we can't see it. You two are the culprits." She had moved into the villa complex a few months before Banksia and the others, and knew the family's details. The old man was taking advantage of his seniority. The son, a Phoenix man, murdered the wealthy man's wife, and the woman was a mistress. Banksia responded, "We have no morals. No one can try to morally coerce us. Talking about morality and justice with someone like her, who had walked through a sea of blood and corpses, was like asking the god of death for help. It was simply absurd. She casually pulled a Glock 43X from her pocket and said, "I killed him. Why won't you let me go?" Her fair fingers gently stroked the gun barrel, the sharp contrast of black and white carrying an indescribable allure. The man stared intently at Banksia's fingers, even licking his lips. Nanjing frowned, stepped forward, and pulled Banksia behind him to shield him. He wanted to gouge the man's eyes out. The little white flower twisted the shrewd man's arm so hard that he almost cried out in pain. He quickly reacted, kneeling on the ground and kowtowed at his door, tears streaming down his face. "Mom, I'm so sorry. I apologize to you when I'm dead." He stood up and glared fiercely at Nanjing. "Your wife killed my mother, and by rights, she should pay with her life. But now my wife and I are desperate. If you give me 50 tons of rice, 50 tons of mineral water, 20 tons of meat, and 10 tons of vegetables, I let you off the hook." Before the apocalypse, an adult man consumed about 1 pound of rice a day. 50 tons alone would be enough to sustain him for 273 years. Not to mention anything else, even eating raw garlic for 3 years wouldn't be this arrogant. The man feigned composure. "I know you're a big star. I'm sure you don't want this to be publicized. Besides," a glint of greed flashed in his eyes, "I saw you brought back so many truckloads of supplies. I'm sure this amount doesn't mean much to you." The woman sobbed softly, caressing her deliberately bulging belly. "My mother-in-law isn't even 60. Whoa. I know you're all kind and good people. Please, give me and my child a chance to live." She seemed about to kneel, but the man hugged her tightly. "Wife, I'm incompetent. I can't protect mother, nor you and son." Banksia's sobs made her head hurt. "I never thought a worthless person like you could have such a clear understanding of yourself. It's truly unexpected. If you don't get out of here by the count of 5, I kill you. 5. Bang. Bang. The man and woman's heads exploded instantly, their faces still etched with a hint of greed as they died. Banksia put the gun back into her pocket with a calm gaze. The couple's covetous eyes, their gazes directed at her and Nanjing, reminded her of the second generation who wanted to imprison her as their own in her past life. Their eyes were identical and disgusting. In the later stages of the apocalypse, countless people had completely lost their humanity and engaged in disgusting acts. Several sons of high-ranking officials and wealthy families, in pursuit of sensual pleasures, privately built a coliseum. On one side, there's the beast fighting service, pitting humans against humans, humans against beasts, humans against alien plants, humans against zombies, beasts against beasts, beasts against alien plants, beasts against zombies, and so on. Once engaged, only one person can survive, and more often than not, both sides perish. On the other side, there's the erotic service, also pitting humans against humans, humans against beasts, humans against alien plants, humans against zombies, and so on. The demons feed both sides potent seed drugs, forcing them to play poker in public for the amusement of the crowd. After her evolution, she shrank in height, but her face became more childish. And because Nanjing had taken such good care of her, she bore no trace of suffering, looking like a young girl who had just reached adulthood. Her appearance was the clean and pure look favored by the second generation. With her appearance, both men and women wanted to capture her and make her their concubine. With the black and white yin-yang fish as a trump card and sufficient caution, she prevented the demon from succeeding, but her daily life became more troublesome. Until she and the sky-swallowing tree had good luck. Seizing a powder keg, blasting the scum in the Colosseum to ash, and assassinating the second generation's patron, her life finally returned to peace. The unpleasant person reminded her of the unpleasant things, and she needed a clean breath to purify her soul. Banksia pulled herself away from her memories, hugged Nanjing, and kissed him on the mouth. "Su Yao and the others, we're not alone. Why are you showing off your affection in front of us?" "Su Yao, I'm going next door to take out the trash." He dragged the two bodies toward the entrance of Building 18. Fang Union hurried after him. "I'm going home to get some gasoline. In this scorching weather, if we don't burn the bodies, they stink quickly. They live next door, and don't want to have to deal with the stench every day. Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian. It's so hot. Let's get the materials home first." Su Xiao, who missed the kiss, said, "What happened? How come I'm left alone in the blink of an eye?" She dragged a cart full of spare parts. "I'm going home to get some air conditioning." There was a sense of utter desperation in her back. Banksia, She wasn't shy to begin with, but she was completely bewildered by these clowns. Nanjing took her hand and led her into the house. a smile laced in his voice. "Honey, come inside and have a drink of water." His ears were a little hot at first. It was the first time his wife had kissed him in public, but seeing her bewildered expression, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Back in the living room, Banksia retrieved 2 cups of herbal tea from her space and handed one to Nanxing. Nanxing casually placed the cups on the table, put his arm around her waist, and whispered, "Honey, we didn't kiss enough just now. Let's kiss a little longer." The temperature outside was too high, so the 3 companies unanimously chose the coolest underground parking lot for assembly. Banksia brought out a large industrial fan and placed a large basin of ice in front of it. The breeze felt cool against their bodies, and the heat instantly vanished. At first, they were a bit unfamiliar with the assembly, and it took them about 2.5 hours to complete one set. By the time they had gained some experience, they finished the second set in 2 hours and 15 minutes. By 10 o'clock that evening, a total of 4 prefabricated houses were assembled. The interlayer in the walls provided insulation and fire protection. While not as good as reinforced or brick walls, it was far superior to being outdoors. Using flashlights, the 2 men shoved all the supplies that had been stored outdoors into the house to prevent any accidents. Chapter 57. On April 15th, the daily temperature reached 45 degrees Celsius. Banksia and the others continued their daily routine of killing zombies and searching for supplies. On April 17th, the daily temperature reached 55 degrees Celsius, and the ground temperature reached 83 degrees Celsius. Within 5 minutes of leaving the house, they were sunburned, dizzy, and struggling to breathe. The 3 families were forced to halt their search for supplies. After some discussion, they decided to suspend all daytime activities and, like some desert savages, hide during the day and go out at night. Banksia and Su Yao's families had stored a large amount of ice during the extreme cold. Furthermore, when they renovated their homes, they had specially insulated them and installed high-temperature air conditioners that could operate normally at 60 degrees Celsius. Therefore, they were not affected by the extreme heat and lived a very comfortable life. Kai Yuan and his family moved to the villa area after the extreme cold. Although they didn't have ice, they also had high-temperature air conditioners in advance, so they lived a comfortable life. Other ordinary people who were unprepared, or less prepared, began to face difficulties. First, there's a water shortage. Although water was restricted during the extreme cold, at least it was available for purchase. Now that the zombie virus has fully broken out, the government is already struggling to cope and has no immediate resources to assist ordinary people. As a result, many families are completely without water. Second, food is starting to spoil. During the extreme cold, everything acts as a natural refrigerator. While fresh fruits and vegetables and bottled drinks are susceptible to freezing, most foods are easily preserved. Now that the temperature has risen to 55 degrees Celsius, the meat, vegetables, and fruit stored before the apocalypse are rotting and spoiling. Finally, there's a power shortage. Before the apocalypse, a lack of electricity meant, at most, a lack of entertainment, but now it's a life-threatening situation. Without air conditioning and fans to cool the body, many frail elderly and children died from heat stroke. Even some young people who stayed up late and didn't exercise for years suffered from heat stroke. Under the intense heat, corpses began to stink and rot within a few hours. Some, heartbroken, sought to bury them, while many simply tossed them out the window, leaving them to be devoured by the zombies. The odor of decaying bodies, combined with the odor of household garbage and physiological waste left everywhere during the extreme cold, filled the air in many places with a foul odor. Faced with the pressure of surviving food and water shortages, ordinary people who had previously stayed home, afraid to face the zombies, mustered the courage to venture out in search of water and supplies, fighting for survival for themselves and their families. Every day, people went out and never returned, some perishing at the hands of zombies, others at the hands of their own kind. Conflicts between people for survival intensified. Initially, it was just arguments, then it escalated into physical violence, and then into murder and looting. Once the malice deep within one's heart was unleashed, there was no turning back. The atmosphere between people grew increasingly cold and strange, and no one dared to give their sincerity easily. Modern civilized society had been established for only a little over 100 years, yet it collapsed in less than a month. Banksia and Nanxing decided to sleep outside during the first extreme heat period. Firstly, they turned on the air conditioner in their bedroom with ice cubes, keeping the indoor temperature around 23 degrees Celsius, which wasn't too hot. Secondly, their search for supplies made a lot of noise, and many people in the neighborhood knew that they had stockpiled a lot of supplies. There were always those who wouldn't risk facing the zombies, but hoped to steal food and water from them. They had to be constantly on guard against these people. Third, it was to help their bodies acclimate to the environment. After all, they still had to go out at night to forage for supplies and fight zombies to train their skills. At 9 o'clock, the alarm clock rang precisely. Banksia yawned, wanting to stay in bed. The hot-blooded man couldn't stand the slightest teasing. She had only touched his abs twice, and he dragged her around all morning, tossing and turning. Her body still felt slightly sore. When they first began having sex, the man was considerate of her being only a year old, and her delicate nature from childhood. He usually made love every other day, gently and restrainedly, and tried not to leave any marks on her, to prevent her classmates from seeing him and embarrassing her. Once they were married, the man completely let himself go. Except for special occasions, he make love once or twice every night, and even during the occasional break, he make love several times before giving up. He was even more eager to leave marks all over her body. She watched the man lift the air-conditioning blanket and get out of bed, his naked body coming into view, broad shoulders, pecs, abs, a mermaid line, long legs. A sleek back, a round, firm butt. When she'd been browsing Nanqing's Weibo comments, she'd seen so many people saying his butt must feel wonderful to touch, each one garnering over 100,000 likes. Well, it did feel wonderful. She was the only one who could touch anything she wanted, so proud. Honey! Nanqing fished out a pair of short-sleeved shirt and shorts from the closet. If you keep staring at me, I get back in bed with you. Banksia hurriedly rolled over, hugging the blanket and facing away from him. I'm done watching. Hurry and get dressed. Nanqing quickly dressed, a look of regret on his face. I have time today. I make breakfast, noodle soup, dumplings, buns, steamed buns, porridge, pancakes, and Western food. What would you like to eat, honey? As he spoke, he took a creamy white silk slip dress and some new women's underwear from the closet and placed them on the bed. Banksia rolled over again, facing him. Shredded pork noodles with extra vegetables. She saw the dress on the bed. I don't want to wear a skirt. Don't worry. Nanqing smiled. I didn't leave any obvious marks. Banksia glared at him softly and pulled the air-conditioning blanket over her head. Nanqing pulled the blanket down, feeling both amused and helpless. I go cook. I call you when it's done. With that, he turned and left the bedroom and entered the kitchen. There were 2 large double-door refrigerators in the kitchen, one for food and the other for drinks. He opened the refrigerator, took out the fresh vegetables and pork tenderloin, and began washing and chopping them. Banksia lay in bed for 10 minutes, feeling no sleepiness at all, so she simply threw off the covers and got up. She checked the mirror while washing up. The exposed skin was indeed completely free of marks. Nanqing had excellent taste. The skirt she had chosen looked like it was custom-made, perfectly sized, not a centimeter more or less. The only drawback was that the skirt looked quite ladylike and delicate. It would have been even more beautiful with long hair. Nanqing's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw Banksia emerge in the dress. It was a slightly fitted long skirt, neatly cut with no unnecessary ornamentation, and the hem fell naturally to the ankles. If worn by a woman with a fuller figure or a shorter figure, it would have easily made her look oversized. But on Banksia, it was perfectly fitted, revealing her delicate collarbone, her slender waist, and her straight legs. Combined with her rosy complexion and fair skin, she looked like a radiant young lady. He suddenly thought of something, washed his hands, and opened the bedroom door. Banksia was puzzled. Wasn't it time for dinner? Nanqing quickly emerged, holding a white pearl necklace. He placed the necklace around Banksia's slender neck and nodded with satisfaction. It really matches the dress. My wife is so beautiful. Banksia touched her neck and smiled. Thank you, husband. Chapter 58. The 3 families agreed to rest for 3 days, to adjust their biological clocks. After 3 days, they officially resumed their nightly routine of foraging for supplies and killing zombies to hone their skills. On the first day of rest, the 2 put the apocalypse behind them, quietly cuddling together to watch TV shows and movies, enjoying their alone time. On the second day of rest, the 2 decided to get back on their feet. Banksia pulled out the plan from her spaceship. The insect plague is about to begin. Let's block the sewers first. The 2 mixed cement and sealed all the sewers tightly, then used the intercom to give the other 2 families a heads up. Normally, with temperatures over 50 degrees Celsius, ants, rats, cockroaches, mosquitoes, and the like wouldn't appear easily. However, as humans adapt to the environment, other creatures do the same. In a month at most, fist-sized ants and mosquitoes, 20-centimeter-long cockroaches, and 1-meter-tall red-eyed rats will appear one after another. They are extremely aggressive towards humans, as humans will become part of their diet. In addition, they they will also attack animals and plants. Even if a creature managed to escape, its wound would ulcerate, ooze pus, and die. Banksia then said to Nanqing, the high-voltage power grid needs to be installed. Privately installing a high-voltage power grid is illegal. Before the apocalypse, the two dared not cross the line. Now that no one is watching, they can openly use it. The two men took tools and installed the 3-meter high-voltage power grid they had prepared in advance. They then, out of humanitarian considerations, hung several conspicuous warning signs on it. High voltage, danger, contact will kill. They breathed a sigh of relief. While it still couldn't keep out flying mosquitoes and cockroaches, it would at least keep out rats, ants, and thieves who tried to scale the walls. Su Yao's and Kai Yuan's families followed suit. The hot weather was perfect for solar generators, so they had no shortage of electricity. In fact, because they had installed so many photovoltaic panels, all three families had excess electricity. No one wasted the excess. Batteries, power banks, lamps, and other items that had run out of power during the extreme cold could be recharged. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the two of them closed the doors and windows, moved the gold and silver out of the house, and then gathered the food and invited the Su Yao family next door to Kai Yuan's house across the street for dinner. Kai Yuan and his family had been wanting to thank Banksia. Su Yao and his friends had been busy helping with the move, so they took advantage of their break to invite the three of them to dinner. Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian welcomed Banksia and the others into the house, their faces filled with resignation. Didn't we agree to treat you to dinner? Why are you bringing anything? Nanqing thrust a basket full of vegetables into Zhao Xian's hands. We grow them ourselves. If we don't eat them, we get old. Su Yao thrust a basket full of fruit into Kai Yuan's hands. 1 piece of fruit a day, and you live to 99. Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian exchanged glances, knowing their friends didn't want to eat for free. They felt both helpless and soft-hearted. This kind of friendship is truly priceless. Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian had already prepared most of the ingredients and left Banksia and the others to watch TV in the air-conditioned living room. But none of Banksia and the others wanted to join in, and they all crowded into the kitchen to help. Banksia washed the lettuce and peppers in a basin. Fang Yunyun, who was washing potatoes nearby, came over curiously. Banksia, how do you keep your vegetables so green? My own leaves are almost turning yellow. It's so frustrating. During the extreme cold, the two families experimented with growing vegetables in the sunshine garden. While they weren't sure how well they grew, at least they could have a daily meal of fresh vegetables. But the weather's been getting hot lately, and even though she's watering her vegetables several times a day, they're still looking limp. Banksia thought it was all due to her supernatural powers, but she said, I've got an air conditioner and ice cubes in the greenhouse to keep it cool. Fang Yunyun nodded, then I get one back. As for the ice, forget it. With 3 people in their family, it goes through quickly, so we don't want to waste it. Zhao Xian smiled and said, if you have any extra vegetables, I'd like to trade some. Is that okay? The only fresh vegetables they had left were potatoes, onions, radishes, winter melons, and pumpkins, which are easy to store, and the quantities weren't large. Only a few dozen pounds of each would be left, and they'd be gone in a few months. There were no fresh leafy vegetables left at all. The last time they had any was a month ago. Long-lasting canned and dried vegetables were their last resort, to be used only as a last resort. After all, who knew when the apocalypse would end? Banksia and Fang Yunyun both nodded in agreement. Anything they could give would be enough for Zhao Xian and Kai Yuan to eat every now and then. Besides, it wasn't free money. It was an exchange of supplies, so why not? Banksia also suggested, next time we go out looking for supplies, keep an eye out for flower pots. If that's not possible, find some plastic pots or buckets. You and Brother Xian can plant some easy-to-grow vegetables like scallions, garlic sprouts, chilies, and leeks in them, and you have a harvest every now and then. Fang Yunyun smiled and said, that's a good idea. I have extra seeds and nutrient soil at home. I bring you some tomorrow. Zhao Xian said gratefully, thank you. Yuan and I don't know how to grow vegetables, so we definitely ask you for advice when the time comes. He was very embarrassed. Sorry to bother you. Banksia said unconcernedly, Nanqing and I bought a lot of books on planting. We get you a few tomorrow. Speaking of which, the men in their team all knew how to cook, and they were very skilled, creating dishes that were both beautiful and fragrant. The girls, on the other hand, were only average cooks. They could cook well, but they were far from delicious. After helping to wash the vegetables, Banksia, Fang Yunyun, and Su Xiao were sent to the living room for a snack and a rest, while the 4 men worked in the kitchen, stirring pots and shovels. Fang Yunyun, unfazed by the heat, held Banksia's hand with one hand, and Su Xiao's with the other, her smile brighter than the sun outside. After Su Xiao and Fan Yunyun became familiar with each other, she realized that her sister-in-law was nothing like the dignified and cool persona she appeared in front of the camera. In private, she was the complete opposite. She even discovered that her sister-in-law was a complete face-obsessed person. She and Banksia exchanged helpless glances. If her sister-in-law wasn't hot, they were. Fan Yunyun saw the two people's little movements and awkwardly let go of her arms. Sorry, I'm a little excited. She glanced at the kitchen, then leaned in closer and said, girls all smell good. I love to cuddle with beautiful women. She sighed. There used to be all kinds of beautiful women in the entertainment industry, but unfortunately, people's hearts were so complicated. I didn't dare approach them, for fear that people would think I had some inappropriate intentions. Banksia and Su Xiao, Sister, if you approach beautiful women whenever you see one, it's easy to get misunderstood. Seeing the two people's speechless expressions, Fan Yunyun couldn't help but burst out laughing. You two are so adorable. She pinched their cheeks. You two are getting more and more beautiful. I'm so envious, so jealous. Though she spoke of envy and jealousy, her eyes weren't a single shadow, only a smile. Banksia and Su Xiao exclaimed again, Banksia and Su Xiao said in unison, thank you, you're the prettiest. Su Yao, carrying the dishes, said, you three are all beautiful ladies, time to eat. He wasn't being intentional. Banksia was pure, Fan Yunyun was bright, and Su Xiao was soft and cute. They had different styles, but they were all equally beautiful. Chapter 59. Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian prepared a sumptuous meal, including 2 types of rice, mung bean porridge and white rice. The dishes were mostly meat, stir-fried beef, bacon with green peppers, braised pork, cured pig's trotters stewed with soybeans, cured chicken stewed with radish, preserved vegetables with preserved vegetables, cured pork ribs, sausages, spicy lobster, and braised hairtail fish with scallions. There were only 4 vegetarian dishes: cold shredded kelp, cold potato slices, stir-fried chicken greens, and shredded radish and egg soup. It wasn't that they were deliberately overcooking, but the temperature was too high, and the freezer and refrigerator at home were limited. If they didn't eat the meat quickly, it would be wasted. In this situation, wasting food is simply unjust. Kai Yuan had refrigerated a few cans of beer and gave one each to Nanqing, Su Yao, Zhao Xian, and Fan Yunyun. He then asked Banksia and Su Xiao, who didn't drink. Banksia, Su Xiao, what would you like to drink? I have orange juice, Coke, Sprite, herbal tea. Banksia and Su Xiao ordered orange juice. But neither of them drank much, instead digging into their food. The men's cooking skills were comparable to those of pre-apocalyptic restaurant chefs, and they couldn't stop eating. Fan Yunyun had initially been listening intently to the men's conversation, but when she turned her head and saw her 2 younger sisters intently eating, she unknowingly joined in. Cooks love these kinds of patrons, and the men couldn't help but smile knowingly at the sight. After dinner, Banksia and the others helped clean up the dishes and the kitchen, preparing to watch a movie together before heading home. Su Yao picked up a piece of apple and popped it into his mouth, sighing, this is what life is all about. With family, friends, and loved ones all around him, he no longer had to worry about survival or the future. In this chaotic apocalypse, nothing could be happier than this. Zhao Xian turned on the projector and said with some relief, thank goodness, you reminded me to back up the videos before downloading them, otherwise I'd be heartbroken. After the meteor shower, data on electronic devices like phones, tablets, computers, and hard drives all failed, and only 1/10 of the downloaded videos were saved. Banksia consoled him. Nanqing and I asked someone to download a lot of videos online. Come make a copy when you have time. Fan Yunyun added, my family also had someone download them, so we can make a copy too. After the movie, Banksia and the others said goodbye and went home. Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian stood at the door to see them off. Nanqing shooed them away. Brother Yuan, Brother Xian, go back quickly. We're a good group, so we won't be in danger. They were all armed when they went out to visit friends. If they had really encountered bad guys, who knew who would be in trouble, Kai Yuan, I'd be home soon. Let me know if you need anything. After saying this, he watched them return safely home, before he and Zhao Xian closed the door hand in hand. After returning home, Banksia gave Jinzi and Inzi food and water, and stroked their fur enthusiastically, saying, Jinzi, Inzi, you've worked so hard protecting our home. Jinzi and Inzi are afraid of the heat, so they've been confined to their space during the day, only going out to the yard for some fresh air at night. If it weren't for the need to acclimate them to the heat outside, Banksia would have kept them in their space 24/7. It wasn't that Jeansy and Eensy had been shedding fur like crazy these past few days. Not only were her and Nanqing's clothes covered in fur, but even while they were eating, a stray cat or dog hair would drift through the air. After the two furry creatures finished their meal and water, Banksia took out 2 combs, and she and Nanqing began their daily routine of brushing their fur. She brushed Eensy, and Nanqing brushed Jeansy. Banksia gently combed her hair, removing a large amount of fur. She placed the silvery fur in a box nearby and joked with Nanqing, "After the extreme heat is over, maybe we can use the hair shed by Jeansy and Eensy to knit themselves a sweater." Maine Coons and Golden Retrievers both have long hair. During extreme cold, Jeansy's fur grows to 10 centimeters, and Eensy's even longer, reaching 13 centimeters, longer than Banksia's hair. Nanqing was interrupted by the barking of a cat and a dog before she could say anything. Meow. Woof. Banksia hurriedly tried to comfort Eensy. "Sister, I was just joking. Don't be sad, Eensy." She petted the dog's head that rubbed against her. "Don't be sad, Jeansy, either. We open the can later." Nanqing looked at Jeansy, whose head, standing taller than him, and couldn't help but worry. Will Jeansy and Eensy continue to grow? He worried that one day an emergency might arise, and he'd need to escape. How would he get Jeansy and Eensy away without exposing his space? Banksia shook her head. "I don't know, but I don't think so. I've never seen a dog or cat taller than Jeansy and Eensy before." Jeansy and Eensy were delighted to hear this. They were smart enough to understand that the outside world had changed, and many man-eating monsters had appeared. When they were little, they were protected by their older siblings. Now it's their turn to protect them. After combing their fur and finishing their canned food, Eensy and Jeansy ran out to the yard to play. Although they had been playing in their space for a long time, it was different from the outside world. Outside was their home, and they had to patrol their territory daily. Before Jeansy and Eensy left, Banksia specifically warned Eensy, "There's a high-voltage electric fence on the wall. Don't climb over it, Eensy, or you get electrocuted." The two put away the fur and grooming tools and changed into clean clothes. Nanqing went to the third-floor gym to work out. Banksia returned to her space to train her special abilities. She had just gathered the ripe herbs, vegetables, and fruits and stored them in the blackfish space when the heaven-swallowing tree came running over and shouted, "Banksia, I want to go out and fight zombies." Becoming stronger was one of its instincts. From its space, it was envious of the zombie cores outside. Banksia said without hesitation, "Okay, I tell everyone you're a foreign plant seeking refuge, okay?" She had always intended for Tian Tian to appear openly before everyone. With Xingzi already having sought refuge, it seemed only natural for another foreign plant to do so. The heaven-swallowing tree hesitated, saying, "I'm different from other trees. No matter how other trees mutate, they still look like trees." This one, however, split in two right down the middle of its trunk. The leaves on the left half are black, while the leaves on the right half are white. It looked quite bizarre. Banksia touched Tiantian's trunk and said, "Tian Tian, no one says a tree must grow like a tree. You're more powerful than any other tree, so naturally you must look different." She and the heaven-swallowing tree have been companions for 2 lifetimes, inseparable companions and comrades in arms. In her previous life, fearing being targeted by bad guys, she only revealed her wood-based abilities to outsiders, keeping Tian Tian and the black and white yin-yang fish completely hidden. Tian Tian was very lively and yearned for the human world, but he also knew that appearing outside could easily cause trouble, so he never blamed her for not letting him appear openly. But this life was different. She was ahead of everyone else, possessing the formidable power to protect what she desired. No longer did he have to hide in the dimension. Thinking this way, she said to the heaven-swallowing tree with great resolve, "Tomorrow night, I take you out of the dimension and introduce you to Su Yao and the others." Chapter 60. At 4 in the morning, 2 figures squatted at the gate of Banksia's house. The thin figure gently advised the taller figure, "Brother, this isn't good." They risked their lives to find the supplies. The tall figure produced a crowbar and muttered, "Bah, why risk your life? I clearly stole them from others. I'm just enforcing justice. Besides, I don't intend to hurt anyone. I'm just grabbing some water and leaving." Seeing his brother trying to persuade him, he impatiently interrupted, "Your nephew has run out of water to make his formula. Do you want to see him starve to death? Besides, they have so many supplies, they won't notice anything is missing." With that, he picked up the crowbar and prepared to pry the door open. Banksia, who had been waiting behind the gate for a long moment, said, Just some water. Do you believe that?" She didn't. If they were so self-righteous, how could they choose to steal? Nanqing, with a sullen expression, swung the gate open and shone his tactical flashlight, brightest on full power, directly in the faces of the two thieves. The two thieves were startled by the sound of the door opening, then blinded by the bright light, and fell flat on their faces. The tall man quickly stood up and pointed the crowbar at Nanqing, his eyes closed as he said in a timid tone, "Since you've caught me, I won't waste any time. If you know what's good for you, hand over the water and supplies." Nanqing's face was expressionless. Get lost. Banksia glanced at the man cautiously. She had rarely seen him so angry. But she understood perfectly well. Any man who was suddenly interrupted while preparing to have sex with his wife would be tempted to thwart that accident. The shorter one hurriedly tried to pull the taller one away. "Brother, let's go." As he pulled, he looked at Nanqing apologetically. Sorry, we didn't mean to. We just ran out of water." Nanqing's face darkened. "You're all capable, but if you ran out of water, wouldn't you know to go find some? I don't know if you're brave or cowardly. You wouldn't dare kill zombies, but you'd dare to break into houses and steal things." "Bah!" The tall man spat. "Zombies are so powerful, who would dare to fight them? You're just asking for your life." "Ha!" Su Yao, who had heard the noise from next door, came over with a sarcastic expression. "You know we worked so hard to find the supplies, and you still have the nerve to come and steal?" Nanqing was too lazy to continue wasting time. He pulled out a stun gun and knocked the tall man, who was about to speak, to the ground. "For the sake of your nursing child, I reluctantly spare your life. If you dare come here again, I kill you." He glared menacingly at the trembling smaller man. "Since you know I have plenty of supplies, you've probably seen me kill people and zombies, right? How many times do you think I can handle you?" The smaller man's face was filled with terror. "We won't do it again. Never again." With that, he quickly left, as if pursued by a demon, supporting the crippled tall man, leaving behind the crowbar. Banksia looked at Su Yao and said, "Brother Yao, go home quickly. Everything's fine." Su Yao glanced at Nanqing, who was feeling depressed. He felt a little puzzled, but he didn't ask. Instead, he said calmly, "Okay, I'm leaving. Call me if you need anything." Banksia casually threw the crowbar into the yard, hugged Nanqing's arm, and soothed her, "Honey, don't be angry." Nanqing took a deep breath and lifted her up sideways. "Don't be angry anymore. Let's go back inside and continue." Banksia, Kaiyuan's face was filled with worry. "Was your house robbed last night? Are the people and supplies safe?" He and Zhao Xian had accidentally fallen asleep the previous night and hadn't noticed anything happening at Banksia's house. They only just learned of the incident after Fan Yunyun and Su Xiao told them. Banksia smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Yuan. They were just two petty thieves. They ran off after a little scare." Su Yao's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Is using a stun gun to immobilize someone so casual? But he said, "Shouldn't we leave someone at home when we go out in the future?" Nanqing suggested, "When we go out to look for supplies, each family should leave one person at home to watch over the house to prevent raids." Although all three families had high-voltage power grids installed, what if someone had prepared insulating clothing and gloves? Su Yao and Kaiyuan both agreed. Okay. The supplies they found were icing on the cake, while the supplies at home were like charcoal in the snow. They both had a clear understanding of which was more important. Banksia used her consciousness to ask the heaven-swallowing tree, "Tian, are you ready? If you are, I introduce you to Nanqing and my friends." The heaven-swallowing tree took a deep breath and said, "I'm ready." To build good relationships with its new friends, it even prepared a special surprise. Banksia beamed at Su Yao, Fan Yunyun, Su Xiao, Kaiyuan, and Zhao Xian. "I have a new friend I'd like to introduce to you." Su Xiao blurted out, "A good friend?" Then, with a look of regret on her face, she explained, "That's not what I meant." Banksia smiled sympathetically. "I know Sister Xiao Xiao is just surprised." She had never had any friends herself, aside from the circle Nanqing had brought her into. There were girls who wanted to be her friends, but because of the bullying she endured from Sun Huihui and the others, she was extremely resistant to girls her own age and coldly rejected all their kindness. Su Xiao nodded immediately, yes, as long as you understand." Banksia asked Tian to get ready, then stood up and said to the crowd, "My friend is a mutant tree. It's lively, and I hope you can become friends." Ignoring everyone's surprise, she walked to the door and pulled the swallowing heaven tree inside. "This is my good friend Tian, and my good friend Sister Yunyun, Sister Xiao Xiao." She introduced them to the tree one by one. Su Yao and the others excitedly shook hands, with the swallowing heaven tree's extended branches. A walking tree, its colors and shape are so cool, The swallowing heaven tree shyly said to the crowd, I prepared a gift for you. Wait a moment, I get it to you right away. With that, it scurried off. Su Yao and the others were stunned. A talking tree? The tree has become a spirit? Banksia saw this and hurriedly explained, Tian is a new species of tree, different from ordinary trees. Su Yao excitedly asked, will Xingzi be able to talk too? Banksia shook her head, I don't know. It hasn't woken up yet. In her 2 lifetimes, she had only seen one talking tree, Tian. Not long after, the heaven-swallowing tree came running over with 7 ice cream bars. It handed one to each of them, not even missing Banksia or Nanxing. This is my favorite ice cream. Try it. It's delicious. Banksia glanced at the packaging. It was a high-end Snowflower brand ice cream, priced at 399 rabbit coins per bar. No wonder Tian liked it. Who wouldn't like it at such a high price? The heaven-swallowing tree, having passed through the 3 families, was overjoyed and asked Banksia to pick out a beautiful flower pot for it, as it had decided to stay outside for the next few days. Chapter 61. 3 days flew by in a flash. Banksia hugged Nanxing and Jinzi and Yinzi, both of whom were filled with worry. Don't worry, I can protect myself. Because someone had to guard the base camp, she and Nanxing had to travel separately. Nanxing took a deep breath and repeatedly reminded them, there's cooling oil, Huixiang Jingqi liquid, cooling patches, iced black plum soup, warm water, mosquito repellent, and a wet towel in your backpack. Honey, if you feel unwell, come back quickly. Don't try to be stubborn. It was hot and stuffy tonight, as if the air itself was stagnant. If he hadn't known this would be a common occurrence in the future, he would have told Banksia not to go out. This was Nanxing's 5th warning, but Banksia showed no sign of impatience. She continued to nod patiently, don't worry, I won't try to be stubborn. After comforting the man and the cat and dog at home, she set off with the heaven-swallowing tree. Tonight, she, Su Yao, and Kai Yuan would search for supplies, while Nanxing, Fang Yunyun, Su Xiao, and Zhao Xian would stay home. Tomorrow night, the 2 would go the other way. After reuniting, the 3 of them smiled knowingly at each other's backpacks. The backpacks contained not only heat-stroke prevention gear, but also a wealth of love. For the past few days, the 3 families had been hanging around close to home. It was time to venture a little further afield. Thus, tonight's target was the villa complex on the west side of the complex. They used flashlights to guide their way, occasionally encountering others also carrying flashlights and weapons. They would glance curiously, and then they would run away. They said, we're not bullies. Su Yao couldn't help but sigh, I thought they stay home until they ran out of supplies before leaving. Nearly every household in the Miao Mountain Villa complex had stockpiled food, water, and other survival supplies, allowing them to survive for at least 6 months even without leaving their homes. The couple in building 18 next door, so hungry that their elderly family members had to beg for food, and the brothers so thirsty that they resorted to stealing, were the exception. Banksia was also somewhat confused. She had originally brought the news of the zombies back home in the hope that ordinary people would make advanced preparations and reduce casualties. Who knew that even though they had indeed made sufficient preparations, it fostered laziness? Most of the survivors refused to leave their homes until they had consumed all their existing supplies. The 3 families had been collecting supplies in the villa complex for several days, and this was the first time they had encountered anyone going out looking for supplies. Absurd. A few of them sighed casually. Whether others searched for supplies or not was of little concern to them. The villa complex was quite large, and they couldn't possibly eat all the supplies. The group decided to stop searching for supplies for another week and focus on fighting zombies to improve their strength. Otherwise, what's the point of working so hard to stockpile food if they can't defend it? Banksia used her consciousness to read Tiantian's message from across the air, then turned to Su Yao and Kai Yuan and said, Tian has found a house with no one alive. Come with me. This time, Zhao Xian, who knew how to pick locks, wasn't available, but Tian, who could force a lock, was there, so they still managed to enter the villa without much trouble. Su Yao and Kai Yuan didn't waste any time, turning on their headlamps and wielding their knives to hack at the zombies in the yard. There were 6 zombies in the yard, 4 large and 2 small, looking like 3 generations of a family. The youngest, about 3 years old, had a pale face and was charging at Banksia quickly. Banksia sensed something was wrong with the little zombie's speed. It seemed much faster than the zombies she had encountered before, but she didn't engage, as Tian had long been eager to engage in a zombie fight. The black branches of the sky-swallowing tree suddenly lengthened and swung gently towards the little zombie's head, instantly smashing its skull into pieces. Banksia pulled a plastic bag and a food clip from the side pocket of her backpack and used the clip to place the crystal core inside the bag. Holding it up to the light, she realized it was a level 1. No wonder this zombie was faster than the others. Su Yao and Kai Yuan quickly dispatched the remaining zombies and approached with the crystal core. Seeing Banksia's serious expression, Su Yao couldn't help but ask, "Banksia, what's wrong?" Banksia handed the plastic bag to them. "There's less gray impurities in the little zombie's core. It might have evolved." Su Yao and Kai Yuan's expressions also grew serious. In less than 2 weeks, the zombies had evolved a second time. They both chuckled bitterly. God really doesn't give humans a chance to survive. Banksia didn't agree. If humans hadn't been so reckless in their demands on the blue water planet, how could they have ended up like this? Ultimately, it was humanity's own fault. She put the bag away. "Let's go inside and see what supplies we have." The three of them toured the villa and sat down to divide the supplies. 3,693 cartons of mineral water, 2,296 bags of 10 kilograms rice, 500 bags of 5 kilograms flour, 597 cartons of 2 kg*, 24 bags of noodles, 100 cartons of 2L cooking oil, 50 cartons of seasoning, 98 cartons of baby formula, 99 cartons of formula for the elderly, baby diapers. All the supplies were divided equally among the three. Su Yao finished reading and sighed again. It's a pity that the meat in the cold storage has gone bad. The cold storage was filled with imported beef, mutton, and seafood. He even saw a 2-meter-long bluefin tuna. Banksia felt a little distressed. She should have searched the villa area first. "You two go back together and drive. Tian and I will stay here." As they left, the heaven-swallowing tree excitedly said, "Banksia, there are several villas nearby that are empty. Let's go kill zombies and collect supplies." Banksia tossed her flashlight and headlamp into the space to avoid being exposed. The two of them first climbed to the villa next door. There was only one zombie there, a very young female. The heaven-swallowing tree blasted the zombie in the head with a branch. Banksia picked up the crystal core and took a look. It was another level 1. How could the zombies level up so quickly in less than 2 weeks? She casually tossed the crystal core into the space and began collecting supplies. The useless sports cars, useful SUVs, and gasoline and diesel vehicles in the underground parking lot were all stored in the space. To say they were useless was actually a bit wrong. After 2 years, most of the cars would be badly damaged, and the sports car parts would be in high demand. In the worst-case scenario, they could even be used as bricks. Then came the rice, flour, grains, oil, and instant food on the first floor, the pretty dresses and jewelry on the second, and the gold and antiques on the third. It took only 2 minutes to loot the entire villa. After finishing one house, the man and the tree moved on to the next. Banksia hadn't collected the supplies from the villa area before because she wanted to leave a way out for the others. Who knew these people weren't up to the task, and all the supplies went to waste. I wonder if these people will regret it so much after their supplies are gone that they wake up in the middle of the night and give her a big bag. Just 2 minutes after she and Tuntianshu returned from outside, Su Yao, Kai Yuan, and Nanqing drove up. Banksia greeted them calmly. "Is everything okay at home?" Nanqing stepped forward to carefully examine her. Seeing that she was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry, everything's fine at home." After bringing all the supplies home, Banksia, Su Yao, and Kai Yuan continued their search for new supplies, continuing until 5 in the morning. Nanqing casually remarked as she carried supplies downstairs, "Looks like it's going to rain." "Rain?" Banksia paused, looking up at the sky. Countless black clouds were gathering toward the center. How could she have forgotten something so important? In her previous life, Nanqing had told her that there would be 3 black rains in the first year of the apocalypse. After the first black rain, zombies appeared. After the second black rain, the zombies collectively upgraded. After the third black rain, zombies and mutated plants and animals developed superpowers. The first black rain had already fallen on the day of the meteor shower, and today's was the second black rain. This meant that after tonight's black rain, the zombies would collectively upgrade. Chapter 62. "Come inside." Banksia pulled Nanqing inside and turned on the intercom. "Brother Yao, Brother Yuan, you two should go home quickly. It's going to rain." Su Yao was puzzled. "What's wrong with the rain?" Banksia said solemnly, "Last time, after the rain, zombies appeared." She only knew that this rain was good for the zombies, but she didn't know if it was harmful to humans. But it's better to be cautious. Su Yao and Kai Yuan, let's go inside right now. Nanjing waited for Banksia to finish before softly asking, "Honey, what's wrong with this rain?" Banksia's expression was extremely cautious. "The zombies are upgrading en masse," Nanjing gasped. At 6:30 in the morning, dark clouds completely blocked out the sky. Not a single ray of light could be seen. The dark clouds were so heavy that they seemed ready to crash to the ground at any moment, suffocating everyone. A short while later, a sudden surge of wind blew up again. Without the trees to block the wind, dust, small stones, and garbage were blown all over the sky. Banksia could even hear the constant dong-dong-dong clattering against the glass. Jeanzy and Eensy bared their teeth, staring warily at the window. Banksia patted their heads and soothed them. "Don't be afraid, your brothers and sisters will protect you." Jeanzy licked her palm with his tongue, and even Eensy, abandoning his usual aloofness, licked her face. Nanjing emerged from the kitchen carrying the dishes. "Honey, dinner's time." Banksia hurried to wash her hands. As she returned to the living room, she heard a deafening roar of thunder outside, shaking the house. Then, a massive white lightning bolt, over 10 meters wide, streaked across the sky, ripping the dark clouds apart like a sharp sword, revealing a gloomy sky. In an instant, a torrential black rain poured down. Nanjing walked to the window and drew the curtains to block out the wind and rain. "Wife, gold, silver, enjoy your meal." What they didn't know was that at the moment the rain began, countless zombies rushed out of the building and stood motionless in the rain, bracing themselves for the onslaught. This eerie scene gave nightmares to everyone who saw it. The rain lasted from 7 o'clock that morning to 7 o'clock the next morning, a full 24 hours. The sky after the rain was a brilliant blue, and the sunlight bathed the earth like gold. If the rain hadn't been an eerie black, if this weren't the end of the world, with order crumbling, perhaps many people would have taken photos and posted them on social media, marveling at the beauty of the sun and life. Alas, there are no ifs. Banksia removed Nanjing's arm from her waist, threw back the quilt, put on her clothes, and checked the thermometer by the window. 43 degrees Celsius. Even a day and night of heavy rain hadn't brought down the heat. She glanced at the yard again. It was littered with garbage. The only thing she was thankful for was the shallow water. It seemed the community's drainage system was excellent. The money she spent on the house was well spent. "Honey!" Nanjing hugged Banksia from behind. "Did the rain stop?" "Yeah." Banksia turned and hugged Nanjing, nuzzling his chest. "Just stopped for a while." Nanjing also noticed the garbage strewn across the yard. "I go clean it up, or it stink if it stays in the sun for a while." Banksia quickly grabbed him. "What if there's some unknown virus in the water? Let's wait until it dries up before we go." The black rain was so strange. It was clearly black in the air, but as soon as it hit the ground, it turned clear, making it impossible to guard against. "Okay," Nanjing paused, thought for a moment, and then said, "I used the intercom to tell Su Yao and Brother Yuan." After a while, Nanjing pushed open the bedroom door. "Honey, I've told Su Yao and Brother Yuan. Also, we've agreed that this rain has been incredibly strange. We shouldn't go out for the next 2 days, until the moisture has completely dried up." He then took Banksia in his arms. "Honey, go to bed." Their body clocks were completely reversed now. 7 in the morning was the perfect time for sleep and rest. The black rain had disrupted their plans to gather supplies. Fortunately, the 3 families had enough food and drink, so they weren't anxious. The other survivors who had witnessed the zombies' bizarre behavior were terrified, yet they mustered up the courage to go out. Because if they didn't go out to look for supplies, their families would run out of food. Banksia and Nanjing woke up again at 6 in the afternoon. After washing up and eating a quick snack, they put on masks and gloves and went to the yard to clear the trash. After a day of scorching heat, the water in the yard had vanished without a trace, but the stink of garbage still lingered. Food packaging, toilet paper, rotten clothes, rotten shoes, small stones, broken glass, dust. Banksia even spotted a few bones and half a zombie arm. Nanjing couldn't help but frown. "Honey, go back and rest. I clean up." Banksia knew he felt sorry for her, but she also felt sorry for him. "Hurry up, both of you. It'd be dark soon." With that, he took a large broom and began sweeping. Nanjing was too late to stop him. They swept the yard 3 times, but the ground still stank faintly. Banksia thought for a moment and said, "Let's rinse the ground with the bath water from gold and silver." She immediately got to work. She pulled a bucket of floor cleaner from her space and poured it into Jeanzy and Eensy's bath water, stirring it thoroughly. Then, she and Nanjing took a broom and thoroughly scrubbed the floor before calling it a day. Satisfied, after finishing their work, they returned to their space to wash off the sweat and dirt then curled up on the sofa to play games. But not long after, Banksia angrily threw the game aside. I'm not playing anymore. You always let me win. She played against Nanxing, winning 7 out of 10 times. The other 3 times were probably because he wanted to let her win without being too obvious. Nanxing didn't mind, and he pulled her into his arms, leaning down to kiss her. But he had a feeling something was spying on him. He turned his head to see the source of the sight. Jinzi and Inzi's heads were less than 5 centimeters away from him and Banksia, their furry, innocent eyes filled with curiosity. Nanxing coughed softly, and didn't dare continue, fearing that they might lead the cats and dogs astray. Banksia looked at Nanxing, then at the dog and cat, who were both looking puzzled, and suddenly burst out laughing. Nanxing patted her head helplessly. Although she had almost embarrassed herself, as long as her wife was happy, that was all that mattered. At 12 o'clock in the evening, the two of them prepared for lunch. Banksia pulled out the menu Nanxing had prepared. Yesterday, we had Sichuan cuisine, the day before yesterday, we had Jiangsu cuisine, and the day before that we had Cantonese cuisine. She looked at Nanxing. I don't want ready-made food today. How about barbecue? Nanxing had no objection to the food. Let's eat inside. The smell outside is too strong. Their supplies were already enough to draw envy. There was no need to stir up further resentment. Banksia dug out a barbecue grill and a box of smokeless charcoal and began preparing the ingredients. Her mutated body required a lot of energy, so she had to eat a lot of meat at every meal. Marbled beef, pork belly, lamb skewers, chicken legs, chicken wings, ham, sausage, meatballs, oysters, scallops, lobster. 50 skewers of each. Then came the vegetables, potatoes, corn, eggplant, leeks, chili peppers, and enoki mushrooms. Vegetables weren't enough to fill you up, so 100 skewers of each. Then came the noodles and soy products, gluten, milk-flavored steamed buns, tofu, dried tofu. 30 skewers of each. Finally, iced watermelon and iced cola. While she prepared the ingredients, Nanxing prepared the seasonings and performed a simple marinade. The beef was tender, the pork belly was fatty but not greasy, and the lamb skewers were full of flavor. The two of them were thoroughly satisfied with the barbecue. The only downside was that they smelled a bit, requiring them to shower again afterward. Chapter 63. Hello, Nanxing, Banksia, are you there? Su Yao's voice came over the intercom. The two kissing, What a great time to pick. Banksia gently pushed Nanxing aside, motioning for him to answer. Nanxing took a deep breath, walked over to the coffee table, and pressed the call button. Su Yao, what's up? Su Yao's voice was a touch surprised. I was just keeping watch on the rooftop when I unexpectedly saw a dozen military trucks coming up the mountain. Do you think the troops are coming to rescue us? Nanxing wasn't at all surprised to find him on the rooftop at around 4 in the morning, as this wasn't the first time. He frowned. So soon? Banksia was also a little surprised. The first wave of zombies in City A numbered at least 5 million, and after a few days of infection, the number would definitely be much higher. Miao Miao Mountain and the City A garrison base are located in opposite directions, east and west. Which army had the formidable ability to make it through the zombie horde to Miao Miao Mountain without deploying large-scale weaponry? She was certain no large-scale weapons were used because she hadn't heard any artillery fire. Nanxing ended her call with Su Yao and turned to see Banksia, a thoughtful woman. He bent down and kissed her cheek. Honey, it's almost 5 o'clock. I'm going to make dinner. What do you want to eat? Banksia came to her senses and pulled out a half basket of vegetables from her space. Last barbecue was a bit greasy. Let's go for something lighter. Nanxing took the basket and patted her head. I go cook. Call Jinzi and Inzi out to play with you. Banksia wanted to go over and help, but just as she stood up, she heard a muffled gunshot in the distance. She subconsciously glanced toward the gate of the residential complex. Were the troops and the zombies fighting? After a moment's thought, she pulled out a pair of night vision binoculars from her space, climbed to the rooftop, and hid behind the stainless steel water tower to observe the situation at the entrance to the residential complex. As expected, a long line of army green trucks were parked at the entrance, surrounded by zombies, and a fierce battle was underway. She hadn't left the house since the Black Rain, and this was the first time she had seen zombies that had evolved after the Black Rain. The evolved zombies were faster and more agile. Banksia even saw some trying to climb onto the trucks using their hands and feet. However, 2 days ago, the zombies' limbs were still very stiff. The soldiers on the truck stabbed the zombie's brain with their bayonets, stabbing it 5 or 6 times before killing it. Clearly, the zombies' defenses had been upgraded again. Banksia didn't look closely. These people mostly use bayonets to kill zombies, and they probably didn't have much ammunition, so they posed no threat to her and Nanxing. She turned and went downstairs to help Nanxing cook. The three families had long since agreed that unless faced with an uncontrollable force majeure, such as an earthquake that toppled a mountain or flooded the yard, they would never leave their homes. Whether or not the army rescued them was unimportant to them. However, they all hoped that the remaining families in the villa complex would immediately leave the complex and follow the troops to the official base. These days, whenever they go out to collect supplies, there's always someone spying with binoculars. The peepers think they're invisible, but Banksia, having emerged from a sea of blood and corpses, is incredibly perceptive and naturally spotted them instantly. If these people weren't so cowardly, only daring to watch without taking action, she would have hunted them down and murdered them all. An hour later, a loudspeaker blared through the community. "Dear fellow citizens, hello. We are the rescue team from the Dawn base. No supplies are required, and entry is free. The base provides housing, air conditioning, and drinking water." Banksia paused her meal and squinted. Dawn base? Dawn, the glimmer of light after dawn. It sounds beautiful, like humanity's hope, but in reality, it's a place with a radiant exterior and a dark interior. Most importantly, the person in charge is Xian Chong. Could there be a base with the same name in City A? That's not surprising. After the apocalypse, all communications equipment has ceased operations, and communication between regions is rare, so a shared name is possible. But Banksia still felt a little uneasy, and decided to investigate that night. A shared name would be fine, but if it were the same base. Nanxing added a spoonful of cucumber salad to Banksia's plate and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Honey, what's wrong?" Banksia regained her composure and said, "I tell you in detail after dinner." After dinner, Banksia told Nanxing about the Dawn base in her previous life. Initially, the Dawn base had a very good reputation. It unconditionally accepted all survivors, treated ordinary people and evolved beings equally, and provided jobs for ordinary people. Even the top leader and his family were approachable. If it weren't for the dozen or so men and women who reportedly disappeared while killing zombies and mutant plants and animals, who came forward to expose the base's true nature, no one would have known that the base's leaders had secretly established a massive den of illicit sex. The den offered beast fights, gambling, and other activities, and the men and women forced to participate were all selected from among the survivors. Everyone in the base's upper echelons knew about this, but no one leaked the information because they had a vested interest. When this incident broke out, ordinary people were in an uproar, eager to leave the base. But how could they possibly stand up to the cunning Xian Chong and his men? In the end, they were either killed or captured and forced into brothels, where every last ounce of value was squeezed out. Seeing their deception exposed, Xian Chong and his men simply tore off their hypocritical facade and began operating openly. They used this opportunity to recruit many powerful psychics, aiming to dominate S City. Banksia accidentally learned of Xian Chong and Xian Minmin's relationship, disguised herself, and entered the base. Using Tian Tian and the black and white yin-yang fish's space, she emptied the base's warehouse and ripped Xian Chong's entire family to pieces. Speaking of which, her ability to reach level 6 in just 2 years was likely due to those crystal cores. After hearing this story, Nanxing couldn't help but squeeze Banksia's hand. "Wife, were you injured back then?" Banksia shook her head and smiled. "No, I'm very strong." Her psychic ability was a mutated wind element, its attack power no less powerful than those of lightning, gold, or fire. And with Tian Tian and the black and white yin-yang fish as her 2 golden fingers, she had no equal among psychics. Her opponents had always been zombies and mutated plants and animals that evolved 2 or 3 years earlier than humans. Nanxing felt relieved. "That's good. You're going to find Xian Chong for revenge." Before she could finish her words, there was a heavy knock at the door. The two exchanged glances. Who would be looking for them at this hour? The people from the Su family next door, and the Kai family across the street would probably have washed up and gone to bed by now. It couldn't be them. Banksia pulled out her Tang sword from her space and handed it to Nanxing. They held hands and went to open the door. The moment the door opened, Banksia's eyes narrowed. The person standing at the door was Chapter 64. Xian Chong and his lackey. Banksia had originally planned to seek revenge on Xian Chong in City S after the extreme heat ended. But who knew the Xian family, from top to bottom, were so polite, they just loved to throw themselves at him. Well, she wasn't going to be polite then. Before the two of them could say anything, Xian Chong's lackey secretary barked in disapproval. "What's wrong with you? Why are you taking so long to open the door?" Banksia immediately decided to include him in her tonight's punishment. She had no sympathy for lackeys, and she sneered, "This is my house. We can open the door whenever we want. Who do you think you are? You?" The lackey was immediately enraged, and about to launch into a barrage of curses. "All right, Xiao Jun." Xian Chong interrupted the lackey, looking gently at Banksia. "Madam, I'm Xian, the head of the Dawn base. Our base is located in the southern suburbs of City A. We've successfully rescued over 5,000 survivors so far. I've heard that you and your wife are excellent fighters, so I'm inviting you to join the base." Xian Chong had a kind face, and if you didn't know his true identity, it would be easy to be deceived. But Banksia already knew his true face and had a deep hatred for him, so how could she possibly treat him kindly? "No, get out." A hint of viciousness flashed in Xian Chong's eyes, but he managed a feigned smile. Humanity is facing unprecedented challenges. As part of the human race, I hope you and your wife can do your part. Banksia didn't bother to play along. After tonight, he would be dead anyway, so she immediately closed the door. Xian Chong's lackey stepped forward and yelled, "How ungrateful. My leader was just giving you a polite compliment, and you think you're such a big shot?" The timid, tall man beside him suddenly trembled. "Leader, I've told you before, these two are incredibly selfish. They're so full of supplies they can't even store them, yet I begged them for a bottle of water and even beat me up." This tall man was the man who had attempted to steal with a crowbar. After being released, he wasn't only ungrateful, but resentful. Banksia had already seen him and wanted to keep him for the night, but seeing his smug look, she immediately pulled out her dagger, gave a slight push of her wrist, and pierced his forehead as everyone stared in confusion and disbelief. Bang! The sound of a body falling to the ground. The lackey stepped forward, blocking Xian Chong's path, pointing his gun tremblingly at Banksia. You dare to kill someone in front of us." Nanqing also pulled Banksia behind him, eyeing the lackey's gun warily. Banksia casually pulled 2 more daggers from her pocket, her tone calm and composed. "Tell me, which is faster, your gun or my 2 daggers?" She stepped forward to Nanqing's side, a cold smile on her face. "Want to give it a try?" Xian Chong's scalp tingled instantly. He immediately grasped the lackey's hand and said coldly, "Xiao Jun, put the gun down." He saw that the woman before him was a reckless lunatic. Xian Chong dragged the lackey, who looked defiant, away, but after a few steps, he stopped and turned, saying meaningfully, "Individual power is always limited. How long can you 3 families hold on to these supplies?" Banksia sneered, "Mind your own business. He's so cowardly, and yet he dares to challenge her?" She raised her lips slightly, stabbing Xian Chong in the heart. "At worst, I kill 1 if they come, or 2 if they come. Come to think of it, I just killed that little bastard with 8 strong men." Xian Chong glared at Banksia, his teeth gnashing. "You're fine. Fine." He was wondering why his nephew and bodyguard were missing. So that's why. Banksia smiled faintly. "I've always been fine, but you might not be." Xian Chong's heart skipped a beat, as if he'd been stared at by some man-eating beast. Even in the middle of summer, a cold sweat broke out. He was filled with shock and disbelief. He wasn't frightened by the old foxes and man-eating monsters of the political world. So why was he frightened by the frivolous tone of a little girl? He couldn't help but turn around and take a closer look. The little girl was tugging at the man's arm, acting coquettishly, with a guilty look on her face. He couldn't help but shake his head. She was just a little girl, still wet behind the ears. If she had such a powerful aura, how could she have been tricked into committing suicide by her niece? Yes, he had long recognized the man who had sent his niece to prison, and the identity of the woman was obvious. He wasn't interested in small-time entertainment stars, nor did he approve of his niece marrying someone without power. But he was attracted to this man's celebrity status. With him, laundering his dirty money would be a piece of cake. What a pity this man didn't appreciate it. His eyes darkened. This wasn't the legal society of the pre-apocalypse era. Killing 2 ordinary people was easy. Banksia had no idea what Xian Chong was thinking, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care. After all, he wouldn't live to see tomorrow. She tugged at Nanqing's arm and begged for mercy. "I knew that lackey wouldn't dare fire, so I provoked him. Husband, please don't be angry, okay?" Nanqing closed the door silently, hugged her, and took a deep breath. "Honey, I know you're powerful, but I still get scared." He gave a wry smile. "I'm too weak to protect you." In his life, he had been afraid only a few times, and almost every time it was related to the person in his arms. As a child, he worried about her getting sick and being hospitalized. As a teenager, he worried about her falling in love with someone else. Later, he worried about her never waking up. "You're not weak," Banksia sensed his uneasiness. You've always been powerful. Without you supporting me from childhood, how could I be who I am today? If Nanjing hadn't worked so hard to earn money to send her to an aristocratic boarding school, away from the kids who bullied her, if Nanjing hadn't taken her to the doctor and nursed her back to health, she wouldn't have made it to adulthood. Yang Jun looked at Xian Chong with a stubborn expression. Uncle Xian, why did you pull me away? That woman is arrogant and ruthless. If we don't get rid of her, she might become a serious threat in the future. Xian Chong certainly couldn't admit that he felt threatened by a little girl. He patted his arm gently. Xiao Jun, you're still too impulsive. As long as they are willing to contribute to humanity, what does it matter if I suffer a little? Yang Jun was a student he sponsored, and he had idolized him since childhood. His former secretary was infected with the zombie virus, and since he had no trustworthy people, he chose him from among the shorter ones, the tallest one, to work with him. Although Yang Jun was a bit foolish, he was loyal to him, and had helped him with things he couldn't interfere with. Yang Jun snorted coldly. Those two are cold and selfish. Don't expect too much from them. They don't deserve it. Xian Chong shook his head helplessly. They have ample supplies, and even if they shut themselves off, it wouldn't matter. So, they simply don't understand the critical moment humanity faces. He pointed out subtly, if you ask me, they're still too young to understand the importance of preparing for a rainy day. What if their supplies are stolen? Ah! Yang Jun's eyes shifted, and he suddenly had a thought. Xian Chong smiled faintly, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. He hoped this fool would bring him good news. Chapter 65. The next day, at 1 in the morning, Banksia pulled out 2 Barrett M82A1S, 2 M29S, 2 RPG-30 rocket launchers, 2 M79 grenade launchers, a box of bullets, a box of anti-personnel rounds, and a box of shrapnel from her space, neatly placing them in the bedroom. Ignoring Nanjing's slightly bewildered look, she said, "These are for your protection." She patted Jinzi and Inzi's heads again and said, "Jinzi, Inzi, help me protect my brother. I open a can of tuna for you when I get back." Nanjing wanted to say he didn't need so many weapons, but seeing his wife's worried expression, he reluctantly compromised. "Honey, don't worry, I definitely protect myself." Banksia tucked the 2 furry creatures into her space, wrapped her arms around the man's neck, and exchanged a kiss. "Wait for me." As soon as she finished speaking, the bewildered Jinzi and Inzi were moved out of the space again. Banksia waved to Nanjing, Jinzi, and Inzi, don her mask and cape, and skateboard out of the house. Nanjing watched her disappear before pulling Jinzi and Inzi back inside. After Banksia skateboarded out of the villa complex, she waved and a Bugatti Chiron appeared. She opened the driver's door, stepped on the accelerator, and sped toward the city. The sky-swallowing tree emerged from space, a bag of spicy snacks, and an ice cream cone perched on its branches. "Banksia, why are you driving this car?" Banksia ignored the zombies blocking her path, and ran through them. Sooner revenge, sooner home. She had bought hundreds of sports cars in the city for nothing. This one was the fastest, capable of 490.48 kilometers per hour, faster than her old Kawasaki Ninja motorcycle. Swallowing the sky tree stuffed the whole spicy strip into his mouth and asked, somewhat puzzled, "If you can't bear to part with Nanjing, why don't you put him in your space?" Banksia glanced at the map. The only place in the southern suburbs that could provide food, shelter for thousands of people was the South Bank Underground Plaza. It's in case Brother Yao and Brother Yuan unexpectedly come knocking. It's hard to explain without anyone at home. She didn't want Su Yao and the others to connect Xian Minmin's story to Xian Chong's. They weren't fools. If they knew she had killed Xian Minmin's family so easily, they definitely suspect something was amiss. Rebirth and the black and white yin-yang fish were her biggest secrets. She trusted no one but Nanjing. 5 kilometers from the South Bank Underground Plaza, Banksia parked the car and, with a look of disdain, stored her Bugatti Chiron, stained with zombie blood and flesh, into her space. If there weren't only 3 of them in stock, and no other car could match their speed, she would have just thrown them away. As soon as she put the car into her space, several zombies, scented with the scent of human flesh, came running towards her. Banksia spread her palms, and several dark green vines, each as thin as a hair, shot out toward the zombie's head. The seemingly soft and fragile vines, the moment they made contact with the zombie's skull, ripped a large hole through its forehead like a sharp sword, extracting the crystal core. She retrieved a box from her space, and the vines obediently dropped the crystal core into it. 15 minutes later, Banksia arrived near the A1 entrance of the South Bank Underground Plaza on her skateboard. The South Bank Underground Plaza, covering an area of 16,600 square meters, had been a famous food court in City A before the apocalypse. At night, it was brightly lit and bustling. She found a building to shield herself from view, and took out a pair of night vision binoculars to observe the entrance. The entrance was locked by a stainless steel gate, behind which stood 4 armed guards. Anyone entering or leaving would produce a thin card and hand it to the guards for inspection. During the inspection, the two sides exchanged questions, seemingly speaking in secret. Banksia. Tuntiansha brought out a new ice cream cone. Shall we go borrow someone's access card? Yes. Banksia quickly identified her target, a woman 2 blocks away, carrying a backpack. She moved like a ghost, knocking the woman unconscious from behind and dragging her to the basement storage room of a nearby shop. Hey, wake up. Banksia's blow was gentle, merely a few drops of ice water on the woman's face, and she awoke. When the woman saw her, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in her eyes, but she quickly lowered her eyelids and fell silent, as if resigned to her fate. Banksia knew this woman was no ordinary person. How could someone who dared go out at night to kill zombies and gather supplies be so cowardly? She switched on her voice changer. How about a deal? Give me your ID and tell me exactly how to get into the base, and I give you enough supplies to last a year. Since Xian Chong was taking the supplies, she felt no remorse. The woman's pupils dilated slightly, clearly tempted. Okay, but how can you guarantee you're not lying? Banksia sneered. Do you have any other options? She could easily kill the woman and find another target, trading them for supplies. She was just considering them as a woman. The woman opened her mouth, then gave a bitter laugh. You're right. The ID is in my right pocket. We need a code word to enter and exit the base. The code word is... Banksia hadn't expected the woman to be so tactful. She immediately raised an eyebrow and asked, where do Xian Chong and his family live? Hefong, room 99, area A. Banksia gagged Hefong. You can escape, but the supplies I promised you won't count if you do. I come untie you in an hour. She put her ID away and left the underground storage room. Tuntianshu was puzzled. Banksia, aren't you going to silence me? Banksia slipped into the space, pulled out a bottle of dark foundation, and smeared it across her face and neck. No need. She's a tactful person. She covered her fair complexion and changed into Nanqing's clothes, stained with zombie blood. The clothes were a bit too big, but since so many people were wearing ill-fitting clothes at that time, it wouldn't arouse suspicion. The sky-swallowing tree immediately stood 3 meters away from her in disgust. It stinks. Didn't you say to throw this dress away? Why are you still keeping it? Banksia also noticed the stench and quickly found a mask, smeared a few drops of cooling oil on it, and put it on. I found it from the trash can. The trash can she was referring to was an empty container she bought for free, used to store household trash. The sky-swallowing tree's disgust intensified. You're actually picking up trash. Banksia carefully inspected her attire, and, clutching a bloodied axe, dodged out of the dimension. Are you getting carried away? In my past life, if I had such pristine trash, everyone would have rushed to pick it up. The sky-swallowing tree froze, reflecting on its past few months, eating, drinking, playing. It immediately said seriously, don't blame me. It's you humans who enjoy life too much. Banksia, Don't try to shift the blame. She handed the card to the guardian, who flipped open a notebook and spotted Hefong's name, age, address, and other details. Guardian, the moon shines brightly before my bed. Banksia, red beans grow in the south. Guardian, how much is a serving of eggplant and green beans? Banksia, I saw a red turtle. The guard handed Banksia his ID card. Come in. Banksia put away her ID card and calmly walked into the base. Chapter 66. The interior of the base was utterly dark, making it impossible to see the path. But that wasn't a problem for Banksia. Her night vision was now no worse than that of a cat or dog before the apocalypse. She glanced at the sign and headed towards Area A. According to Hefong, Area A was entirely inhabited by Xian Chong and his men, making it inaccessible to ordinary people. At the intersection leading to Area A stood 2 night watchmen, a man and a woman, wearing green military uniforms. They had pistols tucked into their waistbands and bone axes in their hands. Banksia's right hand sprouted vines, instantly strangling the 2 men without making a sound. Her only targets were Xian Chong's family of 3 and the lackey. She didn't bother killing anyone else unless they attacked her first. She stored the weapons on the 2 men into her space, stripped the woman's clothes, and put them on, then swaggered into Area A. As for the 2 unfortunate souls, she gagged them, tied them up in a knot, and dumped them in a nearby restaurant. In less than half an hour, Banksia arrived in front of number 99. The man and the tree worked in perfect harmony, breaking the door lock and knocking out the 3 sleeping Xian family members, stuffing them into the space container. Tuntiansha dug out 2 boxes from under Xian Chong's bed, Banksia, crystal cores, and weapons. Banksia glanced at them casually. Put them in the space first, and I check them when I get home. Tuntiansha chuckled. The boxes are heavy, so I guess there's quite a lot. Banksia waved her hand and packed up everything in the room and stuffed it into the space. Then, she knocked out the lackey living in number 98 and stuffed him into the space as well, before returning to the surface with Tuntiansha the same way. Tuntiansha couldn't help but grumble. These 2 families are so poor. The supplies they've stockpiled aren't enough to last a year. Banksia understood why. Xian Chong was still playing the role of a savior, dedicated to humanity's future. How could he so brazenly embezzle supplies? When he had enough power and lackeys, his true ambitions would be revealed. She retrieved a truck from the dimension, and put all the supplies she found at Xian Chong and his lackeys' homes into it, adding enough rice and flour to last a year. Then, she returned with the heaven-swallowing tree to the basement where He-Fong had been tied up. He-Fong had already untied the ropes, but she hadn't left, still waiting. Seeing her return, her eyes lit up. Are you here to fulfill your promise? Banksia tossed her ID and keys. The stuff's on the same street where I knocked you out, in the red truck. With that, she skated off, ignoring He-Fong's reaction. She couldn't wait to end the lives of the 3 Xian family members. Banksia found an empty building, dispatched all the zombies inside, and then threw the 3 Xian family members and their lackeys out of the dimension. The heaven-swallowing tree rubbed its branches and asked expectantly, "Will they be awakened by water?" Banksia shook her head calmly. Water is precious. They don't deserve it. As soon as she finished speaking, 4 rocks, each 20 centimeters in diameter, appeared out of thin air and smashed into the stomachs of Xian Chong and the other 3, leaving a hollow in their stomachs. Xian Chong and the other 3 instantly woke up, speechless from the pain. Xian Chong spat out a mouthful of blood stained with viscera. You. Who are you? Banksia pulled out an axe from the space and said with a grin, the one who's going to kill you. Xian Chong's eyes narrowed, his heart filled with resentment and unwillingness. After learning of the apocalypse, he secretly instructed his father and brother to stockpile supplies, preparing to seize the opportunity to dominate the chaotic world. However, his father and brothers were slaughtered overnight, and even the pre-stock supplies disappeared. His political enemies seized the opportunity to snatch his way to the official base, forcing him to remain in the abandoned City A. He had originally thought this was the end of his life, but then a zombie virus struck, transforming his opposing military leader into a zombie. With his kindly appearance and eloquence, he had deceived those upright soldiers, forcing them to risk their lives to rescue the survivors and quickly establish a base with thousands of soldiers. This base should have been the starting point for his rise to power, but he had been kidnapped without even realizing it. What a bunch of rubbish. Xian Chong glared at Banksia, his eyes bloodshot. Who are you? He felt cold, his head dizzy, and every breath brought a sharp pain throughout his body. He knew he was doomed, but he wouldn't die without knowing the identity of this person. Banksia wouldn't answer his questions. If she could be reborn, what if someone else could too? Hee, I won't tell you. She tilted her head. But I can tell you another secret. I killed your father, your brother, and your niece. You. Xian Chong fainted from anger. Banksia raised an eyebrow and smashed a brick against Xian Chong's little bird. In his past life, this man had forced beautiful women and men to sell their bodies. He might as well forget about this. Ah! As Xian Chong cried out in pain, his son, wife, and lackeys screamed in fear. Banksia manifested another brick in her hand. Why are you so anxious? It's your turn next. Xian Chong's son and lackeys were no good either. They were the same kind as him, and she wouldn't let them off easily. Bang! The 2 men's little birds were blown off their heads by a brick. Banksia looked at Xian Chong's wife, Sun Ping. Next, it's your turn. Sun Ping was plump and fair, appearing approachable, but beneath her face lay a vicious heart. Xian Minmin had most likely learned her methods from her, and all the bribes Xian Chong received before the apocalypse had passed through her hands. Sun Ping's eyes widened like an enraged lion. Kill me if you dare, or I make you suffer a fate worse than death. Oh! Banksia chopped off her hands with an axe. Don't worry, you'll be dead soon. Outside, a dense clatter of zombies could be heard. She quickened her movements, turning several people into human pigs. A family must die in the same, tidy manner, She crawled to the window, sat down, and used the vines to push the door open. A swarm of zombies immediately rushed into the house, grabbing the few clumps of flesh still alive on the ground and devouring them with voracious gulps. A few zombies, unable to snatch any flesh, rushed straight for Banksia, who was standing by the window. Banksia frowned in annoyance, and the vines instantly killed several zombies. Xian Chong's family of 3 and his lackeys were quickly gnawed to a skeleton. Banksia killed all the zombies, took out a bucket of diesel, poured it over the white bones, and set them on fire with a lighter. Grind the bones and scatter them to ashes. She liked that phrase. The moment the fire started, she followed the vines back to the ground. Banksia, the swallowing heaven tree's voice was filled with solemnity. There's something spying on us in that hospital across the street. Chapter 67. Banksia scooted towards the hospital on her skateboard. It's deliberately provoking me. I take care of it. If she wasn't mistaken, the peeper was a zombie, and far superior to the ordinary zombies outside. The hospital was only a little over 300 meters away, but there was a high wall between them. Banksia didn't bother taking a detour, so she used vines to climb over it. As soon as she climbed over the wall, dozens of zombies, smelling the scent, came running towards her. Too lazy to engage, she pulled out a pistol from her space and shot them one by one. The sky-swallowing tree followed behind, digging for crystal cores. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It tossed the core into the space and casually said, the zombies have been fully upgraded. They're all level 1. Banksia wasn't surprised. She noticed that before when she killed zombies. This was a large general hospital. The peeping zombie was on the 5th floor of the outpatient building. Banksia glanced at the map at the entrance to make sure she was in the right place. The first floor was the pharmacy. Adhering to the principle of not leaving empty-handed, Banksia killed the zombies in the pharmacy and then stored any medicine that looked usable in her space. Since entering the building, the feeling of being watched had grown stronger. Banksia was unusually curious. This zombie didn't feel like a level 2 zombie to her. Bang! She quickly fired back, the bullet glancing past the shadow and crashing into the wall. The heaven-swallowing tree leaped from her shoulder. Banksia, it's a level 3 zombie. It quickly approached the shadow. Banksia pulled out a gun and fired at the shadow. While she couldn't understand why a level 3 zombie had appeared so early, she absolutely couldn't let go of a level 3 crystal core. Bang! The bullet struck the zombie's right leg, and the heaven-swallowing tree seized the opportunity to tie it up tightly. It was a male zombie in a white lab coat, about 1.9 meters tall, wearing gold-framed glasses. Unfortunately, his white eyes and decayed face ruined his elegant demeanor. Banksia circled the zombie, trying to see what was so special about it. The white-coated zombie bared its teeth at her, seemingly unconvinced. The swallowing heaven tree asked curiously, Banksia, did you see anything? No. Banksia raised her wrist and killed the white-coated zombie, then dug out the crystal core and threw it to the swallowing heaven tree. The swallowing heaven tree naturally took out a bottle of lake water, rinsed the crystal core, and tossed it into its mouth. Crystal cores without attributes aren't tasty. I prefer fire and water cores, one spicy, the other sweet. Banksia, in a few months. The zombie's supernatural powers developed after the third black rain. The third black rain occurred after the extreme heat ended, and it was still the first month of the extreme heat. The sky-swallowing tree couldn't help but sigh. The energy in the attributeless crystal core is too low. When will we finally reach level 4? Although all psychics can absorb the energy of the attributeless crystal core, it only has 1/3 of the energy of the attributed crystal core. Banksia remained calm. No rush, take your time. We're already very powerful. She took out her Bugatti Chiron, fastened her seatbelt, and was about to step on the accelerator when she heard a somewhat anxious meow from behind. Tion, Banksia released her foot. Did you hear the cat meow? When the news of the pet mutation broke, all the stray cats and dogs on the streets were taken home overnight. Logically, there shouldn't be any wild cats left in the city. The sky-swallowing tree opened a new bag of chips. Crack. I heard it. Crack. Banksia glanced at it helplessly. Luckily, she wasn't in the habit of preventing people from eating in the car. She unbuckled her seatbelt and got out. A tiger-sized orange cat stood watching her from over 10 meters away. She and the cat stared at each other for 3 minutes. The orange cat meowed pleadingly at her, then turned and ran away. Banksia put the car into storage, took out her scooter, and followed the cat. Though she had no idea where the orange cat was taking her, she sensed no ill will, so it didn't hurt to go along and see what was going on. 20 minutes later, Banksia looked at the building before her in confusion. City A's first zoo. Why had the orange cat brought her here? She soon knew the answer. A fat, injured, unconscious Lihua, but Banksia only glanced at it once before her eyes were drawn to the cubs in its belly. A palm-sized black and white, imprisoned beast cub, Banksia wanted to hold her head in her hands. Hadn't the black and white balls been transferred to the southwest and northwest bases? Where did this cub come from? The orange cat picked up the whimpering black and white ball and brought it to Banksia. Banksia blinked. Are you asking me to raise this cub? The orange cat nuzzled Banksia's hand and nodded humanely. Just now, while foraging for food, it saw this person kill the monster that had harmed her best friend. She was so capable. She would definitely be able to raise this little creature. Banksia, She was at a loss for words for a moment. The black and white ball was not even a month old, its eyes closed, and it huddled up in a ball, whimpering pitifully. Banksia twitched her lips, pulled out a basket from her space, thought for a moment, and spread a cotton t-shirt inside, then placed the black and white ball inside. How to raise a cub this small? She recalled a video she'd seen long ago. Pot milk, steamed bread, bamboo. So what kind of milk is pot milk? Cow's milk or goat's milk? Or some special formula? Banksia suddenly felt the basket in her hand weigh 1,000 pounds. She negotiated with the orange cat. Cat, I don't know how to raise a cub. Can I give it back to you? The orange cat immediately turned around and faced her with its butt. I finally entrusted it to you, so I won't continue raising a cub. Banksia walked around to the orange cat and said seriously, force buying and selling is wrong. What if I spoil it? The orange cat turned again and faced her with its butt, its refusal clear. Banksia, She sighed helplessly and stuffed the black and white ball into her space. Forget it, I take it back and give it to Nanxing to try. If he can even feed himself, he should be able to feed his cubs, right? She rubbed the orange cat's head vigorously. Bad cat. Let me check your little sister's wound. Don't bite me. Fat Lihua had a wound on her stomach, over 50 centimeters long, oozing yellow pus. Even the air was faintly filled with a foul odor. The orange cat understood her words and immediately ran to Lihua's side, bowing to her repeatedly. The first step in treating a pus-oozing wound is debridement. Banksia took out iodine and cleaned it. Then she inserted a vine from her palm into the wound. With a flash of green light, the wound healed visibly. The orange cat's eyes widened. Wow, amazing! About 5 minutes later, Fat Lihua's wound had completely healed, leaving only a pink scar on her stomach. Banksia said to the orange cat, wake up soon. The orange cat ran to the tabby cat, licked its fur, and then rubbed Banksia's legs frantically. Banksia was rubbed so hard she backed away. Okay, I appreciate your thanks. Her children, Jeansy and Eensy, were both jealous little cuties. If they knew she'd been petting other furries, they'd be heartbroken. Chapter 68. Puffy Lihua turned and meowed at the big orange cat. Then, she returned and retrieved a mouse the size of a basketball from the house, and placed it in front of Banksia. Banksia was startled, but gently patted Puffy Lihua's head. Thank you, I don't eat mice. She had plenty of food, so there was no need to compete with the cat. Besides, mutant mice were smelly and poisonous. Puffy Lihua and the orange cat tilted their heads in confusion. Don't you like meat? Banksia didn't know how she understood the cat's meaning. I have plenty of meat. I'm not short of food. She said hesitantly, mutated mouse meat is poisonous. If you can find other food, try to eat less. Puffy Lihua meowed at her, and ate the mouse nonchalantly. Food was becoming increasingly scarce these days, but if she didn't eat, she'd go hungry. Banksia waited for Puffy Lihua to elegantly lick her fur clean, before asking what she wanted to know. Are all the mice you catch this big? Puffy Lihua and the orange cat nodded simultaneously. Banksia asked again, is it easy to catch? Puffy Lihua and the orange cat nodded simultaneously. Banksia frowned. With so many mutant rats, she feared a rat infestation would soon follow. She was a little worried about Nanxing and Jinxianzi back home, so she quickly pulled out the car. Thank you, cats. See you again. I have something to do at home, so I'd be leaving now. The orange cat and chubby Lihua lowered their heads in sadness. They loved the human before them. But they also knew that humans couldn't even feed themselves these days, let alone cats as big as them. Banksia caught the cat's expressions in the rearview mirror, hesitated, opened the car window, and asked, Lihua, Big Orange, do you need a poop scooper? I have a few friends who really like cute little kittens. Keeping pets in the apocalypse is unwise, but if they evolve special abilities, they'd definitely be a great help to their owners. The orange cat and the plump pear flower nodded in delight. To take the two large cats back to the complex, Banksia simply switched to an SUV. Just like when she arrived, she simply drove over any zombies blocking her path. In just over an hour, she arrived at the complex gate. Banksia stored the SUV in her space and said to the two cats, "Be quiet. Don't make any noise." The two cats nodded solemnly at the same time. Meow. Got it, Banksia, eh? Although I told you not to make any noise, I'm not taking you on a thief's errand. There's no need to tiptoe. Everyone in the complex had evacuated with Xi and Chang's rescue team, and now only their 3 families were left in the entire villa complex. She knocked on her own door, and Nanjing quickly came to open it. "Honey, you're back." Banksia put her hands behind her back and gave him a broad smile. "I have a gift for you." Nanjing paused, then smiled. "Okay, what is it?" His wife probably didn't know. She only smiled like that when she felt guilty. But he didn't expose her, and played along with an expectant smile. Banksia, with a guilty look on her face, handed him a basket of black and white dumplings. A gift. Nanjing's smile froze. "Panda?" The black and white dumplings in the basket seemed startled by his voice, and whimpered. Banksia lowered her head, pushed open the door, and waved to Fat Lihua and Deju behind her. The 2 cats followed her example, sneaking into the yard with their heads lowered. Nanjing frowned and closed the door. He picked up the basket and walked into the living room. "Honey, where did the panda cub come from?" Banksia pointed guiltily at the 2 equally guilty cats. "They gave it to me." She had just negotiated with the 2 cats on the way to return the cub, but they had vehemently refused. Nanjing patted the black and white ball's head. "Weren't all the pandas taken away? Where did you find the cub?" The panda cub seemed to sense his kindness, and raised its head to rub against his finger. Banksia told Nanjing how she met the cats and added, "You said the mother panda had already died when you found it." Deju and Fat Lihua found the panda cub while hunting in the mountains. The mother's body had already begun to stink. They had originally intended to imitate humans and take the cub home to raise as a pet. But who knew the cub wouldn't eat meat or rice, only milk, and it kept whimpering. Feeding itself consumed most of their energy, and the 2 cats quickly grew impatient and considered abandoning the cub to fend for itself. But then Big Orange, while out hunting, encountered Banksia. Having seen TV and knowing that humans love this black and white creature, he simply tossed it to Banksia like a hot potato. Nanjing, eh? So you're just leaving it to me, my wife? Banksia looked at Nanjing eagerly. "I don't know how to raise it." She had only ever raised gold and silver in her life, and their food could be bought at pet stores. By the way, Banksia looked at Nanjing in confusion. Where did gold and silver go? She'd been home for a while, so it was only natural that Jean and Ian would come and visit her. Nanjing pinched the panda's paw. "The cabbages are all ripe. I have them deliver some to the neighbors next door and across the street." Banksia nodded in sudden realization. Nanjing touched the panda cub's deflated belly. "I remember the pot of milk is a mixture of cow's milk, baby formula, a small amount of giant panda breast milk, and various vitamins." He looked at Banksia. "Honey, please get me some milk and baby formula, and the bottle too." Banksia immediately took out a 2.5 L bottle of fresh milk, a 100 g sample can of baby formula, and a bottle from her space. "I go wash the bottle." She had brought the cub home. She couldn't just leave everything to Nanjing. Nanjing returned the panda cub to its basket, stood up, poured a glass of milk, and heated it in the microwave. He didn't know whether the panda cub drank hot or cold, so he could only feed it as he would a baby. Since they were cubs anyway, it shouldn't be a problem. As soon as the formula was ready, the panda cub began to whimper at the smell. Nanjing carefully brought the bottle to the cub's mouth. The cub took the nipple very actively and gulped down the milk. The 2 people and the 2 cats breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the cub was willing to drink, it was fine. After a while, the cub's belly swelled slightly, and Nanjing carefully removed the bottle. The cub nuzzled his finger, hummed, and lay motionless on his clothes, seemingly asleep. Ben Xiao and the 2 cats breathed a sigh of relief. Nanjing looked at him with amusement. "It's quite well behaved. I feed it from now on." Banksia took the bottle somewhat sheepishly. "I wash it." As they were talking, a sudden woof came from the door. It was Jinzi and Inzi who had returned. With them came Su Yao and Zhao Xian, each carrying a basket filled with gifts. Chapter 69. Jinzi and Inzi pushed past Nanjing and scurried into the house. They smelled a strange beast. Woof. Meow. The 4 furry creatures were on edge the moment they met. Jinzi and Inzi bared their teeth at Deju and Fat Lihua. Deju and Fat Lihua, terrified by the giant beasts before them, began to hide behind Banksia. Inzi's eyes flashed coldly. and she was about to stretch out her claws and scratch the cats' heads and faces. Banksia hurried forward and hugged Eensy. Eensy, don't be angry. I won't keep any other kittens. Her Eensy was usually extremely aloof outside, and wouldn't be touched or held by anyone. But when it came to her, he was a clingy little creature, clinging to her, rubbing against her, licking her fur, and doing everything he could. Nanching didn't even get such treatment. Upon hearing this, Eensy licked Banksia's cheek and breathed threateningly at the two cats, frightening Daeju and Fat Lihua so much that they rolled over, exposing their bellies. Then, like a boss, he jumped onto the sofa and stared down at the two kittens. Banksia calmed Eensy down and then went to comfort Jeansy. Jeansy, come sit next to Eensy, okay? I give you some beef later. Jeansy, used to acting like a spoiled child, whined a few times and lay down next to Eensy with a look of grievance. Banksia held her forehead helplessly. What a sweet trouble. Nanching, Su Yao, and Zhao Xian, who were standing at the door, finally dared to enter. Su Yao asked curiously, when did you get 2 more cats? He was practically drooling with envy. Why didn't the cats favor him? Nanching used the excuse they had just come up with. They came here on their own, and they brought a local specialty with them. Su Yao and Zhao Xian's eyes widened. It wasn't enough for them to come to the door, but they also brought local specialties? What a magical little cat. Nanching showed the 2 of them the basket on the sofa. Specialties. Panda? Su Yao and Zhao Xian's voices cracked. The panda cub whimpered and rolled over. Jeansy and Eensy also curiously approached the basket. They were no bigger than their paws, so they posed no threat. Banksia gestured to Daeju and Fat Lihua, asking if they liked these 2 owners. She and the 2 kittens had agreed. If they liked the owners, they would stay. If not, they would return to the zoo and continue their free lives. Daeju and Fat Lihua immediately stood up and circled around Su Yao and Zhao Xian, looking them up and down. Su Yao and Zhao Xian were so frightened that they couldn't move. They stammered, What's going on? An unbelievable thought suddenly crossed their minds. After Daeju and Fat Lihua sized up the 2 men, they meowed for a moment. Fat Ju stood next to Su Yao, and Fat Lihua next to Zhao Xian. After settling, the 2 cats meowed simultaneously at Banksia. It must be said that both cats had excellent taste. Daeju, with his lively personality, chose the equally lively Su Yao. Fat Lihua, with her domineering personality, chose the gentle Zhao Xian. One had similar personalities, the other complemented them. Banksia said to Su Yao and Zhao Xian, whose faces flushed with excitement, Brother Yao, Brother Xian, Daeju and Lihua would like you to be our poop scoopers. Are you willing? Su Yao and Zhao Xian were surprised by happiness, so quickly. They nodded rapidly, yes, absolutely. Banksia smiled, then you must get along well from now on. Su Yao and Zhao Xian left with dazed smiles on their faces. If the 2 families hadn't been so close, Banksia would have worried they would have fainted. After settling Daeju and Lihua down, Banksia hugged Jeansy and Eensy and explained, Didn't I go out tonight? She carefully recounted her encounter with Daeju and Fat Lihua to the 2 furry creatures. They were her family, and she cared deeply about their opinions. She consulted Jeansy and Eensy about the panda cub's fate. This is the situation now. If you agree, we keep it. If not, we give it away. Everyone in Rabbit Country loves the black and white ball, and surely the neighbors next door and across the street would be happy to take it over. Nanching patted Jeansy and Eensy's heads and promised, We treat you like family, and our love for you will never change. Jeansy and Eensy walked over to the basket and carefully examined the panda cub for a moment. Then, they turned and licked Banksia's face, indicating their willingness to keep the cub. They had seen black and white balls on TV and knew how precious they were. They decided to keep them as a rare toy for their brother and sister to play with. Eensy glanced coldly at the black and white Tuanzi. If Tuanzi didn't obey her, she beat him till his butt was bruised. The panda cub shuddered. Banksia hugged Jeansy and Eensy and gave each a kiss. Nanching suggested, since the panda cub is now a member of the family, let's give it a name. Banksia blinked. Tuanzi. Woof. Meow. Jeansy and Eensy agreed. Jeansy, Eensy, and Tuanzi looked like a family. Nanching made the final decision. From now on, the panda cub will be called Tuanzi. After the family reached a consensus, Banksia smiled and pulled out 2 chickens and 2 2-pound pieces of beef from her space, placing them in Jeansy's and Eensy's food bowls respectively. Jeansy, Eensy, I promised you the meat. Gold and Silver immediately nuzzled Banksia's face again. Nanching embraced Banksia. Honey, are you tired? Do you want to sleep for a while? Banksia shook her head and pulled him into the space. The heaven-swallowing tree clattered over to the two of them. Why are you here so late? I can't wait. Banksia stroked its branches soothingly. There are 3 of us. It be quick. Don't worry, she said to the puzzled Nanxing. We found a box of crystal cores at Xianchan's place. 15 minutes later. Banksia, 18,257 0-level crystal cores, 491 first-level crystal cores. Nanxing, 23,867 0-level crystal cores, 381 first-level crystal cores. Tianshu, 17,321 0-level crystal cores, 358 first-level crystal cores. Banksia mentally calculated, 59,445 0-level crystal cores, 1,230 first-level crystal cores. Tianshu was disappointed. That's all? In their previous life, when they took down the Dawn base, they collected over 3 million crystal cores, including many high-level 6th and 7th level crystal cores. This little they have now isn't even a fraction of what they had in their previous life. Banksia was quite satisfied. The zombies have only been around for less than 2 weeks, and there are few people in the world richer than us right now. She and Su Yao had been fighting zombies for so long, and they had only collected a little over 400 crystal cores. If each person had a share, the number would be even smaller. Oh right, the sky-swallowing tree suddenly remembered. We killed over 200 zombies in the hospital. It used its consciousness to fetch the box of crystal cores. Banksia took the box and began counting. 247, 248, 248 in total, all level 1 crystal cores. The sky-swallowing tree poured the crystal cores into the box. I go purify them. The gray matter in the crystal cores is impurities. If it accumulates too much, it will gradually cause a person to lose their mind and become a monster that only cares about killing a zombie. Thus, the crystal cores must be purified before use. Both the sky-swallowing tree and Banksia's wood-based abilities have this function. Although these crystal cores are low-level, they are numerous. After purification, they will be enough for Banksia to upgrade her ability to level 4. Chapter 70. Nanxing was a bit confused. So, my wife now has over 60,000 crystal cores? Banksia nodded with a smile. Yes. Nanxing suddenly understood the thrill of what some people call robbing one's thief. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. This incident was just a fluke. It wouldn't happen again. He needed to maintain a normal mindset. Banksia opened another box. 10 Type 92 automatic pistols, 10 silencers, 2,000 rounds of ammunition, 20 smoke bombs, and 3 body armor vests. She thought for a moment and said, basketball-sized rats have appeared in the city. It's going to get more dangerous. I find a chance to give these weapons to Brother Yao and Brother Yuan tomorrow. Nanxing shook her hand. Thank you, my wife. She didn't interact much with Su Yao and Kai Yuan, and all this was because of him. Banksia leaned her head against his shoulder. Don't overthink it. We're friends, too. After over a decade of friendship and frequent interactions, she could tell that Su Yao and his men were of excellent character and wouldn't easily betray their friends or family. As friends and teammates, she hoped they would live longer. Of course, if anyone's character changed, she wouldn't show any mercy. The next night, since everyone in the villa area had already left, they didn't have to be restrained. Leaving Maorongrong behind to watch over the house, they went out together to search for supplies. Banksia beheaded the zombie. Nanxing and I will search from top to bottom. She led Nanxing up to the 3rd floor. The owner of the villa seemed to be fond of ancient culture. The house was decorated in an antique style, and even had a collection of swords. Banksia and Nanxing tallied up all the supplies, and carried the boxes they had prepared downstairs. On the 1st floor, Su Yao, Fang Yunyun, and Su Xiao collected 582 bags of 10 kilograms vacuum-packed rice, 1,621 boxes of instant noodles. Then on the 2nd floor, Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian collected 63 boxes of chocolate, goose-down quilts. Banksia and Nanxing exchanged glances. Take a look at this first. She opened the box and found 10 Type 92 automatic pistols, 10 silencers, 2,000 rounds of ammunition, 20 smoke bombs, and 5 body armor vests. The extra 2 vests were hers, giving Su Yao, Su Xiao, Fang Yunyun, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian 1 each. Su Yao and the others stared at the contents of the box with shining eyes, their voices filled with disbelief. Are they all real? Nanxing smiled and said, I've checked, and they're real. Su Yao carefully picked up a gun and said, that's enough. We can each have one. Ban Xiao's space contained enough guns for her, and Nanxing, and I have some. Divide them. It's just right for 2 each, and there's a spare. Xi and Chong hadn't prepared any repair parts, so if a gun broke, it would be impossible to fix. Su Yao and the others knew she wasn't being polite. We exchanged your share for supplies. Over the next few days, they killed every zombie in the villa area, collecting so much supplies that the yard was almost overflowing. Fong Union sighed. I read a post-apocalyptic novel before, and the protagonist and supporting character fought for 3 whole chapters over 5 packs of instant noodles. Who knew we just loot a villa complex and end up with so much supplies we could barely fit in? Is the novel too exaggerated, or is reality too outrageous? Banksia, Don't worry, reality will teach you a lesson soon. Su Yao rubbed Fong Union's head harshly. Wife, when did you become so naive? The owners of the Miao Miao Mountain Villa complex were either wealthy or noble. After hearing about the apocalypse, almost every household had made ample preparations. They were just lucky, having picked up something ready-made. If they lived in a densely populated urban area, they might have been getting their heads chopped off over a pack of instant noodles right now. Kai Yuan said thoughtfully, most people are still stuck in the city right now, not thinking about the outskirts. We need to find another place to store the supplies in the yard before the outsiders arrive, otherwise there will be trouble in the future. Banksia immediately agreed. Putting all your eggs in one basket is not a safe bet. We need to leave ourselves a way out. With the space, she and Nanqing would never lack food or water. But Su Yao and the others were different. If anything happened to their supplies, their lives would be in jeopardy. Su Xiao sighed, but we're safe now. She nuzzled Daiju, who was lying on her lap. Daiju, it would be great if you could evolve spatial abilities. Daiju covered his ears. Shit shoveler, I don't understand what you're saying. Banksia pulled a map from her pocket. During the 1960s and 1970s, relations between my country and the Great Bear Country deteriorated, and we launched a large-scale campaign to dig deep, store grain, and avoid hegemony. Miao Miao Mountain is located here. She pointed to the other side of the mountain. There's an abandoned air raid shelter. Let's go check it out tomorrow. If it's still usable, we have a place to store our supplies. Fong Union immediately hugged Banksia. Are you Doryman? How do you know everything? Banksia was a little frustrated. Why did Sister Union always like to cuddle? My junior high history teacher told me that. The history teacher had indeed mentioned it as a casual conversation, but she had actually gotten the inspiration from a famous air raid shelter in her past life. After some discussion, the group decided to set out at dawn to search for the air raid shelter. 6:30 a.m. Banksia touched Jinzi, whose face was filled with grievance, and soothed her. Jinzi, stay home and be good. I take you out next time. Most of the flora and fauna on the mountain were reduced to ash in the wildfires. The remaining ones were either lucky or mutated. This time, she planned to take Inzi with her on the air raid shelter search. If they encountered any mutated animals, it would be a good opportunity for Inzi to practice his skills. Jinzi opened her mouth and was about to continue her coquettish behavior. Sitting on the sofa, Inzi, watching Nanqing feeding Tuanzi, suddenly turned her head and bared her teeth at Jinzi. You don't listen to your sister. Do you want a beating? Jinzi immediately sat up straight, pretending nothing had happened. Banksia almost laughed out loud. Jinzi had been beaten by Inzi since he was little, and even though he was bigger now, he still didn't dare act recklessly in front of him. She pulled a box of canned salmon from her space and placed it in front of Jinzi. Jinzi, this is your reward for watching the house. Jinzi immediately barked happily and stretched out his tongue to lick her face. Banksia quickly pushed the dog's head away. She had just applied sunscreen and powder, and dogs shouldn't eat those. Jinzi didn't mind. He rubbed her hand, took out a can, placed it on the ground, and gently hooked the ring with his fingernail. The can was open. Banksia and Nanqing glanced at it casually before turning their attention to Tuanzi. They had seen Jinzi and Inzi open cans countless times. Tuanzi wasn't even a month old yet, and all he did was eat and sleep. In just a few days, he had gained a lot of weight. Banksia poked Tuanzi's slightly bulging belly, and Tuanzi immediately crawled towards Nanqing, whimpering and complaining. She couldn't help but jokingly ask, Tuanzi thinks you're his mother, right? Nanqing patted Tuanzi's head and returned him to the basket. Tuanzi is of the same generation as Jinzi and Inzi. I'm his older brother. After settling Jinzi and Tuanzi down, the two of them, along with Inzi, reunited with Su Yao and the others. Chapter 71. Miao Miao Mountain, approximately 1,000 meters above sea level, is home to numerous apricot trees. Every year from March to April, when they bloom, countless people visit the mountain. Before the apocalypse, It was a famous scenic spot. Alas, a meteor shower wiped out nearly all the mountain's flowers and trees, leaving only a few resilient or fortunate plants lingering. It took them over 2 hours to reach the back of the mountain, but they found the entrance to the air raid shelter in just over 10 minutes. The vines and trees at the entrance had been reduced to ash. The 2 concrete doors were still intact, though they bore traces of the fire. Nanqing opened the door and shone his flashlight into the cave. Inzi squeezed past him and walked in first. Banksia and the others quickly followed. A long concrete corridor, about 2 meters high and 15 meters long, wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side, had a small hole on each side, which they suspected was a sentry post. At the end was a large door, and behind it was a hall, approximately 50 square meters in size. The men shone their flashlights around. The walls were made of cement, with a curved ceiling. The walls on both sides were covered in inscriptions. Su Yao unconsciously recited, "XXX was here. XX will always love XX. XX and XX will be together forever." The word forever is spelled wrong. Is this what an elementary school student wrote? Banksia and the others said, Not surprising at all. They continued walking inside. A corridor, about 50 meters long, led to a hall at the end. The ground was littered with garbage, dust, dirt, food packaging, clothes, small umbrellas, toilet paper, and even a few piles of poop. Banksia and the others said, In front of the hall, there was a door on the left and right. The 3 families decided to go their separate ways. Banksia's family continued forward, Su Yao's family turned left, and Kai Yuan's family turned right. Banksia pushed open the door, revealing another long corridor. At the end of the corridor was a hall about 100 square meters. Nanqing pounded his fist on the wall and said, "Wife, the wall's tough enough to store supplies." Inzi gave him a cold look, then stretched out his claws and scratched the wall, leaving a claw mark over 20 centimeters long and 10 centimeters deep. Banksia jumped, quickly grabbing Inzi's claws and carefully examining them. Seeing no damage, she patted his head helplessly. "Little bad cat, don't bully your brother." Inzi nuzzled her cheek and meowed softly. Nanqing, accustomed to the partiality of her 2 furry friends, shook her head and looked at Banksia. "There's no way out. Let's go back." The 2 of them returned to the previous hall with flashlights, and within 2 minutes, the others had also returned. Su Yao, behind the door is a corridor about 20 meters long and 2 reservoirs, each about 30 square meters in area and 3 meters deep. The reservoirs are completely dry. Kai Yuan, there's a staircase leading down from the entrance, leading to 3 50 square meter halls. The men mentally calculated the area of the shelter and realized it could hold at least half of their family's supplies, breathing a sigh of relief. Su Xiao opened his thermos and took a sip of ice water. The temperature inside the cave is lower than outside, making it a better place to store supplies than at home. The temperature drops by about 6 degrees for every 1,000 meters of altitude increase. Plus, the shelter is located deep inside the mountain, making it much cooler than outside. Meow! Inzi glanced at Su Xiao's cup and called out to Ban Xia, signaling that she wanted a drink too. Banksia hurriedly took out her thermos and poured half a cup of water into Inzi's mouth. After Inzi swallowed it, she asked, "Inzi, can I shave your fur shorter when I get home?" Inzi shook his head frantically in refusal, even unconsciously taking 2 steps back. He didn't want to be a bald cat. Banksia pinched his large ears. It was fine if Inzi didn't want to, since he spent most of his time in space anyway, so he wouldn't get too hot. The air raid shelter was in much better condition than the others had imagined, so they decided to clean it up quickly and move half of the supplies in. Cleanup wouldn't require that many people, so Banksia packed up the supplies for the shelter at home. Unpalatable rice and flour, unwearable clothing, all wrapped up in layers of plastic wrap. After the supplies were sorted, transportation became a problem. A journey of over 2 hours wasn't a big deal, but one person could only carry so much. Banksia set her sights on the 2 furry friends at home. Jinzi and Inzi were strong, and hundreds of pounds of supplies were no big deal to them. The families of Su Yao next door and Kai Yuan across the street followed suit. After the supplies were transferred, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Banksia. One branch of the heaven-swallowing tree was wrapped with ice cream, and another with spicy rabbit meat. The crystal core is purified. Time to upgrade your abilities. Banksia subconsciously glanced at Nanqing, who was peeling grapes for her. Nanqing stuffed the peeled grapes into her mouth. "Honey, you and Tian Eon can upgrade without worry. I protect you." When upgrading, psychics lose consciousness, meaning they have no ability to protect themselves. In previous lives, Many psychics were killed at the critical moment of upgrading. Banksia kissed Nanxing's cheek. It'd probably take me a day. Don't worry about me if I get into danger. I can protect myself. Wood-type abilities tend to be more supportive, inducing, healing, and purifying, and their attack methods and power are very limited. However, her wood-type abilities had mutated due to her rebirth, and their attack power was comparable to that of thunder, gold, and fire-type abilities. If anyone dared to attack her while she was upgrading, she definitely wouldn't be the one to die. She took 3 of each type of thermal weapon from the space and gave them to Nanxing, stocked up on ammunition, and then returned to her bedroom with peace of mind. Because this upgrade would take a while, Banksia changed into comfortable pajamas. She placed the box filled with crystal cores beside her bed and settled into a comfortable position for sleep. The moment Banksia closed her eyes, her hair grew wildly, transforming into slender dark green vines that climbed towards the crystal core. The dark green vines wrapped around the transparent crystal core, emitting a shimmering green light. The crystal core vanished at a visible speed. When 1/5 of the vines disappeared, round, thorny leaves sprouted from them. When 2/5 disappeared, red buds appeared. When 3/5 disappeared, the flowers bloomed, emitting an alluring fragrance. When all disappeared, slightly curved spikes sprouted from the vines. Banksia slowly opened her eyes. From level 1 to level 3, as long as the energy absorbed reached a certain level, one could advance. But level 3 to level 4 was a huge hurdle. Only after crossing this step could one be considered a true Esper. In her previous life, at least half of all Esperians had failed at this threshold. She was confident that, having experienced it once before, she wouldn't fail, but she hadn't expected it to go so smoothly. Banksia! The swallowing heaven tree screamed frantically with excitement. The white fish dimension has been restored. Banksia flashed into the dimension. The land, cracked and sandy by the explosion, turned back into fertile black soil, and the dry stream began to flow again with clear water. No, it can't be called a stream now. It should be called a river, because the water is 10 meters wide. The surprise came so quickly that she didn't know how to react. The sky-swallowing tree rushed to her like a gust of wind. Banksia, I want to celebrate. I want to eat a treasure duck, glutinous rice chicken, boiled pork slices, tomato braised beef brisket, pickled fish, spicy crayfish. It ordered 36 dishes in one go. Banksia suddenly came to her senses, and looked at the sky-swallowing tree with an indescribable expression. Help yourself. After you finish eating, I put you to work. Chapter 72. The sky-swallowing tree happily ran to the blackfish space to select food. Banksia tested her upgraded strength. She had a vague feeling that her physical fitness had undergone a drastic change. Movement speed, 5 meters per second, jumping ability, 3 meters, barbell deadlift, 3,000 kilograms. Vision, can see green beans from 100 meters away. Hearing, can hear dripping water from 50 meters away. Defense, an ordinary fruit knife can't cut through the skin. Endurance, the test takes too long, so I ignore it for now. Flexibility, limbs can be folded freely. Attack power. Banksia first tested her hand strength. She placed a 5mm thick steel plate on the ground, then raised her fist and punched it hard. The steel plate was immediately dented the size of her fist. The back of her hand remained white and clean, without even a scratch on the skin. Next, leg strength. With a single kick, she bit a 10mm thick steel plate. Finally, her supernatural powers. She stretched out her palm, and countless dark green, hair-thin, thorny vines sprouted out. With a gentle wave of her hand, a 10mm steel plate was sliced into thin strands. A flash of green light flashed from her palm, and the hair-thin vines instantly merged into a long thorny whip. Banksia hesitated, then found a whole cow and swung the whip at its back. Snap! The cow snapped in two. Even the flower, so useless in her previous life, seemed to have extraordinary effects. It was too strong. Banksia pinched her arms, stomach, and legs with a puzzled look. Was she turning into a Barbie doll? She found a full-length mirror and carefully examined the changes in her appearance. Her facial features hadn't changed much, but they looked more harmonious and pleasing to the eye. Her skin was like a peeled egg, almost glowing. Her waist and abdomen were flat and soft, and her arms and legs were as slender as ever, with no signs of exercise at all. Banksia breathed a sigh of relief. Jingangba was healthy and beautiful, but she still preferred her natural figure and appearance. She was in a happier mood, stripping off her pajamas and changing into a cool tank top and shorts before leaving the space. The moment she returned to the bedroom, she keenly caught a whiff of blood in the air. Oh no! Nanqing and Jinzi and Inzi are in danger. Banksia didn't have time to think. She rushed downstairs like an arrow, her Beretta 92F and embroidered spring knife in hand. The west wall of the residential complex had collapsed over 10 meters by something unknown. Nanqing and his companions stood atop the rubble, guns drawn. Beside them lay the mangled corpses of 6 underage wild boars. Just outside the wall, the 4 furry creatures and Xingzi, who had somehow regained consciousness, were battling frantically with 2 wild boars as large as a mountain. Banksia carefully examined Nanqing. Seeing that, while he was covered in blood, he had no visible wounds, she breathed a sigh of relief. Nanqing, she said, walking over to the man. Are you hurt? Nanqing smiled instantly, wanting to pull her into his arms. But when he raised his hand, he realized it was grime. He wiped it off on his clothes, then grasped her wrist and explained briefly, Don't worry, I'm not hurt. A mutant wild boar had come down the mountain to forage when it was caught by Inzi, and a fight ensued. He hinted, Honey, aren't you feeling any stomach pain? Banksia was absent, and he explained to Su Yao and the others that she was unable to get out of bed due to period pain. Banksia understood. If you're not hurting anymore, aren't you going to help? Nanqing smiled helplessly. Jinzi, Inzi, and Xingzi won't let me. Banksia grabbed Nanqing's arm and turned her attention to Maorongrong. 2 adult mutant wild boars, 1 male and 1 female, were enormous, about 4 meters tall and 8 meters long. The boar's muzzle bore 2 fangs over 50 centimeters long, making it resemble a terrifying black mountain. Jinzi, Inzi, Xingzi, Deju, and Lihua stood before them like children before adults. But the furry boars and Xingzi were no less aggressive, their fighting spirit radiating from them. Banksia observed for a moment, and saw a clear division of labor. Jinzi and Inzi were the primary attackers, while Xingzi, Deju, and Lihua provided support. The apricot branch suddenly lengthened, entangling the boar's limbs and immobilizing it. Inzi kicked with her hind legs and clawed the boar's eyes, while Deju and Lihua attacked the boar's stomach from the left and right. The boar, eyes red with pain, was about to charge at Inzi. Xingzi suddenly let go of the branch, and the boar stumbled and fell to the ground from inertia. Jinzi seized the opportunity, opening his sharp jaws to bite through the boar's throat. The sow, seeing the situation was unfavorable, attempted to escape. Inzi, poised nearby, leaped and grabbed the sow's hips, leveraging the momentum to leap onto her back, his jaws wide open, biting the flesh along her spine. He simultaneously applied force with both front paws, instantly inflicting 2 wounds over 1 meter long and 10 centimeters deep on the sow's back. Deju and Lihua followed suit, grabbing the sow's legs with all 4 limbs, like koalas, and biting the flesh viciously. The sow wailed and shook her body wildly, trying to throw Inzi, Deju, and Lihua off. The apricot tree branch grew longer, lashing the sow's eyes, stopping her. Jinzi seized the opportunity to bite the sow's belly, his sharp front paws scraping, sending viscera spilling onto the ground. The sow quickly collapsed to the ground, exhausted from blood loss. Jinzi stepped forward and bit her throat. Banksia and the others breathed a sigh of relief and went to look for their beloved pet. Meow. Woof. Inzi and Jinzi hooked their tails around Banksia's legs and led her to 2 wild boars about their own size. Nanqing explained, Jinzi and Inzi hunted these 2 wild boars individually. Jinzi and Inzi nodded and pushed the boars toward Banksia. Here, sister. Xingzi, unwilling to be outdone, shook the branch. Big boss, I hunted one too. She dragged a tiger-sized boar to Banksia. Banksia couldn't help but curl her lips. She petted each one and praised, You all are so good. Jinzi and Inzi rubbed Banksia's face with a sticky rub. Then, they dragged Nanqing to the 2 slightly smaller wild boars and called out to him. Nanqing speculated, These 2 pigs are for my brother? Jinzi and Inzi nodded at him. They loved their sister the most, their brother the second most, so they gave the larger prey to their sister and the smaller prey to their brother. Nanqing's eyes warmed slightly, and he hugged the 2 big heads and rubbed them affectionately. It's worth loving you. Jinzi and Inzi raised their heads proudly. This was just the beginning. They would hunt more prey for their brother and sister in the future. Of the 6 underage wild boars, 5 belonged to Banksia's gene, while Inzi and Xingzi hunted them individually and belonged to the Banksia family. 1 was hunted by Deju and Lihua, and the Su Yao and Kai Yuan families each got half. Nothing much to say. The 2 adult wild boars were the result of a collaborative effort by the 3 families' pets. After their furry pets finished showing off, they discussed how to divide the pork. Banksia wasn't interested in wild boar meat, but she wanted the furry meat. We take 1, and you 2 families will split the other equally. 3 of their family contributed, so taking half wouldn't be excessive. Su Yao and the others disagreed. No, you can't keep getting the short end of the stick. Although their cat had contributed, it was only a supporting role. How could it be so arrogant to take a quarter of the meat? After some tugging, the 2 adult pigs were divided into 5 equal parts. Banksia's family got 3/5, and the remaining 2 families got 1/5 each. Su Xiao wiped the sweat from her face. These 2 adult pigs, each weighing at least 10 tons, how are we going to carry them home? Nanqing and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Although their strength had increased considerably, it wasn't this great. Banksia glanced at the bright sun in the sky. Bring the smaller one home first, and deal with the larger one where we are. She could have dragged the larger pig, but there was no need. She didn't want to stink up the house. Chapter 73. Su Yao and his friends had no objection to dividing the pigs outside. The only problem was the sun was too strong. After handling the pigs, everyone would probably get heat stroke. Nanxing suggested, let's put up some awnings, and use a few large industrial fans and ice to keep things cool. Kai Yuan said a little embarrassedly, I don't have any ice at home. Will fans and batteries work? He and Zhao Xian had moved to Miao Mountain later, and hadn't had time to stockpile ice. Ben Xia, knowing their situation, said nonchalantly, my family will provide the ice, and Brother Yao's will provide the awnings. She and Nanxing had only used a little over 10 of the 10,000 barrels of ice they had stored during the extreme cold, and she didn't feel bad at all. After bringing the 5 piglets home, Ben Xia stored them directly in the black fish space. Nanxing and the cat and dog were used to it, but Xingzi was startled. Boss, where's the wild boar? Banksia then remembered she had never used the space in front of Xingzi before and explained, in the space. I take you in after I'm done. She and Xingzi had a master-servant contract, giving her the power to decide her life and death. Plus, she need her in the space for future work, so she didn't intend to hide it. Xingzi's body suddenly shook like a branch with Parkinson's disease. Wow! You're worthy of being my boss. She wanted to put her hands on her hips and laugh out loud. She really picked the best deal. Inzi bared her teeth at Xingzi with disdain. She never seen such a strange tree before. Xingzi suddenly fell silent. Banksia pretended not to notice the cute little creature's interaction. She pulled out 2 butcher knives and 3 buckets of ice from her space and dragged Nanxing out. Su Yao and his companions had already arrived and were setting up the awning. Banksia placed the ice bucket in front of the fan, and the cool breeze instantly blew away the heat. Fang Yunyan exclaimed, so cool. I'm almost fainting from the heat. If she hadn't been so reluctant to let the pork go to waste, she wouldn't have stepped out of the house in the 55-degree sun. Su Xiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Banksia in confusion. Banksia, you're just wearing a tank top and shorts? Fang Yunyan also realized and hurriedly tried to pull Banksia back. Hurry, hurry, go back and put on your sun-protective jackets and pants. I'm sunburned. Afraid Banksia wouldn't believe her, she rolled up her sleeves, her arms red. I got this sunburn from watching Deja fight the wild boar. Don't mind the heat from the sun-protective jackets. It's better than getting sunburned. No wonder everyone except her and Nanxing was wearing sun-protective jackets, pants, and hats. Banksia hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. I'm not hot, and I'm not afraid of the sun. High-level psychics' bodies automatically adjust their body temperature to adapt to the environment, increasing their survival rate. After all, the extreme hottest temperatures in the future will be over 70 degrees Celsius, and the extreme cold will be over minus 70 degrees Celsius. Seeing Fang Yunyan's skepticism, Banksia reached out. Touch my hand and you know. Fang Yunyan, bewildered, took Banksia's hand and suddenly exclaimed, holy crap. She pulled Su Xiao's hand in disbelief. You're touching Banksia's hand. Su Xiao was equally shocked. Holy crap. Su Yao, who had come to get some fresh air, overheard this and knocked on Su Xiao's head. Don't swear. Su Xiao rolled his eyes at his brother and looked at Nanxing angrily. I'm so jealous of you. Fang Yunyan snorted at Nanxing. I'm so jealous of you. Nanxing was confused. Why are you jealous of me? Su Yao also asked curiously. What happened to you, Nanxing? Fang Yunyan couldn't help but say, can you believe it? It's over 50 degrees outside. She opened her hands. Banksia's hands are actually ice cold. She had thought Banksia wasn't wearing sun protection because she was afraid of the heat, but it turned out she wasn't hot at all. Su Xiao nodded frantically, looking at Banksia with a smitten look. Mom, I've seen the legendary icy beauty. Banksia's scalp suddenly tingled, and she quickly hid behind Nanxing. Fang Yunyan and Su Xiao's sexual orientation is male, right? Nanxing held Banksia in his arms, shielding her tightly. his eyes gleaming with pride. There's no point in being jealous. Banksia is mine. The proudest thing in his life wasn't his career success, but falling in love with Banksia and becoming her husband. Su Xiao snorted sourly and, holding his butcher knife, gestured with a sword. Beauty is only for the brave. Brother Xing, I challenge you to a duel. Draw your sword. Fang Yunyan also raised her butcher knife. Add me in. Nanxing feigned anxiety as she looked at Su Yao, who was nearly convulsed with laughter. Destroying other people's marriages is immoral. Su Yao, take care of your wife and your sister. Su Yao coughed lightly, then put on a serious face. Su Xiao, you're not doing this. He couldn't act any further, and pounded the floor with laughter. Go ahead, Su Xiao, I support you. Kai Yuan clicked his tongue and stepped forward, bringing the knife to Su Yao's neck. Su Xiao. He burst into laughter. Do you want love or family? Beauty, yes, I'm sorry. Su Xiao feigned tears. Even though my brother is a bit of a jerk, he raised me with all his heart. I can't abandon him. Banksia and Zhao Xian, the only two serious people present, exchanged a bewildered glance. What should they do? Should they go along with these dramatics? But they can't act. After a brief banter, Nanxing and the others put aside their laughter and prepared to get down to business. However, none of them had ever butchered a pig before, and had no idea where to begin. Su Yao squatted in front of two pigs that looked like small mountains and sighed. Should we just chop them into pieces? Banksia, who had butchered pigs before, Zhao Xian, who had seen others butcher pigs before, The two exchanged helpless glances, and shooed the others away. Follow our instructions. Butchering a pig typically involves 5 steps: bleeding, shaving, washing with hot water, gutting, and carving the meat. The wild boar's throat had been ripped by Jinzi, so they skipped the first step of bleeding and went straight to the second. The bristles on the wild boar's back were long and hard, like steel needles. The men shaved them very carefully. Injuries in this weather were unfortunate. Banksia had the men keep the bristles, so they could trade them with the base later. And the boar's 2 tusks were a real treasure. If they were polished by a weapons maker, they could become powerful weapons for killing low-level zombies and mutant plants and animals. Just shaving the hair took over 4 hours. Fortunately, mutant pork doesn't spoil easily, otherwise the meat would have gone rancid before the hair was even shaved. After shaving, the men used large steel brushes to bathe the boar. Wild boars live in the wild, and with no place to bathe in the hot weather, they had accumulated a thick layer of dirt. Fang Yunyan dry-heaved twice and sighed. I never thought I'd go to such lengths just to eat a bite of pork. Nanxing and the others, who could have imagined this? Zhao Xian casually said, before the apocalypse, wild boars were classified as protected species. Hunting and killing them privately wasn't allowed, even if you wanted to eat them. Banksia slashed the boar's belly open. Don't worry, you might even get to eat more. After the forest has recovered in 2 years, there will be too many mutated wild boars to kill. Su Xiao placed a 1-meter diameter stainless steel basin next to the boar's belly to hold the offal. Do you want the large and small intestines? Banksia shook her head. No. And the pig's stomach too. We don't have enough water to wash it. She and Nanxing weren't short of water, but Su Yao and the others had limited water. Besides, cleaning pig stomachs, large intestines, and small intestines in 50-degree heat was a job anyone wanted to do, but she wasn't. Chapter 74. It took 7 people a full 9 hours to clean and cut up the 2 pigs. Everyone except Banksia was exhausted. Banksia drank some salt water to replenish her electrolytes. One last thing, weighing them. Su Yao wanted to lie down right there. All I have at home is a scale. Kai Yuan let his soaking wet back cool against the fan. That's the same at home. Banksia searched her space with her consciousness. I have a digital platform scale that can weigh 500 kilograms at a time. She also had a floor scale in her space that could weigh 3 tons, but she couldn't find an excuse to use it. Banksia went home and wheeled the electronic platform scale over. Several men lifted the pork into baskets and weighed them. 492 kilograms, for 89 kg. Su Xiao quickly calculated the total weight. 8,460 kilograms for the sow, 9,765 kilograms for the boar. Banksia silently converted the numbers in her head. The meat yield of the pigs is about 70%, meaning both pigs weighed over 10 tons in life. They were indeed mutant pigs. Su Yao, Fang Yunyan, Su Xiao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Their families each got 1/5, or 3,645 kilograms. At 50 kilograms of meat per person per year, that's enough for one person to eat for 72.9 years. Su Yao's eyes widened. Is this a gift from our cat master? Wow, my big orange cat is so promising. Zhao Xian murmured. I cook chicken for Lihua when I get home. Lihua loves chicken. Nanqing was also stunned. They still had 5 piglets. They were small, but the smallest one was the size of a tiger. So Jinzi, Inzi, and Xingzi bought 20,000 to 30,000 kilograms of meat for the family all at once? Banksia let them digest the meat for a few minutes before urging them, share the meat. I want to go home and bathe early. She escaped the heat, but not the wild boar stench. Fang Yunyun and Su Xiao immediately chimed in, yes, 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 share the meat. They say, you don't know the stench of wild boar until you've smelled it for a long time. But the wild boar stench was so pervasive it nearly brought tears to their eyes. After distributing the pork, they dug a pit and buried the unwanted pig stomach, large intestine, and small intestine, leaving them in the sun to dry in the hot weather was like a biological weapon. After returning home, Banksia put the pork into the black fish space and dragged Nanqing, Jinzi, Inzi, and Xingzi into the space to bathe. Nanqing looked at the drastically changed space and couldn't help but grab a handful of black mud to examine it carefully. Honey, is the space restored? Banksia smiled at him. Yes. I tell you more later. Both humans and animals rubbed themselves 3 times before the odor was completely washed off. She couldn't help but pull Nanqing aside and quietly complain, let's put those 5 little pigs aside for now. I don't want to deal with wild boars for now. Nanqing touched her face with a hint of heartache. I learned how to butcher a pig today. Leave the little pigs to me. Group activities couldn't be treated specially, but he couldn't bear to let his wife do the work with their own 5 pigs. Banksia couldn't help but kiss him. Why are you so nice? Nanqing lowered her head and kissed her. Because I love you. Banksia wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him back. The meat of mutant animals contains a large amount of energy and substances needed by humans and animals. Long-term consumption can enhance physical fitness. So the next day, after breakfast, Banksia, despite her words, dragged Nanqing into the space, ready to quickly process the 5 little pigs. She moved the largest piglet to a corner away from water and supplies, took out her butcher knife, and was about to shave it. Nanqing quickly took the knife from her hand. Honey, I do it. You go play over there. Be good. Banksia was startled, then a smile crossed her face. She had just been trying to be coquettish with Nanqing yesterday, not really planning to quit. Let's work faster, both of you. She took out another butcher knife. I help you. I baked some cookies the day before yesterday. Nanqing kissed her forehead. Honey, try them and see if they're delicious. Banksia's eyes warmed. She had been unloved since she was born, but no matter how the world changed, there was a man who would always treat her like a little princess. How lucky. She obediently left the space and found the cookies Nanqing had mentioned. They were honey lemon flavored, supposed to be sweet and sour, but she found them sweet to the core. After finishing the cookies, Banksia decided to deal with the mutated pork first. The kitchen was limited, so she turned to the spacious underground parking lot. Banksia pulled out a 5-piece stainless steel double boiler wood-fired stove from her space and began working simultaneously. She bought the stove and pots for free. She immediately thought they were perfect for preparing exotic beast meat, so she bought over 20 sets. Rinse the pig's tongue, heart, trotters, elbows, ears, and tail with clean water and cut the trotters, elbows, and tail into pieces. Put them in a pot with cold water, add scallions, sliced ginger, and cooking wine. Bring the water to a boil and simmer for half an hour. Remove from the pot, place in a bowl, and place in the black fish space. Her cooking skills were limited to stir-frying the vegetables. She would braise them when Nanqing was ready. After processing the offal, she thought for a moment and took out the pig fat. Both pigs were very fat, and she and Nanqing shared about 150 kilograms of fat. Wash and cut into pieces with warm water, then add to a pot and a bowl of water. Boil over high heat until the water dries up, then reduce to a simmer. When the lard begins to release oil, an overwhelming aroma wafts from the pot. Inzi, dozing in the living room, swishes her tail and comes over. Meow. What's my sister cooking? Banksia stirs the lard with a spatula. Inzi, get out of the pot. It's hot. Inzi obediently steps back, but her eyes remain fixed on the pot, her nose twitching. Banksia even notices a suspiciously glistening liquid dangling from her mouth. This is the first time her Inzi has lost his composure over food. Is the meat of a mutant animal so attractive to its kind? She, curious as ever, scoops out a few pieces of golden lard and places them in a basin to cool. After 2 minutes, Banksia picks up a handful of the warm lard and feeds it to Ainsley. Ainsley's tongue curls, and a look of obvious delight glistens in her eyes. It glanced at the few remaining pieces of lard in the basin and meowed coquettishly, clearly wanting more. Banksia simply took the remaining pieces in her hand and fed them to it one by one. When there was only one piece left, Ainsley shook her head and pushed her hand away. Meow. Banksia knew she was letting her eat it herself, and she was touched. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, Ainsley, there's plenty more in the pot." Ainsley peered into the pot with her large, emerald eyes before confidently swallowing the lard in her hand. Banksia washed her hands, scooped out all the lard from the large pot, and poured the oil into heat-resistant glass jars. Even with 10 large pots on the stove simultaneously, it still took Banksia about 3 hours to finish boiling all the lard. She counted the glass jars neatly arranged on the table: 5 10-gene, 100 kilograms, jars, 5 5-gene, 500 kilograms, jars, and 6 2-gene, 200 kilograms, jars. 87 pounds of lard. Banksia put everything into her space, hugged Ainsley's head, and kissed him. "Ainsley, you're awesome." Ainsley swallowed the greasy residue in her mouth and meowed toward the gate, her eyes full of eagerness. Banksia was silent for a moment. "Ainsley, do you still want to go hunting wild boar in the mountains?" Ainsley nuzzled her cheek. "Meow." Delicious. Chapter 75. Banksia looked up at the sky in silence. How had she not known before that her own Ainsley was a foodie? She tried to negotiate with Ainsley. "It's dangerous up there. Can you take Jeansy with you?" "I'd be worried otherwise." Ainsley tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Meow. Although the dog is annoying, it's still capable. Let's take it." Banksia released Jeansy from the space. Jeansy sniffed the lingering fragrance in the air, then glanced at Ainsley's greasy mouth. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Banksia. "Woof. My sister doesn't love me anymore." Banksia quickly produced a bowl filled with food and placed it in front of Jeansy. "You were sleeping, so I didn't disturb you. This is specially for you." Jeansy immediately wiped away her tears and devoured the oil residue with big mouthfuls. After finishing, the two big heads came together and meowed and barked a few times, their eyes looking at Banksia expectantly. "Banksia, She led the cat and dog through the gate and opened it, anxiously instructing them. "If you encounter an animal you can't defeat, Jeansy will bark 3 times towards home. If she hears you, she come looking for you." She stroked their furry heads. "Do you understand?" Jeansy and Ainsley nodded simultaneously. "Meow. Woof." "Got it." Banksia watched the cat and dog eagerly leave the house, her heart filled with worry. But hunting is an animal's instinct. How could she stifle Jeansy and Ainsley's instincts just because she was worried? She didn't close the gate until she could no longer see Jeansy and Ainsley before returning to her dimension. As soon as Banksia returned to her dimension, she saw Nanching emerging from the bathroom with half-damp hair. She walked over and hugged Nanching. "Hubby, are you tired? Are you hungry?" Nanching picked her up and spun her around. "I'm not tired, I'm hungry." "Honey, are these cookies good?" "Delicious." Banksia stroked his half-damp hair. "I'd blow-dry your hair. We eat afterward." Nanching had been sporting a buzz cut since the heat wave, and it took just 2 minutes to blow dry. Banksia hugged him from behind, carefully observing the changes in his features through the mirror. That wasn't quite right. His features remained exactly the same. It was his demeanor that had changed. His once indifferent features had taken on a sharp edge, making him look even colder. In fact, it wasn't just him. Su Yao, Fang Yunyun, Su Xiao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian had also undergone significant changes. Su Zhao's change was most obvious. She used to be afraid to look up at strangers, but now she killed anyone without blinking. Nanching smiled and took Banksia's hand. "Honey, is your husband handsome?" "He's handsome." Banksia smiled at herself in the mirror, her eyes curved, and her whole body was filled with happiness. Every stranger she met after the apocalypse unconsciously wore a wary, tired air. She, on the other hand, seemed to be increasingly relaxed day by day. It was strange, but then she realized that the people she had met had suddenly fallen from peace and happiness into hell. She, on the other hand, had crawled out of hell, heading towards her own paradise. They had been on completely opposite paths. Banksia suddenly felt incredibly grateful to the world for giving her a second chance. Nanching carried Banksia to the dining room and sat her down. "Looking good won't fill you up. Honey, wait for me to get the food." Braised pork, stir-fried pork, spicy short ribs, boiled fish, pan-fried salmon, cola chicken wings, white-cut chicken, bear paw tofu, 3 fresh vegetables, and shredded cabbage. Banksia knew Nanching was hungry the moment she saw the food he was holding, and hurried to help him pick it up. Nanjing was indeed starving. The mutant pig's fur was very tough, and both scraping and cutting it took considerable effort. It was only after the apocalypse that his physical fitness improved significantly. Before the apocalypse, he might not have been able to do this kind of work. Wife, Nanjing put a piece of fish into Banxia's bowl. Jeanzy is out patrolling his territory again. After Jeanzy's mutation, the room in his home felt like a cage to him, so he spent most of his time playing inside. However, he would patrol the yard every day without fail. Banxia swallowed her food. He and Eensy went into the mountains to hunt. She recounted her experiences while boiling lard. Nanjing said helplessly, "Why can't you just sit still? Didn't you say you wait until I'm done?" Banxia picked up a piece of braised pork and used it to block his mouth, emphasizing again, "I'm different than I used to be. This little bit of work won't tire me." Afraid Nanjing wouldn't believe her, she demonstrated her upgraded strength in front of him after her nap. Nanjing pulled her aside to examine her closely, completely baffled as to how those delicate, white hands could unleash such immense power. Was this the true strength of a psychic? He had once dreamed of gaining a foothold among psychics through the use of firearms, but now it seemed that this goal was unattainable. Banxia knew what he was thinking and explained, "I have a mutant wood type ability, at least 3 times more powerful than psychics of the same rank. However, I can still be injured by swords, guns, or cannonballs." But fearing to upset Nanjing, she didn't mention that as long as she wasn't shot dead, she could use her abilities to instantly recover and stage a comeback. Nanjing breathed a sigh of relief, but a sense of urgency remained. "Honey, will you spar with me for an hour every day from now on?" Banxia's skills were honed through countless life-or-death battles. A single strike could either kill or injure, completely unlike the showmanship in the instructional videos. Banxia refused. "I can't do that to you." Nanjing joked, "Then should I wear a hood when we spar?" Then his tone turned serious. "But others could do that to me. Besides, what if we accidentally get separated? I must be able to protect myself. I must be able to wait for your rescue." The water capacity of a barrel is determined by the shortest plank. He was his wife's weak spot. She needed to improve her own strength, so she wouldn't be held back when danger struck. Banxia was silent for a moment, then steeled herself. "I make a training plan later. The apocalypse is always full of surprises." She couldn't guarantee she'd always be with Nanjing. His ability to protect himself was a win-win for both of them. Nanjing kissed her forehead. "Thank you, honey. Can you stay with me in the space for a while?" Banxia might be strong, but that didn't stop him from working, caring for his wife. Banxia squeezed his hand. "I'm not going out. I wait here for you." Nanjing patted her head with satisfaction, picked up his tools, and continued to work on the wild boar. Banxia paused for a moment, then opened her notebook and created a new blank document. Now that the space had returned to normal, planting and breeding should be put on the agenda. The area available for planting and breeding was a staggering 5,000 square kilometers, more than Nanjing, and she could use even if they died of exhaustion. Therefore, she currently planned to develop only 3 major areas: planting, breeding, and aquaculture. The planting area was subdivided into 9 smaller areas: grain and oil, vegetable, fruit, medicinal, mushroom, condiment, bamboo, tea, and flower. The breeding area was subdivided into 3 smaller areas: mammal, bird, and insect. The mammal area primarily houses pigs, cattle, sheep, rabbits, deer, horses, and donkeys. The bird area primarily houses chickens, ducks, geese, pigeons, turkeys, quail, and other birds. The insect area only has 1 species, honeybees. Banxia hesitated about the size of the breeding area. Unlike plants, animals require daily cleaning and feeding, and she didn't want to waste time on that. After a moment's deliberation, she decided to create a small forest and a large pasture, allowing them to graze freely. The aquatic area is further divided into saltwater and freshwater areas. After completing the area divisions, she put away her notebook and went to work on the swallowing heaven tree. Chapter 76. When Banxia found the heaven swallowing tree, it was training its younger brother, the ginkgo tree. "We alien plants can't just rely on brute force when fighting. We need to use our brains." Tian spoke passionately, and Xingzi was mesmerized. Banxia rubbed her nose, suddenly feeling a little guilty. She had only been casually joking, but who knew Tian would take her words so seriously? "Okay, that's all for today. Go practice." The heaven swallowing tree casually dismissed Xingzi and clattered over to Banxia. "Banxia, are you done?" "No, Nanjing won't let me work alone." She opened her notebook. I've made a plan. Do you think it's feasible? Tian couldn't read, so she carefully recounted her plan. After hearing this, the heaven-swallowing tree pondered for a moment and said, I think it's possible. We'd be completely self-sufficient in at most 6 months. It mimicked a human, putting its hands on its hips and saying, Banksia, get up quickly and recruit more alien plants to work with. Banksia, okay, I take any suitable ones I find. After the apocalypse, the status of humans, animals, and plants suddenly reversed. The first to mutate were animals, followed by plants, and finally humans. She was extremely lucky to have a mutant tree mutated so early in the apocalypse. She took out 2 large bags of grass seeds and handed one to the heaven-swallowing tree. Tian, let's start by inducing the grass. The heaven-swallowing tree didn't hesitate either. The 2 of them began inducing the grass from the edge of the space. One advantage of space farming is that it doesn't require tillage, nor does it require considering the right growing environment and temperature. She and Tian scattered the seeds randomly on the ground, using their supernatural powers to stimulate them, and they took root and sprouted instantly. Alfalfa, corn, chicory, fodder grass, rumex, amaranth, sweet elephant grass, and royal bamboo grass, a total of 20,000 square meters. With her and Tian's current abilities, they could only germinate the seeds. They weren't yet capable of ripening them. Banksia paused her efforts to stimulate the growth. Tian is enough. Let it grow slowly on its own. We have plenty of food, and we can wait. The sky-swallowing tree immediately withdrew its supernatural power. It and Banksia had a habit of always retaining some of their supernatural power in their bodies to deal with unexpected situations. This habit had helped them avoid danger many times. The swallowing heaven tree grabbed Banksia's wrist and said coquettishly, I'm so tired. Banksia, I want a seafood feast today. Banksia, okay, help yourself. Once she dug the pond and raised the seafood, there would be a constant supply of seafood in the future. The swallowing heaven tree immediately rushed into the blackfish space like the wind, leaving only a silent thank you. Banksia, Tian's personality is getting more and more lively. She returned to the living room and fed Tuanzi a bottle of milk. Tuanzi had gained a lot of weight. She weighed him on the scale, 6.9 kilograms. Banksia remembered the panda science video Nanjing had shown her a few days ago. A 1-month-old panda cub usually weighs around 2 kilograms. So, Tuanzi had evolved too? Banksia imagined a panda as big as a mutant wild boar, and suddenly Tuanzi didn't seem cute anymore. Tuanzi had no idea Banksia was disdaining him. He kept whimpering and leaning into Banksia's hand, indicating that he wasn't full yet. Banksia quickly made another bottle of formula, but Tuanzi wasn't full. Banksia made another bottle, but still, he wasn't full. Finally, Banksia made 5 200 milliliters bottles of milk before Tuanzi's whimpering stopped. Banksia tucked Tuanzi into Jinzi's old doghouse, washed the bottles, and went out to stimulate bamboo production. Pandas can eat nearly 60 species of bamboo, with 27 of the most popular being cold arrow bamboo, pale bamboo, bitter bamboo, walking stick bamboo, and August bamboo. Tuanzi was lucky. She hadn't even considered growing bamboo when she was stocking up. But by chance, she found a few bags of bamboo rice at a flower market while doing some free shopping. She glanced at the names on the bags: Mozo bamboo, cold arrow bamboo, and August bamboo. 2 bags of each, 500 g each. Banksia scattered them casually on the ground, unleashing her supernatural power to stimulate production. Bamboo grows very quickly, and panda cubs can only eat bamboo after 6 months, so Banksia stopped when the growth reached 20 centimeters. After inducing labor, Banksia returned to the living room and turned on her computer to search for excavator training materials. She planned to dig 10 ponds, each 1,000 square meters each. In addition to raising fish, shrimp, crabs, and other aquatic products, she also planned to grow aquatic plants like kelp, seaweed, lotus root, wild rice stem, asparagus, and water chestnuts. An excavator could dig about 200 cubic meters of soil a day. Banksia calculated how long it would take to dig 10 ponds, and decided to just give it a try and dig a few at once. Operating an excavator was surprisingly simple. Banksia put the video aside, found the largest excavator, and began digging, push up, pull down, pull left, pull right. The more she dug, the more excited she became. Banksia suddenly understood why some people online said every man dreamed of owning an excavator. Tuntianchi had chosen his feast, and came over to watch for a while. He also became interested and pestered Banksia to drive the excavator too. Banksia let her choose one herself. After all, she had plenty of excavators she bought for free, so even if one broke, it wouldn't matter. An hour later, Xingzi finished practicing and came to watch. Banksia took advantage of the moment before she started talking to tell her to study hard and then join in digging. So, when Nanjing finished cleaning a whole pig and showered, she came looking for someone else, only to find one man and 2 trees digging their way to the top. They even organized a competition without prizes. Nanjing, my wife's personality is getting more and more lively. Banksia, with her human wisdom, won first place and dragged Nanjing out of the space to eat. Tuntianchu and Xingzi decided to learn from their mistakes and practice more, while Banksia was resting to avenge their previous defeat. After dinner, they sat in the living room watching TV, while waiting for the gold and silver they hunted to come home. Nanjing glanced outside several times, finally unable to resist a worried look. Honey, Xingzi and Inzi have been out for hours. Should we go out and look for them? Banksia had great faith in Xingzi and Inzi's fighting ability, and casually speculated, maybe they'd caught so much that they're reluctant to go home so early. Half an hour later, the cries of Xingzi and Inzi could be heard from the doorway. Nanjing quickly opened the door. Gold, silver. He stared in amazement at the dozen or so prey Jean and Ian had dragged back using vines, praising them dryly. Really, really impressive. As expected of dogs and cats who watched cartoons, they even learned to use vines to tie up prey. If they could ever speak human language, he wouldn't be surprised. Banksia couldn't help but hold her head in her hands. 5 mutant chickens as tall as an adult's shoulders, 6 wild boars, half the size of a tiger, and 3 mutant rabbits, half the height of a man. She even felt like the mutants weren't all dead. There were still some alive. Gold and silver proudly thrust the vines into Banksia's hands. Sister, I've conquered this empire for you. Banksia patted each of their heads. Thank you, Jean, thank you, Ian, you're awesome. Gold and Ian immediately raised their tails in triumph. Sister, you praise me. Chapter 77. After feeding the gold and silver, Banksia dragged Nanjing along to inspect the prey. 2 of the 5 mutant chickens were dead, leaving only a rooster and 2 hens. 3 of the 6 wild boars were dead, leaving only 3 sows. 2 of the 3 mutant rabbits were dead, leaving only a male rabbit. But their bodies were covered in claw marks and bloody holes of varying sizes. Even with their strong vitality, they would definitely not survive the night. A flash of green light flashed from Banksia's palm, and the injuries on the creatures were instantly reduced by more than half. The mutant chicken stretched its neck to grab the person, but Banksia flicked her wrist lightly, and several vines suddenly emerged from the ground, wrapping it tightly around the rooster. They also caught the terrified mutant pigs and rabbits nearby. Nanjing calmed his heartbeat and looked at Banksia hesitantly. Are you planning to raise one, wife? Banksia knew what he was worried about and explained. Tian and I can use mental barriers to divide the space into different areas. Without our permission, the mutant animals can't leave. With her heart moving, she erected a mental barrier over her face and poked Nanjing's hand. Nanjing's eyes widened slightly. How amazing! Even though there was transparent air before her, his finger felt like it was poking a solid wall. Banksia waved her hand and removed the barrier, lest she accidentally bump into one. She fenced off 3 plots of land, each one 1,000 square meters, near the pasture and dumped the mutant chickens, wild boars, and rabbits in each, adding several hundred kilograms of previously stored hay and a bucket of water. The mutant animals were resilient and didn't require meticulous care. After watching the mutant pigs tentatively eat, Banksia looked at Nanjing with a smile and said, eating exotic animal meat regularly is good for your health. Once they reproduce, we have no shortage of exotic animal meat to eat in the future. She glanced again at the area where there was only 1 mutant rabbit. I go catch a few more mutant rabbits and mutant wild boars tomorrow. Otherwise, the wild boars and rabbits won't be able to reproduce. True to her word, the next day after breakfast, Banksia said a few words to the people next door and across the street, then took Nanjing, who was worried, and rode on Xingzi and Inzi, and set off. Ugh! Nanjing climbed off Xingzi and, holding onto a rock, vomited profusely. He'd ridden horses a lot while filming before, and thought riding a dog was about the same. But who knew a dog was not only several times faster than a horse, but also chose to ride along steep, rocky cliffs, nearly shaking him to death. Banksia, a few steps behind, quickly slid off Inzi's body. She retrieved a cup of warm water from her space, and handed it to Nanjing to rinse her mouth. She then gently patted the guilty-looking Xingzi. I told you to slow down, you little rascal. Xingzi whimpered a few times in grievance. He just wanted to show off his abilities to his brother, but who knew he was so weak? Banksia, understanding Xingzi's gaze, said, You're a mutant, and I'm just an ordinary person. Nanqing, rinsing her mouth nearby, said, "Eh? So I'm too weak for Jeansy to despise me?" He looked at his wife, who was as beautiful as a fairy, and could easily lift a cart, and then at Yanzi, who was so bored that she was scratching a stone with her claws. He was forced to admit that he was indeed weak. Banksia stuffed the cup that Nanqing had handed back into the space and looked around. Yanzi, is this where you caught the mutant baby animals yesterday? She had assumed the two furry creatures were around Meow Meow Mountain yesterday, and was puzzled as to how so many mutant animals could appear on a mountain that was almost completely barren. Who knew that Jeansy and Yanzi would end up? She thought carefully. This mountain seemed to be called Ningxuan. Jeansy and Yanzi nodded obediently. They were standing before a large lake, nearly dry, with only a shallow layer of water remaining in the center. There were clear signs of fighting nearby, clearly caused by mutants fighting for water. Nanqing glanced at the exposed mountain range. The flowers and plants are almost dead, so why are there so many wild animals? Banksia wasn't surprised. Mutants will hunt each other. Their survival ability is much better than humans. Besides, the trees were only almost dead, not completely dead. She pointed to the lake. I'm going to place some food and water around the edges to lure the mutants in. Honey, let me help you. The two cut up the beef they had used to test their powers, and threw it on the ground. They added some water to the pool, and then entered the space to wait. About half an hour later, a brightly colored mutant rooster approached with 3 hens. The mutant chicken's first reaction to the beef wasn't to happily run over and devour it. Instead, they looked around warily, and seeing no threat, they tentatively took a bite. The moment the rooster took in the beef, its entire body froze. Banksia even saw a flick of her whip in its eyes, a sort of "oh my god, this is delicious." She seized the opportunity to kill the rooster with a whip, and then took the 3 hens into the space, using them as sparring partners for Nanqing, Jeansy, and Yanzi. The mutant hens stood about 1.5 meters tall, with a wingspan of up to 2 meters. Their beaks and claws gleamed with a cold light. Yanzi pounced on the hen first. The hen was no pushover, flapping its wings and attempting to fly at Yanzi. Yanzi rolled on the ground, extending her right claw to scratch off a large chunk of flesh from the hen's breast. The hen, in pain, launched herself up with her sharp beak, ready to peck at Yanzi's head. Yanzi stepped back to avoid the attack, then, taking advantage of the hen's height as it landed, snatched it up by the neck. Banksia hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Yanzi, shut up." She still wanted to keep the hen to lay eggs, which would then breed chickens, and so on and so forth. Yanzi obediently opened her beak. The hen, once free, was about to attack again. Banksia stunned her with a whip, and tossed her into the mutant pheasant area. She looked at Nanqing. "Hubby, it's your turn next." Nanqing tightened her grip on the knife. "Wife, as long as I'm not fatally wounded, don't help me." Banksia paused for a moment. "Okay." He was determined to become stronger, and all she could do was support him. Nanqing took a deep breath, and walked into the training ground Banksia had temporarily set aside. Hen number 2 had just witnessed one of her own being tortured, and she was furious. As Nanqing entered the training ground, hen number 2 charged at her furiously. As she charged, she fanned her wings, attempting to distract the enemy with the mud and sand on the ground. But the space was filled with moist black soil, and her fanning was in vain. Nanqing dodged the sharp beak and slashed at hen number 2's wing. The hen flapped her wings in pain and flew up, extending her claws, like an eagle to claw at Nanqing's head and face. Banksia was startled, and vines sprouted from her palms, ready to charge out. But as she thought of what Nanqing was saying, she pulled them back. Nanqing rolled to avoid the blow, and stabbed the hen in the stomach. The hen, large in size, was stabbed directly, her eyes red as she stretched out her wings and fanned at Nanqing. Nanqing was instantly blown 2 meters away, his arms and cheeks lacerated by the feathers, blood oozing bright red. He quickly climbed to his feet, holding his knife across his face to block the second hen's attack, and then he found the perfect moment to counterattack. Banksia clenched his fists, fearing he would lose control of the vines in his palms. About 20 minutes later, Nanqing had knocked the hen unconscious. He smiled at Banksia. "Honey, I win." Nanqing's face was swollen and red, making his smile seem a little distorted. Banksia ran over and hugged him carelessly, her hair instantly transforming into countless vines, wrapping around his body and healing his wounds. Nanqing touched her hair and asked curiously, "Honey, why can your hair also transform into vines? Is it different from the ones in your palms?" Banksia shook her head. "No difference. It's just that most people with superpowers prefer to use their hands to generate superpowers." She transformed her hair into vines simply because she had more hair and could do more. Chapter 78. The two of them, along with a cat and a dog, spent 13 hours by the lake. A total of 3 mutant roosters, 6 mutant hens, a pair of adult mutant wild boars, and 7 cubs, 3 males and 4 females. 6 adult mutant rabbits, 2 males and 4 females, and 9 cubs, 3 males and 6 females. Forsythia deer, 1 male and 3 females. For mutant sparrows, 3 mutant crows. Banksia guessed that this might be because this was the only source of water in the entire mountain. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hunt so many mutant animals in just one day. She stuffed all the mutant animals into her space, added some grass and water, and asked Qingzi to help look after them when she was free. As long as they weren't dead, they didn't need to worry. It was already past 9 o'clock when they returned home. After giving Qingzi and Yinzi a bath, Banksia took Nanqing to rest. Rustle. 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 The air was slightly acidic. Banksia's eyes snapped open. A swarm of mutant ants. She gently nudged Nanqing, who was soundly asleep. Nanqing, wake up! Nanqing drowsily opened her eyes. Honey, what's wrong? The mutant ants are coming. Banksia changed into her easy-to-move workout clothes. I go call the neighbors, and the ones across the street. You change. With that, she left the bedroom like a gust of wind. Nanqing paused, then threw back the covers, changed into the same long-sleeved sweatshirt, and donned calf-hugging boots. As he descended the stairs, he saw Banksia swiftly return to the living room. Banksia pulled out 2 headlamps, 7 flamethrowers, and 50 cans of fuel from her spaceship. Nanqing was a little confused. Honey, where are the mutant ants? Banksia handed him the headlamp. Toward the gate of the complex, about 700 meters away. Individually, the mutant ants are weak and slow, making them easy to deal with. But an ant colony is different. They're numerous and work together. If you don't completely eliminate them, they quietly eat away your house and your food at any moment. Nanqing had just put on her headlamp when there was a knock at the door. Ben Xia ran over and opened the door. Before Su Yao and the others could speak, she said, Don't ask questions yet. Grab your weapons and follow me. She was going to wipe out the ant colony at the entrance to the community. Nanqing and the others, bewildered, followed Ben Xia with flamethrowers. Swish. Are these ants? Su Yao and the others felt their scalps tingle as they watched the dense swarm of ants rushing towards them from 100 meters away, like a sea of black water. Each ant was the size of an adult man's fist, black in color, and faintly reflected in the headlamp's light. As they got closer, they realized the ants' antennae were bright red, and their tails had hooks like scorpions. Banksia pulled a mask from her pocket and put it on. Nanqing, tell Brother Yao and the others how to use the flamethrower. I go meet the ant colony first. With that, she ran forward a dozen meters and flipped on the flamethrower. A 20-meter-long stream of flame shot toward the ant colony. Crackle. The air suddenly rang with the sound of burning protein, and even the smell of barbecue. The ants panicked for a moment, then quickly split up and tried to circumvent the flames and surround Banksia. Banksia raised an eyebrow and aimed her flames at the queen ant, who was clearly several times larger than the average ant. The other ants immediately turned to support the queen, surrounding her in the inner circle and raising their tails in an attempt to intimidate her. At this moment, Nanqing and Su Yao approached with flamethrowers. She asked them to line up with her to avoid accidentally missing 1 or 2. You? Su Yao and the others, smelling the scorching ants, felt nauseous and craved the barbecue. Banksia, using the space as a cover, quietly pulled out 6 masks. Do you want any? Although the mask's effectiveness at blocking odors was limited, they were better than nothing. The others gratefully accepted and put them on. For a moment, Banksia wanted to tell them that these ants, after removing their poisonous antennae and tails, were actually edible and had a high protein content. In her previous life, when the base was short of food, she had collected many mutant ants and cockroaches, processed them into cookies, and distributed them to the survivors. In the few seconds she was lost in thought, the ant colony seemed to realize that their path was blocked and turned to flee. But Banksia couldn't let them go. She took a few steps forward and gave chase. Mutated animals always hold grudges. Even if only one escaped today, it would surely seek revenge. To prevent her home from being eaten away, she was determined to exterminate these ants right here and now. Half an hour later, all the ants were gone, leaving only a blanket of black ash. Nanqing and the others were pale and soaking wet, as if they had been pulled from the water. The flamethrowers were useful, but the heat was simply too intense. They were practically suffocating from the heat. Banksia, using her pocket as a cover, pulled out 6 bottles of Wuxiang Jingqi liquid and handed them to everyone. Prevent heat stroke. Su Yao squatted on the ground and took a deep breath. If there were more ants, I'd probably die of the heat before I even burn them to death. As he spoke, large drops of sweat fell from his face, but the moment they touched the ground, they evaporated with a hiss. Banksia looked at the others. Nanqing, Su Yao, Fan Yunyun, and Zhao Xian were in better condition, able to stand up and walk a few steps. Kai Yuan and Su Xiao, who were weaker, had vacant eyes, and were almost unable to stand. Banksia offered, "Come to my house and rest for a while." She was truly worried something might happen to them if they went home like this. Seeing that she was fine, Su Yao and the others didn't hesitate, supporting each other as they walked back. The air conditioner in Banksia's house ran almost 24 hours a day, and the others sighed in unison as they entered the house. "It's so cool," Banksia told them to lie down on the sofa and not move, and went to the kitchen to mix a bucket of light salt water. Fan Yunyun picked up a disposable paper cup and gulped down the water, clutching Banksia's arm and pretending to cry, "Wow, wow, I must have saved the world in my past life to have met you in this one." Banksia brushed her hand away, saying helplessly, "Sister Yunyun, stop being so funny. Drink some water." They had just been sweating profusely and urgently needed to rehydrate, otherwise they were in danger of dehydration. After about 10 minutes, they finally recovered and hurriedly thanked Banksia. "We're all friends, no need to be polite." Banksia didn't think it was a big deal. Anyone with the energy to spare would have done the same. Su Yao and the others felt a warming sensation at hearing this. They had known Nanqing for over a decade, but due to various circumstances, they hadn't interacted much with Banksia. Their strongest impression of her was her frailty. But after the apocalypse, this frail girl had taken the lead in fighting zombies, gathering food, and even being the first to confront bad guys. They had unknowingly received so much care from her. Fan Yunyun patted her chest and assured, "Banksia, you be my real sister from now on. Call me sister if you need anything. Don't be polite." She said a little deflatedly, "Why do you feel like I can't help you at all?" Su Yao and the others nodded frantically. Compared to Banksia, they were nothing but dregs. Banksia didn't think Su Yao and the others were weak. They had plenty of supplies at home, yet they still mustered the courage to go out and fight zombies and hone their skills. This was already a step beyond most people. Most remarkable was their ability to quickly adjust their mindsets and adapt to the environment, even killing people without a single complaint. This kind of mental fortitude was among the best in the world. She even foresaw that as long as Su Yao and the others continued to grow, their future would be bright. Chapter 79. The mutant ants seemed to be just the beginning. The next night, Banksia and her companions were attacked by a swarm of mutant cockroaches. Fan Yunyun chopped a flying cockroach in half with a single blow, unable to help but cry out in frustration, "Why are cockroaches so big?" Adult mutant cockroaches are about 30 centimeters long, with 2 antennae about 20 centimeters long on their heads, elytra on their backs, and hooked legs. Most importantly, they can fly, and they can fly for 2 to 3 days straight. God knows how terrified she felt an hour ago as she watched the dark cloud of cockroaches heading straight for the villa area. It's no exaggeration to say that they were just one breath away from instant death. Banksia's face was unusually solemn. There were probably hundreds of these cockroaches, their bodies shiny and oily, their bellies round. They must have eaten a lot in recent days. The situation in the city below the mountain is probably not optimistic. She chopped the last cockroach to death. Cockroaches have a very high reproductive capacity. Everyone, move the bodies together and burn them to avoid potential hazards. A pair of cockroaches can produce 10,000 to 100,000 offspring a year. If there are 3 or more female cockroaches, they can even reproduce parthenogenetically. If we accidentally miss 1 or 2 cockroaches or 1 or 2 egg cases, the entire villa area will be overrun with cockroaches in no time. Nanqing and the others, swallowing their nausea, gathered the cockroach carcasses together, doused them with gasoline, and set them ablaze. Cockroaches themselves have a musty smell, which is even stronger when burning, making people nauseous. "Wow!" Su Xiao, watching the cockroach carcasses turn to ash, suddenly squatted down and broke down in tears. Su Yao hugged her heartily. "The cockroaches are all dead. Don't be afraid, Xiao Xiao. Brother is here." Banksia and the others couldn't help but feel heartbroken watching this. Su Yao and his sister lost their parents early, leaving them in poverty. As children, they relied on their grandparents to scavenge for scrap. Even though the elderly kept their home as clean as possible, cockroaches inevitably infested their home. Su Zhao's delicate skin was a natural attraction for cockroaches as a child, and she was bitten many times. She was also allergic to cockroaches, which triggered acute asthma attacks during her worst episodes. She couldn't afford hospital treatment, and she barely survived after suffering a near-death experience. Since then, Su Xiao's heart palpitated and trembled at the sight of cockroaches. Banksia and the others had just considered sending Su Xiao home to hide, but she was stubborn and didn't want to be a hindrance to the team. She quietly followed them, knife in hand, and fought the cockroaches. Fang Yunyun blinked back tears and walked over to hug Su Xiao and Su Yao. "Don't be afraid, Xiao Xiao. Your sister-in-law is incredibly powerful. I kill every cockroach that comes my way. I never let you get bit again." Banksia squeezed Nanqing's hand tightly. "And us, we do the same." Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian chimed in. "They're just mere cockroaches. We take them down one by one." Of the 7 of them, Banksia was the youngest, followed by Su Xiao. The 2 girls, 2 months apart in age, had only just turned 20. They were considered the little sisters everyone cared for. Seeing Su Xiao in such pain, how could she not feel heartache? Su Xiao burst into laughter, then quickly lowered her head and wiped her eyes with her sleeve. "Thank you." She looked up, her eyes filled with a sincere smile. "Thank you, everyone. I just killed over 50 cockroaches. I won't be afraid anymore." Life had been kind to her. Although her parents had passed away young, her grandparents and brother had always treated her like their own precious child. Her brother had even ventured into the complex entertainment industry at such a young age, just for her. Her brother never complained about the hardships, but she understood everything from the strong smell of ointment and the perpetual exhaustion he wore. After learning about the apocalypse, she was so frightened she couldn't sleep all night. After all, it was a post-apocalyptic world without morality or law, where murder was commonplace. But life after the apocalypse wasn't as horrible as she imagined. While there were zombies and villains, her teammates were incredibly reliable and never let her get hurt. Even in times of crisis like today, he was considerate of her feelings. As a child, she was afraid of cockroaches, a fear of pain, death, and loneliness. But now, with all her family and friends around her, what was there to fear? Under Su Yao's astonished gaze, she loudly repeated, word for word, "I'm not afraid of cockroaches anymore. Next time there are cockroaches, I'd be the first to rush over." Su Yao ruffled Su Zhao's hair in annoyance, but his voice was lighthearted. "Who wants to encounter disgusting cockroaches again? Su Xiao, can you speak?" Su Xiao quickly covered her mouth. "What you just said doesn't count. We won't encounter cockroaches again." Banksia was very tactful and didn't say anything to criticize her. Cockroaches have one of the strongest vitality of any living creature. Scientists have said that even if humans become extinct, cockroaches can still survive. Today's offerings were just appetizers. After all, in her previous life, she had seen mutant cockroaches over a meter long that not only bit people but also ate them and mutant animals. The few of them exchanged a few more words, and were about to return home, when a car horn suddenly blared from the direction of the community gate. Fang Yunyun frowned worriedly. "Is someone coming? Come on, it's okay. I go home and shower. I stink." Banksia and the others also found it a bit strange. After over a month of intense heat, this was the first time a newcomer had arrived at Miao Miao Mountain. However, the villa area wasn't their private territory. They couldn't dictate anything to anyone else. Knock, knock, knock. Banksia opened her eyes irritably. What was the newcomer trying to do? She was certain it was the newcomer knocking on the door because the people next door and across the street shared the same sleep schedule as her and were soundly asleep, so there was no way they were disturbing her. "Wife." Nanqing patted Banksia's back soothingly, pulled back the covers, and put on her clothes. "You go back to sleep. I go check on the situation." Banksia frowned. "Let's go together. If they come with bad intentions, we all be wiped out." She had a rare bout of insomnia. She had just fallen asleep, and she was simmering with anger, desperate to vent. The two of them changed their clothes and opened the door. Standing at the door were 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. The leading woman was about 25 or 26 years old, her face fully made up, her clothes custom-made, and high heels. Her ears, neck, and wrists were adorned with designer jewelry, clearly indicating a distinguished background. The leading man was the same age as the woman, his hair slicked with shiny, reflective gel. He wore a custom-made white suit, trousers, leather shoes, and even a flashy fluorescent pink tie. The bodyguards behind them wore sunglasses, black short-sleeved shirts, and even had a pistol strapped to their waists. But the two teams seemed to belong to different groups, standing 2 meters apart. When the woman saw Nanqing, her eyes flashed with surprise. Then she glanced provocatively at the man in the suit and said with a sweet smile, "Nanqing, do you remember me?" I'm your fan. As she spoke, she winked at Nanqing. Banksia wondered if the woman's eyes had suddenly cramped. Before Nanqing could say anything, the man's face was filled with displeasure. He glared at Nanqing with disdain, his tone full of sourness. That pretty boy is just barely presentable. What's your opinion, Tan Qiuxin? Zhao Zikai. Tan Qiuxin rolled her eyes at the man. We've broken up. Who I like is none of your business. Banksia interrupted impatiently. Are you seriously ill? Why don't you just go back home and have a fight? Why do you have to make a scene at my doorstep? Couples should just quarrel. But why do you have to use Nanqing as a scapegoat? Are you unhappy with your life and want to die? Tan Qiuxin frowned. On the verge of anger, Zhao Zikai took 2 steps forward and smirked. Women, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. His flirtatious gaze fell on Banksia's face. However, beauties have privileges. Considering your beauty, I'd be merciful and let you go. Nanqing's gentle eyes suddenly flashed with cold murderous intent, and she punched Zhao Zikai in the face. Don't you want your eyes anymore? Zhao Zikai, caught unawares by the blow, spat out bloody teeth and half lay on the ground, clutching his broken nose. The 2 bodyguards immediately drew their guns. Banksia took the initiative and put a gun to Zhao Zikai's head, saying expressionlessly, Want to see whose gun is faster? Chapter 80. Tan Qiuxin panicked and yelled at the 2 bodyguards, Don't move. She bit her lip and looked at Nanqing, her voice soft and mournful, Please don't shoot. I can trade for something. She removed the diamond bracelet from her wrist as she spoke. Is this enough? If not, I still have earrings and a necklace. Banksia completely misunderstood Tan Qiuxin's train of thought. Wasn't the gun in my hand? Why was she begging Nanqing? Besides, it was the end of the world. What good was a diamond bracelet? It was just food to fill my stomach. Or maybe change into warmer clothes? Zhao Zikai looked at Tan Qiuxin with a touched expression and said, Baby, I knew you had. In your heart. Banksia, Nanqing, and Su Yao, and the others who rushed over with weapons after hearing the commotion. Remember the gun in your head? Nanqing coldly refused. Who needs that junky thing of yours? Zhao Zikai dared to look, so he must pay the price. As he spoke, he stepped on Zhao Zikai's fingers, crushing them until the white bones were exposed. They say the fingers are connected to the heart. Zhao Zikai was sweating profusely in pain and begged in agony. Yes, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have looked. Please be merciful, and let me go this time. Banksia had no habit of waiting for her enemies to grow bigger and stronger. She was about to aim the trigger at Zhao Zikai's forehead, but Nanqing quickly grabbed her hand and shook her head slightly. Banksia was confused, but knew now wasn't the time to ask questions. She sheathed her pistol and impatiently shouted at Zhao Zikai, Get out. With that, as if running away from a virus, she kicked the man into the bodyguard, who was trying to grab the gun from her. The 2 of them flew over 10 meters in the air before slamming hard to the ground. One came from Zhao Zikai, whose 6 ribs were broken by Banksia's kick, one from the male bodyguard whose hands were broken by Zhao Zikai's punch, and one from Tan Qiuxin. Tan Qiuxin stumbled over to help Zhao Zikai up, glaring at Banksia with resentment. Are you still a woman? How can you be so cruel? Banksia raised her pistol expressionlessly. Get out. The others immediately got into their cars and fled, panicking as if they were being chased by zombies. Su Yao uttered an inexplicable sentence. Oh my god, what bad luck. I've run into this weird couple again. Banksia casually asked, Do you know them? Nanqing, Fan Yunyun, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian all shared the same expression. Everyone in the industry knows them. Huh? Banksia and Su Shao simultaneously looked at them in confusion. Are they actors or singers? Fan Yunyun's expression was as if she had eaten 10 kilograms of a mixture of sweet, sour, bitter, spicy, and salty food all at once, a complex, indescribable mess. Those 2. Tan Qiuxin is the youngest daughter of the 9th richest man, and Zhao Zikai is the youngest son of the 3rd richest man. Both were uneducated from childhood, one obsessed with shopping, the other with eating, drinking, and having fun. Both families decided to join forces and arrange a marriage for the 2. But neither resented arranged marriages, yet dared not defy their families. They formed a competition. You sponsor a porn star, I sponsor a young hunk, constantly creating gossip, trying to force the other to break off the engagement first. Su Shao was puzzled. But they don't seem emotionless. Banksia nodded. Tan Qiuxin and Zhao Zikai's concern for each other didn't seem fake. Fan Yunyun rolled her eyes. Haha, who in their right mind could possibly guess what this idiot is thinking? Tan Qiuxin and Zhao Zikai were like turtles looking at green beans. Somehow, from their identical methods of resistance, they suddenly saw in each other the same unyielding spirit and fell in love. It should have been a happy ending for them at this point, but instead, each became suspicious, believing the other hadn't severed contact with their former lover. They continued to create gossip every now and then, euphemistically claiming it was a way to test the other's trust and care. Banksia and Su Xiao, I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. Kai Yuan couldn't help but grumble. Damn, that Tan Qiuxin used to want to spend her money to support Nanqing and Su Yao, and we didn't need that little money? I don't know where she got that kind of nerve. Banksia immediately grabbed Nanqing's hand. Did she bully you? A sudden surge of rage surged within her, and she wanted to pull out a bazooka and blast Tan Qiuxin to pieces. Su Xiao also anxiously grabbed Su Yao. Brother, why didn't you tell me? Nanqing's expression was a little strange. I refused, and she never contacted me. Banksia was still a little worried. Really? If she bullied you, I'd go and grind her to dust right now. Banksia is so brave. She's so brave. Fang Yunyun gave Banksia a thumbs up and explained. Tan Qiuxin has mysophobia and only supports those who are clean and pure. She's a big boy. Nanqing and Su Yao don't meet her requirements. Banksia and Su Xiao? ? He's obsessed with mysophobia and keeps one mistress after another? And how can Nanqing and Su Yao be considered unclean and impure? Su Yao, resigned to his fate, explained expressionlessly, Nanqing and I already have girlfriends. We don't meet her requirements. Banksia and Su Zhao's expressions went blank for a few seconds before their faces flushed. They simultaneously lowered their heads and stared at their toes, their embarrassment threatening to carve a castle out of them. Su Yao, as if deliberately venting his anger, continued to vent his frustration. I give up. I'm in a relationship with the intention of getting married. I'm much more chaste than those two idiots, who keep a bunch of mistresses. And they even have the nerve to tell the paparazzi I'm dirty. That idiot Zhao Zikai is still spouting nonsense online, saying that first time is a woman's best dowry, and a man's best betrothal gift. Even with such ridiculously fake words, there are still ignorant girls who idolize him, saying he's a man of integrity. He keeps so many women and still has his first time. I'm afraid it's not. Okay. Fang Yunyun slapped Su Yao's mouth and said awkwardly, well, since everything's fine, let's go back. If they continued, who knew what Su Yao would accidentally blurt out? Su Xiao wasn't even married yet. Su Xiao chuckled dryly, I'm so sleepy. I'm going home first. After that, she ran off without stopping. Banksia even saw her run so fast that she lost a shoe. Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian looked up at the sky. We're sleepy too. Let's go back to bed. Their backs had the air of someone fleeing in desperation, so fast it felt like a dog was chasing them. Banksia, that didn't have to be so necessary. Nanqing locked the door, took Banksia's hand, and walked into the house. Honey, are you angry? Banksia shook her head. What was there to be angry about? Nanqing hadn't told her about those dirty things because he wanted to protect her. She wasn't stupid. She looked at Nanqing. Brother Yao seems very angry. Did Tan Qiuxin and Zhao Zikai do something even more outrageous? Nanqing couldn't help but hold her forehead with her hand. When Zhao Zikai first heard that Tan Qiuxin was trying to support him, and Su Yao, he was driven to jealousy, and tried every possible trick to deal with him. However, he and Su Yao were both highly skilled professionals, had always maintained a clean lifestyle, and had a huge fan base, making it impossible to smear them. Then, someone came up with the idea that Tan Qiuxin had mysophobia and could target his relationship with Su Yao. Zhao Zikai bribed the media to question Su Yao about their relationship at his new album launch, even going so far as to detail what happened after the lights went out. Zhao Zikai later reposted the famous female and male virtue code online, alluding to Su Yao. Su Yao was no pushover, and he directly reposted the post with his real name, wishing him a virtuous life until his death. Banksia was silent for a moment. Have you been asked? Yes. Nanqing paused. So I also forwarded Su Yao's comment. Banksia hugged Nanqing distressfully. How about I just kill Zhao Zikai? Being questioned about the details of the incident in public, Banksia couldn't help but imagine how embarrassing it must have been for Nanqing and Su Yao. Nanqing kissed Banksia on the forehead. No rush. He had stopped Banksia because he felt a sudden death was too easy. Only by letting Zhao Zikai live a life worse than death could he and Su Yao resolve their hatred. Back then, the Zhao and Tan families were so powerful that he and Su Yao couldn't resist them, so they had no choice but to accept the loss. But now, morality and law have become irrelevant. It's natural to seek revenge and resentment. Chapter 81. Nanjing awoke from his sleep as the last ray of sunlight faded. His movement awoke Banksia as well. What time is it? Nanjing glanced at the alarm clock. 6:52 p.m., honey, sleep a little longer. I make breakfast and wake you. Banksia touched his abs. We do it together. Nanjing grabbed her hand and said pointedly, honey, don't you want to get up today? Banksia blushed and pulled new clothes from her space and threw them on the bed. Hurry up and put your pants on. Nanjing couldn't help but laugh. I listen to you, honey. Breakfast was cabbage and mutant pork dumplings. They were delicious. After they finished, they decided to make more and store them in their space. After breakfast, they began their daily routine, feeding Marong. Gold and silver eat a lot, but they're easy to feed. 30 or 40 kilograms of mutant wild boar meat, and 2 cans of canned food were enough to get by. Tuanzi, just over 2 months old, continued to drink milk. Now about 30 centimeters tall and weighing 12 kilograms, he was incredibly adorable and round. MMMM. As soon as Tuanzi saw Nanjing, he trotted over, cuddling around his legs and acting coquettishly. Banksia squatted down and poked his black ear. Tuanzi is so coquettish. Is he a boy or a girl? Giant panda cubs are said to be premature and underdeveloped at birth, making it extremely difficult for non-specialists to determine their gender in infancy. Even after they grow up, it's easy to mistake them based on their appearance. Nanjing handed Tuanzi the bottle. Honey, do you want it to be a boy or a girl? Banksia watched Tuanzi take the bottle and gulp down the milk. Girl, I guess, she said casually. We have more boys in our family. Nanjing, Jinzi, and Inzi were all boys. The heaven-swallowing tree didn't distinguish between males and females. She and Xingzi were the only 2 girls. Nanjing closed the can of milk powder and casually said, then we raise Tuanzi as a girl from now on. Banksia stroked Tuanzi's white head and said, Tuanzi, you be my sister from now on. What if Tuanzi is a boy? Well, we talk about it later. Given the rarity of giant pandas, there's a 95% chance Tuanzi will be single in the future, so whether he's a boy or a girl won't make much difference. Banksia watched from the side for a while, then, realizing she couldn't help, went to the ranch to check on the mutant animals. The mutants were incredibly resilient, and with plenty of food and water, they had fully adapted in just 2 or 3 days, looking much more energetic than before in the wild. She took a quick look, and then walked into the mutant boar area to test the effects of the black vine flower. She opened her right hand, and a vine grew wildly in her palm, blooming brilliant red flowers. The moment the flower's fragrance permeated the air, all the mutant boars stopped grazing, their eyes glowing red as they ran towards her. A flash of green light flashed in her palm, and the flowers closed, the fragrance vanishing. The mutant boars paused in bewilderment, paused for a moment, and returned to their original position to continue grazing. The test was then conducted in the mutant rabbit area next door, and the reactions were identical. Banksia frowned in thought. She hadn't expected the black vine flower to actually confuse mutant animals. Humans are also animals, so why wouldn't it work on them? Nanjing thought it was no big deal. Honey, try it on me. Banksia shook her head. Too dangerous. Find the bad guys to try it. She looked at Nanjing. I'm going to teach Xiaozikai a lesson. She felt resigned if she didn't do something. Finding Xiaozikai was easy. Just look for houses with lights. Since they were in the same neighborhood, Banksia decided to take Nanjing with her. Nanjing was a little incredulous. Honey, am I going too? He assumed Banksia was going to leave him to guard the house as usual. Banksia gently stroked his face. Revenge is more fun when it's personal. Thank you, honey. I love you. The house Xiaozikai and Tan Qiuxin had occupied was on the west side of the neighborhood. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. On a moonless night without lights, darkness was the perfect camouflage for evildoing. They easily reached the wall of Xiaozikai's villa. Coincidentally, everyone inside was asleep. Banksia handed Nanjing a slingshot and beef jerky infused with black vine flower juice. Shoot it into their yard. Hopefully the black vine flower will attract 2 big guys tonight. Nanjing carefully tore open the beef jerky package, making no sound. A faint fragrance reached their noses. He paused slightly, looking at Banksia in astonishment. Banksia looked back, puzzled. What's wrong? I tell you later. Nanjing launched the dried meat into Xiaozikai's yard, and the 2 of them returned along the same path. Banksia squeezed Nanjing's hand. What's wrong with the dried meat? Nanjing coughed softly and whispered in her ear. The moment I smelled the flowers, I couldn't help but want to hug and kiss you. Banksia almost thought she misheard and stopped in her tracks. How is that possible? Isn't the black vine flower supposed to confuse people? Could it have a different effect on humans than on mutant animals? But Nanqing couldn't possibly lie to her. Her ink vine was clearly a legitimate killing weapon, so why did it have such a frivolous floral scent? Nanqing looked at Banxia's faintly devastated expression and tried to comfort her. Many carnivorous plants in nature mimic the scent of estrus to lure prey into their trap. It's not uncommon for ink vines to do this. P.S. made up by the author, Banksia gave him a resentful look and decided to avoid using ink vine flowers in public if possible. She couldn't afford to lose face. The two of them walked to the next door and happened to meet Suyao opening it. Suyao looked at the two curiously. Are you out for a walk? Banksia told him the truth. We went to Zhao Zikai's house to cause trouble. Suyao gave her a thumbs up. You guys are so proactive. Next time you have something like this, take me with you. Nanqing smiled faintly. We were just teaching Zhao Zikai a lesson. The feast hasn't even started yet. I definitely call you next time. Chirp. Bang, bang, bang. The strange yet familiar sound of mutant rats chirping, and the swarm of rats running. The sound, Banxia's expression changed. Hurry, tell Sister Yunyun, Sister Xiao Xiao, Brother Yuan, and Brother Xian to put on their protective medical jumpsuits, gloves, and gas masks and gather. Bring the cat too. A typical mutant rat is about 1.5 meters tall, with tough fur and bright red eyes. Its flesh is smelly, hard, and full of toxins. It's completely worthless, and one of the most disgusting mutant animals. Nanqing looked at Banksia solemnly. What's going on this time? The past 2 days' experience has fully demonstrated the effectiveness of Banksia's ears. Banksia let out a breath, a tidal wave of mutant rats. Su Yao's face darkened. I go home and call for help. Banksia briefly explained the situation to Nanqing and Kai Yuan across from her. The first thing she did upon returning home was to move the gold, silver, apricots, and the heaven-swallowing tree out of her dimension. There's a tough battle coming up, and I need your help. She then pulled 70 of B-45 submachine guns and 5,000 bullets from her dimension, then helped Nanqing change into protective clothing and a gas mask. Chapter 82. 10 minutes later, Su Yao and his companions, fully dressed, gathered with Deju and Lihua. Deju and Lihua approached Banksia and greeted her friendlily. Meow. Hello, benefactor. Banksia patted each cat's head in response. Su Yao and his companions' attention was drawn to the submachine guns in the living room. How many guns did you buy? Lack of time meant Banksia didn't bother to explain. The rat influx is very likely carrying the plague. Everyone, be careful and don't get bitten. Plague is a highly contagious disease spread primarily by the pestis bacillus through rat fleas. Because the victim's skin turns black and purple, it is also known as the Black Death. There have been 3 major plague outbreaks in human history, each resulting in a death toll exceeding the total number of deaths in all wars combined. The plague bacteria carried by the mutant rats, exposed to the extreme environment, would only become more contagious and lethal. Nanqing and the others nodded solemnly, understood. The mutant rats were several times faster than Banksia had expected. Just 200 or 300 meters outside their home, they saw a herd of gray-black rats, the size of calves, scurrying toward the west side of the villa. She exchanged a glance with Nanqing. Could it be related to the beef jerky they'd thrown into Zhao Zikai's yard? Su Yao and the others were also puzzled. Why are all the rats running that way? Banksia looked innocent. Maybe it's because Tan Qiuxin and Zhao Zikai live over there, and the rats have smelled human flesh. Kai Yuan asked hesitantly, do we still need to kill the rats? Banksia said firmly, yes. We're the only families in the villa area. After the rats have wreaked havoc, they definitely come after us. We must strike first. Perhaps it was the hunting instincts etched in their bones that had awakened. Jinzi, Inzi, Deju, and Lihua were all excited the moment they saw the rats. However, they had been instructed beforehand to consult Banksia before taking any action, so they all looked at her eagerly. Banksia patted the furry rats' heads and said, don't worry, we let you catch as many as you want later. But, she sternly gazed into the clear eyes. Rats are smelly and dirty. You're not allowed to bite them, only scratch them with your claws, understand? The dog and 3 cats nodded obediently. They had plenty of food and water, so they had no interest in the stinky rat meat. Banksia felt slightly relieved. Cats have antibodies in their bodies that give them some immunity to various pathogens, including the plague. Since the furry rats were mutants, their antibodies would likely be even stronger. As they spoke, the rats spotted them and immediately split into 2 groups, one continuing towards the west side of the villa, the other attacking Banksia and the others. The leading mutant rat was a size larger than the others, about the size of a full-grown cow. Its eyes gleamed with greed and ferocity, as it glared at Banksia and the others. Banksia wasn't shy, picking off one and shooting it in the head. The smell of blood stirred the rats, and they lunged at them with gleaming fangs. Nanqing and the others weren't pushovers either, firing their guns at the rats. The mutant rats were large, so there was no need to worry about missing targets. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of gunfire, the mutant rats fell one by one. Jinzi, Inzi, Tiantian, Xingzi, Deju, and Lihua were also busy, swiftly dispatching any rats that tried to outflank them. Perhaps due to the obvious force, the rats quickly changed their strategy and turned to flee. Banksia frowned slightly and looked at Nanqing. Nanqing, Tiantian and I will chase the escaped rats. Be careful. She then looked at Jinzi, Inzi, and Xingzi. Help your sister protect your brother. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and sat on Tiantian's branch, rifle in hand, chasing the rats after them. For a moment, Nanqing and the others couldn't tell who was the prey. Report to the base commander. A soldier in green uniform saluted Li Kongyuan. The mutant rats have fled to Miao Miao Mountain. Li Kongyuan looked resolutely in the direction of Miao Miao Mountain. Chase them. We must wipe out the rats this time. Otherwise, if the plague spreads to other cities, we will be the culprits. When he first found the dead mutant rats in the city, he didn't take them seriously. Since the apocalypse, so many mutant animals had died of starvation and thirst. A few dead rats were nothing to worry about. But the rat carcasses he ignored dealt a near-destructive blow to the base. The scorching heat caused food to spoil rapidly, and with edible fare becoming increasingly scarce, many survivors turned their attention to the rat carcasses. No one could have imagined that a rare, hearty meal with meat would cause him and his family to develop high fevers within an hour of consuming rat meat, accompanied by symptoms such as confusion and swollen lymph nodes in the groin and underarms. They died within just 3 days. The horrific deaths, coupled with a high number of deaths in a single day, finally alerted those working in the hospital that it was plague, but it was too late. Plague is highly contagious, and rat fleas, skin, respiratory tract, and the bodies of patients are all sources of infection. Furthermore, the base was underground, with poor air circulation. Within a week, the infection rate among the survivors inside reached 50%, and there were currently over 230,000 survivors. Li Kongyuan gritted his teeth and looked towards Miao Miao Mountain. If he could, he would have blown Miao Miao Mountain flat with artillery shells, killing all those damned rats instantly. Bang, bang, bang. Li Kongyuan snapped out of his thoughts. Who's shooting? He listened carefully. The gunfire originated from Miao Miao Mountain. The firearms were submachine guns, and 3 or more gunmen were firing simultaneously. Gun laws are banned in Rabbit Country. Who would be so capable of secretly hoarding submachine guns? Brotherly, Zhou Wen's voice came over the military intercom. Did you hear the gunfire? Li Kongyuan pressed the call button. Zhou Wen, I heard it. Do you know if there are any other survivors in Miao Miao Mountain? Zhou Wen flipped open a paper notebook. Miao Miao Mountain was only completed 2 years ago, so the occupancy rate is low. Furthermore, most residents are either wealthy or aristocratic, so they left before the extreme heat. Also, the base rescued the organization a month ago, so there are currently no more than 10 households living on the entire mountain. Zhou Wen paused. There are 3 households in the villa area. One belongs to Nanqing and Banksia, who brought the news of the zombie outbreak back to China before the apocalypse. The other 2 are the families of his close friend Su Yao and his agent Kai Yuan. There are 7 households in the luxury residential area. One belongs to a fitness trainer, one to a retired athlete, and the remaining 5 are all ordinary people. None of these 10 households are likely to possess firearms. I suspect a gang has taken over Miao Miao Mountain. Li Kongyuan was unusually surprised. Didn't Nanqing and his wife go to the S-City base? To reward their outstanding contributions, they were granted special permission to visit the base and receive easy work positions. He assumed the 2 were living at the S-City base because they had quietly donated supplies to orphanages and welfare homes in S-City before the apocalypse, saving countless orphans during the extreme cold, earning them the great favor of Yan Ning, the base's leader. Yan Ning repeatedly approached higher-ups, requesting that the 2 be assigned to the S-City base. If communication hadn't been so poor, she would have even been tempted to personally invite them. Zhou Wen was also puzzled. They didn't sign up. In an apocalypse where mutant animals and zombies roam free, fighting alone would only lead to a quicker death. Joining an official base for warmth and shelter was the best option. But everyone had their own considerations, and the 2 quickly turned their attention back to the rat swarm. Report: detections ahead have detected a swarm of mutant rats, seemingly encountering an unknown and deadly threat. fleeing down the mountain. Stop them with all your might. Don't let a single one escape. Yes. Chapter 83. After leaving Su Yao and the other site, Banksia and Tian Tian recklessly used their supernatural powers to harvest the mutant rats. The dark green vines in Banksia's hand resembled Hades' scythe, wiping out over a dozen mutant rats with a single blow. The heaven-swallowing tree was no less impressive, severing a mutant rat in half with a single branch. Her voice was filled with excitement. Banksia, it's been ages since we've fought side by side. Banksia's eyes smiled. Well, we can kill as many as we want tonight. She and Tian Tian had a symbiotic relationship. Words were unnecessary. They could instantly sense each other's thoughts with a single thought. In her past life, she had sat atop the heaven-swallowing tree countless times, harvesting the lives of enemies and mutant plants and animals. She was the world's best and closest companion and comrade. The heaven-swallowing tree chuckled and chased after the fleeing rats like the wind. Even the tree and she exerted their supernatural powers to the utmost, and in just 20 minutes, they had eliminated over 2,000 rats. The remaining 200 or 300 mutant rats fled like headless flies. Tian Tian. Banksia's ears twitched slightly. There's a car coming. Keep your composure. With that, she retracted the vines. Tuntianshu was puzzled. We have no opponent right now. Why are you still hiding your strength? Banksia explained seriously, keeping some cards close. Only a fool would bring out the ultimate trump card right from the start. The IQ of an adult rat is equivalent to that of an 8-year-old child, and even higher after mutation, almost as high as that of a 12 or 13-year-old teenager. As soon as Banksia and Tuntianshu retracted their powers, the mutant rats cleverly noticed and quickly stopped their escape, turning and charging towards them. One man, one tree, Do we look so easy to bully? Banksia sighed softly, resignedly raised her submachine gun, and pulled the trigger at the rats. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the submachine gun in her hand. Bang, bang, bang. It was the strange yet familiar sound of a rifle. Strange in that she hadn't heard it in a long time, and familiar in that she had used this type of rifle frequently in her previous life at the official base. As far as she knew, this type of rifle was only used by the military. So were the troops coming again? Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Banksia, with her excellent night vision, saw dozens of soldiers in green uniforms firing at the mutant rats. A few minutes later, the last rat fell, and Banksia retreated with confidence. Hero, hero! Please wait! Is he calling her? Banksia stopped Tuntianshu in his tracks. What's up? The masked soldier glanced at Tuntianshu in surprise, then at Banksia, whose face was so tightly covered she couldn't see him. Excuse me, are you a survivor of Meow Meow Mountain? Banksia nodded slightly. The soldier asked sincerely, Our base commander would like to invite you to meet. Is that convenient? Afraid Banksia might doubt her identity, she added, Don't worry, we're a legitimate, official base. We would never commit murder or robbery, or threaten your life. Banksia didn't want to deal with an official base. Oh, that's inconvenient. She hurried back to Nanxing. The moment the soldier heard her voice, disbelief flashed in his eyes. After a few seconds of hesitation, he asked uncertainly, Excuse me, are you Banksia? Banksia was slightly taken aback. Did this person know her? She carefully examined the soldier before her. A woman, about 30 years old, with a voice that sounded vaguely familiar. She hadn't encountered many women face to face since her rebirth, and she quickly guessed the identity of the person before her. Director Zhou? Before the apocalypse, Zhou had short, shiny black hair, but now it was shaved short. Even her fair, clean hands were covered in scars, so she didn't recognize him at first. Zhou said with delight, It's really you. Long time no see. She glanced obscurely at the submachine gun in Banksia's hand, thinking, Wow. She and Li Kongyuan had suspected that criminals had infiltrated Meow Meow Mountain and were preparing to seize the opportunity to launch a crackdown. Who knew the gun was in the hands of someone they hadn't even considered? Furthermore, she glanced at the mutated tree beneath Banksia. Could alien plants coexist harmoniously with humans? Banksia nodded slightly. The neighborhood has been invaded by mutant rats. I need to go back to help. We catch up sometime. With that, she rode the sky-swallowing tree and quickly departed, leaving behind only a pale silhouette. Zhou approached Li Kongyuan with a thoughtful expression. Boss, did you know? The one chasing the mutant rats was actually Banksia. This world is crazy. Banksia rushed back to the complex, and the battle between Nanxing and the others was nearing its end. She carefully examined everyone's clothing, and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that their protective suits were still intact. Modern medical technology has reduced the mortality rate of the plague from 93% to around 16%, but the enhanced version of the plague after the apocalypse has increased it again. If anyone in the team contracted the plague, unless she revealed her supernatural power to purify the virus, they would be in grave danger. She walked over to Nanjing and took his hand. I just ran into the army. They're chasing mutant rats. I suspect there's plague in the city. Nanjing and the others were shocked. What? The city is densely populated. If plague breaks out, it's likely to spread quickly from person to person. In this apocalyptic world with limited medical care, how long can this city hold out? Banksia soothingly touched the gold and silver that was brought to her. I'm just guessing. We find out the details when the army arrives. She looked at the dead rats and blood scattered across the ground. Whether it's true or not, let's burn the rat carcasses first. The plague spreads widely, through fleas, skin, and respiratory droplets, and the virus multiplies rapidly. We must be cautious. Nanjing and the others quickly found a few carts to transport the bodies. A few furry friends, Xingzi and Tian also sensibly came to help. The mutant rats were numerous and large, and in just half an hour, a small mountain of corpses had been piled up. Banksia felt a headache. How long would it take to burn so many rat carcasses? Also, the smell of burning fat and protein might attract other mutant animals, which would likely lead to another fierce battle. She looked at the panting Nanjing and the others and said, "You guys rest over there for a while. Nanjing and I will go home to get some gasoline." Fang Yunyun tossed the mutant rat carcasses from the trailer onto the pile of corpses. If she hadn't had some sense, she would have plopped down on the ground. Banksia, I love you. I'm dying of thirst. If you and Nanjing can, give me a few bottles of mineral water. I return them later. Zhao Xian followed up, Banksia, I want 2 bottles too, if you can. Doing manual labor in over 40 degrees Celsius wrapped in a tight protective suit was like running 3,000 meters in a sauna in the middle of summer. It was pure torture. Banksia gave the 2 of them an okay sign, and quickly ran home with Nanjing in tow. Chapter 84. You can't drink ice water after strenuous exercise. Banksia pulled out a 12-bottle box of room-temperature mineral water from her space. Since there were so many dead rats, it would consume a lot of fuel, so she also grabbed 3 15-liter barrels of diesel. Nanjing loaded the items onto the small trailer. Honey, let me do it. I almost forgot, Banksia said, grabbing a 10-bottle box of Wuxiang Jingqi liquid and a 500 milliliters bottle of hand sanitizer from her space. To prevent viruses from entering and heat stroke. Nanjing said, as she carried the items, Honey, my body seems to be gradually adapting to the heat. He gave an example. Su Yao and the others are the same. If it were before the apocalypse, we have collapsed from the heat after exercising intensely for an hour or two in temperatures over 40 degrees Celsius, bundled up tightly. Banksia glanced at him sideways. Maybe in a few months, you'd be fully acclimated to the heat outside. When the 2 of them returned to the dead rats, Fang Yunyun and the others were squatting on the side of the road, resting. Don't ask them why they don't just sit on the floor. The ground's temperature would burn their butts. Banksia handed the hand sanitizer to the somewhat impatient Fang Yunyun. Sister Yunyun, wash your hands. Fang Yunyun took off her gloves and tossed them at her feet, squeezing out a large dollop of hand sanitizer and rubbing her hands together, sighing, You're such a sweetheart. Alas, why can't I be a man? Nanjing's lips curled slightly, but his eyes were devoid of smile. Sister Fang, Banksia is my wife. He deliberately emphasized the word I. Su Yao leaned over to Fang Yunyun and said aggrievedly, Wife, don't you love me anymore? Fang Yunyun snorted. How dare you ask me that? Who stole my 3 steamed buns for breakfast? Su Yao felt even more aggrieved. You helped Su Xiao grab my shrimp dumplings first, then I grab yours. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a car horn interrupted Su Yao's words. Banksia and the others looked toward the source of the sound. 5 or 6 large, army green trucks were approaching the residential complex, their cargo boxes filled with armed soldiers. Banksia poured mineral water into Inzi's open mouth. The army is coming. Who of you wants to come with me and ask about the plague? Nanjing and the others exchanged glances. Let's go together. No need. The trucks are coming our way. As the truck stopped, a tall man got out and walked straight toward them. He looked at Nanjing, who had taken off her gas mask to drink water. Nanjing, long time no see. Nanjing smiled faintly. Long time no see, Minister Li. Due to the unusual circumstances, the 2 men exchanged greetings without a handshake. Li Kongyuan looked at the mountain of dead rats and sighed. True, there are experts among the common people. You? He glanced around at the group. 7 people killed so many mutant rats. Zhou, who had just passed by, couldn't help but marvel. There must be hundreds of them, right? You're amazing. The pile held about 500 dead rats, and with the ones left uncollected, there were probably 700 or 800 in total. Nanxing said gently, lucky, but there weren't just 7 of us. He touched Jinzi's head as it leaned forward. You need more water? Jinzi's wet black eyes looked warily at Li Kongyuan and Zhou. Woof. It smelled something unfamiliar and came over to check. Li Kongyuan and Zhou gasped at Jinzi, who was taller than they were. Mutated golden hair? A few furry creatures were resting on the other side of the pile of dead rats, and so the 2 men discovered the presence of other mutant animals. Nanxing nodded. My family has raised them since they were little. Don't hide, Daiju. Come over if you're curious. He waved at the curious Daiju again. We have 3 mutant cats and 2 mutant trees to help us. Otherwise, it's impossible for the 7 of us to kill hundreds of mutant rats. It's not impossible, it's just that we can't kill so many in such a short time. Li Kongyuan and Zhou's pupils trembled. No wonder these 3 families, despite having the opportunity to live at the base, refused to go. With so many powerful mutant animals and mutant trees protecting them, life anywhere would be easy. Even they wouldn't want to leave home. Daiju looked at his poop scooper, Su Yao, and waited for his nod before walking gracefully over to sit next to Jinzi. Everything about the mountain is wonderful, except for the lack of people. It's rare to see so many people. Nanxing hugged Jinzi's warm head, as if that would give him the courage to face the harsh truth. He looked solemnly at Li Kongyuan and Zhou. Director Zhou, has anyone in the city been infected with the plague? At the word plague, Li Kongyuan's face suddenly broke into a smile uglier than tears. Yes, some survivors ate dead rat meat. He briefly recounted how the survivors in the city, unable to find food, ate dead rat meat, contracted the plague, and then spread it to other survivors. Banksia and the others were speechless. Over 230,000 people? A 50% infection rate? Banksia mentally calculated that at the official base alone, 115,000 people had been infected with the plague. City A had a permanent population of 20 million before the apocalypse. Excluding those who died during the extreme cold, those relocated to the base, and those infected with the zombie virus, there were still at least 10 million people alive in the entire city. Given the plague's high infectiousness and the current lack of medical care, the entire city of A would fall only a matter of time. After doing the math, Banksia felt dizzy. In her previous life, Nanxing had taken her to live in the S-City base after the meteor shower and before the extreme heat. She had no idea City A had ever been infected with the plague, otherwise they would have moved before the apocalypse. She grabbed Nanxing's hand and said, "We must burn the mutant rat carcasses as soon as possible." Yes. Su Yao and the others, equally panicked, seemed to have found their bearings. Burn the rat carcasses. Li Kongyuan swallowed his words back. I have the soldiers' help. Banksia didn't hesitate. Thank you. Li Kongyuan brought 200 soldiers and 5 mutant military dogs with him this time. With their help, they gathered all the remaining mutant rat carcasses in just over 10 minutes. Nanxing, Su Yao, and Zhao Xian each carried a bucket of diesel fuel and doused it on the pile of mutant rat carcasses, then ignited them with a lighter. With the diesel fueling the combustion, the pile of rat carcasses quickly erupted into a raging fire. The air was filled with a sour, pungent aroma, faintly reminiscent of barbecue, making one's stomach queasy. Meow. Inzi covered her nose with her paws, imitating the humans, but she couldn't stop the pungent smell from entering her nose. With a look of grievance, she buried her head in Banksia's arms and acted coquettishly. Jinzi, Daiju, and Linghua followed suit, with Jinzi even nudging Nanxing so hard that he nearly fell. Banksia touched Jinzi's warm ears, and vaguely felt as if she had forgotten something. What was it? She carefully recalled the events following the mutant rat's appearance. There are still mutant rats in the west area of the villa. Chapter 85. Banksia's voice was like a thunderclap. Nanxing and the others finally understood the source of their discomfiture. They hurriedly picked up their guns and headed for the west side of the villa. Li Kongyuan, who was talking to his subordinates, stopped Nanxing and asked, "Where are you going?" Nanxing briefly explained the situation, and Li Kongyuan slapped his head and said, "I'm going too." He had thought all the mutant rats were dead. Banksia and the others arrived at the west side of the villa more than 10 minutes later. The scene before them sent a chill through their hearts. Hundreds of rats, the size of calves, seemed to have lost their minds, attacking and biting each other frantically. The ground was covered with blood, fur, and flesh, and not a single intact rat carcass was to be found. The air was thick with the stench of blood, which penetrated their lungs. Nanqing couldn't help but glance at Banksia. Wasn't his wife's black vine flower a little too ferocious? Banksia's heart was pounding. Could black vine flower have such a potent hallucinogenic effect on mutant animals? Luckily, the gas mask hid the shock on her face, otherwise Li Kongyuan, a shrewd man, might have seen something. She raised her gun and fired at the living mutant rats. The rats were instantly struck by multiple bullets, but they seemed insensitive to the pain, oblivious to the living humans. They bared their sharp, gleaming fangs, and devoured their flesh frantically. The bitten rats were no pushovers either, twisting their necks and biting back at the rat that was pinning them. The two rats devoured each other's flesh right in front of everyone. You? Su Xiao retched. Have these rats gone mad? She spoke, but her hand didn't stop. Her fingers quickly pulled the trigger, sending several mutant rats swarming. They fell to the ground with a thud. The mutant rat's condition caught Li Kongyuan's attention. He looked at the soldiers beside him with a serious expression. Jiang Shuqiang, find a few brothers and capture a couple alive. They'd be very useful to me. Be careful. Yes. Banksia looked at Li Kongyuan. Why are you capturing live rats, Director Li? I suspect the mutant rats consumed some kind of food with hallucinogenic properties, Li Kongyuan explained. If we can find out what it is, it might be useful when we face the rat influx in the future. Banksia uttered a few casual ohs, and immediately resolved never to use the black vine flower in front of anyone. Since the mutant rats didn't resist or flee, the group quickly killed all the remaining ones. Zhou Wen wiped her sweat. Is there anything special about these two villas? Why are the rats gathering here? Banksia said, there were people, but I think they're gone. What? Zhou Wen was startled. She turned around and shouted to the soldiers carrying the rat carcasses, Jiang Shuqiang, take a few people to the villas to see if there are any survivors. Because the military had taken over the disposal of the mutant rat carcasses, Su Yao and his men had been planning to go home and rest, but upon hearing this, they didn't rush off. The searchers quickly returned. Report, there are no survivors inside the villas. Not only were there no survivors, but the survivors had died in horrific fashion, flesh and bones devoured by the rats, leaving only blood and hair on the ground. Banksia felt like rubbing her forehead. She had only intended to teach Xiaozikai a lesson, but who knew they'd run into a rat influx. Before they could even discuss a revenge plan, their enemies were all dead. Su Yao made no effort to conceal his cheerful mood, humming loudly, today is a good day. Everything you dream of can come true. Banksia and the others, You know what? She's worthy of being called a voice kissed by God. She sang really well. Banksia looked at Li Kongyuan, whose expression was a little chagrined. Now that we've killed the mutant rats, Director Li, we're going home first. Li Kongyuan stopped her. I have something I want to discuss with you. Would it be convenient for me to come to your house in 2 hours to discuss it in detail? Banksia and the others exchanged glances, of course. No matter what Li Kongyuan wanted to discuss, they still had to give him official respect. If Li Kongyuan proposed something they couldn't do, they would naturally refuse. Exhausted, they agreed to go home, wash up, and rest, and reconvene in 2 hours. The first thing Banksia did upon returning home was to remove her protective suit, gloves, and gas mask, and then disinfect herself with alcohol. Only then did she take Nanqing and the two furry trees into the space. When Jinzi and Inzi were killing the mutant rats, they were always at the forefront, leaving the two furry creatures covered in blood and grime. Banksia patted their heads, and took out an inflatable pool to bathe the two furry creatures. Jinzi loved playing in the water, and the moment he entered the pool, he became excited. If it weren't so small, he might have performed a dog-like swimming show. Nanqing pinched the back of Jinzi's neck. Don't you get tired? Jinzi's wet black eyes narrowed into a line, his ears pulled back flat, and he leaned his big head towards Nanqing, acting coquettishly. Inzi was much quieter, squatting motionless in the pool, letting Banksia scrub him up and down, lifting his legs when asked and standing still when asked. He was so well behaved, a far cry from the kittens in those pet videos who treat bathing like pigs. It took over an hour to watch the two furry creatures. Seeing that it was almost time for their appointment with Li Kongyuan, they quickly showered and left the space. Banksia thought for a moment, and let Tuanzi out as well. They might have to deal with Li Kongyuan again in the future, so she decided to let him have a chance. As soon as Tuanzi emerged from the space, he clung to Nanqing's legs and whimpered coquettishly. Nanqing leaned over and rubbed his big head. Tuanzi, can you play with Jinzi and Inzi for a while? I'm busy, so I'll be with you later. Tuanzi must be the younger sister, Banksia pinched Tuanzi's ears. I've never seen a boy act so coquettishly. Though young, Tuanzi had spent so much time around humans that he could understand most of what people said. He let go of Nanxing's legs and, on his 4 short legs, scurried towards Jinzi, who was resting on the ground. The 3 furry creatures in the house were ranked from highest to lowest. Jinzi, Tuanzi. Jinzi has a cold personality and dislikes anyone except Banksia. He also possesses exceptional fighting power. When Jinzi and Tuanzi act mischievously, he pounces without mercy, resulting in both Jinzi and Tuanzi fearing him. He's at the top of the food chain. Jinzi is lively, naturally kind, and compassionate. While powerful, he can't defeat Jinzi, who has been beating him since childhood, so he ranks in the middle. Tuanzi arrived last, and as the youngest, he naturally holds the lowest position. However, he's adept at acting cute, and Jinzi quickly becomes his favorite, poised to become the group's favorite. Ding dong. Banksia opened the door, and Su Yao, Fang Yunyun, Su Xiao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian, who had just finished washing up, followed her in. As soon as Su Xiao saw Tuanzi, he trotted over to pet the panda. Fang Yunyun and Zhao Xian placed their bottles of mineral water and Huixiang Xingqi liquid on the table. I put the things on the table for you. Banksia nodded casually. Let me tell you about Li Kongyuan. After Xi and Chong's murder, Qinxi Base would undoubtedly elect a new leader. She suspected Li Kongyuan would be the one to take over. Su Yao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since Li Kongyuan is an official member of the base, the matter he's seeking to discuss with us must be something serious. Banksia confirmed his suspicion. He might be interested in our combat effectiveness and want to win us over. Chapter 86. Why else would the leaders of the official base be interested in discussing matters with a few ordinary people like us? Zhao Xian was puzzled. They have a regular army, so why would they be interested in us, these unconventional people? Banksia explained carefully. City A has tens of millions of survivors, but how many soldiers are there? The current situation is unique, and we must unite all forces we can to overcome the natural disaster. We started training before the apocalypse, and our combat effectiveness is definitely higher than 90% of ordinary people. Not to mention, we have mutant pets and mutant trees to help us. Well, maybe they're also interested in your influence. Many people dislike celebrities, thinking they're just for show, but it's undeniable that celebrities do have a strong influence in certain areas. Nanxing, Su Yao, and Fan Yunyun have fans from all ages and industries. The fact that these 3 have taken the initiative to join the base with their families may have an unexpected positive impact in these precarious apocalyptic times. Fang Yunyun looked at Banksia suspiciously. It's the end of the world, and people are still chasing idols? In her opinion, the most important thing in life is to fill their stomachs, and romance comes second. And in today's world, how many ordinary people can have enough to eat and drink? Banksia said affirmatively, yes. The more difficult the environment, the more people need spiritual support. In her previous life, the 4th year of the apocalypse was the most difficult year for her base and City S. First, zombies and mutant animals besieged the city, killing 2/3 of the population. Every household was in mourning. Second, a magnitude 10 earthquake, which reduced the city, built with countless people's painstaking efforts, to ruins in an instant, leaving everyone homeless. Finally, mutant locusts raided the farmlands, destroying all harvests and forcing people to rely on mutant cockroaches and ants for food. Under these repeated attacks, countless people committed suicide in despair. To boost morale, the base leader Yin Ning asked Su Yao to write a song. She still remembers the song titled Unwilling. On an ordinary day, a disaster struck, and my loved one died. I'm unwilling to accept this, asking the heavens. I've worked hard and lived my life. Why won't suffering let me go? I stood by the window, wanting countless times to slash my wrists and end this miserable life. Cut it off! Cut it off! The red blood will bloom into beautiful flowers, and I will be with my beloved forever. Tick, 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 tick. Drop by drop, she finally appeared before my eyes. I tried to hold her hand, but she angrily pushed me away. She said she couldn't accept this. She wanted to. She wants to see the peach blossoms bloom in spring. She wants to hear the sound of summer rain hitting lotus leaves. She wants to enjoy the beauty of autumn frost-stained maples. She wants to smell the fragrance of winter plum blossom standing proudly in the snow. But she has long since crumbled into the earth. I woke from my dream, and the empty room was empty, without her. I tied a white bow around my wrist, where red flowers were blooming. I am determined to stand up for her, watching the spring flowers bloom, listening to the summer rain, admiring the red maple leaves, and smelling the fragrance of winter plum blossoms. When I grow old naturally, will the woman in my dreams never push me away again? When this song came out, countless people burst into tears. In the apocalypse, human life is worthless. Who hasn't lost their loved ones? Miraculously, the suicide rate at the base plummeted since then. And the song Unwilling is one that everyone, from the elderly to the newly learned children, can hum. Not long after, Lee Kong-yuan and Zhou Wen knocked on the door, and Banksia noticed with a sharp eye that they had changed into clean clothes and shoes. When Zhou Wen saw Banksia strip off her protective suit, revealing her fair and tender face, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. After several seconds, she sighed, "You've changed so much." She still remembered the first time she met Banksia. The little girl stood quietly beside Nanqing, her bulky down jacket unable to conceal her frail frame. She looked like a flower about to wither and die. Banksia keenly noticed something amiss in Zhou Wen's eyes. Although she didn't understand how she had offended her, she gave her a shy smile, preferring to avoid trouble, and invited them to sit down. Lee Kong-yuan and Zhou Wen had also changed significantly, not in appearance, but in their spirit. Their eyes held an unconscious weariness, adding a touch of weathering to their young faces, making them look several years older than before. Lee Kong-yuan cut straight to the point, saying, "I'm here to invite you to join the official base." Banksia and the others exchanged glances. "Sorry." Lee Kong-yuan wiped his face with a wry smile. He knew the outcome the moment he entered the living room, which was lit and air-conditioned. Nanqing and the others had rosy complexions, and were dressed neatly, looking no different than before the apocalypse. Why would they leave their familiar homes and join him in a life of hardship at the base? He sighed inwardly and said seriously, "Have you heard of mercenaries?" Banksia asked tentatively, "The base is short-staffed. Are you planning to hire us?" Mercenaries are special soldiers who fight for money. After the apocalypse, the money in bank accounts is completely useless. The money she refers to is just a general term, representing all kinds of supplies, including food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Lee Kong-yuan agreed with Banksia. "Yes. The base currently has 13,600 enlisted soldiers, approximately 3,000 of whom have been infected with the plague, leaving over 10,000 able to work normally. To prevent the spread of the plague, I've assigned half of my soldiers to guard the base entrance, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. But I don't intend to leave these over 100,000 survivors to die. I'm trying to gather food and medical supplies, but unfortunately, I'm short-handed, and my progress is extremely limited. You guys are very capable, and I'd like to hire you." Banksia didn't explicitly answer whether she would go or not, but instead expressed her doubts. "I can understand the shortage of medical supplies, but City A has ample grain reserves. How could there be a food shortage?" Before the apocalypse, she had read a government work report that stated City A had 2 million tons of grain reserves. Assuming a daily consumption of 0.5 kilograms per person, this could supply the entire city's 20 million people for 200 days. It's only been less than half a year since the apocalypse, and the base only has a little over 200,000 people. How could they be short of food now? Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly reddened. Before the apocalypse, the government took 700,000 tons of grain to stabilize prices. During the extreme cold, 1.2 million tons of grain were consumed. When we took over, the granary only had 100,000 tons. She couldn't help but choke back her tears. 2 weeks ago, the granary was attacked by mutant ants, cockroaches, and rats. We sacrificed over 300 soldiers, and only managed to salvage a little over 10,000 tons of grain. No wonder the mutant ants and cockroaches we killed the other day were so full of fat. Lee Kong-yuan said sincerely, "The survivors at the base desperately need your help." Banksia didn't want to go. She and Nanqing had everything they needed, so why take the risk? But she couldn't make decisions for Su Yao and the others. For a moment, silence fell, and no one spoke. Chapter 87. Lee Kong-yuan seemed to have anticipated this, and handed the blue folder to Banksia. "Take a look at this before you make a decision." Banksia flipped it open doubtfully, and when she saw the words clearly, her pupils suddenly constricted. Zombie Virus Antidote Research Progress Report. She impatiently turned to the next page, and data from several infected individuals after vaccination appeared before her. According to the report, the antidote can effectively prolong the time it takes for infected individuals to transform into zombies, by 1 to 2 hours. Banksia's mind nearly turned to a tangle. Something that took 3 years to research in her previous life, and in less than half a year in this life? Lee Kong-yuan explained, "We can't completely eliminate the zombie virus yet, but the fact that we can prolong the transformation time proves that our research is on the right track. Complete conquest is only a matter of time." Banksia's heart was suddenly filled with mixed emotions. Water dash, wood dash, and healing-type psychics could purify the zombie virus. So after humans evolved psychics, research on the zombie virus antidote had been discontinued. It wasn't that scientists lacked the spirit to get to the bottom of things, but rather that at that time, there were only a handful of scientists with the energy to pursue research. Furthermore, the challenges to overcome were too numerous, forcing them to focus their limited energy on other, more pressing research tasks. The document was thick, and she continued flipping through it, wondering how many more surprises this life would hold. Superpower potion? Nanxing and the others exclaimed in unison, while Ban Xia remained silent. The year she died in her previous life, the Base Research Institute had only just created the first potion capable of unlocking the human body's limits, the superpower potion of this life. The function of a superpower potion isn't to directly activate superpowers, but to increase the chances of acquiring them. But even so, a single potion can fetch exorbitant prices, and demand far outstrip supply. Li Kongyuan's tone was filled with unspoken pride. I'm sure you've also noticed that plants, animals, and zombies evolve at a rate far exceeding that of humans. Even after evolution, their IQs are indistinguishable from ours. Scientists speculate that in the near future, plants, animals, and zombies will evolve superpowers not seen in novels, and ultimately dominate the planet. Human extinction is imminent. Developing superpower potions to keep pace with the mutation rates of plants, animals, and zombies is humanity's last hope of survival. Su Yao's eyes were filled with disbelief. I thought only people with a Chinibyu could have such wild ideas. I never thought scientists would. The same goes for scientists. Nanxing and the others looked at him speechlessly. So you know you're a middle school kid? Ban Xia carefully flipped through the plan twice, and saw no mention of zombie nuclei in the report. Have you ever experimented with zombie nuclei? Li Kongyuan hesitated for a moment before saying, we have, but the volunteers who ingested the zombie nuclei suffered severe bleeding and died within half an hour, so the experiment was quickly halted. However, scientists have found a way to dilute the energy of the zombie nuclei. I believe it will work this time. Ban Xia drooped her eyelids and continued to scroll. Potatoes, which can withstand temperatures of -40°C, can weigh up to 50 kilograms per fruit. They have thick fibers and a mediocre taste. Water spinach, which can withstand temperatures of 50°C, sprouts rapidly and grows to 30 centimeters in 2 days. It tastes sweet. Wheat, which can withstand temperatures of 50°C, has only been planted for less than 2 weeks, so it's not clear what's happening yet. What a surprise! Li Kongyuan, observing the slightly relaxed expressions on their faces, struck while the iron was hot. I'd like to hire you in exchange for these 3 things. Kai Yuan, a skilled negotiator, quickly recovered and spoke calmly. Director Li, you're just making empty promises. The zombie virus antidote is a semi-finished product. The development of the superpower potion has failed, and the only finished grain is a finished product. They can wait until it becomes widely available, and then trade it with others. There's no need to risk their lives entering a plague-infested urban area. Yes, Li Kongyuan smiled calmly, his expression brimming with confidence. I'm just promising you something, but it's delicious, isn't it? Once you succeed, you'll be able to call the shots like movie stars, slaying zombies with one hand, and slaying mutant animals with the other, becoming heroes admired and admired by everyone. Banxia, who had experienced the apocalypse once, remarked, haha. You think psychics are weeds everywhere? The ratio of ordinary people to single-strength psychics is about 100 to 1, while the ratio to dual-strength psychics is 1,000,000 to 1. In her previous life, she had only seen one triple-strength psychic, Ms. Yanning, the head of the S-City base. If all 7 of them could evolve psychics in the future, they would be as lucky as if they had won 100 million yuan in the lottery. She looked at Li Kongyuan with a half-smile. Humanity's evolutionary speed lags behind that of plants, animals, and zombies, but possessing superpowers is only a matter of time. We can afford to wait. She said it, but her heart wasn't in it. No one understood the principle of staying one step ahead better than she did. Su Yao and the others nodded frantically at her words. Yes, we can afford to wait. We must not tear down our own people's platform. Zhou Wen was immediately furious. How can you be so cold-blooded, only thinking of your own interests, disregarding over 100,000 lives and the interests of our country? Zhou Wen. Li Kongyuan stopped her, then turned to apologize to Banxia and the others, who looked glum. Sorry, she hasn't slept in 2 days, so she wasn't thinking straight. Kai Yuan's face was filled with sarcasm. If it weren't for your poor management, allowing the survivors to eat mutant rat meat, how could they have contracted the plague? Su Yao rolled his eyes bluntly and continued. If one or two, or even dozens or hundreds of people contracted the plague, you could excuse it by saying the base was understaffed. But if over 100,000 people contracted the plague, it's definitely a management issue. As a manager, how dare you morally blackmail us? Zhou Wen's face paled. She opened her mouth to retort, but the words faltered. Kai Yuan and Su Yao were stating irrefutable facts. Li Kongyuan took a deep breath and changed the subject. I can sign a contract with you. If the antidote and superpower potion are successfully developed within 3 years, I will unconditionally provide 2 doses to each of the 7 of you. In addition, you can keep 10% of the materials you find as compensation. If the antidote and superpower potion fail after 3 years, I will compensate you with 10 kilograms of rice per person per day. This reward is certainly generous, but it also carries a high risk. Although the reward is good, do you have the life to take it? Li Kongyuan knew this was not a decision to be made lightly, so he said goodbye decisively. We will leave at 6 tomorrow morning. Come find me when you have made your decision. With that, he ignored Zhou Wen's expression as if she wanted to say something but hesitated, and quickly pulled her away. Banksia and the others were surprised by Li Kongyuan's decisiveness and exchanged glances. Kai Yuan and Zhao Xian exchanged a glance and made a decision. Xian and I have decided to give it a go, he explained. I believe the scientist's speculation is not groundless. The crisis is imminent, and we must prepare for self-defense. Seeing the silence, Zhao Xian tried to lighten the mood with a joke. We've been killing zombies for so long, we won't die easily. Su Xiao whispered, I want to go too. After saying that, he lowered his head and stared at the floor, fearing the disapproving glances of his brother and sister-in-law. You really are. You said you were a cowardly person with social anxiety, but how could you not even be afraid of the plague? Su Yao ruffled Su Xiao's hair into a messy mess. Su Xiao was so angry that she wanted to hit him, but she felt she was in the wrong and held back. Fang Yunyan watched the siblings' interaction with amusement. I want to go too. This opportunity to become stronger is right before my eyes. If I let it go, I definitely regret it. The family needs to be together. Su Yao embraced his wife and sister. I'm going too. Of the 7 people, only Banksia and Nanqing remained silent. Nanqing lowered her eyelids slightly, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her face. Banksia squeezed Nanqing's hand and interrupted. Plague is different from ordinary plagues. It's highly contagious and lethal. There have been 3 plague pandemics in human history. The first pandemic occurred in the 6th century AD, spreading to nearly every major city in the world and killing as many as 100 million people. The second pandemic occurred in the 14th century AD, plunging the entire European population by between 1/3 and 1/2. The third pandemic occurred in the late 19th century, affecting over 60 regions across 4 continents and killing over 10 million people. Going there means there's almost no chance of you returning alive. Banksia concluded, there are still a few hours until 6 o'clock. Go home and carefully consider the consequences before making any decisions. Su Yao and the others were so captivated by the word superpowers that they hadn't considered the consequences at all. What's the point of regretting things only after they're irreversible? After watching them return home, Nanqing closed the door, turned around, and hugged Banksia, burying his head in her neck and taking a deep breath. Why did you stop me just now? Banksia raised her head and kissed him. Let's talk first. After the kiss, Banksia rested her head against his chest, her voice languid but firm. You want to become stronger. Yes, but I'm afraid I won't be able to return. Nanqing knew he couldn't deceive her, so he told her the truth. He wasn't afraid of death, but if he died, Banksia would never live alone. He would rather be ordinary, rather be called a waste, than live to be with her. Banksia was both touched and amused. I'm a wood-type psychic. I can purify viruses, so even if you contract the plague, you won't die. So, she gently stroked Nanqing's face. Give it a try. If they can successfully develop the psychic potion within 3 years, they'd be raking in the dough. Even if they fail, it'd only be a few days' worth of time. The benefits outweigh the risks. It's worth the risk. Chapter 88. With 2 hours until 6, Banksia dragged Nanqing into her space to inspect the medicine she purchased for free. She hadn't touched the items since bringing them back, so they were piled up haphazardly, like a scrapyard. Banksia looked at Nanqing. I want to find a suitable time to take some of the medicine out. She explained carefully, if the plague spreads, the entire city will likely fall. We die trying to kill over 10 million zombies. Helping them is also helping ourselves. Besides, these were all purchased for free. It didn't cost her a cent, so she felt no regret. Nanqing had no objection. The items belonged to his wife, And she had the final say. Banksia looked at the overflowing box of medicine, and felt as if she had forgotten something. She pondered for a moment, then found her tablet, and opened the inventory records, revealing the detailed list of medicine purchases. Stomach medicine, fever reducers, allergy medicine. Vaccines. Banksia couldn't help but slap her head. How could she have forgotten that there was a vaccine for plague? The plague vaccine produces antibodies 1 month after injection, reaching peak effectiveness at 6 months. While injecting now might seem like a last-ditch effort, it's better than nothing. There were 50 plague vaccines in the incubator. Banksia pulled out 6, nudging, I give you 1 first. After you're done, give the other 5 to Brother Yao and Brother Yuan. She didn't want to expose her abilities in front of Su Yao and the others. Giving them the vaccine was the best way to fulfill her friendship. Nanjing dusted her hands and half knelt in front of Banksia. Thank you, my wife. After the vaccinations, Nanjing went out to deliver them to Su Yao and the others. Banksia found the RV and stuffed it with 10 days worth of food, water, cat and dog food, and basic medical supplies. The space is convenient and easy to use, but it's best not to use it outside. Wind leaves a sound, wild geese leave a trail. Who knows when someone might notice something's wrong? When Nanjing returned, Su Yao, Fan Yunyun, Su Xiao, Kai Yuan, and Zhao Xian followed him, each carrying a bag full of gifts. Banksia looked at Nanjing with confusion, but Nanjing's eyes held a helpless smile. Fan Yunyun placed the 2 boxes of ham on the sofa. Vaccines as a thank you, don't refuse. Su Yao, Su Xiao, Tai Yuan, and Zhao Xian nodded frantically. If you refuse, we'd be angry. Canned food, biscuits, energy bars. The sofa was piled high with their belongings. Banksia knew they weren't the type to take advantage. Don't worry, I take it all. Friends should be give and take. One-sided giving won't last long. Fan Yunyun hugged Banksia and rubbed her furiously. That's right. Banksia reluctantly pushed her away. Sister Yunyun, as always, loved to cuddle with girls. Have you all decided? Fan Yunyun and the others exchanged glances. We've decided. Let's go! Banksia wasn't surprised by this outcome. Nanjing and I will go too. As the sun rose over the horizon, the group followed the first rays of morning light to find Li Kongyuan. Li Kongyuan had barely slept all night, and when he saw the group, a bright smile crossed his exhausted face. You're here. Nanjing, who was most familiar to him, took over. Director Li, we'd like to sign an employment contract with you, but we have 2 small requests that we hope you can agree to. Li Kongyuan's heart skipped a beat, fearing they might ask for too much, and his face twitched unconsciously. Nanjing immediately knew he misunderstood, and quickly explained, Don't worry, we're not complaining about the compensation. Li Kongyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Go ahead. Nanjing laid out the demands they all agreed upon. First, we're not good at dealing with people, so we only search for supplies, and won't be responsible for rescuing survivors. This was pure nonsense. Of the 7 of them, the only 2 who truly struggled with social interaction were Banksia and Su Xiao, both socially anxious. The remaining 5 had frequent interactions with the media, so even if they hadn't developed the skill of speaking the truth to different people, they had absolutely no trouble communicating normally. Second, if we encounter unreasonable survivors, we can handle them ourselves. This was Banksia's suggestion. She had no patience for tangling with people. Death was the end of the trouble. She'd kill anyone who displeased her. Li Kongyuan immediately agreed and added, We're leaving in an hour and a half. Would you like to take our car or drive your own? If you drive yourself, we give you 10 liters of gas per day. Nanjing, we drive ourselves. Li Kongyuan was a little disappointed. Aren't your pets and the mutant tree with you? He glanced at Banksia obliquely. According to Zhou Wen, the little girl not only had a cat and a dog, but also a strange-looking, but very powerful mutant tree. It's not like he had never seen mutant plants before, but this was the first time he heard of them being used for human purposes. If they could learn how to tame mutant plants from the little girl, perhaps their warriors could also take 1 or 2 to boost their combat power. But there's no rush. They need to find out more slowly. Nanjing, go, we have an RV. He and Banksia absolutely couldn't leave their 3 furry companions home alone. If something happened, it would be too late to regret it. Li Kongyuan beamed. Pets receive the same subsidies as people, and you won't miss out on any less. We currently have 3 rescue teams. 1, the North City Material Reserve. 2, the North City Logistics Park. 3, the North City Hospital. All 3 teams are heading in the same direction, so the rescue won't be difficult. Do you 3 have a preferred location? Nanjing and Banksia exchanged glances. Banksia and I will go to the logistics park. The logistics park has many warehouses, making it easy to smuggle the medicine out of the space. Su Yao and Kai Yuan didn't care. It didn't matter where they went, we can do it all. Li Kongyuan pondered for a moment. Su Yao will be in Group 1, Nanjing in Group 2, and Kai Yuan in Group 3. Nanjing and the others agreed and excused themselves to go home and prepare. After returning home, Banksia released the RV she had taken from the Xian family from the space, and took Nanjing out for breakfast. Woof! Hungry. At the first whiff of food, Jinzi squatted down beside Nanjing, his eyes fixed on the mutant pighead soup dumplings on his chopsticks, his mouth drooling. Nanjing's scalp tingled from being stared at. Stop looking. I feed you after I finish. Just as he finished, Tuanzi hugged his legs again. Drink milk, Banksia chuckled. Nanjing gave her a doting look, shoved her breakfast down in a few mouthfuls, and resignedly fed the 3 furry creatures. Eat quickly. Once you're full, it's time to go out and work. After dinner, Banksia packed up everything she had at home and stuffed it into her space. She then got into the RV with her 3 furry creatures and 2 mutant trees and set off. The people next door and across the street followed behind in their cars. Li Kongyuan saw everyone gathered and said, "Let's go." Miamia Mountain is 31 kilometers from the Chunbei Logistics Park, passing through the city where zombies are lurking. Li Kongyuan and the others led the way, while Nanjing and the others stayed behind. This was Nanjing's first time down the mountain in over 5 months. Before the apocalypse, City A was a world-renowned fashion capital, bustling, glamorous, bright, colorful, artistic, and sophisticated. These were all synonymous with it. After the apocalypse, City A was a ruin, black and white, quiet, and stinking. Nanjing was so shocked, she was speechless. Wife. Banksia withdrew her gaze from the zombies outside the window. What's wrong? Nanjing took a deep breath, but the stench made her cough several times. Cough, cough. Why is it so stinky? Banksia pulled an N95 mask from her spaceship, dripped 2 drops of floral water into the inside, and handed it to Nanjing, deliberately joking. The zombies have been wandering around in the sun all day, rotting and stinking. This was one of the reasons. The main reason was the paralysis of the entire city's sewer system. Untreated human waste and excrement, combined with the relentless daily heat, fermented and formed the now pervasive stench that reaches all the way to the ceiling. Nanjing took the mask and put it on, sighing silently. He and Banksia had grown up in this city, having explored most of it on foot, leaving behind countless fond memories. In just a few months, the entire city had transformed, leaving one with a deep sense of regret. Chapter 89. Hey Nanjing, Li Kongyuan's voice came over the intercom. Stop the car. Nanjing stepped on the brakes. Something's happened? Do you need help? Li Kongyuan's voice seemed a little cold. There are survivors stopping the car. Stay put and wait for further notice. Banksia opened the window and craned her neck to look ahead. About 40 or 50 people, men, women, young and old, stood on one side of the street. The only thing they had in common was that they were all skinny and filthy. The leading elderly man and woman stood in the middle of the road, their faces menacing. I'm a taxpayer. You're living off my money. Why won't you let me get on the bus? The soldier inside tried to explain, Auntie, we're on an emergency mission, not responsible for rescuing people. Don't worry, we have our rescue team come back when we get back to base. Pa! The elderly man kicked at the wheel, nearly falling. You're hitting me. You're hitting me. You're hitting me. Banksia was convinced that if the ground hadn't been so hot, the elderly man would have collapsed. She rolled the car window with a hint of boredom, resting her head on Nanjing's shoulder and muttering quietly, This is so annoying. If I'd known, we would have gone alone. Nanjing stroked her hair soothingly. If Li Kongyuan hasn't dealt with this in half an hour, we leave. I hate humans except you. Banksia hugged Nanjing's arm and added, Well, Brother Yao, Sister Xiao Xiao, Sister Yun Yun, Brother Yuan, and Brother Xian are also excluded. She knew there were good people in the world, and that they shouldn't be lumped together, but that didn't stop her from stubbornly hating humans. Nanjing understood her concern. After we find the supplies, we return to the mountains and not interact with outsiders. Things often go against one's will. A few minutes later, someone banged on the car door. Banksia expressionlessly pulled a pistol from her pocket and opened the window. What's up? The man banging on the door startled and took several steps back, speechless with terror. The woman beside him scoffed loudly. Don't think you can scare me with a toy gun. Open the door and let me in. Little girl, another tall man shoved the woman aside. Your leader told us to get in the car. Open the door. What are you doing here? A soldier, his face flushed with sun, ran over. This isn't a military vehicle. The woman's face seemed to change, and she smiled ingratiatingly at the soldier. Hey, young man, I'm weak and get dizzy easily in trucks. Didn't you ask for a ride? Out of the soldier's sight, she glared at Banksia with a sinister look. Banksia said matter-of-factly, these guys said Li Kongyuan sent them to ride in my car. She paused. I have a bad temper. If anyone comes to bother me again, I shoot. The soldier knew she wasn't joking and said, don't worry, I have them leave immediately. Then he stopped them behind him, like a herd of ducks. Go! Didn't I tell you this isn't our car? The woman, still a little unconvinced, glared back at Banksia, muttering incoherently, bah, what a joke. A little girl riding in such a nice car, but she's still selling sex. Up. Banksia's eyes flashed cold, and she pulled the trigger. Bang! The woman fell to the ground instantly. The other two men, as if the ground were burning their feet, jumped several meters away, pointing at Banksia with horror. Kill! Murder! The soldier swallowed, looking at Banksia with a mixture of admiration and hesitation. You. He coughed lightly and whispered, I report the truth to the superiors. Don't worry. Banksia was a little surprised. She thought the soldier thought she'd done something wrong. But she didn't say much. If Li Kongyuan dared to break his promise, she would go on strike and run away. A few minutes later, Li Kongyuan's voice came over the intercom. Nanqing, let's go. He didn't mention the murder. Banksia was very pleased with Li Kongyuan's ability to understand the situation. If Li Kongyuan didn't understand, she wouldn't let him off. About an hour and a half later, the convoy arrived near its destination. The Beijing Logistics Park covers a large area and has a large cold storage facility, so most of the pharmaceutical companies in City A have their warehouses there. Banksia opened the car window to check the situation. There are quite a lot of zombies. They had passed through the city, so the car was followed by a large number of zombies. At a glance, there must be at least 1,000 or 2,000 of them. Li Kongyuan's voice came over the intercom. Teams 1 to 5, get out and lay down suppressive fire. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, and zombies fell. The sky-swallowing tree clattered out of its pot. Banksia, I want to go down and kill the zombies and dig out the crystal cores. Banksia casually tugged at its branches. I'd like to, too, but we're Team 6, so we have to follow orders. The sky-swallowing tree sighed, ah. Life without fighting is so boring. Banksia thought for a moment. After we finish our mission, let's take a few days off to kill zombies, or maybe go for a walk in the mountains. Team 6 to 10, get out and provide support. Banksia opened the car door, and Jinzi, Inzi, Tian Eon, and Xingzi eagerly jumped out and rushed towards the zombie horde. Tuanzi clung to Nanqing's legs with all 4 legs, whimpering softly, seemingly terrified. Nanqing leaned over, hugged Tuanzi, and soothed him gently. It's dangerous out there. Tuanzi, wait in the car for your brother and sister, okay? Tuanzi clung even tighter to her. Banksia rubbed Tuanzi's black ears. You're a famous iron-eating beast. A mere zombie is no match for you. Tuanzi looked at her, bewildered, sticking out his tongue and acting cute. I'm still just a little baby. Banksia, determined to build up his courage, cradled him in one arm and got out of the car, earnestly instructing him, Don't be afraid, Tuanzi. I protect you. Then, she placed him at her feet and opened fire on the zombies. Tuanzi circled Banksia, bewildered, and glanced at her cautiously. Seeing she wasn't paying attention, he scurried off on his 4 short legs toward Jinzi. It was now about the same size as an adult panda before the apocalypse, so it was spotted the moment it entered the battlefield. Giant panda. A live giant panda. A sudden burst of exclamations echoed from the battlefield. Banksia then realized Tuanzi had escaped. Seeing that he knew how to avoid the zombies, and that Jinzi and Inzi were protecting him, she ignored him. Although the zombies were numerous, they had strong force, and quickly wiped them out. Li Kongyuan assigned tasks. Teams 1 to 8 will enter the park to search for supplies, while teams 9 to 10 will remain on site to retrieve zombie cores. There were over 50 warehouses in the entire park, and Banksia and Nanqing were assigned to search warehouses 49 to 56. After assigning the tasks, Li Kongyuan approached with a smile. You may not be experienced on this first mission, so don't panic if you encounter unexpected situations. He briefly recounted his experience. Banksia and Nanqing nodded in thanks. Thank you very much. Tuanzi, clinging to Nanqing's legs, also nodded. Li Kongyuan was immediately amused. Where did you pick up this little guy? He's not even an adult yet, is he? He's only a little over 2 months old. Nanqing held Tuanzi in her arms. The kitten gave it to me. He repeated the excuse he had given Su Yao and the others. Li Kongyuan looked at Banksia with envy. What kind of divine physique is this? Either a mutant animal or a mutant tree has taken refuge with him. Banksia avoided his gaze uncomfortably and tugged at Nanxing's arm. Let's do the mission. Chapter 90. Warehouses 49 to 56 were on the west side of the park. The two of them rode on Jinzi and Inzi, and 5 minutes later, they arrived safely at their destination. Nanxing rubbed Jinzi's head. Jinzi, you're awesome. Keep it up. One experience of being thrown upside down was enough. Jinzi glanced at him with pride. He was a clever little dog, and he wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Banksia violently broke the lock on the warehouse door. The moment he pushed it open, a strong, foul odor assaulted their faces. Jinzi, Inzi, and Tuanzi, each with their keen sense of smell, took several steps back, covering their noses and retching furiously. Nanxing watched with pity, angrily saying, I learn how to sew masks when I get home. Jinzi whimpered and tucked her head into his arms, acting coquettishly. Even the aloof Inzi tilted her head and rubbed it against his face. Tuanzi, not understanding, tried to cover his nose with his front paws, but lost his balance and fell flat on his back, a comical sight. Banksia quickly scooped it up and tucked it into Nanxing's arms, then gently stroked its furry heads. Brother is so kind. You should love him more from now on. She waved to Tuntianchu and Xingzi. Tian Yan Xingzi and I will go in and see what's going on. Nanxing, wait for me at the door. Nanxing stuffed Tuanzi into Jinzi's hand and said, I go too, honey. Then Jinzi, Inzi, and Tuanzi will wait outside. Seeing Inzi approach, Banksia quickly pushed him away. It's smelly. Kitty, don't smell it. Be good. The warehouse was dimly lit, and Banksia pulled a flashlight from her bag to illuminate it. This was a constant temperature warehouse, approximately 300 square meters. The blue plastic pallets, once piled with packaged goods, now looked as if they had been through a riot. The floor was littered with torn cartons, broken glass bottles, and black, smelly, unknown objects. Banksia casually glanced at the product names on the boxes: Washung oyster sauce, soy sauce, vinegar, peanut butter, sesame paste, tomato sauce, fermented tofu. Besides the rotting, fermented smell of the seasonings, there was a faint fishy stench in the air. Banksia grabbed Nanxing's hand and said, There are mutant animals. Stay away from me. As soon as she finished speaking, a dark shadow descended from the sky, and she hurriedly pulled Nanxing away. Looking closely, she saw a palm-sized, pure black spider. Venomous, she shot, killing it with a single shot. Nanxing, protect yourself. As she spoke, a finger-thick spider silk shot out from above. Veins grew wildly on the palm of Banksia's left hand, tangled in the silk. She looked up and saw a white spiderweb covering the ceiling completely. In the center of the web lay an 8-eyed spider about 2 meters in diameter, 6-eyed spiders about 1.5 meters in diameter, and countless palm-sized black spiders. In addition, dozens of giant white cocoons hung in the air, appearing eerie and eerie. The 8-eyed spider seemed to have anticipated the failure of its ultimate move. All 8 of its eyes simultaneously fixed on Banksia, their eyes flashing with a bloody, ferocious light. Banksia's arms instantly erupted in goosebumps, her claustrophobia taking hold. She threw the gun back into the air and yanked downwards with both hands. The 8-eyed spider, caught unawares, was dragged down over a meter. It quickly used its 8 legs to grasp the web to steady itself, then imitated her, tightening the silk, attempting to pull Banksia up. Bang, bang, bang. Nanxing fired several shots into the 8-eyed spider's head, sending it plummeting to the ground with a thud. This action immediately enraged the other spiders. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 6-eyed spider screamed, its tail twitching as its silk shot out toward Nanxing. At the same time, small black spiders rained down on the ground, attacking the two. The heaven-swallowing tree and the ginkgo tree suddenly grew larger, their branches blocking all the spider silk. The heaven-swallowing tree couldn't help but complain, Spider silk is so sticky and disgusting. Banksia, burn all the spiders. Apricot shuddered with fear. Boss, please don't. I'm afraid of fire. Banksia had no time to deal with their arguments. Her mind moved, and countless vines shot out from her palms, heading straight for the 4 6-eyed spiders. The 6-eyed spiders, keenly sensing their disadvantage, retracted their silk and attempted to flee. But a mere level 1 spider was no match for the level 4 Banksia, and was quickly pierced by the vines. The instant the 4 6-eyed spiders fell to the ground, the small black spiders scattered. Banksia's eyes were cold. The vines in her palms blossomed with red flowers. The small black spiders, as if they had encountered a delicacy they hadn't seen in 1,000 years, turned and ran towards her frantically. They were so aggressive that they almost rubbed their 8 legs against each other and threw sparks. Banksia tossed the flowers into the corner of the warehouse, and the spiders quickly gathered around them. She pulled a 5-liter bottle of diesel from her spaceship and poured it over the spiders. Then, from a distance, she directed the vines to ignite it with a flint. The moment the flames met the diesel, the spiders erupted in flames. Banksia breathed a sigh of relief. While the spiders weren't strong, if she let 1 or 2 of them escape, given their vengeful nature, they would seek revenge sooner or later, which would be another problem. "Wife," Nanqing said, his eyes hazy as he hugged her. "You smell so good. Hug me." Beside him, Xingzi frantically trembled her branches, trying to wrap around Banksia. "I want to get stronger." If the swallowing heaven tree hadn't held it back with its branches, it would have pounced on Banksia like Nanqing. Banksia's heart skipped a beat. Nanqing and Xingzi are poisoned? She grabbed Nanqing's hand and was about to use her supernatural powers to check, but the swallowing heaven tree quickly stopped her. "Banksia, it's because of the black vine flower." "Flower? What happened to the flower?" Banksia was bewildered. It wasn't until the swallowing heaven tree reached level 4 again that it suddenly realized that Banksia wasn't the wood-type supernatural power she appeared to be. "Aren't you wondering how the black and white yin-yang fish came to be? Isn't it because of you?" "It's because of you. Banksia, you're the luckiest person in the world." The swallowing heaven tree shook its branches and explained carefully. "In your previous life, you should have died early due to organ failure, but you were hanging on because of your concerns. Luckily, in your final moments, you encountered the black fog that can alter your constitution, causing your body to mutate and become a living dead." Banksia was puzzled, "But I didn't become a zombie." "The living dead is another name for zombies." The swallowing heaven tree sighed again. "That's why I say you're lucky. You've relied on your strong will to survive to suppress the zombie virus in your body and prevent it from spreading. But this is a temporary solution. In no more than 6 months, you'd be completely transformed into a zombie." The swallowing heaven tree vaguely mentioned Nanqing's death. "Before you were attacked by the zombie virus, you were unexpectedly stimulated. In the blink of an eye, the vital energy in your body, the desire to survive, transformed into white fish, and the dead energy, the zombie virus, transformed into black fish. With the balance of yin and yang, your body returned to health." Banksia was silent for a moment, then smiled with tears in her eyes. "You're right, I'm the luckiest person in the world." It turned out that Nanqing had protected her again, unbeknownst to her. "Tian, thank you too. Thank you for greedily swallowing the level 8 mutant tree." The energy explosion caused a distortion of time and space, sending her back to the pre-apocalyptic era. The sky-swallowing tree feigned indifference as it waved its branches, but inwardly, it was musing, "Without you, there would be no me. This is what I should do." It brought the conversation back to the original question. The black vine flower absorbs the life and death energy within you to bloom. Its fragrance arouses the most primal desires in living things, hence the desperate fight between the mutant rats and spiders. Xingzi and Nanqing weren't poisoned. One wants to become stronger, and the other wants kisses and hugs with you? Banksia's face flushed, then darkened again. Finally, in a rage, she threw the sky-swallowing tree into space. Tian, you're not allowed to watch these frivolous romance dramas anymore.